Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Forever Insane in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 56. Water. Water is everywhere, she's drowning in it. Wait, no. Maka's eyes open. She's greeted by a gray sky, rainwater falling down on her, but she can't feel it. How did she? Wasn't she just drowning? Where is this? Where is she? Maka sits up from the grass she was laying on and looks around. She appears to be in a town. People are walking around with their umbrellas, talking and laughing in this weather. She doesn't like the feeling in her chest. Something is too familiar about this. Just look at her. She hears a woman's voice to her right, and when she looks over she can't help but to tense when this woman seems to be staring right at her, this look of disgust on her face. There's another woman by her side and she looks a bit afraid. Excuse me. Maka gets up, looking at these people with wide eyes, thinking they see her, only to realize they're not looking at her, they're looking through her, behind her. Maka turns around and she can't help the pain in her chest. A 16-year-old Maka sits on the steps in front of the courthouse, the same courthouse, 2 years later, that would convict her as insane. This younger version of herself is getting soaked in the rain. She doesn't have a jacket on, no umbrella shielding her from this cold rain. This girl's bangs are covering her face, her hair dark from being wet, and her clothes clinging to her body. This younger Maka is staring at a puddle in front of her. Her green eyes are blank, her face is blank like a statue. She just sits there getting poured on. Why is she just sitting like that? The second lady wrinkles her nose. Didn't you hear? Her mother is insane. They just had the trial for it. The judge rightfully put her mother into dark side asylum. That other woman nods to herself. They should have taken her daughter with her. The second lady shakes her head. Crazy runs in the family, you know. Just look at her. She's just out here getting soaked. It's so creepy. She's going to be the next serial killer, I tell you. Soon more people are staring at this 16-year-old Maka that hasn't moved from where she's sitting. Even though she can hear their words, she just sits there, the water pounding on her, her face blank. She's crazy. Scary. All these people talk about Maka. They glare and look afraid of this girl that is staring blankly at nothing. They see a mad girl, but the 18-year-old Maka sees something different. She sees a broken girl alone, in the rain, getting soaked to the bone, the rain hiding the tears that she's shedding. Because this was the day her mother was taken from her. This was the day the hell started. And all these people don't care about this young girl. They just want to talk about her. Even though she just lost her mother, they don't care. They don't think insane people are people. They think she should be locked away with her mother. No one offers this girl comfort, just hard glares as the rain pours down on her. Maka stares at this girl that used to be her. Oh, she remembers the pain she was feeling at this moment. She remembers how these people's words had hurt her, because these were the same people that respected her mother, that respected Maka until her mother was ruled as insane. Then everything changed. They didn't care anymore. They just wanted Maka out of their sight. They rejected her, labeled her as insane and dangerous, though she had done nothing to give them a reason to. The court case ended hours ago and she's still just sitting there. Someone scoffs. Where's her father? She has one, doesn't she? I heard he didn't even go to the court case. Someone chimes into the conversation. Maka stood alone at the trial. Why wouldn't he have gone? I think he's pissed at her mother for burning down their fucking house. Someone grunts. The girl and him are homeless now. I don't blame him for not going. He could have at least been here to pick his daughter up. A softer person frowns slightly. This girl is fucking insane too. He's probably tired of dealing with crazies. They all nod in agreement. Maka walks over to her 16-year-old self, a pain in her chest. She didn't want to remember this. She didn't want to relieve this pain, the pain of when her mother was taken, when her life turned to shit. People treated her badly, talked about her, didn't care about her spirit, turned into a dick. Any friends she had turned on her wouldn't speak to her. Everyone was afraid of her. And she had done nothing but lose her mother. 16-year-old Maka sniffles. She'll get a cold, no doubt, but she doesn't seem to care. No one seems to care. That's when the water suddenly stops pouring on her. This younger Maka blinks, realizing the lack of water, as she looks up only to see a black umbrella being held above her, shielding her from the rain. Her green orbs look at the pale hand holding it before they travel up. She locks eyes with Kid, a younger kid. This boy is smiling at her softly. What are you doing? Younger Maka blinks. She wipes the water off her face, but really she's trying to hide those tears that she shed. Sharing my umbrella with you. You were getting soaked. Kid's soft smile falls, a little of concern in those yellow eyes. I heard about the trial. Everyone did. Did you come here to fuck with me? I might just go fucking crazy on your ass. Maka growls, glaring up at this boy. Did you come all the way out here just to be an ass? No. I came out here to comfort you. Kid shakes his head. I thought you could use some company after such a hideous day dash. Why the hell are you doing this? Maka snaps, standing up with her fist gripped. You never fucking talked to me before, and suddenly when my mother goes crazy you're all for helping me? Why? No one else wants to help me out, they rather just fucking talk shit. Why the hell are you still talking to me? When everyone at school has turned on me. What do you want from me? Or do you just like being around me to watch me suffer? Maka dash. You think I don't know everyone thinks I'm crazy. After what they all saw how my mother burned down our home. Maka trembles, her fist gripped. Why the hell were you there, kid? Why are you even here? Do you want to talk about me like everyone else? Do you want to talk to me just to tell the others how much of a freak I am? You're not a freak, Maka, you're just upset about your mother. Kid's soft words get her breath to hitch. I know you are not crazy, Maka. I know you're just in pain. What you saw with your mother was horrible, and then to deal with these townspeople it's just been. Kid shakes his head, a frown on his face. Why do you care? What, is it that you feel sorry for me? I don't need your pity, kid. I don't need shit from you. I'm not doing this because I feel sorry for you dash. Then why are you doing it? Huh? Why are you the only one that is talking to me? Why are you the only one that follows me around, checking on me? Why are you doing this, kid? Maka looks this boy in the eyes. There's a pain in those green orbs. Because back then, she barely knew Kid, but he was the only one that seemed to care, the only one that held her when her mother was taken away in a police car, the only one that tried to talk to her. Though she ignored him, he still tried. Even when all the other kids would give him dirty looks, no one else tried. Not even her father. I'm doing this because you're my friend, Maka. Kid speaks this so surely, so confidently, that soft smile coming back. I care for my friends dash. We're not friends. Maka grunts coldly. I don't have any friends. Maka's eyes get a faraway look. Not anymore. We could be friends. Kid gives her a warm smile that could melt ice, his tone not changing even when her tone is so mean. I'd rather not. Maka speaks sarcastically. What's the point in having friends when they all betray you in the end? I don't need anyone. I'm fucking fine. I don't need your concern, kid. I don't need anything from you. Maka glares away from him. She's shivering from being soaked, hugging herself. It's getting late, Maka. Would you like me to give you a ride home? No. Do you have a ride home? He raises an eyebrow at how she tenses. No. Come on, Maka, I'm taking you home. You'll get sick out here. Kid grabs her hand and starts to pull her along, keeping the umbrella over her, protecting her from the rain, protecting her from the water. I'm going to ruin your nice seat in your car. Maka grunts, looking down at her pants that are covered in mud. Older Maka remembers after the trial she ran around shouting like a mad woman. For a while she ended up falling in a puddle before she calmed enough to sit down on the steps. Younger Maka doesn't struggle with Kid, though she looks so cold, she's so soaked. You're more important than seats, Maka. Seats can be replaced, you can't. Kid doesn't look at her as he says this, a faraway look to his eyes as he leads her. Damn, you're one sappy dude. Maka grunts, but she's grinning, and when Kid looks over and sees it, he smiles. Maka's grin falls. You should smile more, Maka. And you should buy me McDonald's. Alright. I will take you home so you can change, then I'll take you there. Seriously? Sure, that's what you want, right? Kid blinks at her. You know, I think I could get used to you. Maka smirks a little. Kid chuckles slightly, but the smile he has is warm, and soon Maka is chucking with him. 18-year-old Maka watches these two walk away from her. Kid holding that umbrella over them, his hand holding hers. They talk more. The more they talk, the more they laugh, the more Kid smiles. Everything fades away. Maka hears the cry of a seagull. Her eyes are shut tight from feeling the sun beating down on her. Her face feels hot. Hell, her whole body feels hot. She hears the crashing of waves in the distance, and she feels her body is in something soft, yet it's hot as well. A wind ruffles her hair, and she can't help but to sigh in relief. It gave her a break from the intense heat. She opens her eyes slowly, only to quickly shut them when she was greeted by the sun right above her. Maka takes a deep breath before she opens her eyes again, this time not looking at the sky so she can see. She blinks as she takes in the sea right by her feet, the crystal clear water crashing gently only a couple of feet from her feet. Maka forces herself up so her elbows are propping up her upper body. She looks around and can't help but to be confused. It looks like she's on a beach, no one is here but her. She's laying in the sand. How did she get here? Maka grabs her throbbing head, letting out a whimper from the sudden pain there. It all comes back to her. The cruise ship sinking. Krona's craziness. Jumping into the lifeboat, Kid jumping after her, and then her eyes get wide. The wave, that huge wave of salt water. Maka looks around again looking for any size of Kid, but he's nowhere to be found. Her eyes fall on a broken up boat a couple of yards away from her. It's in pieces like it crashed here, and when she looks beside her there's a gun, the same gun Kid was holding. Where is she? And where are Krona and Ragnarok? She remembers the look on Ragnarok's face as the boat him and Krona were on dropped to the sea without her. Maka tries to scream for them but her throat is too dry and all that comes out is a pathetic wheeze, a panic settling in her chest. They don't know where she is. She could be anywhere. She's away from them. She hasn't been separated from them since they got out of the asylum for the first time. In a long time Maka is completely alone. Maka tries to get up, only for her to scream in agony when she tried to put weight on her legs. Her eyes get out of focus and she drops back down into the sand. Oh god, her legs, they're burning so bad in her shoulder, but her legs hurt so bad they sting like she just got stung by a jellyfish and then burned with a torch. Maka bites her lip and looks up again, this time looking at her legs. If Maka had something in her stomach she would have puked it all up. Her legs, oh god, her legs, they literally look like two slabs of meat. Her skin is peeling in some areas, showing the red, sensitive tissue beneath. The skin that isn't peeled off looks bubbly, it looks sticky and wet. And god, it hurts. This is worse than a third-degree burn. Maka can't help but to whimper as she falls back down into the sand. There's no way she can walk on these legs. She's stuck here. She's going to die here, with the sun beating down on her, burning her already burnt up legs. It hurts so bad. She's going to die alone in this place she doesn't know. Die before she could avenge her mother. Die before she could try to make things right with her family. She's just going to die. But at least she will be joining Krona. Her lips twitch into a smile, a peaceful smile despite the pain in her legs, despite the fact that she's dying. Because if she dies that means all this is over, and maybe, just maybe, when she dies Krona will be there waiting for her, smiling gently with his hand outreached for her to take. Maybe, just maybe, they could be together forever, just walking, roaming the earth holding hands. Or maybe her mother will be waiting for her with her arms wide open. Maybe they both will be waiting for her. She thinks of Krona's sweet smile and she closes her eyes, accepting her fate. Maka knows she's going to hell and that she probably won't see her mother, or Krona, but she likes to dream that it would work out that way. Maka. Someone is screaming her name but she doesn't open her eyes. Maka. They keep calling for her. She hears a sound like sand moving, footsteps on wood, a bump, then she hears the sound of dry sand crunching under a shoe. Oh. God, shit. It sounds like they're running now till they're right by her side. She feels something soft against her arm and then something hovering over her legs. Damn it. The voice seems shaky now as she feels something press against her chest. This person takes an intake of breath. You're alive. His voice is a sigh in relief. Maka, can you hear me? She feels a hand touch her face. She was trying to ignore this person. She was in peace, but now she can't ignore them. They're touching her, breathing on her. Maka slowly opens her eyes only for them to meet blue crystal ones, those eyes that belong to Ragnarok. He's hovering over her, his head blocking the sun from her eyes so she doesn't have to squint. There's too many emotions in this boy's eyes, and when she sees him she can't help but to feel guilty. Maka, what the fuck happened to you? We lost you on the ship and... Ragnarok glances down at her legs and he swallows. Did he do this? Did that motherfucker do this to you? No. Maka croaks out and it sounds pathetic. I was able to make it to a lifeboat, but when the ship went down the boat was too close to the ship and got hit with a huge tidal wave. To be honest, I don't know how I'm alive right now. Ragnarok glances over at the gun that is beside Maka. His eyes flash before he looks away from her. I didn't want to do this. What? Maka tries to understand what this boy is mumbling to himself, but over the crashing of the waves and the seagulls it's hard to. Ragnarok takes off his backpack. Maka can't help but to feel uneasy by this, because didn't Ragnarok leave his backpack in their room back in the cruise ship? Her head hurts and Ragnarok is digging into the bag, a look of guilt in those eyes, a look of anger. He pulls out a vial full of yellow liquid. Our Ragnarok. Maka tenses when he moves closer with that vial in his hands. He doesn't say anything, he just opens her weak mouth up and pours the vial's contents down her throat. She can't fight it, it feels sticky but slightly refreshing on her dry throat. When he pulls the vial away, she feels a coolness settle over her, the pain in her legs fades away, the pain in her head, and she feels the power flow through her veins. Now get up. Ragnarok grabs her arm and yanks her up when she tried to protest, but when she puts weight on her legs it doesn't hurt. She looks down to see her legs completely healed, they were melted a second ago and now they're fine. Thank you. Mako looks up at this boy but he isn't looking at her. Don't thank me. His voice is a snap, causing Maka to take a step back. You have no reason to fucking thank me. Ragnarok's eyes fall on something in the sand. She follows his gaze only for her chest to tighten. Krona lays in the sand on his slide, his eyes are still closed, his chest barely moving up and down. He's still out. Maka frowns and starts to walk closer to him only for Ragnarok to put his arm out, stopping her. She gives him a confused look only for him to give a dark glare. She looks down and takes a step back. Yup. He's still out. Hasn't fucking moved since I got in the boat. Ragnarok looks down at the other boy for a moment. She can't tell what he's thinking. Ragnarok, we have to get going. Ragnarok cuts her off as he bends down and picks Krona up, holding him like a baby, the boy hanging limply in his arms. We don't have much time. Maybe I could try to heal him. Maka reaches her hand out only to get kicked by Ragnarok in the leg, causing her to fall on one knee. Did you fucking forget you can't use your fucking powers? Ragnarok growls at her. Stop being a fucking dumbass for once. You already fucked everything up enough as it is. I thought I could use them as long as I'm not on Abako. Maka rubs her leg before she forces herself up. She can't help but to frown at how he's talking to her. Her chest hurts at that dark look he's giving her. We are on Abako Island. Now hurry your ass up, we need to fucking find this tier. Ragnarok turns and starts walking up this beach. Maka noticing that in the distance are some buildings. There's a large sign too that she failed to notice that says, "Welcome to Abako Island." Well, this is convenient. Don't you have any more of that yellow stuff? Maka presses as she follows after this boy. It helped me dash. That shit won't do anything for him. His body isn't broken, it's his fucking mind that's diseased. Ragnarok doesn't look at her. No fucking medicine can help him now. Maka bows her head as she walks slightly behind him because she knows his words are true. Krona's mind is broken, he's too far gone, and she can tell by Ragnarok's tone that he blames it on her. He has to. She is the one to blame. She killed Krona, she destroyed her family. And for what? They walk away from the beach not realizing something is missing. The gun is no longer in the sand, it's gone. The air is thick, it's suffocating. This tension is too much, it hurts her, makes her want to hide and never come out. Maka glances over at Ragnarok, who is glaring off in front of him. They have been walking for some time now. The town is getting closer. She can see the sign that welcomes them to Abako more clearly now. Ragnarok hasn't spoken to her since they were at the beach, and Krona hasn't even moved. He just hangs limply in Ragnarok's arms. Maka is with her family, but it feels like she's truly not. She feels like she's detached from them, away from them. Even though Ragnarok is right by her side, she wants to touch Krona, she wants to hold him in her arms, but whenever she gets close, Ragnarok pushes her away and gives her that glare that makes her look to the floor like a child that just got in trouble. Ragnarok won't let her near Krona, and she understands. She's the reason why he's like this. Alright. Ragnarok stops when they finally make it through the forest, stopping right in front of the sign. He doesn't look at her. Use your necklace like Medusa told you to find the tier. Maka only nods. She closes her eyes and touches the necklace. It lights up, and when she opens her eyes there's an arrow pointing out of it. Maka's eyes follow it and sees it's pointing up at a mountain in the distance. The cave must be over there. Maka points. We'll have to go through the town to get to it. Let's get this fucking over with. Ragnarok walks past her heading into the town. Maka walks beside him, numbly looking around this place half-heartedly. There's many people out and about. Most seem to be at the market, buying vegetables and fish. There's some kids running around laughing, parents sitting out, drinking pina colas with friends. Maka tenses when she thinks about the dress she's wearing, but when she looks down, she's wearing a normal white t-shirt and some jeans. Okay, good, the necklace when she touched it must have also changed her clothes. This is a nice place. Maka hums, trying to break the ice as she looks at all the smiling faces. There's couples holding hands, kids, laughter. It's a beautiful place, really surrounded by trees. It's like it has its own personal shade from the sun. This place is peaceful, beautiful. It smells like fresh pine needles and there's a wind that is gently blowing. Ragnarok doesn't respond to her. He just keeps walking. Maka frowns as he giving her the silent treatment. She dones tea like this thought. It gets too quiet between them while everyone else is laughing and talking. There's just these three walking slowly, quietly, like three ghosts that don't belong. They get some looks from people, probably because Ragnarok is holding a boy that's passed out. They seem concerned but they don't approach. After a while of walking they finally get out of the heavy part of town. Now there's not that many people. It makes their quietness all the more noticeable. She stops walking. What the hell are you doing? Ragnarok stops and looks back at her with that glare. I have to talk to you. Maka takes a deep breath. There's nothing to fucking talk about. He growls and turns his back to her. Ragnarok, I'm sorry. Maka speaks the words and they sound pitiful. The boy pauses, so she goes on. I didn't mean all this, I really didn't. You know how much my mother means to me. I wasn't planning on doing anything with kid. I just needed to know who gave him that letter. I ended up bumping into him when I ran from you guys and I saw this as my opportunity. I was angry at you too and it was stupid of me. I just needed to know who killed my mother and I found out. Ragnarok, I know who did it. She sees how much he tenses at that. And who did it? His voice is odd. He still hasn't looked back at her. Aranch. Maka grips her fist, not noticing how his shoulders relax. She's the one that took down the cruise ship too. She wanted me dead, didn't you see all the spiders? I learned she is a spider witch and she's Medusa's sister. Aranch is the one that killed my mother, Ragnarok, and when we get back to the mansion we can tell Medusa, then we can fucking kill this bitch. Maka's voice is dark, then it gets weak. Don't you see I had to do it? I had to find my mother's killer. If I didn't do it I still wouldn't know who did it and I only have less than 2 weeks. Ragnarok. I know. Is all he says. I'm sorry. She feels a pain in her chest and she swallows the lump in her throat. I know you're pissed at me. I know you probably hate me now. I don't hate you. His voice is blunt. But even though he said this, it still doesn't convince her. I'm still sorry. Maka speaks softly. Ragnarok doesn't say anything. Maka gathers her courage and she hugs him, hugs the boy from behind, burying her head into his back, wanting to hear him say it's okay, wanting to feel like she has been forgiven. She wants warmth when all she's been getting is coldness. Ragnarok tenses badly. He takes an intake of breath. Only to shove her off of him roughly. Don't fucking touch me. He gives her such a dark look, those words a growl. Maka can only stare at him with wide eyes. The tone of his voice and that look, she feels the pain in her chest. Come the fuck on. We don't have all day. Ragnarok turns back around and starts to walk. Maka bows her head, hugging herself as she walks after him. Ragnarok doesn't even want her to touch him. He doesn't forgive her. Maka wishes he would have just left her to die at the beach. It's hell to have to look at these two boys, to look at what her sin has caused. Krona is still passed out and Ragnarok won't look at her. Won't really speak to her, won't let her touch him. She has lost her family. You still have me? That other girl coos and Maka sniffles. She doesn't even have a right to feel bad. She caused this on herself. And for what? Krona is broken. She killed him. Ragnarok hates her. She knows he does, and she still doesn't know what love is. Ragnarok doesn't look back at her as they get closer and closer to the end of town. She sees the path that will lead up into the mountain, lead up to the tier, lead up to more time. But what's the point in more time here when she's alone? Her mother. Maka grips her fist. She chose to give up everything just to find her mother's killer. Now she has to live it out. She has to kill Aranch. She has to. Maka. Suddenly that little girl appears right in front of her, causing Maka to let out a small yelp from being surprised. The little girl is looking at her with wide, panicked eyes. You have to come quick. She grabs Maka's hand and starts leading her to the side away from Ragnarok. Why? What's going on? You know I kinda have to do something. My brother. This girl cries out. He's dying. He doesn't have much time left. You have to save him. You promised. Maka's eyes get wide at how desperate this little girl looks, tears at the corner of her eyes. Maka did promise her, she promised this little girl, the girl that she took her life, that she would save her brother. Take me to him. Maka looks at her with a determination because she wants to make things right, she wants to help, she wants to do something. To take away this pain in her chest. This way. The little girl pulls on her hand and Maka starts running with her. Maka, what the fuck are you doing? She hears Ragnarok yell at her. I have to do something. She yells back but she doesn't stop running. Please hold on. This girl whimpers as she pulls Maka along. That's when she sees at a hospital. It's small, one of the smallest she's ever seen, looking no bigger than a 2-story house, but it has the Red Cross symbol. Maka picks up the pace, a panic in her chest. What if she doesn't make it? She doesn't want to fuck up, she wants to do something right. She wants to save this little girl's brother. But Maka isn't thinking right now, because if she was, she would know she's not supposed to use her powers. Maka jogs to a stop in front of the hospital doors. She don't waste any time and opens them, walking into this small place. I need to see a patient. Maka speed walks up to the counter, the person at the desk giving her a odd look. Well, okay, who is it that you want to visit? The woman turns to her computer, waiting for her to say the name. The name Maka doesn't know. It's Daniel Stewart. The little girl shouts, but of course this woman can't hear her. Daniel Stewart. Maka repeats the name calmly. You want to see Daniel? The woman takes her eyes off the computer to give her a look Maka can't read. Yes, I'm his aunt. Who are they? The woman looks behind her and Maka turns. Ragnarok is in the hospital. Krona is standing up but leaning on his shoulder. If Maka didn't know better, it would just look like a boy holding his girl and she's resting in his shoulder. Krona doesn't look like he's knocked out. Ragnarok is giving her a questioning look but he doesn't say anything. These are my friends. Maka looks back at this woman. Can I please see Daniel? Yes, of course, but she frowns. He's in really bad shape. I'm sorry to say the doctors don't think he'll make it through the night. The cancer has spread to his heart. It's only a matter of time. The little girl puts a hand over her mouth, her eyes shaking. Please tell me his room number. Maka tries to keep her voice from trembling. He's right over there in room 12. The woman has a faraway look to her eyes. Maka starts to walk past the front desk with Ragnarok following silently behind her. Thank you for coming. The woman speaks again, causing her to pause. You know he hasn't had any visitors for a while. You heard what happened to his mother and father, didn't you? The woman's voice cracks. No one has the heart to tell the little boy that his family is gone. He asked about them on his birthday and after they didn't show up, his cancer just started getting worse and worse, like he gave up. He won't talk to any of us, but maybe when he sees you it will bring up his spirits. Maka only nods numbly before she speed walks, searching the door numbers for 12. My brother, he's gotten worse because of me. The little girl trembles. Because I wasn't there? No. It's not your fault, Dash. Maka, what the fuck is going on? Ragnarok grabs her suddenly. He's whispering harshly in her ear. Why the hell are we here? We need to get the tear, Dash. The tear can wait. Maka rips her hand from his. I have to save a life. Ragnarok looks at her with his eyes a bit wide. She sounds so serious. Maka walks a couple of feet ahead and her eyes fall on the door. 12. Brother. The little girl cries as she runs through the door. Maka opens the door after her, and she walks in. She feels like crying. A little boy lays in a hospital bed, his face pale and tired, his eyes closed. There's an oxygen mask on his face, needles in his wrists and arms. He has no hair, he's barely breathing. The heart monitor is beating slowly. It's a hard sight to take in. He's so young yet he's dying like this, hooked to machines to keep him alive. He's in pain. Damn. Ragnarok comes in and his face falls when he sees the little boy because it's too much, it's so much. Brother, please. The little girl is kneeling by his bedside holding his hand, those bloody tears falling down her face as she looks at her brother's weak expression. Maka, you can't save him. Ragnarok's voice is soft when he glanced over at her and saw her eyes water. But I can try, damn it. Maka grinds her teeth and walks till she's right by this little boy's side. You can't use your fucking powers, remember? Ragnarok growls as he places Krona down in a chair before walking over to her. Did you fucking forget that? Why does this boy matter anyway? How do you know him? She has to help him. The little girl screams at Ragnarok. She lights up. Ragnarok tenses and looks over at her, his eyes wide. What the? Long story short. This is a little girl I killed back at He Circus. She's been haunting me ever since I promised her I would help her brother. Mako looks at Ragnarok's shocked face. I have to help him, Ragnarok. You can't use your dash. At this point I don't give a fuck. Maka's voice is firm. I'm helping this little boy. If you have a problem you can just leave. I have a problem because I'm trying to fucking protect you. Ragnarok grinds his teeth and takes a step forward. Don't you remember how Medusa warned us about this? You dash. Why do you even care about me? You obviously are still pissed at me for what I did with Kid. You didn't even want me touching you, so why do you give two fucks about what I do now, dash? I still fucking care about you. If I didn't I would have left your ass to die back at the beach, dash. You might as well have. It would have hurt less than seeing this. I hurt Krona. Look at him and I hurt you. I fucking accept it. Ragnarok shakes his head. I already told you. I knew what I was getting into. Yes, it pissed me off to no end. Yes, it hurt, but it fucking over now, dash. Then why are you acting this way? Maka shouts at him. You wouldn't talk to me. You only glared at me. You pushed me away when I tried to hug you. That doesn't sound to me like you accepted it, dash. I accepted your sin, but I haven't accepted mine. Ragnarok's voice gets odd and he looks away from her. I kept you away from me because I was keeping you away from fucking Krona. I was protecting you. Krona has fucking lost it. He hurt you back on the cruise ship. I don't know how he'll be when he wakes up, and I rather you not be close to him. Your sin. Mako looks at him, trying to read that odd expression in his eyes, but she can't. Can you guys talk later? My brother. The little girl yells at her. Her eyes are nothing but panic. I have to try to save him, Ragnarok. Maka takes a deep breath. I have to do this, and I know this will have consequences, but I'm ready to face them. I need to do this. She looks him in the eyes. Something changes in those piercing blue orbs. There's a look of guilt, a look of regret, or anger. He looks at the crying little girl and the dying boy. Maka, I know you feel bad about what you did at the circus. Ragnarok starts off. I know it's sad what's happening to this boy, but you have to think logically right now. Even if it was okay to use your powers, do you really believe you can cure his cancer? This isn't just a cut, this isn't just a wound, it's a disease that no one has found the cure for, a disease that has killed millions of people. I have to at least try, Ragnarok. Maka shouts and puts her hand out to touch this boy. I can't let you do this, Maka. Ragnarok grabs her wrist, stopping her. His eyes are on fire. There's too much at stake. You would think after all the shit we just went through you would want to get the tear and get the hell out of here as fast as possible, but you're trying to make this a lot harder than it has to be, dash. Ragnarok, if I don't do this he'll die. Maka struggles with him, trying to get her arm free. If you do this you'll die. Ragnarok roars. He's not letting up. You don't fucking understand where we are right now. If you do this you'll be fucking endangering us all. Maka. The little girl cries desperately. The monitor is beating slower and slower. Don't you have any more of that yellow stuff? Maka trembles, her eyes shaking, thinking about Medusa's warning and thinking about this little girl. It won't help him. Ragnarok looks away from her. The boy's going to die, Maka. There's nothing we can do, alright? We have to go, dash. Please. If you're worried about Krona you can get him out of here, alright? Take my necklace, dash. I'm not fucking leaving you. I've almost lost you once, I'm not losing you now. Ragnarok grips her tighter. Maka, he's dying. I'm sorry. Maka bows her head, her chest tightening before she looks back up at Ragnarok. But I have to do this. She sends her power out and Ragnarok is sent across the room. You fucking idiot. Ragnarok roars, his eyes are wide with horror. But Maka doesn't waste any time. He's going to be okay. Maka reassures to this little girl as she touches her necklace, that dress coming on. Even though Maka's not sure she can save this boy, she's never healed a illness before and certainly not one as serious as cancer, but she has to try. Looking at this small boy in this bed with the needles and oxygen mask, it reminds her of her mother. And oh, how she would have loved if someone saved her. But that's all over with. Her mother is dead. This boy is still alive. Maka gently takes off the oxygen mask. She wants to see his face. The boy gasps for air. Maka gently puts her fingers into his mouth. He chokes a little, his body thrashing, but she has to do this. The illness is inside, not out. Maka takes a deep breath and closes her eyes, sending her power out through her fingers into his mouth. She thinks about her power going throughout this boy's body, destroying all the bad and leaving the good. She thinks about this boy with color, thinks about this boy breathing normally. Shit, Maka fucking damn it. She hears Ragnarok, his voice is shaky. She doesn't care. Maka uses all she has before she opens her eyes and takes her fingers out of this boy's mouth. His body is lighting up. The little girl watches with wide, hopeful eyes. She's holding her breath, and so is Maka. Ragnarok walks over so he's right beside Maka. He looks at how her eyes shake, and instead of beating the shit out of her for not listening, he puts his arm around her, pulling her into his chest as he watches her magic work through the little boy. Ragnarok. Maka looks over at him in surprise, surprised that he's touching her, giving her comfort. I just want you to know you completely fucked us over. Ragnarok looks over at her before looking back at the little boy. But who the fuck would you be if you didn't? Let's just fucking hope your magic works. You just made this whole mission so much fucking worse. I'll be pissed the fuck off if you did it for nothing. Maka nods, and for some reason just the fact that Ragnarok is holding her makes her feel so much better. She knows he'll still remember what she did. It will still hurt him, but Ragnarok is still here. He still cares about her, and he's holding her. He understands her. He accepts her. Just as she accepts him. Maka clings to Ragnarok as the little boy's light slowly starts to fade back into himself. The light goes out, telling Maka all her magic has been spent in this boy. Everything gets quiet. The little girl trembles, waiting to see her brother better. Ragnarok holds Maka closer, a odd look in his eyes, a knowing look, and it's sad. It didn't work. Try again. The little girl looks over at her with desperation. Keep trying. Look, kid. Ragnarok frowns, looking at this little girl's shaking eyes. She can't save him. Keep trying. The little girl screams at her. Please, please, you promised. And she did. Maka gets out of Ragnarok's arms and kneels next to this boy. She notices he isn't breathing anymore, but this little girl is looking at her with those tears in her eyes. She has to keep trying. Maka summons her power as she puts her fingers in this boy's mouth again. Her power goes out of her fingers and into this boy once again. Maka closes her eyes, thinking about healing him, thinking about him having life. But when she's done and she pulls her fingers out of his mouth, the boy still isn't breathing. He's still lifeless. Keep trying. The little girl trembles. It's over. Ragnarok takes a step closer. He's frowning. He's dead. No. You said you would save him. You promised. The little girl glares at her, those tears falling. I tried. Maka bows her head. Her chest hurts too much. She fails everyone. Why? The little girl bows her head with her. Daniel, I'm sorry, this is all my fault. A single tear falls from her face and falls on this boy. As soon as the tear hits the boy's arm, his whole body lights up. Maka feels power get taken out of her without her doing anything. He lights up so bright that Maka has to shield her eyes from such a sight. When the light dulls down, Maka can't believe what she sees. The little boy is breathing again. The color of his face is back and the monitor is beating like normal. You did it. Ragnarok stares at this boy in disbelief and awe. No. Maka looks at the little girl that is smiling now, gripping onto her brother, crying happy tears. We did it. That's when the little boy groans, getting Maka and Ragnarok to look at him. He opens his eyes. Those blue, tired eyes lock onto hers. They seem out of focus for a moment before they focus. Who are you? A friend. Maka smiles at this boy. How do you feel? The boy's eyes get wide before he sits up frantically, touching over himself. He looks up at her again. Maka and Ragnarok are smiling. Why do I feel this way? I feel normal. That's because you are. Maka's smile grows. But I have cancer. I'm dying. The boy looks down at himself, a odd look to his eyes. Not anymore. You're all healed now. You're going to be okay. How? Huh. Maka blinks as the boy looks up at her, blinks at the rage she sees in those little blue eyes. How am I healed? Did you do this? The little boy glares at her. What, are you a witch? He points at her dress. You healed me, didn't you? I did dash. Why? The boy cuts her off, that rage growing. What? Maka is shocked, she's too confused, even Ragnarok looks at him oddly. I was ready to die. The boy yells at her, his fist griped. The nurses think I'm stupid, they think I don't know. The little boy gets a faraway look to his eyes. They all tried to make excuses as to why my family didn't show up for my birthday. They tried to cheer me up, tried to get my mind off it, but I knew it then just as I know it now. He takes a deep breath. My family would never miss my birthday unless something horrible has happened, and I know I feel it. His eyes get watery. My sister is gone, they're all gone, I don't know how, but I know they're all gone, I'm the only one left. The little boy glares at her again, tears in the corner of his eyes. I was ready to die. I was ready to join my family, but no. You had to heal me. Why did you have to heal me now, huh? When I'm alone, when there's no reason to even be here anymore. Daniel. The little girl trembles at her brother's words, fresh new tears falling down. I want you to live, I wanted you to be healed. Your sister wouldn't want you to just die. Maka takes a deep breath. She wanted you to be healed of your cancer dash. And what do you know about my sister? His voice is bitter. She always wanted my cancer to be cured, and you know what? So did I, but I mostly wanted it to be cured so I could be with her, so I could be there for her like I used to be, so I could be her brother, not some sick patient that only has a certain time to live. My sister is gone now, I don't care about living, I was ready to die, but you ruined that. He grinds his teeth. You should be grateful. Ragnarok snaps. She just saved your life, kid, dash. What life did she save? What kind of life did she save? His voice is quiet. A life without cancer maybe, but you gave me a life of solitude. I don't have a family, I'll be alone, something for everyone to pity. I wanted to die. He screams at her. Brother, no. The little girl clings to him, but for some reason this boy doesn't notice her, he can't see her. Your sister didn't want dash. My sister is dead. His voice cracks. Don't you get it? I have no family. I have nothing. You healed my cancer, but for what? Why couldn't you have come before my sister was dead? Why couldn't you have saved me when I had a family? Because I prayed and I prayed to be healed, but my prayers weren't answered, and now here you come, answering my prayers when it's too late. I don't want to be alone. I don't want dash. Suddenly there's a click behind them. The little boy stops going off to stare at something behind them with fearful eyes. Maka and Ragnarok turn around. Krona is standing up, he isn't passed out any longer, he's holding a gun in his hand and it's pointed at this little boy. Krona's face is blank. Krona, what the hell are you doing? Ragnarok gets up along with Maka. She recognizes the gun right away, it's Kid's gun, the one that was beside her. Krona put the gun down. Maka tries, she doesn't understand why he's pointing it at the boy when he wants to kill her. You don't want to be alone. Krona's voice is motor-toned, his haunted eyes boring into this little boy. No. The little boy stares back at Krona, something seeming to flash through his eyes. You want to be released? You don't want to be here when there isn't anyone to love you, do you? Something flashes through Krona's eyes, a understanding. You want to find your family, you want to be held again, you want love. I don't want to be alone. This boy trembles. And you won't. Krona puts his finger on the trigger. Krona, don't dash, Maka screams and tries to grab him, but it's too late. He pulls the trigger, shooting the little boy right in the forehead. His blood splatters against the bed's backboard, the little boy's eyes roll before he goes limp. His blood gets on Maka's and Ragnarok's face, their expression is nothing but shock but horror. The little girl screams, she screams her little heart out because she just saw her brother get killed, saw his brains get splattered when all she wanted was to save him. You're welcome. Krona blows into the barrel like a cowboy, he's chuckling. See Krona. Maka trembles, looking over at the boy that's still holding the gun. Why did you do that? He wanted to die. Krona gives her a mad smirk. Didn't you hear what he was saying? He didn't want to be alone, death is the only cure to loneliness. Krona taps the gun against his temple. Don't you know this, Maka? Krona, put the fucking gun down. Ragnarok grabs his wrist with the gun, not liking how he keeps putting the gun near his head. Why? Do I make you uncomfortable? Krona chuckles darkly. He keeps a hold of the gun, but Ragnarok has a firm grip on his wrist. I shouldn't. You have nothing to worry about. Let go of the gun, Krona. Ragnarok looks at him firmly. The pink-haired boy looks into his eyes for a moment before his lips twitch up into a smirk. Fine. He lets go of the gun. Ragnarok catching it, he puts it in his back pocket, studying Krona. I heard a gunshot. Maka hears that woman cry and she hears loud footsteps. Shit. We have to get out of here. Maka holds out her hands for both Ragnarok and Krona. I already used my powers, I might as well keep using them. The spiders are going to get you. Krona sings with that odd look in his eyes, but he grabs her hand, so does Ragnarok. He's looking at Krona still. What about my brother? This little girl screams. He's dead. Maka frowns deeply. I'm sorry, we have to go. No dash. The little girl tries to protest, but when Maka activates her powers, they all light up and disappear. They reappear in front of the path that will lead them up into the mountains. Why? The little girl falls to her knees. She can't stop crying. The pain in Maka's chest is too much. Geez, what a crybaby. Krona rolls his eyes. Are you serious right now? Maka turns on this crazy boy. She can't help but to be fuming. You kill her brother dash. I was doing him a favor dash. Favor my ass. Don't you feel at all bad for what you've done? Maka says this when that boy grins at her madly. Nope. He chimes, his pale blue eyes shaking in his madness. Not at all. You're evil. Maka grips her fist. Krona leans in so his lips are mere inches from her own. Oh, you have no room to talk, little one. Ragnarok is quiet. He's holding his head in his hands because he probably doesn't know what to do. Krona has really finally lost it. The little girl keeps crying, her whole being shaking. She's in pain and agony. Poor unfortunate souls in pain and need. Krona starts to sing. And do I help them? His eyes lock on something in front of the little girl and he smirks. Yes, I do. Danielle. Danielle, why are you crying? A soft voice speaks, getting Maka and Ragnarok to look ahead. The little boy is here. He see through his blue eyes bright and he now has blonde hair. There's a small hole in his forehead. He looks down at his little sister with a frown on his face. Daniel. The little girl gasps when she looks up and sees him, her eyes big and watery, her face nothing but shock. Yeah, it's me. He smiles at her gently and wipes away her tears. I found you. There's no reason to cry now. I know I haven't been there for you. I couldn't because of my illness, but now I'll never leave you. You'll never be alone. I didn't want you to die. She sniffles and shakes her head. I didn't want to be without you. He holds out his hand to her. I was going to die someday anyway, so don't cry. I'm happy because I'm here with you. I'm finally happy after such a long time of fighting. I only fought for you, Danielle. I held out for you because I didn't want you to be sad that I left. I was sad when you left me, but now we'll always be together. Daniel. The little girl sobs, but her eyes get bright as she looks at his hand. Gets bright at this boy's words. Take my hand, silly. He chuckles at her. Stop being such a crybaby. I am not. She huffs, but she takes her brother's hand and he helps her up. Then stop crying. He wipes those tears. It's okay now. I'll never leave you. No more sadness. And no more. She grips his hand tightly, those eyes brighter than Maka's ever seen them. This girl looks alive again. No more. He leans his forehead against hers, that soft smile on his lips. Gee, good. The little girl sniffles. I couldn't take much more. Where's Mom and Dad? He frowns slightly when she looks down. He smiles at her. Don't worry, I'm sure they're where we're going. Let's go. He starts to float up, his hand still in hers. Wait. The boy stops and the little girl looks over at the wide-eyed Maka. Thank you, Maka, for everything. You may not have stopped my brother from dying, but you did heal his cancer. Don't thank me, it was all you. Maka can't help the smile on her face. Her chest is aching at this touching scene. You had it in you this whole time. Your tear saved him. It was really me. The little girl looks at her with wide eyes, and when Maka smiles she giggles, her eyes closed in her happiness. I guess I didn't have to become a nurse after all, huh? I got the power. Let's go, everyone is waiting for us. The little boy smiles at her before they both start to float up into the sky. Maka, you won't forget me, will you? The little girl looks down at her sadly. How could I forget you? Maka jokes, but her voice cracks, a little tears welling up in her eyes. No. I won't forget about you, Danielle, I couldn't. Good, because I'll never forget you, I'll never forget how you were there for me. The little girl smiles down at her and her brother are lighting up. Good luck. I know you'll find love, Maka. I know you can do it. She looks at Krona and Ragnarok. Hey, you two. She gives them a stern look. You better take care of her. I know she makes bad choices, I mean look at me. But she tries to make up for them and she feels bad, I've been with her, I know. You. She points at Ragnarok. You need to stop cussing and show more of your feelings, instead of being a douchebag. And you. She points at Krona. You just need to get yourself together and stop being so scary. Ragnarok raises an eyebrow and Krona only smirks. Maka. The little girl is almost faded away with her brother. Her smile is the softest she's ever seen. I forgive you. Maka gasps, those tears falling freely as she watches this little girl walk away in the sky hand in hand with her brother before they both fade away in brilliant light. Bye, Danielle. Maka waves her hand in the air. Enjoy heaven with your brother. And thank you so much. She cries in happiness. For once in her life. She has gotten forgiveness. Something she thought she would never get, she got from the little girl that she killed. Maka's chest hurts so much from all her feelings, she really will miss that little girl. What did I tell you? Krona suddenly leans on her, a goofy smile on his face. Death is the only freedom, it's the only cure for loneliness. I did that boy a favor, I set him free. Maka only keeps crying, even crazy Krona can't ruin this moment. Geez, you're a baby. Ragnarok grumbles, but he puts his arm around her, holding her close to him. Both these boys now have their arms around her. She's going to a better place, to heaven. Ragnarok has a faraway look to his eyes as he looks at the sky. That's why I'm crying. Maka sniffles. She's going there, she's going to be happy, she's with her brother and she's forgiven me for my sins. Maka can't help but to keep sobbing. The sin wasn't yours to begin with. Ragnarok mumbles, looking away from her, but Maka doesn't hear it. She continues to cry with Krona and Ragnarok holding her close. I didn't forgive your sins. Krona smirks against her ear. You're still damned. Maybe so. But that little girl didn't damn her. You did good. Ragnarok pats her back, his lips seem to twitch up a little. Now stop crying. We have a fucking mission to complete. You want to avenge your mother, don't you? Yes. Maka sniffles, wiping the last of her tears. She looks at both of these boys determinedly before she looks up the mountain. Let's do this for my mother, for the little girl. That's the spirit. Ragnarok moves so he's between Krona and Maka because he knows. I wanna be a spirit. Krona giggles madly. Let's go and win us the prize. Maka takes off, running up this path with Krona giggling behind her and Ragnarok jogging beside him. She got forgiveness. Now she needs time. Maybe there's hope for her yet. Why'd he do it? That's the question Kid has been asking himself since he got on this island. He hasn't moved from this spot, he's sinking into the sand, he's been sitting here for so long. Kid breathes heavily, holding his head in his hands. The gentle wind and the soft crashing of the waves in front of him isn't doing anything for the whirlwind of thoughts going on in his head. Why did he do it? Why did he let her live? No, worse, why did he protect her? Why did he save her from the water? It would have been so easy, all he had to do was step back and let nature do its course. She would have been melted down to nothing, she would have died, and he didn't even have to shoot her. But no. That didn't happen. When it was happening, his body moved without him telling it to. All it took was seeing the fear in her eyes. And he put his body in front of hers, protecting her from most of the water. Not only didn't he kill her, but he saved her. Kid shakes his head in his hands, his shoulders slumping. He doesn't know how to feel about Maka. Kid tries so hard to despise her, to hate her. She killed his father, she's killed so many people, she's a witch, that witch he kills and hates. But how can he hate her with the way she looks at him? I miss you, Kid. Her soft voice speaks through his head and he trembles. How can he hate that? He shouldn't believe a word she says. She used him to get information, for Christ's sake. But the way she looked at him, how her eyes held a sadness. He believed her words and he hates himself for it. He couldn't kill her, he can't even hate her. Kid protected her from the water and he couldn't help but remember a time he did the same thing, but that time it was the rain. The day they first, truly started being friends. He couldn't help thinking about it and that made him want to protect her more. Kid held Maka in his arms, he picked her up so she wouldn't fry in the water that got in the boat. Her legs were already messed up but he held on to her. The waves kept coming, pushing their boat, and Kid protected her the whole time, taking as much of the water as he could. He doesn't know how long he did it, but finally the boat crashed here on Abaco Island. He doesn't think it was luck, he believes someone was leading the boat, whether it a witch or God. He's grateful. When he carried Maka to the beach and laid her down in the sand, he felt sick seeing her sicken him. What he did sicken him, he tried to kill her then. He took out his gun, pointed it at her forehead, a one-shot kill, but he couldn't do it. All he could do was stare at her tired expression, stare at the girl that used to be his best friend, the girl that he loves. He kept thinking about her words that said look in his eyes. He ended up dropping the gun. He didn't even have the heart to pick it back up, he didn't have the heart to stay there either. She's the enemy, yet he saved her, yet he loves her. Looking at her sicken him, but even now he knows it's not her that sickens him. It's that he couldn't kill her, he couldn't avenge his father. And maybe what sickened him also was her legs, that she was hurt and he couldn't do anything, he couldn't kill her yet he couldn't help her. So he just walked away, and now here he is some yards away just asking himself why did he do it? He regrets it, but then he doesn't. Kid just feels guilty. He saved her but he just left her to die. He saved her but he shouldn't have even saved her in the first place. He shouldn't feel bad for leaving her. But he does, and he feels bad for not killing her. Oh Father. Kid takes his hands from his head to look up at the sky. I'm sorry, I've been failing you. I've had so many chances to end her but I haven't. I know I'm scum trash. He closes his eyes and thinks of his father, thinks of the goofy man that was always there, that protected him and trained him to the best of his abilities, thinks of the man that always had that smile on his face, even after all he's been through. Kid has to kill her. He forces himself up, not allowing himself to think about it. He walks back to where he knows he left her and the gun. He has to end her. For his father, don't think about anything else. Forget she was your best friend. Forget that you love her just for a couple of minutes. That's all it will take. Just forget. Because love can be forgotten, if not for a little while, but it can be forgotten. Kid's breath catches when his eyes fall on where he left her. She's gone and so is the gun. His eyes take in the new boat next to his crashed one, and when he looks over he sees 2 sets of footprints. She got help, she's okay. Damn it, why does he feel relief? Kid sits back down where Maka was, his arms on his knees. His suit is now crusty from being soaked with salt water and then being dried in the hot Sunday. He smells like seaweed and he really wants to take a shower. He knows there's bigger things to worry about right now, but he can't help his eye twitching when he feels the water in his pants. Disgusting. He needs a shower. He needs to comb his hair because he knows it's messed up right now, probably in a asymmetrical fashion. No. The thought makes him quickly start trying to fix his hair with his fingers, his face falling to horror at the thought. Yes, he has problems. Curse his OCD. Now is not the time to have a symmetry fit. Okay kid, deep breaths, think of butterflies and the number 8, don't think about your hair or your smelly suit. Deep breaths. Kid takes a deep breath and his face goes blank, avoiding his fit. Now back to the real problem at hand. What is he to do with Maka? It should be obvious that he has to kill her, that she's the enemy, she's a witch and that is that, but could they go back? Kid shakes his head, punching the sand with his fist. No. Don't even think about that being a possibly. It can't go back. No. She killed his father, she killed people. But she saved all those people on the ship. Kid grips his head, too many emotions swirling around in his head. Why is this so hard? He's a witch hunter, she's a witch, it's obvious. But then it isn't, because she does things and says things that a witch wouldn't. A witch only does things to benefit herself, but saving those people didn't benefit Maka. It ended up giving away her identity and it took her power. So why did she do it? And then when Ragnarok was choking him out, he had glanced at her and she had fear in her eyes. She looked scared for him. Could we go back, kid? No. He trembles, but his chest hurts and he can't deny the way his stomach did a flip. Can I at least die as your friend? Her soft voice comes to his head again, and that sad look in her eyes. Kid feels his eyes water. Why does she have to make this so hard? Why is she like this? Why does her words sound so sincere? Could they go back? No. No, they can't. How can he even be considering it? This is probably another one of her tricks. Let's be honest here, she used him to get information. She took away his innocence for information. Why wouldn't she say she wants to be friends again so he won't kill her? But when he thinks of that sadness in her eyes, he can't even hate her for what she's done to him. Kid blushes slightly thinking about it. He had lost himself with Ariel because, well, his life has been hell since Maka killed his father. He's been dealing with the guilt of loving her, and the guilt of not being there for his father. He's had to lead all the witch hunters only for a large amount of them to die under his watch. The other witch hunters don't want to listen to him. They have lost respect for him. They only would listen to his father. His father is dead and Kid can't be the man his father was, that the witch hunters need or want. Things have been stressful for him, so when Ariel came along and when she accepted his sins, when she didn't judge him and wanted to feel love, he lost his composure. Having sex with someone when just meeting them is not something he would do, but he did because he lost it all. The stress got to him and he wanted bliss. He wanted Ariel, because he wanted bliss. He wanted to not think for once. When he was making love to Ariel, when he was engulfed in pleasure, all he could think about was Maka, and he let the thoughts flow. He is a gentleman, but he's also a man and he has needs. He's tried not to, but back when they were friends once in a great moon a dirty thought would come in about her. He tried to dismiss it quickly, but sometimes he couldn't. He would have never dreamed that he would make love to Maka, and he did. Kid thought he was having intercourse with a random girl, but in reality it was her, his love, and he didn't even know she said his name. And he blushes fiercely and shakes his head, getting the thought out of his head. Because she did it all only to get information out of him, and he fell right for her trap. Maka is a deadly trap. It's ironic really, Maka acted too much like herself as Ariel. He should have saw it and he did, but he thought it was just him seeing Maka as someone else again. It's like a obsession, but he gets obsessed with things he loves like symmetry. He loves symmetry, and look how crazy he is about it. Show me what love is. Why does she want love? Doesn't she know she can't have it? But I want to. He grips his head. It can't go back. He can't be her friend. He can't. No. He can't. Kid. A voice calls his name and he can't help to whip his head up. Patty. Kid blinks at first when he sees a boat in the distance. He sees Patty waving at him, a smile on her face. She's not rowing the boat. Yup, it's me. She giggles and looks back at her sister that is rowing the boat, a irritated look on her face. Kid, you asshole. You had us all worried for nothing. Liz yells as she rows the boat towards the island. Liz. Kid's eyes get wide, his heart lifting. He runs all the way till the water is crashing by his feet, waiting for the two to get here. You're okay. You're both alive. Kid feels his eyes water at seeing these two girls. The girls he considers family. You'll never guess how. Liz rows the boat till the boat is stuck in the sand. Patty jumps out right away and she runs, tackling Kid into a hug. I thought we lost you. I didn't see you get off the ship. I thought you went down with it. Patty's voice isn't its usual cheerful self, it's serious. He's seen her like this a couple of times. Some might think of Patty as a dumb blonde, childish even. But she's a lot more complex than that. Did Maka get away? Liz gets out of the boat while Kid hugs Patty back, a relief in his heart at knowing she's okay, that they're both okay. Yes. Kid sighs deeply. Patty only tightens her grip on him. You couldn't kill her, could you? Liz gives him a look, a frown on her face. No. Kid bows his head. And instead of Liz getting upset, she tackles Kid into a hug, both these girls holding him close. It's okay, Kid. Liz shakes her head. I don't know how to feel about her either. What do you mean? Kid blinks. Liz has always hated Maka, hated her for hurting him, so this is a shock. Well. She glances over at Patty, who has a faraway look in her eyes. She saved us, Kid. Patty pulls away to look Kid in his eyes that have widened. What do you mean? He looks between them. She's the reason we got off the boat, apparently. Liz looks over at her sister. She's the reason I'm still alive. What are you talking about? Kid frowns deeply. Maka healed Liz. Patty grips her fist. Something in those bright blue eyes. She saved her. That's impossible. Kid speaks bluntly. I know it sounds crazy, but she really did heal her. No, I mean that's really impossible. Kid blinks. A witch can't heal a human, they can only heal other witches, or a human with witch's blood, and I'm positive you have no witch's blood in you, Liz. But she did, kid. Patty looks confused. She touched Liz and then she was healed. I saw it with my own eyes, felt her power come out and everything. Maka healed Liz. But Kid's eyes get wide with realization. He puts a hand to his mouth in shock. No. No, it can't be. What? Liz lets go of him to raise her eyebrow at how his eyes shake. He starts to pace back and forth. No. No, it can't be real. He shakes his head before looking at Patty. Are you 100% sure she healed Liz? If she didn't, I wouldn't be here. Liz steps in. I was sure I was dead. Oh my God. Kid stops pacing, his face going pale. Kid, what's wrong with you? Liz frowns. I know her healing me is shocking, but no. Don't you get it? A witch can't heal a human. Unless. His breathing is becoming uneven. Unless what, kid? Stop leaving us hanging. Patty looks at him, her eyes wide. Kid looks at them seriously, his face falling. Maka's the . Oh, what's that? Patty cuts him off, looking behind him with wide eyes. It's pretty. Patty, I was just trying to explain . Kid's eye twitches slightly from being interrupted. Kid, you should seriously look at this. Liz looks behind him with wide eyes. Kid sighs but turns around. He can't help to gasp at what he sees. There's a pillar of light, coming from the mountains a little far off from here. It makes a shape of a tear. The angel's tear. Kid shouts, realization making him take off running towards this pillar of light. We have to stop her. She can't get the tear. She'll die. Well, wait up, kid. Liz shouts after him, but her and her sister are running with him. Does this mean we're on her side now? I don't know. Kid can't look at her. But I can't let her get the tear. Maka is being used. So we are on Maka's side. Patty cheers. Well, again, I didn't see this coming. We were just trying to kill her a second ago. Patty looks down. But things have changed, haven't they? She saved all those people on the ship. Liz gets a thoughtful expression. And she saved me? Would you still stay with me if I told you I've thought about befriending her again? Kid's voice is soft. Kid, I've known you've been thinking about her since you two stopped being friends. Liz sighs. I stick by you. Your father gave me and my sister a place to stay. He took us from the streets, trained us and gave us food. I'm forever in debt to you. The other witch hunters won't stand for it, but we stand by you. Yeah, and Maka doesn't seem that bad. Patty chimes in. Let's all be her friend. I liked her as Ariel up until we found out she used you. But even now that I know what she is, I can't blame her. Kid takes a deep breath. Medusa is pulling the strings. How do you know? Liz raises an eyebrow. Because that tear can't help Maka, no. It will kill her. Kid takes deep breaths. Now that I know what she is, this is a lot more serious. We must destroy the tear. And what exactly is she, kid? Liz raises an eyebrow. She's just a witch, right? Yes and no. What? Patty gives him a confused look. Maka is a legend. Kid has a faraway look to his eyes. I'm sure you have heard about it. It's a famous story. She is the witch that is the one and only. There will never be one like her again. She is the witch that can heal humans and witches alike. She is the witch of the thing everyone wants. She is the witch that ancient witch hunters prophesied about, even though they were considered crazy for their ideas. No. No way. Liz's eyes get wide. She's. Yes. Kid takes a deep breath. I never thought it could be real, and Maka for that matter. That means she's in trouble. Patty has a serious tone. Yes, Medusa must know. Kid gulps, his fist, a rage overcoming him. She's sending Maka to collect her own death. What are we doing? Run faster, slowpokes. Patty runs faster, passing the two, but Kid and Liz pick up the pace. What about your father? Liz looks over at Kid. He tenses. I don't know, I have mixed feelings about this, Liz. Something doesn't feel right, and she told me she didn't kill him, and now that I think about it. He takes a deep breath. Maka couldn't have taken his heart because she can't hold a soul captive. Medusa. Liz's eyes get wide and Kid nods gravely. I've been a fool. thinking it was Maka this whole time, trying to force myself to kill her, but I had a nagging feeling in the back of my mind the whole time something didn't seem right, and now I know why. Kid takes a deep breath. Maka is still a witch, but she's different. She doesn't deserve to die. She didn't kill my father, and that alone releases me from all my guilt. I only feel guilty now that I blamed her for it. And at the circus, Liz takes a deep breath. I didn't say anything before because I didn't want to give you any reason to forgive her, but when she was chanting that spell, you felt it, didn't you? When she cast that spell that destroyed everything, didn't you feel a different power? It was all Medusa, wasn't it? Kid growls. All this time I blamed Maka, but she has been Medusa's puppet this whole time. I should have known. The witch dies. Patty roars. We have to warn Maka. Kid takes a deep breath, a huge weight being lifted from his shoulders. Because Maka isn't evil, she makes bad decisions, but she isn't evil. She didn't kill all those innocent people. She didn't kill her father. It was Medusa, and he will have her head on a silver platter. Krona and Ragnarok aren't really for Maka. They're trying to kill her. Kid's eyes burn with a fire of hate. He will be there for Maka. He won't let her fall. Because he protects his friends. He will protect Maka. The tables have turned. She has opened his eyes. Maka is the girl he knew. He didn't lose her. She's a witch, but she hasn't lost herself. She didn't kill his father. She didn't mean to kill all those people at the circus. Maka doesn't know it, but she just got her best friend back. He did tell her love can only be forgotten. But now it's here, and it's here to stay because there's no reason to kill her now. He's never wanted to kill her. Now he can save her without feeling guilty. Kid is her best friend again. And he isn't going anywhere. Maka, for the love of God, please still be there when we get there. Kid takes a deep breath. Because if he doesn't stop her, Maka will be gone. That tear is her death. As her friend, he can't let her die. Hold on, Maka. Kid looks up at the mountain. I'm coming. Your best friend is coming. Chapter 57. A wind blows in the mountains. It's a quiet wind, but it holds a intenseness as Maka, Ragnarok, and Krona finally come to a stop in front of a dark cave. They ran most of the way, pumped for finally getting this thing and ending this mission. Is this it? Ragnarok looks over at her. The boy seems tense, something in his eyes she can't place. Maka touches her necklace. A arrow comes out of it and points towards this cave. This is it. Maka grips her fist, staring into it with a determination. This is it. She's going to get this tear. It's going to buy her more time, and then she's going to fucking kill her Anch. This is it. This is it. Krona throws his head back in laughter as he twirls on his heel, Ragnarok watching him carefully. It will all be over soon. Damn straight. Maka's eyes burn with a fire, a wind blowing harder against her. The wind makes a sound against the cave, sounding like a howl, like the cave is howling. Ragnarok grips his fist, glaring darkly at the cave. He takes a deep breath. This is fucking it. Onward. Into the dark and cold cavey. Krona drags these words out, giving Maka a goofy smile. Geez Maka, it's awfully dark in there, isn't it? Maka ignores him, but he right. The cave is pitch black. They will be in complete darkness as they walk through it, and crazy Krona is going to be right by her side. She swallows hard. Do we have some sort of light source? We don't know what could be in there. Maka knows exactly what might be in there. Krona with that fucking creepy smile. He could kill her without her being able to do anything in the dark. I got it. Ragnarok takes off his backpack. He digs through it before handing her a candle. Really? Maka frowns slightly as he lights the small wick. This is fucking nothing. Maybe there's some kind of spell I could dash. No spell, like you said. We don't know what the fuck could be in there. You'll need to have your powers, and you used a lot with healing that boy, so don't complain about the candles. It's all we fucking have. Ragnarok doesn't look at her as he takes out 2 more candles. He glances at Krona's med smile. Krona, you seriously can't be fucking around now. We have to be in and out. You can't be messing this mission up. Why would I mess it up? His smile grows. No. I won't do anything to ruin this mission, Ragnarok. I'll be a good boy. You try to hurt Maka, or fuck this up, I swear to God I'll beat the fucking crazy out of you. Ragnarok snarls as he hands Krona a candle and lights it. My heavens, dot. Krona puts a hand to his chest as if that hurt him, but that med smile is still there. I'll keep the arrow up. Maka touches her necklace, her thinking of the arrow staying, and it does, just pointing forward. She looks over at Ragnarok, seeing him light his candle before putting the lighter back into the bag and putting it on his shoulders. Let's fuck this bitch. Krona suddenly roars and takes off running into the cave. Damn it Krona, hold up. Ragnarok runs in after him. Maka takes a deep breath before she runs in after them, runs into this cave with nothing but this small fire to light her path. As soon as she stepped foot into the cave, the darkness surrounded her, feeling like it's suffocating her. The candle is held close to her chest, only illuminating a few feet ahead of her. She can't see where she's going, and she doesn't see Ragnarok or Krona. Guys. Maka trembles slightly at the cold. It's freezing in here and so quiet, the only thing she can hear is the echo of her own footsteps and the sound of something dripping far away. They just ran in here, didn't they? Shouldn't she still hear them? But she doesn't hear anything, no, it's too silent. That's when she hears something behind her. Maka quickly turns around, her eyes wide with fear. That fire held out, she can't help but to expect Krona with those haunted eyes and crazy smile. But nothing is behind her, or at least that she can see. Maka's breathing is becoming uneven. Ragnarok. Krona. Where are you? She shouts, her voice echoes. Maka waits for a response. She doesn't get one. The darkness is closing in on her, a panic settling in her chest. That's when she hears his laughter, Aros's laughter. Ragnarok. Krona. Maka starts screaming their names, running deeper into the cave away from the demon's laughter. Her heart is pounding too fast, she ends up tripping over a rock. Instead of falling, she's caught by something. Careful now. Azura leans in, her being able to see him in the glow of her candle light. His red eyes are bright with dark glee. You don't want to trip, you could get hurt. He chuckles. Get the fuck off me. Maka screams and struggles with him. Ragnarok. Krona. You're calling on the help of the boys that are going to kill you. Azura smirks at her. Krona's madness speaks to me, tells me all I need to know. You're in trouble, my dear. You're what's going to kill me. You're the one that wants my soul. Maka grinds her teeth, but this demon won't let her go, and no one has come to her rescue. And it will all be over soon. Azura opens his mouth, her mother's screams coming from inside this monster, causing Maka to stop struggling, her eyes getting big and watery. You'll be with your mom soon enough, dash. Let her go. Maka screams at him, tears forming in the corner of her eyes. Never. He chuckles darkly as he lets her go. He turns and runs into the darkness. Come back here, you fucker. Maka runs after him, her eyes burning with a fire of hate, but with her taking off so suddenly, the breeze it causes takes out the fire on the candle. Her only light, the anger she feels, keeps her from breaking down as she throws the candle to the side and runs as fast as she can, following this demon's mad laughter. The darkness is getting closer, it's causing her to sweat, and soon she can't run anymore. She's out of breath, and this thing is still laughing at her. Then suddenly it gets quiet. Azura stops laughing. There's no dripping sound, the only thing breaking the quiet is her heavy breathing. The fear is quick to settle, and she's alone in the dark. She can't see, she doesn't know where she is, or where Krona and Ragnarok are. Die black. Odd chanting sounds around her, her heart being gripped in panic. The chant is far off. Maka takes off running away from it, but the chant keeps getting closer and closer, and she can't see where she's going. Maka trips over a rock, this time falling. The chanting stops. Maka takes deep breaths, trying to get her mind intact, but it's impossible while she's in the darkness. She's alone. Where are Krona and Ragnarok? Why did they leave her? She hears a cracking sound. Maka whips around to stare into the darkness, but she can't see anything there. Die in black. A voice coos right beside her ear, getting her to scream, falling back to the floor. Whoa. Chill, girl. Maka blinks as she looks at Krona. The boy is in front of her when he wasn't a second ago, with his candle illuminating those haunting eyes, a smirk on his face. It's only darkness, the dark can't hurt you. Krona takes a step closer. It's only what's lurking in it that can. You finally stopped fucking running. Ragnarok walks up to them. What the hell, Krona? You two were taking forever. Krona glosses over at Maka's face that is still fallen in confusion. He smirks. What happened? Maka blinks down at the candle she's holding. She still has it. She didn't lose it. Was all that running really a illusion? Maka looks behind her and she can still see the cave's opening from here. It's a ways off, but she can still see it. Maka is losing it. Nothing is making sense. You stay by us, I don't care if we're as slow as fucking turtles, you still stay by us. Ragnarok looks at Krona firmly, his eyes on fire. He's pissed he ran into the cave like that. This boy seems tense. Fine, I got it, father. Krona sneers. Do you want to hold my hand too? Ragnarok slaps Krona upside the head before walking past him. Come on. Let's go. Oh, did you really have to hit me? Krona gets tears in his eyes, but he follows after Ragnarok slowly, Maka doing the same. They stay huddled close together so their lights combine, making it easier to see where they're going. What is the arrow pointing at? Ragnarok doesn't look at her as he keeps leading them through the darkness. Straight. Maka glances down at her necklace before nodding. Things get quiet between the three as they walk deeper and deeper into this cave. The deeper they get, the darker it gets and the colder. Maka is shivering, but Krona and Ragnarok seem to be fine. Maka takes deep breaths, listening to the sounds their shoes make against the stone flooring. She's also listening for something else, but she doesn't know what. Maka huddles closer to Ragnarok like hell. She's going to huddle closer to Krona. Maka takes comfort in Ragnarok and the candle he's holding. The quiet is too unsettling though. In this cave it's too dark for her to enjoy the silence. Also, she can't shake this feeling she has like something isn't right. She looks over at Ragnarok to see if he feels it too, but this boy is just glaring forward, a shadow cast over his face. He looks pissed off right now, so she decides not to ask about it. They continue to walk in silence until the itsy bitsy spider climbed up the water spout. Down came the rain and washed the spider out. Krona starts to sing this lullaby, but he sings it so slow and oddly that in this darkness it's scaring the hell out of her. It's like in those scary movies when the little kids sing a nursery rhyme, and you're like, fuck this shit. I'm getting the hell out of here. Ragnarok doesn't say anything, but she can tell he doesn't like the silence being broken. Out came the sun and dried up all the rain, and the itsy bitsy spider climbed up the spout again. Maka sighs in relief when the song is finished. Krona takes a deep breath. The itsy bitsy spider climbed up the water spout. Down came the rain and washed the spider out. Krona starts to sing this again, his voice getting softer and creepier. She feels the madness in the air and she really can't deal with this now. Out came the sun and dried up all the rain, and the itsy bitsy spider climbed up the spout again. Maka takes a deep breath as silence falls over them again. Just a minute ago she was complaining about the silence, but hell, now she just wants it to be quiet. The itsy bitsy spider climbed up the dash. Krona, shut the fuck up. Ragnarok stops, turning around with a glare on his face. Stop singing that creepy shit. You're fucking breaking my concentration. I thought we could use some music to jam to. Krona pouts. OPOO, you're no fun, Ragnarok. What the fuck ever. Ragnarok snaps before he turns back around and starts walking again. Do we keep going straight, Maka? Yup. Maka sighs in relief that Ragnarok got him to stop. Krona's singing would have driven her mad. You already are. That other girl chuckles darkly. Hey Maka. She blinks at her name being said so softly before she looks over at Krona. He's staring off ahead with an odd expression in his eyes. Remember when you would tell me scary stories? You would always scare me good. He blinks this odd expression away before he grins at her. I want to tell you a scary story now. It's called Trapped. This boy walks closer to her, and though she tensed, she doesn't back away. Once. Krona starts his voice a whisper, the candle being held under his face, making his eyes appear all the more haunted. There was this girl that woke up in a cage. She didn't remember how she got there, or who had locked her in it, but she was sure it was her brother because he hated her. The girl called out for her brother to show himself. The brother came into the room, but also her mother, her friend, her lover, and her father came in. Let me out, the girl screamed at her brother. You locked me in here because you hate me. Let me out of this cage. The father replied, I can't let you out even if I wanted to. The real person you should be talking to is Mom. So it went on like this, the girl questioning her family and friends, yet they would always point the finger at someone else. She went through them all before she screamed, who the fuck put me in this cage? Krona lends in his voice is so odd. Everyone got quiet, surprised that she would talk this way. The girl looked at them all expectantly, only for all of them to raise their hands. We all locked you into the cage, they reply. We all had different parts in it. Your father knocked you over the head, making you unconscious. Your mother drugged you so you would stay out long enough. Your father carried you down to the basement. Your friend got the cage ready and your lover put you in and locked the door. The girl stared at them shocked. Why would you do this? She asked, but they didn't reply. Let me out of here, she shouts in her anger. The father shakes his head. I'm afraid not, sweetie. I'm tired of you not being grateful. The mother takes a step forward. I'm tired of the messes you always leave for me to clean up. The brother steps forward. I'm tired of you being a bitch all the time to me. The friend steps forward. I'm tired of you lying to me. The lover steps forward. I'm tired of you betraying me. Krona leads in, his lips mere inches from her own. So what are you going to do? Just leave me here to die? The girl screamed. Yes, they reply before they walk out of the room, shutting the door behind them, leaving the girl in darkness to die. They never came back and she died a slow, lonely death. Krona gives her a goofy smile. The end. That wasn't really scary, it was just weird. Maka frowns slightly at how Krona's smile grows. It should have scared you. Krona chuckles darkly. It is your story after all, everyone has a part in your downfall, little one. What are you? Maka starts only to stop when she took a step. Hearing a crunch under her foot, she stepped into something sticky, but before she can shine her candle down to see what she stepped in. Maka, which way? Ragnarok's gruff voice causes her to jump a little. It just says straight. Maka looks at her necklace. Then we're here. Ragnarok takes a deep breath, looking straight ahead with a expression she can't read, but if it wasn't so dark, Maka would be able to see the guilt, the uncertainty. Seriously. Maka blinks as she follows his gaze, and she can't help her eyes widening a little bit. There, a couple feet away from them, looks to be a rock, but there's light on it, the only light in this whole cave. She doesn't know where it's coming from, but at this moment she doesn't care. Maka sees the tear. It's on the rock, glistening in this light. From here it looks aquamarine in color, it's so shiny, so pretty. Captivated by such a sight, Maka walks forward, not noticing how Ragnarok and Krona stay behind. Maka walks slowly towards this thing, her green orbs wide and bright as they lock onto this gem. The closer she gets, the more beautiful it is. It's like a diamond, shaped as a tear. It's calling to her. She feels a sadness settle in her heart. She feels like crying herself. The closer she gets, the more she feels a familiarness. It's taking her breath away. This is the angel's tear. The tear shed for the lost of immortality, the tear shed for the curse of the human race. Careful. That voice hisses. Something isn't right. But Maka isn't listening. It's like this gem has her hypnotized. She just keeps walking closer towards it. Her heartbeat is picking up speed. Maka stops right in front of it. The light seems to be coming from the tear itself. It's glowing, it's gorgeous. This blue crystal is calling for her, something tugging in her heart as she reaches out slowly, wanting to touch it, wanting to have it. This will give her time. This will give her what she needs to save her mother. Wait a minute. Maka stops her hand right before it touches the tear. Something doesn't feel right. What do you mean? Ragnarok takes a step forward. He lets out the breath he was holding from watching her about to touch the tear. He's so tense, but Maka doesn't see it. Well, don't you think this was a little too easy? Maka looks back at Ragnarok, but he has a black look on his face. I mean, nothing is this easy for us. We kind of just walked in and here's the tear, just sitting here waiting for us. Shouldn't there be booby traps? Booby traps? Ragnarok raises an eyebrow. Yeah, I mean, this is a treasure, right? Don't these things have something guarding them usually? Like in Indiana Jones. You watch too many fucking movies. Ragnarok grunts. Movies aren't like real life. I beg to differ. Maka scoffs before she turns back around on the tear, staring at it with wide eyes. It's too easy. Is this really something to fucking complain about? Get the fucking tear and then we can finally go back home. Ragnarok's right, it's time to get out of here. They have been through a lot. Maka's probably just being paranoid right now. Why should it matter that this was easy? She should be happy for that fact, so why does she feel so empty? Maka takes a deep breath. You're right, Ragnarok. Maka mumbles before she reaches out her hand to the tear. Let's go home. Maka's fingertips touch the gem. The tear suddenly lights up really bright, Maka having to shield her eyes for a moment before she can open them again. There's a pillar of light shooting up from this thing. The light from it is so bright it's lighting all of the cave. There's no more darkness. Now Maka can see the horror they have really been walking into. There's spider webs everywhere. Nowhere can she look without seeing one. They're large too, bigger than her. These aren't no itsy bitsy spiders. Fucking shit. Ragnarok looks around at these webs, close to a panic in his eyes. There's no signs of spiders, just the webs. Maka, get the tear and let's get the fuck out of here. You don't have to tell me twice. Maka grabs the tear off of the rock, and to her fear a section of the rock goes in the part that was holding the tear. Maka hears a loud bump from above her, but she turns around and runs to Ragnarok. Her eyes widen in realization. Wait a minute, where's Krona? Shit, he was just here a minute ago. Ragnarok looks around with her, his piercing blue eyes wide. Krona, stop fucking around. We have to go, dash. I'm right here, guys. They hear Krona's voice, but when they look around they don't see him. Where? Maka raises an eyebrow, looking around frantically for him. She has a really bad feeling about this. Up here. Krona giggles as Ragnarok and Maka look up. He giggles madly at the look on their faces of complete horror. Krona, what the fuck are you doing there? Ragnarok looks at Krona with panic in his eyes, taking in the large spider web that the pink-haired boy is stuck on, his arms spread out and his lips spread in that mad smile of his. He doesn't look afraid at all, considering he's in a fucking huge-ass spider web. Just chilling. Krona says in a cool tone. Hey Maka, you should join me up here. He gives her a goofy smile. It's sticky good fun. We'll be stuck up here together. Forever. He throws his head back in laughter. Just hold on, Krona. Maka takes a step closer, her fingers twitching, causing her to drop the candle. They don't need it anymore anyway. I'm going to get you down, okay dash. I don't wanna come down. Krona whines like a child. Besides, I made a new friend. Krona, what the fuck are you talking about? Ragnarok snarls. He keeps looking behind him, and Maka, he almost seems paranoid. Oh, here's my friend now. Krona giggles as he looks up, Maka following his gaze only to bite back a scream. A motherfucking huge-ass spider is above Krona on this web, its 8 large eyes staring at this boy's goofy smile. Its fangs are dripping some sort of liquid. It's the size of a fucking car, black as night. Its long legs are hairy. This thing is so fucking gross. You got to be fucking kidding me. Ragnarok's face falls, his eyes lighting in realization. Hello friend. Krona chimes as the spider slowly crawls towards him, that liquid dripping from his fangs. You look lovely today. What have you done to your hair? Because it looks simply fabulous. I want to sing you a song. Krona takes a deep breath. Do you like pancakes? Yes, we like pancakes. Do you like pancakes? Yes, I like fucking pancakes. Krona roars the last part. Krona. Maka's eyes get wide when the spider pulls back, about to sink its fangs into this small boy. Oh no, you don't. Slice and dice. Maka screams this, not having time to change her clothes as her power comes out in that green light, shooting right at the spider, cutting it in half. The green goo falls on Krona, who licks it off his lips. You killed my friend. Krona screams at her, thrashing against the spider web madly, those haunted eyes wide. You kill everyone, don't you? You killed him. You killed him. Get Krona out of there fast. Ragnarok looks around the room at all the spider webs in this cave. I have a fucking feeling that wasn't the only one. We need to get out of here. Now. Got it. Maka takes a deep breath. She holds the tear with one arm against her side and points at the web with her other hand. Let go. At her words her power comes out and Krona falls from the web, landing perfectly on his feet despite his thrashing about. Ha. I'm not alone. Krona suddenly starts laughing when he glanced behind Maka. I have more friends. What are you dash? Maka, fucking look out. Ragnarok tackles her. She holds the tear close to her chest to protect it as the both of them fall to the ground, Ragnarok on top of her protectively as he glares at their new opponent. Maka turns her head to lock eyes with the 8 eyes of this spider. It's where she was standing now, that liquid dripping from its fangs. Friend. Krona coos as he jumps on the spider's back. Get along, little doggy. Hee-yaw. Krona grips onto the spider's skin. Actually, he forces his hands into the spider and grips its insides. The spider makes a odd sound as it starts moving frantically, trying to get this crazy boy off of it. Krona only giggles, holding onto it with one hand. The other is in the air, moving around in a circle like this is a bull and not a fucking huge-ass spider. Maka and Ragnarok can only watch this with their mouths wide open. I'm bored with you now. Krona's voice completely changes as he digs his hand deeper into this spider. Die. At his word the spider makes a squeaking sound, before it explodes black blood along with goo flying everywhere, covering the walls, the floor, and Maka and Ragnarok. Krona. Ragnarok looks at him with wide eyes studying the boy that lips are twitching, his fingers taping against his thighs quickly, his body twisting. Ragnarok looks at the guts of the spider, looks at the black substance that seems to be leaking from this boy, though where it's leaking from he couldn't tell you. How in the hell did you do that? Magic. Krona spreads his arms before looking over at Maka, a smirk on his lips. Remember. I'm a magician, little one. Maka puts a hand to her heart as something flashes through her mind back at the asylum, her and Krona tricking Gurko into thinking Krona is magician. She sees Krona go along with her, and when she isn't looking he smiles at her. It's so soft, that look of love shining through as he giggles with her. She can't get that soft smile out of her head. Quote the Raven, nevermore. Krona breaks her through that mad smile on his face. What's wrong? Don't you like my smile? That too large smile gets even larger. No, she doesn't. Krona. Maka feels tears well up in her eyes thinking about those times back at the asylum. What happened to the boy with the quiet smile? The boy that held her? The boy that protected her from her fears? The boy that kept her going? She killed him. Maka, what's wrong? Krona's face completely changes and he grips his one arm with the other. He looks at her in concern. Why do you look so sad? See, come here. Krona spreads his arms out to her, a soft smile on his face, a blush tinting his cheeks. Let me hold you. Maka feels a hope in her heart at seeing that soft smile, at seeing his arms held out to her. She goes to throw herself into this boy's arms to hold him, to tell him that she's so sorry. She wants to touch him, feel that soft smile with her fingertips, kiss those red cheeks and make them redder. Oh God, she just wants him, to hold him, to have him. Ragnarok grabs her, his grip on her arm is tight, causing her to jerk to a stop. What are you? Maka looks behind her only for Ragnarok to point at Krona. She follows his finger and her heart drops, it shatters. Krona still has that soft smile, his arms are still out, but what she didn't notice was there's a spike coming out of his stomach. It would have impaled her. He was trying to kill her. And no hug. Well, that's okay. Krona's lips rip into that mad smile as the spike goes back into his body. You're going to die soon anyway, isn't that right, Ragnarok? She's not going to fucking die, Krona. Ragnarok gives him a dark look. Once she drinks this angel's tear we'll have fucking more time, and then we can fucking kill Arachne. Then this will all be fucking over. He's yelling now. You know it's no use. Krona sighs. You know as well as I do. I don't care if I fucking die. Maka cuts into the conversation, her eyes on fire as they both look at her. As long as I fucking kill Arachne, that's all I want, and this tear is going to give me the time I need to do it. Krona cracks up. Ragnarok grips his fist. That's when there's another loud boom. Look. Krona giggles as he looks up as he watches all the large spiders pile into this cave, coming from the ceiling, coming from any crack. There's so many of them, there has to be 100. Maka can't see the ceiling anymore, it's completely black. Whoa, I have like so many friends. Krona grins at Maka, how is trembling. You jelly bro. We're getting the fuck out of here. Maka moves so her shoulders are touching both Krona and Ragnarok before she reaches for her necklace. It's time to fucking leave. Something shoots out and gets on her necklace. Maka blinks at the white stuff before it pulls. It rips off her necklace. No. Maka screams as the necklace is pulled away. A spider shot web at her, and now it has her necklace, the one her mother gave her. They're way out of here. The necklace. Maka starts to run after it, but Ragnarok beats her to it, taking out that gun and shooting at it because he knows how serious this is. That's when another web shoots out. This time it grabs the tear and rips it out of her hands. No. Maka takes off running after this web before she does a leap and grabs onto the tear. This is hers, this is what will give her time, she can't lose it. The web ends up dragging he with it, her legs get scraped up. Release. Maka shouts and the web lets go of her and the tear, Maka falling on her face, holding the tear protectively in her arms so it doesn't break. She gets herself up only for 7 spiders to fall from the ceiling surrounding her. All those eyes are staring at her, their fangs dripping. Maka holds the tear closer to her because this is her treasure. THS is how she will avenge her mother. She glares at these things, a hate in her heart at seeing these fucking spiders, because she knows it's Arachne. Arachne is trying to take the tear from her, trying to kill her. Maka isn't going down without a fight. She reaches for her necklace to change her clothes. But she doesn't have her necklace. Her eyes get wide in horror before all these things jump at her. Maka grips the tear close. Protect. Green light surrounds her, and when the spiders try to sink her fangs into her they buzz off, but Maka is already out of breath. Without that dress, spells are a lot harder. Slice and dice. She shouts, and she cuts one of these spiders in half, but there's still 6 and they're right on her. One shoots its web at her, it gets the tear, but Maka doesn't let go of it, grinding her teeth as this thing pulls it closer. The other spiders lift up, about to sink those large fangs it know her, about to have her for lunch. Suddenly there's crunching sounds behind her. The spider that is pulling her with the web stops blinking at the sight that Maka has just laid her eyes on. All the other spiders that were about to bite here are impaled with black spikes that are coming from the ground. Maka notices that all these spiders were in that black liquid, and now it's spiked up, piercing them. Their green goo is dripping out, all those eyes staring at her with a dullness. Oh no, you don't. Krona giggles as he leans down and gets some black blood from the ground on his fingers. She's mine. He throws the black blood, it hardening into something sharp. It cuts the web that's holding Maka, and she falls back with the tear in her arms. The spider takes a step back in alarm, right into some black liquid. It spikes up, ending the last spider, going right through its chest. Krona. Maka looks at him with wide eyes, some green goo on her cheek as she stares at this boy with the mad smile on his lips. He was the last person she would think that would come to her rescue. Do I get a thank you? He smirks at her and takes a step closer. Thank you. Maka stands up, and takes a step back. You know I love you. Krona's voice is odd as he keeps stepping closer to her and she keeps stepping back. You have a funny way of showing it. Maka keeps walking back. She's starting to sweat. The madness she feels, it's suffocating. Krona is suffocating her. You don't want to hold me? Krona walks closer, his haunting eyes boring into her own. You killed him, but you won't even hold what's left? You made me, you made this, will you not hold me? You look at me like a monster, and I'm the monster you created. I may have always been fucked up, but like in the story Frankenstein, the monster he created only wanted love, acceptance, but he didn't even get it from his maker, and he turned evil and his creator despised him. The monster took everything away from his creator, hoping that maybe he would just give him what he wants: love, warmth, acceptance. But his creator never would look at this monster without rage and hate in his eyes. Krona's voice gets darker and darker. Maka's back hits the wall. She can't back up anymore. He stops right in front of her. And do you know what happened to his creator? Maka doesn't answer as Krona leans in. He died. The monster never got love. And the creator died. Sad story, isn't it? His breathing is breaking over her lips. You don't want that to be our story, do you? His haunting eyes lock with her shaking orbs. You know what to do to stop all of this. I don't. Maka trembles, being so close to this boy that isn't Krona. No, he's nothing like him. The pain in her chest is too much because he's right. This is what she's made. This is what she's done to Krona. She broke him for the last time. Now he's in pieces. Love me. Krona's voice gets soft. He speaks this against her lips, his hands cupping her cheeks, his body being flush against hers. That's all I ask for. I can't. Maka trembles when his lips go in a tight line against her lips. You know I can't, Krona. You know I've tried to understand love, but it's dash. Love me. Krona pulls away Maka, seeing the rage in his eyes. Love me. He roars before he grabs her neck, choking her. Maka thrashes in his hold, trying to get air, but she can't. No, his death grip on her is making sure of that. Krona's eyes full of rage flash with something before he lets her go. Maka taking greedy breaths of air. That's all he ever wanted, you know? He takes a deep breath. And all I've ever wanted is to fucking kill you. He slams her against the wall. I killed that little boy without blinking. What makes you think I won't do the same to you? You deserve to die. You deserve pain. Krona glances at the ground. He glances at his shadow that is crying. I know. Maka croaks out, and Krona looks at her. I know I deserve to die, but I need to avenge my mother dash. You will never avenge your mother. Krona roars in her face. You're a fool if you actually believe you can. You'll burn in hell with her, dash. Shut up. Maka screams, her power coming out, knocking Krona away from her. Her chest is puffing up and down, her eyes wide with fury. You don't know shit about my mother. Oh, did that upset you? Krona's lips rip out into a mad smile as spikes come up behind him, killing all the spiders that were crawling towards them. His black blood keeps doing this. Once the spiders are dead, the spikes become liquid again, waiting for another victim. Krona's been killing spiders this whole time and he doesn't look like he's breaking a sweat. Tell me, Maka, do you believe you're going to heaven? Maka's face falls. She thinks of the little girl, how her and her brother held hands walking up into brilliant light. No. She speaks the word and she knows it's true. Maka will not go to heaven. The only thing waiting for her is the fires of hell. Daughter like mother. He smirks at her, those haunting eyes lighting in dark glee at how Maka glares at him. She's a whore like you too, dash. Shut the fuck up, you bastard. Maka takes a step forward, her power coming out again. In her fury, the green light cuts the boy's cheek as he's pushed back. His eyes move mechanically to look at the black blood that wells up and starts to drip from his cheek. He looks back at Maka. The air between them is tense, now hostile. I see. Krona wipes the blood off his cheek with his thumb. He stares at the black liquid as he moves it between his thumb and forefinger. So that's it, that's how you're going to be. Maka breathes hard out of her nose, her fingers twitching, a hate in her heart as Krona's lips rip out into a large smile, his teeth showing. You want some of this? All the black blood that was on the floor comes up. They form spikes, all of them pointing at Maka. Some black stuff falls off one of the spikes and onto Krona, slowly dripping down half of his face. Come at me, bitch. His voice is so low, so dark. At seeing all the spikes in her, knowing she doesn't have much power left, she stops to think she can't fight him. It's not Krona, but she doesn't have the time or the power to be spent on fighting someone who is supposed to be on her side. They need to just get her necklace and get the fuck out of here. Krona. Maka takes a deep breath before straightening herself out, giving this boy a tired look. I don't want to fight you, dash. Just attacking me a moment ago seems like you want to fight to me. Krona laughs loudly. What's wrong, little one? Are you afraid? Are you chicken? Are you a pussy? You just going to hit me and then not fight me? Where's the hate in your eyes? I saw it a second ago. Don't try to hide it from me. His face keeps getting darker, those spikes inch forward towards Maka. Show me your hate. I don't hate you, Krona. Maka trembles, her chest tightening so much as she stares at this thing. But you hate what I have become. Krona calms down, his face going blank. You hate my black blood, but it's my blood. You hate what you see when you're the one that has caused this. His voice gets hard. Show me, then show me your hate. If you can't give me love, fucking show me your hate. Stop this, Krona. Maka hugs the angel's tear because it's the only thing she can hug right now. Please. I just want to go home, I just want this to be over. You're pathetic. A spike shoots out, hitting right next to her side, cutting her a little. Fight me, show me your hate. I said fucking show me your hate, dash. No. Maka screams at him, she feels like breaking down, her eyes are shaking, she feels the madness trying to creep in, trying to take her over. What's wrong with you? That voice growls. Are you still mad about me fucking that witch hunter? Is that why you're being so nasty? But it's not my fault, he knew how to hit all the right spots. Maybe if you weren't such a failure I wouldn't have to have other boys to fill up the gap. You can't even make me orgasm. Maka's eyes get wide at this voice's words. Krona's expression is so dark, she tries to tell this voice to stop. When? You want to talk about our mother? Well, fuck you. That's why I fucked, kid. Oh, kid, right there, kid, give it to me. This voice starts moaning like she's really having sex. Maka sees it, the rage in Krona's eyes, it's so dark, he's going to kill her, he's going to. Your mother was a slut. Krona calms down and smirks at how she tenses. She was a pathetic piece of shit that gave everything away for a daughter who would do nothing but fuck everything up. She was stupid, no, fucking retarded to give up her life for yours, but then again she didn't have much of a life to begin with. She was weak, a disgrace to all witches. She gave herself for you only to die alone, in that room with needles poking her, and uncaring doctors looking down at her. She died alone with the knowledge her daughter thought she was crazy. Your mother was a stupid whore who is burning in the fires of hell now for a daughter that is a waste of a life dash. Something snaps in Maka, some self-control that she had is gone now. Her face is completely red in her anger, tears of fury at the corner of her eyes. She's never ever felt so enraged, so hostile, so ready to kill someone as she does now as she stares at Krona with that smirk on his face. No one talks about her mother like that, no one. You fucking bastard. I'll kill you. Maka roars, letting go of the tear and letting out a battle cry as she runs towards Krona, not caring about the spikes that are there, not caring that this is what's left of the boy she cares about. Her rage has taken over. Krona doesn't move, he just smirks at her, adding fuel to the fire of hate in her heart. The spikes start to fall down, trying to pierce her, but she dodges them as she runs, running so fast, wanting to wipe that smirk off his face. What's wrong, Maka? Do you not like my mouth words? Krona chuckles darkly as he watches her run towards him, her teeth grit, those tears of anger falling down. Maka only lets out another roar as she finally makes it to him. She grabs him by the shirt with one hand and pulls back her other hand, ready to strike him, a spell on the tip of her tongue to make her punch as strong as an oncoming truck. Krona smirks at her as all the spikes stop right by Maka's face, inches from her. Maka breaths heavily, glaring into this boy's eyes, and he smirks at her. Go ahead, make your move. Krona's smirk grows. What ka gonna do? Maka takes deep breaths, trying to regain herself, the pain in her cheek from being cut by one of these close spikes getting her to think if she hits him these spikes will kill her, and if she doesn't hit him they'll probably kill her anyway. She's trapped and she fell right for it. Go ahead. Hit me, little one. Show me your hate. He smirks at her. Maka pulls her fist back more, wanting to hit him, wanting to punch his face in. A pink-haired boy flashes through her mind, he's smiling gently at her, those blue eyes so bright. Maka puts down her fist. What are you doing? Krona raises an eyebrow at how she bows her head. Why did you stop? Hit me. No. No. He breathes out when she looks up at him with a different look in her eyes. That's right. No. She shakes her head, glaring into this monster. I'm not going to punish the real Krona for you dash. But I am the real Krona dash. No. No, you're not. The Krona I know isn't like you at all. He wouldn't have shot that kid. He wouldn't say those things about my mother. You're not him. Of course not. That Krona is dead. This boy growls at her. Fucking hit me. No. Maka screams at him, only for Krona to backhand her across the face. She's sent flying back into the wall, her head cracking against the stone before she falls to the floor, her lip is bleeding. So you won't hit me? Krona starts to giggle breathlessly as the spikes around him turn back into liquid, falling down like rainwater, drenching him. I'll just have to hit you then. Maka opens her eyes only to see that shadow, the one of the little boy Krona. He's beside her against the wall, looking at her with wide, terrified eyes. See, Krona, is that you? Maka reaches a hand out towards this shadow and places it against the shadow's chest, feeling the cool stone of the cave. The shadow puts his small hand against hers, he opens his mouth, he looks afraid, he's trying to tell her something. Maka feels someone grip her hair before they bang her head against the shadow, against the hard stone of this cave. You shouldn't turn your back on me. That boy pulls her head back so she's looking into those haunting blue eyes. My shadow can't save you now. He lets go of her and she falls to the ground, her head throbbing now, everything is dizzy. She tries to crawl away, waiting for her eyesight to refocus, but that boy grabs her and turns her around so she's on her back. You shouldn't do a lot of things. He grabs her ribs. She starts to giggle, the madness getting to her, everything getting to her. The cage isn't holding up, it isn't. The shadow's tears fall freely as it watches her, watches how her eyes bounce and that warped smile on her lips. You're not getting taken yet. Krona pushes into her ribs, slowly crunching down into them. Maka's warped smile stays till a crack is heard, her eyes get watery, the madness receding before she lets out a scream of agony. Let me out. That other girl screams with her. It hurts, doesn't it? Krona laughs heavily as he keeps pushing on her broken ribs. Just like Dash. Krona is knocked off of her. The boy thrown to the ground before he's punched in the face mercilessly. Krona, what the fuck are you doing? Ragnarok roars at the other boy, his chest puffing as he knocks the shit out of the boy underneath him. I don't know what the hell has been going on with you, but I told you. I'll knock the fucking crazy out of you. You're my only friend. Krona's soft words get Ragnarok to pause. Black blood is leaking from Krona's lips as he gives him something close to a smile. So go ahead. Hit me. Punish me. You can do whatever you like, I won't hurt you, because you are truly my friend, my only friend, the only thing I have left. Krona. Ragnarok breathes hard, looking at the black blood, looking at the odd look in his eyes. What the fuck is happening to you? What has she done to you? Krona only gives him a mad smile at that. Maka, being a little ways away from the two, can't hear what they're talking about. Her ribs are killing her, but she sees her savior. The necklace. It's laying in front of her. Ragnarok had dropped it when he tackled Krona. Maka reaches out for it with a shaky hand and she whimpers when she grasps it, grasps the way out of here. She puts the necklace around her neck and touches it. Her clothes change to that dress. She feels her power flow. Maka puts a hand to her ribs and heals herself, letting out a sigh of relief as her power flows through her body, getting the dizziness to go away. Now all she has to do is walk over to Ragnarok and Krona use her necklace, and then she'll have the tear too. Maka's eyes get wide in horror as she looks down at her haunts, her empty hands. She doesn't have the tear. Maka gets up, looking around frantically for it, when her eyes fall on the gem a couple of feet away, sparkling, calling for her. Oh, thank God it's okay, thank God that. A web suddenly shoots out from the left, grabs the tear and pulls it away. Maka stands there a couple of seconds blinking, thinking did that shit just really happen, before she turns quickly, catching the tear bag dragged by a spider that is running from her. Oh fuck no. Maka runs after it. Summoning her power, she cuts this spider in half, only for another spider to come and take the tear. Maka skids to a stop and starts running after this spider. All the spiders that didn't come down from the ceiling come down and they're crawling after Maka, trying to stop her. Mini Devil's Halo. Maka shouts, green light surrounding her before it shoots out, killing all the spiders around her, but the spider with the tear is too far ahead to get attacked. Freeze. The spider with the tear stops in its tracks. Maka not able to help her smirk. Now another spider comes and takes the tear, running off with it. Motherfucker. Maka grinds her teeth and runs after it. It's running towards the way she came into this place. Her eyes are so set on this spider that she doesn't notice the one that is crawling quickly after her. The one she's chasing shoots web at her. It misses, but she ends up tripping. That other spider is right on her. Maka sees it, but it's too late as its fangs drip liquid on her before going in. Her throat is closing up. She can't scream, she can't say a spell. It's going to bite her, it's going to kill her. The spider gets shot. Maka blinks as green goo gets splattered on her face before the spider falls to its side. The shot went right through its brain. She looks over to see her savior, expecting to see Ragnarok. Only to see Kid, a fire in his eyes, his teeth grit as he points the gun at her. Liz and Patty are right by his side, pointing the gun at her. Maka's eyes get wide in horror at seeing these three, at seeing Kid. He's come to finish her off. They all have come. Maka thought for sure she wouldn't see the sisters again, but here they all are, and they all found her. They're all pointing their guns at her, ready to kill her. Kid, her angel of death, is here. She really can't deal with these spiders and these witch hunters. Can't she just have the fucking tear and go home? They all start shooting at her. Maka doesn't have time to say a spell. Her throat closed up with fear, so she closes her eyes, waiting to be killed, to be blown to bits. Maka waits. She hears their gunshots, but she doesn't feel any pain. Is she already dead? Is death so painless? Maka opens her eyes in confusion. Spider after spider falling by her side. Maka watches with wide eyes as Liz shoots a bullet that passes right by Maka's ear and shoots a spider in its head. They're shooting the spiders, not her. Girl, what the hell are you doing? Get away from there. Liz yells at her. She seems almost concerned. Huh? Maka blinks dumbly. Come over here, Maka. Patty yells over the sound of their gunshots. We're your friends. Huh? Maka repeats. She's too confused. What the fuck is happening right now? Maka, you didn't take the tear, did you? Kid takes a step closer, still shooting the spiders before they can bite Maka. His eyes are bright. He looks so worried. The tear? Maka's eyes get wide. The tear. Maka gets up frantically, her eyes searching for the spider that took it. She sees it. It's behind Kid, running away still. Oh fuck no. That's her chance, that's her time, that's how she's going to avenge her mother. Maka takes off running towards Kid, her eyes burning with a fire. She's not thinking that three witch hunters are shooting close to her. She's not thinking that this is Kid, the guy who's been trying to kill her all this time. All she's thinking is the tear. Yay. She's listening. Patty cheers when she sees Maka running towards them. Maka, it's okay now, we dash. Move. Maka growls, her power being sent out, causing Kid, Liz, and Patty to be knocked out of her way as she runs past them. Rude. Patty pouts as she gets back up. She doesn't believe we're her friends. Liz looks over at Kid. Kid, you have to talk to her, you can explain the situation better than any of us, she'll listen to you. Yeah. And we'll hold off the spiders. Patty shoots one before smiling over at Kid. Thank you. Kid looks between these two girls before he takes off running after Maka. Fuck you, spiders. Patty roars as she shoots another spider right in the eye, the green goo getting on her sister's face. Oh god, ew. Liz's hand trembles as she wipes it off of her face getting pale. Why do we have to fight something as gross as spiders? Liz whines as she shoots another spider, more green goo getting on her, causing her to whimper. Don't be a baby. Patty giggles when the spider's guts get on her. It feels nice. It's warm and it's freezing in here. Liz gives her sister a grossed out look that she just laughs at as they shoot these spiders together, not realizing that someone else has recognized their presence. Give me the fucking tear. Maka roars as she picks up speed in her running, but this spider is faster than the others, and when she shoots power at it, it moves out of the way. That's when the spider gets on the wall, crawling fast to a crack in it. It's going to get away. A voice screams. Kill it now. Maka feels a little drained with using a lot of power on that little boy and all the power she's been using now. Maka's tried to use the least amount of power possible in her spells, which is why she hasn't touched her book once. Maka is out of breath, she's tired of this shit. Of always fighting, there's always something, you know? She comes in here and you know, her and her big mouth. She had to complain it was too easy, and here they are, a herd fucking spiders and Kid and his gang with it. And not to mention this fucking spiders keep taking the angel tear from her. She needs it. Barrier. She breaths the words out, the crack becomes surrounded by green magic, making it so it can't escape. Maka puts her hand out, focusing on this motherfucking spider that's been giving her so much trouble. She pictures this as Arachne, even though she doesn't know what that witch looks like. Maka's sure she's ugly like this fucking spider. Crush. Maka growls the word before she closes her hand. The spider makes a odd sound before it crunches up into a ball, the green goo getting wringed out of it like a wet rag over a sink. The spider's body falls to the ground, and so does the angel's tear. Maka can't help but to smile at the gem that's sparkling. Still some green stuff is on it, but it's still beautiful. The more she fights for it, the more breathtaking it gets. Maka walks slowly towards it, her eyes searching the tear for any cracks, but it's all good. Maka smiles. Everything is going to be fine. She's going to get the tear, then she'll get Ragnarok and Krona and they'll leave, she'll get more time, and then she'll kill bitch Arachne. Everything is going to be fine. Maka bends down, reaching for the tear that's by the spider's body. Only for it to be kicked away from her by a nice black shoe. Maka immediately tries to go after it, only to be grabbed by her arm. His grip is tight, stopping her. Damn it, let go of me, kid. Maka growls when she turned to saw who was holding her. His eyes hold a fire and she knows he isn't backing down. Because he wants to kill her. No. Maka, you don't understand. That tear will kill you. Kid struggles with her, he seems almost frantic. No, that tear will save me. Maka tries to get out of his grip. It will give me more time, I need this time, kid. Dash. I don't know what Medusa told you, Maka, but you can't believe a word she says. Maka, she's using you. This tear won't give you time. It will end you. Nice try, kid. Did you forget you told Ariel all about why you had to stop me? I know all this balance shit is important to you, but my mother is more important to me. I don't have much time left and this will give me time. Maka, I'm telling the truth. The tear will dash. You just want me to die. Maka screams at him. Even if this thing was going to kill me, why would you tell me this? Why would you care now? Because I dash. Kid, look out. Liz shouts. What dash? Kid turns around only for his face to collide with a fist. The force knocks him away from Maka. Get your fucking hands off her. Ragnarok growls, trying to hit Kid again, but he blocks it, taking a step away, his eyes on fire at seeing this boy. Maka, get the tear. We're getting the fuck out of here. Maka looks at Ragnarok, looks at how he's puffing, he's covered in black blood, he doesn't look happy, it's time to leave. Maka nods before running over to where Kid kicked the tear. Maka no. Kid tries to run after her only for Ragnarok to give him a nice uppercut in the stomach, taking the breath right out of him before he elbows Ragnarok back in the face, breaking his nose. You bastard. You're trying to kill her. You're not her friend. Kid roars as he blocks another punch from Ragnarok and gives him a good kick to the side. You don't know anything, you son of a bitch. Ragnarok's piercing blue eyes get dark with rage as he tackles Kid, both boys falling to the ground as he wails on him, but Kid is blocking it well, trying to get him off. You're the one that's not her fucking friend. You're the one that fucking left her and tried to kill her just because you found out she was a witch. You're the one that's been trying to kill her this whole fucking time. How the fuck dare you say I'm not her friend? You don't know fucking shit. Ragnarok's words are dark when he got a hit to the face, that he returned his piercing blue eyes burning into Kid. I'm the one who's been protecting her, keeping her on her fucking feet when she's fallen. All you've done is try to kill her. If you're protecting her, then why are you taking her to get this tear? Dash. The tear will give her more time, asshole, dash. The tear will kill her. Kid screams. Ragnarok stops mid-punch, his face falling. What? Ragnarok's voice gets odd, he blinks before his expression is filled with rage again. You're fucking lying, dash. Believe me or not. Kid shoves this boy off, being able to when Ragnarok had a faraway look in his eyes. He gets away from him and runs towards Maka that just picked up the tear. She sees him, sees the fire in his eyes, and she hugs the tear close to her protectively. Stay away, Kid. I need this. I need time. I need to avenge my mother. Maka's eyes shake when he doesn't stop running. He's going to be on her at any second. I know you want me to die, I know I've hurt you, but I need this tear, it's my only hope. I dash. Kid gets right on her and she shuts her eyes tight, holding the tear closer to herself. She won't let him have it. That's when she feels warm arms around her, causing her to tense. Maka, you have to believe me, you can't drink this tear, it will kill you. You're different from other witches, don't you know this? Can't you feel what you are? Dash. Kid's voice is soft, his hold firm. Why are you holding me, Kid? Maka trembles against him. Why are you trying to lie? Why does it matter what this tear does to me? Why do you care? Because you're my friend, Maka. She can't help but to gasp at those words, at how his grip gets tighter on her. I know now you didn't kill my father, Maka, I know it wasn't you, it's been Medusa this whole time. I know you didn't mean to kill all those people at the circus, none of this has been your fault. Why, you're my friend. Really? You're. Maka sniffles into his chest. Kid, stop doing this, I know I've hurt you, but don't play with me, I dash. I forgive you. Kid tightens his hold on her. For everything you have done to me, I forgive you. You told me back on the ship that you wanted to go back to the way we were, and so do I. I miss you too, Maka, and I can say that now because I know you didn't kill my father. I care about you, Maka. I miss having you as my friend. I miss being there for you. Why, you forgive me, you. Maka's eyes water until she hugs him back, holding him tightly as she buries her face into his chest. Kid putting a hand on her head, this only makes her cry more. She has him back, she has her friend back, and he's holding her. Not Ariel. He's holding Maka like he used to. His words are sincere. Kid was never one to play with a person, he tells it to them straight. Kid would never pretend this, no, he would just try to kill her. He's really holding her, he's really her friend. It's okay, it's okay. Kid shushes her, but she can hear his voice crack and she wonders if he's crying too. I'm sorry, Maka, I'm sorry, I blamed everything on you. I'm sorry that I tried to kill you, I dash. You don't have to be sorry. Maka shakes her head. I completely understand avenging someone who you care about. Maka holds on to him tighter. That's why I need this tear, Kid. If you're my friend, you'll understand I need it, dash. As your friend, I have to protect you. Medusa isn't good for you, Maka. Why don't you forget about the tear and leave with me? I could give you a place to stay, I could help you, I could protect you. These two boys aren't good for you, they are Medusa's puppets. Maka, come with me, forget about the tear. Maka doesn't respond. She thinks of Krona's smirk and she shudders, but then she thinks of Ragnarok's piercing eyes and she frowns, but they're her family. She can leave them and the tear. Maka, look at me. Kid's voice is so soft that she looks up at him. He touches her cheek gently, looking into her eyes. Trust me, the tear will only kill you. Remember what I was talking about. About that spell. Well, Maka, your dash. Maka isn't listening anymore because her eyes have just set on something terrifying. Krona is behind Kid, towering over him, his haunting eyes glaring down at the raven-haired boy. She sees the rage in Krona's eye, sees his fingers twitching. Maka opens her mouth to warn Kid, or at least scream. "Oh no, you don't, you fucker." Patty screams before she shoots at Krona, hitting him in the arm, the chest, and his side. Krona blinks before he turns slowly so he's looking at Patty. The young blonde is glaring darkly at him, her teeth grit. "You're the reason Liz almost died. I'm going to fucking kill you." She keeps shooting at him. But all Krona does is blink. Before he turns around again, Kid has noticed him because of Patty. He's glaring at him, getting his gun out. "Well, hello, Kid." Krona's voice is odd. He takes a step forward. "It's so nice to see you again. I'm so sorry I heard about your shoulder injury." "I don't have a dash." Kid starts a little confused when Krona grabs his shoulder. He grips Kid's bone, cracking, causing him to cry out in pain. "Krona, no." "Maka, get up. This boy is getting shot at by Kid, Liz, and Patty. All spiders are dead. It's only them now." Maka runs to get Krona off of him, only for something to hit her, throwing her back. It sticks into her, causing her to cry out as she looks down. It's a vine with thorns. "Get off." Kid thrashes in Krona's grip. He tries to shoot him in the head, but Krona knocks his gun away. The pink-haired boy's expression is so dark, half his face still black. His blood seems to be leaking again, making those vines with thorns on them. He's changing. That's when something happens that causes Maka to stop in her tracks in shock, her having to do a double take. Krona grabs Kid's junk. "I'm going to rip your dick off." Krona's voice is a growl. "Since apparently you know how to use it so well, let's see how well you use it after I'm fucking done with you." Maka sees the fear in Kid's eyes as Krona tightens his grip on his most sensitive parts. Krona smirks, about to pull dash. He's shoved off of Kid by Ragnarok. "Krona, you don't rip a dude's fucking dick off." Ragnarok gives this boy a odd look. "I fucking hate the guy too, but not the dick. That's just not right, man." "I'm not right." Krona giggles, those vines coming up making Ragnarok's face fall. "What the fuck is that? What the hell is going on with you?" Ragnarok's face is pale at how messed up looking Krona looks. "Maka, these butt faces are trying to trick you." Krona ignores Ragnarok and turns his haunting gaze on her. "Think about it. Kid has want nothing more to kill you, and this tear is a threat to his balance. How can you be sure he isn't befriending you just so you won't take the tear? Then you'll die anyway." Krona takes a deep breath. "Medusa has been keeping you alive all this time. Why would she send you to get something that would kill you? My mother cared for Kami. She wants to avenge her just as much as you. Why would she make us do all this just to kill you?" Maka blinks at him. He has a point. If this tear was really just going to kill her, why did Medusa go through all the trouble to keep her alive? What was the point in all this if Medusa just wanted to kill her? But at the same time, Maka glances at Kid, who is looking at her with those eyes of his. She doesn't think Kid is lying to her, but then again, who should she trust? "Maka, your choice." Krona breaks into her throats, causing her to look back at him. He's looking at her oddly. "It's either them." He nods his head over to Kid and the Thompson sisters. "Or us." Everyone is looking at her now. Maka's eyes shake as she looks between Kid and Krona. She looks at the sane one and the insane one. But it's always been like this. Even in beginning, Krona was the insane one. He wasn't as bad as he is now, but he was in the asylum. He had his moments. Kid has always been the sane one, has always been there for her. And who did she choose back then? Krona smirks at her and holds out his hand, those haunting blue eyes calling for her. Back when she first met Krona, everyone told her to stay away, that he was dangerous, and she knew he was dangerous, but what did she do? Maka walks up to Krona and puts her hand in his. She locks eyes with those med ones. Krona's smirk has grown so large. "I promised you I would never leave you, and I meant it." Krona's med smirk twitches. "Maka, no." Kid takes a step forward. "Get away from him. He's trying to lead you to your death." Back at the asylum, Kid told her to stay away from Krona. He wanted her to get away from him, and what did she do? "Kid, I'm sorry, but this is my family." She can't look at him. "I promised them, and I have complete faith in the both of them. I know Krona is crazy. I know Ragnarok can be a asshole, but they would never try to kill me, and even if Krona did, Ragnarok wouldn't let him." She takes a deep breath. "But thank you so much for forgiving me your friendship. Maybe when all this is over I'll come back for you, and maybe I could be the friend you deserve, but not now." Maka closes her eyes. I'll do anything to avenge my mother, even destroy the balance you protect. I need to do this no matter what. It's time to go, Ragnarok. Krona holds out his hand to the other boy. Ragnarok has a faraway look in his eyes. He looks at the tear in Maka's hand and he frowns. But he takes Krona's hand. The necklace lights up. Maka, no. You're going to die. Kid runs and jumps, trying to grab onto her, stop her. But he grabs nothing. She disappears and he falls on his face. And no. I couldn't have she. Kid trembles. He thinks of her smile, of those bright green eyes, of how she felt when he held her. She's going to die. Maka. Kid roars out of angst, out of pain, as he punches the ground with his fist. The tears fall freely. He's sobbing out of his hate for Medusa, out of his hate for himself for not being able to stop her. He cries because she's going to die. Patty and Liz walk up to the boy. They both hug him, bowing their heads as he continues to sob. Because it's over. Maka, Krona, and Ragnarok reappear in the mansion's lobby. Ragnarok looks down. He's deep in thought. Krona is smirking and Maka is frowning. The tear will kill you. Kid's voice screams through her head. Maka glances down at the shiny gem. Her eyes get bright. It's calling for her. Could this really be the death of her? Could Medusa really be lying after everything? This won't kill me, right? Maka looks over at Krona and Ragnarok. Of course not. Krona smirks at her. Maka blinks. Ragnarok. She looks over at him because he's the one she can trust. Will the tear kill me? Ragnarok looks over at her. He just stares at the angel's tear for a moment before he locks eyes with her. No. He didn't know what he was fucking talking about. Maka nods, though there's a doubt in her heart. If Ragnarok says it won't kill her, it won't kill her. My child. Medusa appears in front of them, suddenly a warm smile on her face as she takes in Maka. Did you get the angel's tear? A easy mission, correct? Maka and Ragnarok scoff. If the ship fucking sinking, almost getting fried by salt water, having to fight an army of spiders is easy, then yeah, it was fucking peachy. Maka's eye can't help but to twitch. What? Medusa's eyes get wide, a deep frown on her face. You used your powers, didn't you, Dash? Yes, I did, but you didn't fucking tell us there were spiders. Maka takes a step closer. You also didn't tell me about your sister Arachne, or the reason you couldn't set foot on the island is because you two aren't on good terms and you spilt the land up after a war you two had. But the question is, why couldn't I use my powers? Because I'm not sure if my sister knows about you being under my care or not. If she did, she would have surely killed you. Medusa studies her. You didn't run into anything other than spiders, right? Only fucking spiders, but that was enough, Dash. Then she doesn't know you are with me. Medusa takes a deep breath. Those spiders are a defense mechanism to protect the angel's tear. It is one of my sister's prized possessions. I thought you three would be quick to get out. It takes a while for them all to come out. We had some trouble. Maka glances over at the giggling Krona before looking back at Medusa. Medusa, your sister is the one that cruised me, that killed my mother. What? How do you know? Medusa takes a step closer, something changing in her eyes. On the ship there were some witch hunters on with us. Their leader got a letter telling them I was heading the Abaco for the tear. I was able to get my hands on the letter and it had Arachne's symbol. Maka grips her fist. Then the ship went down. Spiders were everywhere. I have no doubt the ship sinking was her doing. Medusa's expression completely changes. Her face goes blank. I see. Her lips go in a tight line. So it was my sister this whole time. Of course Arachne never liked Kami, even when I made her into a great witch. Arachne scoffed. She never approved of Kami, but I gave her the benefit of the doubt. Even though I hate Arachne and she hates me, I would never think she would go as far as to curse Kami. But you have told me that she's sunk the ship and that she's sent witch hunters to kill you. Medusa starts to tremble in her rage. Arachne will die. I will see to it that she is destroyed for Kami, for my friend. When can we fucking kill this bitch? Maka takes a step forward, her eyes on fire. In a while. A while, Dash. You are not strong enough to face Arachne, and I am not prepared. Medusa's eyes hold a odd expression. I need to build my army, because if we're going after Arachne, it's not just her, it's her and all her follows. It will be a war and I need time to prepare. I only have 2 weeks, Dash. That is why you got the tear, is it not? Medusa takes a step forward. To give you more time. Now that I know who is to blame, you need the tear now more than ever to give you time. Let me see it. Medusa holds her hand out. Mako looks down at the tear she worked so hard for. She takes a deep breath before handing it to Medusa. Her fingers close around it gently. Perfect, my child. Medusa's eyes light up looking at the sparkling gem in her hand. Let me prepare this for you. Medusa snaps her fingers. Everyone lights up before they disappear. They reappear in a room Maka doesn't recognize. She's sitting on a nice comfy red chair. Medusa is in front of her working on something that Maka can't see. A table is in front of Medusa with vials and beakers. Krona's med smile is twitching, something changing in his eyes as he watches his mother work. Ragnarok stands close by Maka's side. He's so tense, glaring darkly at this woman, his eyes flickering in his thinking. Maka looks down at her hands. Kid's bright yellow eyes flash through her mind and she feels a pain. She got her friend back, but she had to leave him anyway. At least the guilt is gone, and maybe really when all this is over they can truly go back to the way they were. Maybe by then Krona will be okay and smiling at her, and Ragnarok will be pissed off about it, but he would accept. In Maka's dreamland, Krona is sane. Ragnarok has his body. Kid is her best friend. Her mother is alive. Arachne has been chopped to a million pieces. So far she's only got Kid down, and let's be honest, how likely are the other ones? The tear will kill you. Maka grips her fist thinking about all Kid had said about the tear when she was Ariel, trying to go over the information maybe she could find if Medusa is lying. Medusa. Maka breaks the silence, getting everyone to look over at her, except Medusa. You told me this tear was shed for a curse, but it was shed for the loss of immortality. She speaks the words slowly. Yes, that's correct. Medusa keeps working. But that's the curse, my dear. The loss of immortality was the curse. Oh. Alright, I'm just going to come out and say it. Maka takes a deep breath. What is the deal with this tear? On the ship I found information from a witch hunter on it. This tear is an ingredient to something, a spell of immortality. The ingredients are this tear, dark power, and... Maka frowns. Kid didn't tell her the last one. A spell of immortality. Ragnarok repeats, his eyes darkening a little as he gets closer to her. That is also true, I suppose. Medusa chuckles. You see, my dear, that spell is a myth. Of course a witch hunter couldn't tell the difference when reading our books, but the spell of immortality is like the Loch Ness Monster or the Three Little Pigs. It's a hope, and it's fun to read and pretend that you could actually complete it. The witch hunter also said it would kill me. Maka speaks the words, both Ragnarok and Krona tensing, though the pink-haired boy is still giggling. And why would he care? Medusa hums, her back still turned to Maka. He's my friend. Maka grips her fist. Medusa stops what she's doing. It's foolish to befriend the enemy. Medusa's voice is odd. How can you be sure to trust him? Because Kid wouldn't lie to me. Maka speaks firmly. You're right that he would not lie to you. Medusa starts to work again. You see, Maka, witch hunters don't truly know much about us. They only get the information they have by stealing witches' books. Now my sister has put some scares about the tear to keep witches away from it. Think about what the tear is, Maka. It's a tear from an angel. Holy things hurt us. That is why I'm making a destabilizer, just in case my sister's words reign true. And did you not say Arachne sent him? I'm sure she's filled his brain with horrible scenarios with you and this tear to want him to stop you. Medusa turns around. She has a glass with some red liquid. She takes the tear and cracks it. Maka watches as one small drop of water falls from the gem into the glass. This will give me time. Maka looks into her eyes as Medusa gets closer with the glass. Yes, it will give you the time you need. We need time if we are to destroy my sister. Medusa hands Maka the glass. Drink, my child. Medusa looks into her eyes. Medusa's flash and she takes a step back almost in disgust, but it's gone before Maka can be sure. Maka looks down at the red liquid. Medusa's words make sense, and really what other choice does she have? She lifts up the glass thinking of her mother, thinking about killing this spider bitch. The cup is pressed against her lips. Maka, wait. Ragnarok's voice stops her and she looks over at him. Medusa glares darkly at this boy. I dash. Krona suddenly screams. He throws his head back in agony, his face nothing but pain, his body twisting and turning. Maka can only watch Krona in horror, but what she doesn't see is how Medusa's eyes light up as she stares at her son with her in pain, but Ragnarok sees it. Medusa gives Ragnarok a look. His piercing blue eyes are shaking as he locks eyes with Medusa. She gives him a look. Ragnarok bows his head. Krona stops screaming. He falls out of his exhaustion, his eyes closed. Ragnarok catches him, holding him up by having Krona's arm around his shoulder. The pink-haired boy is limp. Maka frowns deeply at Krona. He's been getting worse and worse. She looks down, a pain in her chest. Is there something you wanted to tell Maka, Ragnarok? Medusa gives him that look again. Yeah. Ragnarok looks over at Maka, who's looking at him now. Good job today with the spiders. You were a fucking badass with getting the tear and all. Maka smiles at him. I couldn't have done it without you. She speaks the words, not understanding why Ragnarok gets so pale or his eyes flash with pain. Maka brings the cup to her lips and drinks. Ragnarok looks down, closing his eyes, his shoulders slumping. Medusa's smirk is evil. Maka doesn't even get to drink it all before she feels odd. She drops the glass, the red liquid getting everywhere as the cup shatters. Maka's eyes get dilated, everything is blurry, everything is spinning. Maka stands up, her legs feel like jelly, her head is throbbing. I feel really worried. It's okay, it's just the tear taking effect. A yellow blob speaks softly in front of her. I feel. Maka's eyes roll back, she lets out a gurgle before darkness consumes her vision. Ragnarok catches her holding both of these limp people in his arms, holding them up, but he can't look at her. Get her someplace to rest. Medusa turns her back to Ragnarok. She'll be fine in the morning. That doesn't convince Ragnarok. He grabs both Krona and Maka's waist before he walks out of this room, his head bowed. The doors open by themselves and he walks through. Ragnarok can tell they're on the second floor, so he walks where he knows their room is, but he's hurting all over, too many emotions, too much pain. Ragnarok walks into their room, and gently places Maka on the bed with his free hand. He tucks her in, but he can't look at her, no, he can't. Ragnarok leaves with Krona and walks down the hallway. He finds a open door and walks through. There's a decent size bed in here, so he places Krona on it. The boy groans, but that's it. Ragnarok can't look at him either. He walks out of the room, and shuts the door. Krona isn't stable enough to be sleeping with Maka, no, not after what he saw. Ragnarok grips his head, his whole body trembling. He's about to have a mental breakdown. It's like both Maka and Krona are falling. And he can only save one. Maka. Ragnarok is breathing so heavily. A mixture of hate and guilt burning his being. He truly didn't know what the tear would do to her. When he got separated from her on the boat, he was freaking the fuck out. Even though he was pissed at her for what she did with Kid, he felt how his chest tighten in fear at the thought of losing her. Because he loves her. When they were just floating in the fucking water, Medusa appeared, gave him that bag of shit and told him about the fucking spiders. She also warned him again that Maka is not to use her powers. He had asked about the tear, then he needed to know what he was getting Maka into. Medusa smirked and said, "Why does it matter to you?" He couldn't answer her because he knows, oh he knows. If he ever told Medusa he loved Maka, that he cared, she would use that against him. She's sick like that for all his afterlife. She's taken joy in making him suffer. The whole time on the island he was just feeling guilty, not because he knew what the tear was going to do, because he didn't know. He couldn't get Medusa's smug smirk out of his head, and whenever he looked at Maka he would get pissed off at himself because he's pushing her forward when he doesn't know what the fuck he's pushing her into. Just seeing Medusa's smirk, he had a turning in his stomach, but he tried to ignore it as they made their way to the tear. He did forget about it, but then. The tear will kill her. Ragnarok punches the ground. Fucking Kid, his words got him. He couldn't get the possibly that the tear would really kill her, that Medusa was lying this whole time. And when he was standing next to Maka, when Medusa was getting it ready, he listened carefully to what Medusa said when Maka was questioning it. He catched the smugness of her voice. He's been with Medusa for 14 years, oh, he knows that smug tone. She was lying, she had to be. Ragnarok couldn't stand to watch her drink it. He couldn't stand watching as she falls when all he's wanted to do is protect her. He tried to stop it, but then that bitch, that fucking bitch. She, her Krona, did something to him, and Ragnarok knew, just as he knows now, if he would have said anything more to Maka, Medusa would have killed Krona. Krona. Ragnarok punches the wall. He's breathing so loudly. Krona is completely fucked up, and he knows, he fucking knows Medusa did something to him. Made him like that. Ragnarok thinks of the vines with thorns, all the black blood, the spikes. Medusa is causing Maka and Krona to fall and fuck. He doesn't know if he can catch him both. But he is Krona's protector. Krona is more fucked up than Maka at this point. Maka is still alive. He felt her heart beat, though he knows the tear can't be good news or it has some soft of nasty side effect. Right now Maka is a lot more stable than Krona. Kid was wrong, the tear didn't kill her. Ragnarok can't help Maka when Krona could die. He closes his eyes and sees something. Maka and Krona holding each other laughing about something while Ragnarok is fuming, his eye twitching but his lips are up in that crooked smile. Damn it. Ragnarok breathes out before he forces himself up. He misses those times he wouldn't say it out loud, but he misses when Maka and Krona would be dumbasses. He misses getting pissed off at them but playing along. He misses Krona and Maka being gay with each other. He misses Krona's smile. The smile of happiness and love he would always give Maka even though it pissed him off. He misses Krona. He misses the fucker that would always whine and say, "I don't know how to deal with this." He misses the dumbass that would believe whatever you say, that was scared of his own fucking shadow. He misses the boy that would freak and worry about every little thing, who fucking sung Barbie Girl just to piss him off. He misses the boy that would talk to him non-stop about how much he loves Maka. That's all he talked about, dreamed about, because he loved her and would never try to hurt her. He misses his brother. Yes, he said it, Krona is like a fucking brother to him. But that person isn't Krona and he knows it. Ragnarok forces himself up before he opens the door to the room, Krona's room. He peeks in, seeing that the boy is still asleep. He closes the door before he turns and starts walking down the hallway. He can't think about Maka, he can't stand the pain in his chest. So he'll think of Krona and think of his rage towards Medusa. Ragnarok will save them, if not one at a time, but he will. He's going to have a little talk with Medusa. A gentle wind blows, blowing Kid's hair slightly as he stares down at his reflection. His face is blank, but the pain he feels is unbearable. He failed her. Just the thought makes his body tremble with both rage and sorrow. He was supposed to protect her. He was supposed to save her. But he failed. The tear will surely kill her. Medusa will get what she wants and balance will be destroyed. Because he failed. Kid. The raven-haired boy looks up from the water under his feet. He doesn't know how long he's been here just staring, but he doesn't care. He turns to look off the dock he's sitting on. Liz and Patty run towards him. He notices Liz has changed her clothes, wearing a skirt and a button-up shirt and glasses. Kid, there's still hope for Maka. Liz pants out of breath, but she's smiling slightly at how Kid's eyes light and he jumps up. How? Kid looks between them. Big Sis checked out the library here in Abaco Island. Patty giggles as she holds out the book to Kid. We did a lot of reading and Liz even dressed the part. To be a nerd you got to dress like one. Liz speaks proudly as Kid studies the book. This says old urban legends. Kid gives her a skeptical look. Yeah, but just turn to page 100, you'll see what I mean. Liz and Patty look at him hopefully, wanting to get him out of his depression, give him some hope. Because after Maka left the cave he became broken. Kid turns to the page and reads. His face goes from being skeptical to being completely lit up in hope. Maka isn't evil. Kid's lips twitch up into a smile. Medusa can't do the spell as long as Maka has a hold of herself, and she does. She saved all those people. Maka isn't evil. She's not going to die even if she drinks the tear now. Kid laughs. It's full of relief, his heart lifting up. Because there's hope. We have to find Maka. I'm sure Medusa has something up her sleeve to get what she wants. Kid's expression gets serious as he closes the book and looks at Liz and Patty. We also have another problem. Oh geez, what? Liz sighs. There's always more problems. There's a possibility of a war between Medusa and Arachne, but we can use this to our advantage. How? Patty looks confused. If we tell the witch hunters about this, they will all gather together to aid us. This way we can all be looking for Medusa. It's more of a chance of finding Maka, and if there's a war, we have our army already ready. Oh Kid, you're so smart. Patty grins. We'll save Maka. Let us go, we have much to do. Kid takes a deep breath. And I fear we don't have that much time. This is Medusa we are talking about. It will be okay. Liz puts a hand on his shoulder. We'll save her, Kid. Thank you. Kid turns to look at the two sisters. The both of you. If you didn't do this research I wouldn't know there's still a chance for Maka, and I know how much you two hate reading, so. Kid takes a deep breath before he leans in, giving both of these sisters a warm hug. Aw Kid, this is Dash. Hug me at the same time so it's symmetrical. Oh kid. Patty giggles as her and her sister hug him at the same time. I guess some things never change. Liz grumbles, but there's a smile on her face. And she doesn't want them to change. Let's go. Patty roars as she lets go of Kid and runs up into the boat that just docked. Kid walks slowly up the boat with Liz a faraway look to his eyes. Maka. He grips his fist. He failed her once. He won't fail her again. He's going to save her. Oh, this isn't good. This really isn't good. A masked person mutters to herself as she runs down this long marble hallway before busting into two large doors. Lady Arachne. I have horrible news. You bow to Lady Arachne before you speak. A short man growls at her, his eyes lighting fire. I should have you burned for this. No please, the masked woman trembles. No, Mosquito, it's quite alright. A voice coos, getting the masked woman to look up. There, in a Gantt web, is the Spider Witch herself. Those dark, odd eyes staring down, a smile on those black lips as she lightly fans herself. Her other hand holds a glass full of red liquid. She wears a black dress covering all but her massive chest, her raven hair falling nicely to her sides of her face, while the rest is in a bun type thing looking like a spider itself. She's truly beautiful, her skin flawless, and those eyes with web inside are captivating. She has a calmness to her, but more importantly she has a powerful feeling just looking at her. You know this isn't a normal witch. Those eyes, oh those eyes make the woman tremble. It's like they have you captured, just like a fly in a spider's web ready to be eaten. Tell me, my dear, what is the news? Arachne's lips turn up into a smile and it calms the woman down a bit. The woman gulps, she's starting to tremble again. I'm so sorry, Lady Arachne, but the tear has been stolen and all your spiders on Abaco Island terminated. The woman waits to be yelled at, waits to be sent to her death when. Perfect. Arachne's smile grows and she chuckles. This is great news. Gee, great news. My lady, I don't know if you heard me correctly, but how dare you talk to her like that? Mosquito growls and takes a step forward. You It's all right, Mosquito. Arachne waves him off as she looks down at this masked person. I heard you, my dear, why don't you clear up my troops? Then I'll explain everything. The masked person nods, then leaves. This is too easy. Arachne takes a sip of her wine, closing her eyes to enjoy it. Medusa thinks she's the one who is playing me for the fool. What she doesn't know is that I have her and Maka in my web. She looks over at Mosquito. Didn't I tell you it would only be a matter of time before Medusa would want my tear? Yes, my lady. Mosquito nods. Didn't I say she would end up sending Maka for not wanting to start a war between us? Didn't I say she thought I didn't know anything, that I'm just a fool that sits in my castle? Yes, my lady. So I let Maka have the tear. I could have killed her, then I could have sent my troops to meet her at the cave, but I didn't know. As soon as that girl used her power on the island, I knew it was her. I could have had her, but I did nothing. She chucks darkly. Because now Medusa thinks I don't know what Maka is. She thinks I'm clueless, but really I know everything. Maka will drink the tear, but she isn't ripe. If she was ripe, she wouldn't have healed that child. I saw what she did through my spiders. Maka isn't ready yet, but soon she will be. Arachne looks down at Mosquito. Did you plant that electrical spider on her, Mosquito? Of course. He grins as he brings out a remote controller. It's been on her since on the cruise ship, hiding in her clothes. Perfect. Arachne smirks. Keep on her, Mosquito, never let the spider be away from her. She gives him a dark look. Do not fail me again. You failed in your mission to spy on the circus of witch hunters years ago. You ended up getting fired. If Medusa finds out about this spider, I'll have your head. Do you understand me? Why, yes, my lady. Mosquito sweats a little. Soon piles and piles of soldiers come into her room. They walk like they're nervous, but the masks are hiding their true expressions as they look up at this witch, this powerful witch that's looking at them with those webbed eyes. It's dead quiet, waiting for her to speak. I'm sure you have all heard that the tear has been stolen. This gets the group of soldiers to go into a uproar, but Arachne only puts up her fan and they stop. But this was my plan the whole time, for there is something more valuable than tear, something that I want. Arachne snaps her fingers and a crystal ball appears in her hand. And that's Maka Albarn. She holds up the crystal as an image of Maka sleeping is showed in the ball. The image is made up with 8 different circles because this is being seen by that electrical spider. This girl is in the possession of my little sister, and she's the one that sent Maka to steal the tear from me. The soldiers go in a uproar. Medusa dies. War. We'll attack and steal the girl. Yeah. They all roar only for Arachne to put her hand up. Now we must be patient. Arachne smirks. We will not declare war. What? But Bullet and Medusa broke the rules. One masked person speaks out. Yes, she did, but you see, I don't really care about that. I only want Maka. If we declare war, Medusa won't let Maka out of her protection, but if I make Medusa believe I know nothing about Maka, that she's under her care, sooner or later Medusa will slip up, will let Maka out of her protection. Arachne's smirk is evil. And when that happens we will be ready. All of you get ready for war, it will surely come, but not right away. She fans herself. You're dismissed. The soldiers walk out of the room without any word, they know what they are to do. My lady. Mosquito looks over at her and watches as Arachne touches the crystal ball, touching where Maka's face is. She will be mine soon enough. Arachne smirks. If Kami did anything right, it was giving birth to this. Medusa can't protect her, just like she couldn't protect Kami. Arachne traces Maka's cheek on the crystal ball. It's only a matter of waiting now. She looks over at Mosquito. And I am a very patient person. Arachne leans her head back and laughs madly. Maka is so close to her web, all she has to do is wait and she'll walk right into it, just as a spider waits and hides for their prey to get caught in their web. Arachne will wait for Maka. Lady Medusa. Erica runs into the Manason's library, her eyes on the snake witch that is sitting in a chair reading a book, glasses on her nose. Did dash. Stop yelling, Erica. This is a library. Medusa doesn't look up from her book, still reading. Forgive me, Erica takes a deep breath, setting her voice a bit more quiet. Did dash. Did Maka drink the tear? Free bust in, practically roaring, cutting Erica off, causing her to facepalm. Forget about reading. Medusa sighs before she closes her book and sets it aside. Her yellow eyes lock onto them. Maka did drink the tear. Perfect. Erica's eyes light up. So that means we can dash. No. Medusa shakes her head, her eyes harden. Maka isn't ready yet, her heart somehow has gotten purer since she left. I would think after she had sex with that boy that it would cause the demon in her to release, that Krona would push her over the edge, but somehow that stupid witch hunter forgave her. Not only that, but she used her power to save people on the boat. Maka was supposed to lose it. She was supposed to just leave Krona and Ragnarok. Her heart would have turned dark, she would have abandoned the only people that cause her to hold on, yet she didn't do that. No, she saved everyone, and then to make things worse she healed a boy of his cancer. Medusa grinds her teeth. Maka is getting good. Erica trembles. But we need her evil. We need her to dash. Do not freak out yet, Erica. Medusa calms down, a smirk on her face. I have a ace in the hole, a plan that will make her completely lose it. And what exactly is that? Free steps up, looking at Erica with a expression that can't be read. Medusa's smirk is evil, it shows her jagged teeth as she opens her mouth to speak. Medusa. A voice roars as he busts through the doors, marching into the room, pushing aside Erica and Free. Ragnarok. Medusa blinks at the raging boy, he's breathing hard, his eyes on fire. She takes in his body and her smirk is evil. So it seems you kept this body, you'll only be able to keep it for a couple more days before the boy starts fighting, we better make good use of this. She gives a look to Erica, whose eyes get wide with realization, only for her to smirk. What the fuck did you do to Krona? Ragnarok grips his fist, his voice a growl. What on earth do you mean? Medusa tilts her head, but that smirk hasn't fallen. He's fucking bleeding black shit. 1. 2. He's been able to fucking control the black stuff, making fucking weapons out of it. 3. He's not Krona. Ragnarok takes a deep breath. He has given into madness. Don't give me that madness bullshit. A crazy person doesn't fucking bleed black and have superhuman powers. Ragnarok fumes. Did you fucking do some experiment on him? You did fucking something to him. Everything I've done to him I've done to Maka. Medusa waves him off. If you should be mad at anyone it's her, she's the reason he's this bad off dash. She might have gave him a broken heart, and hell, a broken mind, but that doesn't fucking cause your blood to turn black. What the fuck did you do? Ragnarok takes another step closer, he's so close to losing it. I'm not sure I like your tone, Ragnarok. Medusa stands up, her voice dark but she has a evil smirk on her face. And what if I said I experimented on him like a guinea pig? What if I told you I injected him with painful toxins till it made what I wanted? What if I told you I gave him something to speed up his madness? What would you do about it? I know you didn't do all that shit. Ragnarok takes a deep breath. I would have known. You're right. I didn't, and I have no part in what's happening to him. Medusa chuckles darkly. But I must say it's a improvement. He's evil, just like me. I'm almost proud of him. I almost don't want to puke when I see his face. Her eyes light in dark glee. Maybe I should experiment on him, cut him open like a fish and see what's going on in there, get a sample of his blood. I could make him more mutated, I could turn him into something impressive. I could change his body till there's nothing of him left, nothing but a big ball of madness and hate. Oh, how I'll enjoy his screams as I change that pathetic boy to something worth keeping. Who knows? Maybe I could even love him. She throws her head back and crackles at her joke. Maybe I could even consider him my child. She laughs even louder. I crack myself up. No, he'll never be my child, but if I turn him into a beast I could have him as a pet. He'll be more useful to me than he is now. I'll be able to stand him being around because he won't be a pathetic boy who can do nothing but fail me. He won't be a waste of space. He will be my pet that will just do as I say. Maybe I'll even pet him. She begins to laugh again, only to get punched right in the mouth. The room goes deadly quiet. Erika and Free's eyes are wide, staring at Ragnarok, who just struck Medusa. The boy is rumming, his rage shining through as he glares at this woman that just has her head to the side. She hasn't moved. Hasn't done anything. You fucking bitch. Ragnarok roars, his chest hurts. All Krona fucking wanted was fucking love from you. Or at least some kind of emotion other than disgust. Krona has done every fucking thing you've told him to do. He's bent over backwards for you, doing things he didn't even want to fucking to do to try to make you proud. He's dealt with so much shit because of you. He's killed people, been locked in that fucking asylum where the doctors treated him like a animal and injected him with needles all the fucking time. And to make it worse, you never fucking visited him. He would just hope that you would call, that you would do fucking something so he could hear from you. I've had his fucking back since he was 4. I know everything about that motherfucker, and I know more than anything he wanted to make you proud. Now here Krona is, fucking losing it, becoming mutated, and you're talking about making him worse so he's of more use to you. He's your fucking son, you bitch. I don't care if you wanted a fucking girl, I could care a rat's ass. The point is he's your child. You could have at least had the decency when Krona did something good, you could have praised him. You could have done something, but here you are, fucking laughing at the fact your son wants love from you, wants you to be proud. You make me fucking sick. Krona is fucking awesome, you sick bitch. You should be grateful he hasn't fucking chopped your ass into a million pieces from all the shit you've done to him. Krona doesn't deserve a mother like you. He doesn't deserve all this shit he has to go through. He's a human being, goddammit. Not a fucking test subject. Ragnarok is breathing so hard his eyes on fire. He doesn't know it, but someone is watching this, a shadow with wide eyes leaning against the wall. It's on his small eyes are watering. He's looking at Ragnarok with awe. Everything is quiet for a moment, his words setting in. That's when Medusa starts to laugh. Her hair is covering her face. It's creepy, it's dark. How touching, it seems you do care for that waste of a boy. Ragnarok's eyes flash, his rage overcoming him as he goes to hit her again. But Medusa catches his fist. But I believe you have forgotten your place. Her words are venom as she tightens her grip on his hand. Her power shoots out and Ragnarok roars in agony, twisting, trying to get away from her. I think you forgot who you are a slave to. I think you forgot who owns you. She looks at him, her expression is nothing but darkness. I'll be happy to remind you, Ragnarok. The shadow's eyes get wide before it takes off running. The pain he feels is unbearable and he can't get away from her. Medusa's smirk is evil as Ragnarok ends up screaming in his pain, his body moving like it's having a seizure. Oh, I'll make you remember. Medusa crackles. I'll make you remember everything. Ragnarok's eyes light up and she lets go of him. The boy thrashes on the ground making gurgling sounds like he's choking, his body twitching, his eyes wide with fear, with panic. Now you asked me what my plan was. Free. Medusa wipes the blood from her mouth, watching with dark glee as Ragnarok screams in pain. Well, can any of you tell me what happens to a house when you destroy its foundation? The house falls apart. Erika answers, her eyes still wide from seeing all this, for watching how this strong boy is screaming. Excatly. Medusa crackles madly. Ragnarok has been holding not only Maka together, but what's left of Krona together. So if Ragnarok falls, Erika's eyes get wide. They all do. Free grins. Yes, by the morning Ragnarok will either be faded away, leaving nothing but the boy he possessed, or he'll be engulfed in madness. Medusa smirks as she stands up, turning her back on the boy. Let us leave him to suffer, to live his hell, to live how he became my slave over and over again. Erika and Free turn and walk out of the room. Medusa follows, but she pauses to look back at Ragnarok. She watches at how his body twists, how his face is pale, how he sweats, how he screams in pain. She smirks. I'll destroy the foundation, Ragnarok will fall and Maka will fall with him. Medusa turns to leave, cracking to herself as she shuts the door, leaving Ragnarok as his agony alone in a dark room. Let's see how long they last without their precious Ragnarok. Chapter 58. The silence of the white room is broken by a child's sob. The doors have shut on him, now he's alone, in this room he doesn't know, in this place he's never been to, being handled by strangers with the scary white coats. Everything is white here. The boy hugs himself because he's the only one that would hug him. He tries to give himself comfort, or at least tries to stop his shaking, tries to stop the pain in his chest, tries to stop the throbbing in his head. Those people in the scary white coats weren't nice. Their hands were cold when they grabbed him, their gaze is harsh or excited, but he doesn't know why they're excited. Well, only one of them looked excited. And that was the man with the stitches in his face. He doesn't like that man, his hands were the coldest and the stitches scared him. What if that man tries to stitch his face? The boy whimpers at the thought, but at least that man didn't seem afraid of him. Everyone else is, and he can't blame them. His pale blue eyes look for a place to hide, a place where he can feel safe. They fall under the white bed, but Ragnarok says monsters live under there, so his eyes search this room till they fall on the corner next to the door. It's not the best place, but he can't hold out any longer. He runs to this small space, his little legs almost giving out on him, but he makes it. He sits in the corner and hugs his legs to his chest because he is the only one that would hug a monster like him. Krona wails, no longer sobbing, he's wailing as he pushes his head into his knees, gripping himself tighter as he lets all his sorrow out, all his guilt. He can't look at his hands, no. They're stained with blood. That's why he's here, because all he does is destroy. Yet. He destroys, but his mother left him for the cops to take. Krona knows this is all a part of her plan for him that she never really tells him about. She just does as she pleases, tells him what he's to do. But he didn't want to kill those people. Krona trembles, those tears falling harder. He hasn't stopped crying since he was taken by the cops. He didn't stop when they washed the blood off of him. He didn't stop as he was taken to his new home, this place, the place they told him the name, but he forgot. He's forgotten a lot of things just because he doesn't want to remember them. But he can never forget what he did. This room is no better than the room Medusa used to lock him in when he did something wrong or when he failed her. The only difference between that room and this one is that this one is covered in light while the other in darkness, with his father's head rotting up the air. But now he deserves darkness, he doesn't deserve light, a monster like him, no. Krona's chest hurts from his crying, his throat is raw from all his wailing and screaming, his eyes swollen and puffy, his nose running. He keeps wailing, and... Would you stop fucking crying? Damn. It's like you have a never-ending supply of fucking tears. Ragnarok suddenly appears in front of the small boy. He's glaring at him. I'm getting fucking sick of hearing it. I am sorry, Ragnarok, but I just see, can't he stop? Krona wipes the tears that keep coming. I killed Sophia. I took her life. I took her whole family's life. Their blood is on my hands. He sniffles more. Sophia trusted me, she was always nice to me, and she liked me. I stabbed her. Krona, you fucking had to. Medusa gave you the order dash. Does that make it any better? Krona looks down at his hands that are trembling. My hands still have her blood. Medusa told me to kill those people, but I'm the one who killed them. I killed little Sophia. Krona hugs himself tighter. I'm a demon. Ragnarok frowns slightly at watching this boy tremble, at watching the tears fall down his face. He also frowns at how soft his voice is, how weak he sounds. Krona dash. That's when the door opens. Krona looks up from his hands only to squeak in horror as he backs as far into the corner as he can, his eyes shaking as that stitched face man closes the door behind him. The man with the stone eyes looks over at the pink-haired boy. His face is blank, a notebook in his hand. Well, hello Krona. The scary man speaks almost boredly as he walks closer to the boy, only to stop when he sees how Krona's teeth are chattering. I'm not going to hurt you. I'm your doctor Krona, I'm only going to help you. Do you remember my name Krona? The small boy shakes his head quickly, his teeth still chattering. I'm Dr. Stein. Remember you saw me earlier today? There's nothing to be afraid of, you'll be seeing me a lot while you're here, so don't be so scared, I'm your friend. This man gives him a warm smile, but Krona's slightly afraid those stitches will rip. What? Krona swallows, trying to calm himself down. What happened to your face? I mean. It's just that's. He can't make up for what he said. This man blinks at him, his hand slowly reaching up to his face and touching the stitches as if he didn't know they were already there. Krona sees it, the way this man's lips twitch, his fingers moving oddly. Stein takes a deep breath and lets it out, his mouth stops twitching and his fingers stay still. Everything in the world is an experimental test subject Krona. His voice is odd. Of course that includes myself as well. Ragnarok glares at this man, his eyes lighting up a bit as he steps closer to Krona, his piercing eyes boring into this doctor. What the fuck is he talking about? Experimental test subject. He glances at Krona and that glare deepens for this man. And no more experiments. Krona's eyes get watery at that, a fear in his eyes at the word. Forget about that Krona. Stein coughs into his hand before he opens up that notebook. No experiments, just questions, okay. Q questions. Krona grips his hair. I don't know how to deal with questions. Because no one has ever asked him anything. His mother only told him what to do, gave him a command to complete. His mother never asked him how he felt, never asked anything about him. If he cried, she didn't ask why. No one asks him anything. She just tells him what to do. These questions are simple Krona. There is no right or wrong answer. You just have to be honest with me. Stein walks a bit closer. Krona tenses, but his teeth have stopped chattering. Ragnarok gets closer to the small boy. Oh okay. Krona is still uncertain. What if he says something Medusa won't like? He doesn't want her to be mad at him. He couldn't deal with her cold tone right now. You're a young boy, correct? Stein's stone eyes bore into the boy that tensed up. I suppose so. Krona mumbles, looking down a little. Why was it that on the crime scene you were wearing a dress? Stein gets out his pencil. The police thought you were a young girl, not until I examine you did I know myself. So why were you wearing that dress? Krona's gaze shifts a moment in his thinking what he should say and what he shouldn't. Krona takes a deep breath. I want to be a girl. And why's that? Krona doesn't respond. I won't press that for now. Stein watches as Krona's shoulders relax. Tell me about your mother. Am my mother? Krona frowns, looking at his feet. Yes, what was she like to you? Krona doesn't respond. Did your mother ever hit you, Krona? It's okay, be honest with me. Did she ever hurt you? Or touch you in an odd way that felt strange? Ragnarok gives this man an odd look. Krona's frown deepens as he looks up at the doctor. She never touched me. He looks down because he feels his eyes water. Neglect. Stein writes something down in his notebook. A growl admits from Ragnarok's throat. The man said that like he just won fucking bingo, not like he cares that this boy was neglected. He's just happy he figured it out. Ragnarok is getting pissed. Krona doesn't respond to that as Stein looks at him. Tell me, Krona, did the Brumleys hurt you in any way? Did they hurt you, or did someone touch you oddly? And no. The Brumleys were really nice to me. Krona whips his head up. They always smiled at me, and they let me hold Sophia when she was born. Then why did you kill them? Stein's voice is pressing. Krona tensing up badly. They must have done something to make you snap. Did you have any violent thoughts about the Brumley family before the incident? Or did it all happen then? Please I don't want to answer any more Q questions dash. Is it that you were jealous of Sophia? Your mother neglected you, so you considered the Brumleys as your family, but when the baby came along they gave her more attention, didn't they? It made you angry? It drove you crazy. Stein's getting a odd look in his eyes. You killed them all because you were jealous, weren't you? Jealous of the family they had and you don't dash. And no. I didn't kill them because of that. I was happy for them. Krona starts to cry. Please and no more and no more. Or maybe it was the fact Sophia was a girl. She was a girl like you wanted to be, and she got attention from her mother, something you didn't get dash. He said fucking no more, you son of a bitch. Krona's body twists, his eyes getting wide, changing as he roars at this man, his expression going to a scowl. Stein blinks. Oh my, what is dash? Stein starts only to get punched in the face by this little boy. He's sent back a couple steps, falling on his butt, his glasses getting knocked off his face. The hit might have caught the doctor off guard. But that's not the strength a 5-year-old could have. There's fucking more where that came from, asshole. When Krona says no more, he fucking means no more. The little boy is fuming, his eyes glaring at this man with rage he didn't have a second ago. Stein just stands up, picking his glasses off the floor. He puts them back on. One of the lens are cracked, his bangs covering his eyes. Interesting. What are you? A alternate personality. That would explain a lot. I'm no fucking alternate personality. I'm fucking Ragnarok, and don't you forget it, bitch. Krona snarls. Now get the fuck out of here before I experimentally rip all those stitches out your face. A alternate personality with anger issues and a violent nature. Stein hums, but he turns his back on the small boy and starts to walk out of the room. I'll leave you alone for today, Krona, but I'll have some more questions for you tomorrow along with Ragnarok. Fuck you. Krona gives him his middle finger as the man walks out of the room and shuts the door behind him. The small boy makes a squeak as Ragnarok comes out of his body, the raven-haired boy still glaring at where the man was standing. Can you fucking believe that guy, Krona? Like dash. Ragnarok turns around only to see Krona burying his head in his knees, his shoulders shaking in his muffled sobbing. Ragnarok frowns again, but this small boy doesn't see it. Krona, what the fuck you crying about now dash? I don't like it here. He wails, gripping his hair. The people in the white coats are mean. Dr. Stein is scary and he asks questions that make my head and chest hurt. Everything is too bright yet empty. That scary man said he would come back with more questions tomorrow and I can't deal with them. I don't know what's going to happen to me. They could want to kill me for all I know. But worse of all. He sniffles. It reminds me of how much of a demon I really am. They locked me away and they look at me with fear. Blood is on my hands. I'll always be here for my sins and no one will see me more than a demon. They will see my sins and that's all they'll see. I am a demon. I'm a dash. Krona, shut the fuck up. Ragnarok roars. The small boy stops speaking immediately and whimpers at the dark glare the older boy is giving him. You didn't fucking kill those people. I did. It was me, not fucking you. I'm the one that picked up the knife, I'm the one that fucking massacred them. The blood is on my fucking hands and I'm fine with it. You didn't kill that baby either, I'm the one that stabbed it. You handed the knife over to me. You're no monster, Krona, you've never killed a fucking thing, it's always been me. Ragnarok takes deep breaths. I know this place sucks ass, but you have to fucking deal with it. What's the point in crying about it? Your tears aren't going to change anything, just fucking stop blaming yourself for all this shit. You know I took over your body and here you are, crying for those people I killed, and have you seen me shed one tear? Fucking no. Because I don't give a shit. It pisses me off. The blame is on you, Krona, but really it's on me. Ragnarok doesn't look at the boy, his voice dark. You call yourself a demon? Well, fucking look at me. He motions to his see-through body, to the scowl on his face, to the rage in those piercing blue eyes. You're not the fucking demon, Krona. His voice gets odd. I am. Krona looks at him with wide eyes. This is the most this boy has ever said to him. Krona's crying has stopped, those blue eyes bright as he stares at this older boy. I'm fucking going. Ragnarok snarls, about to fade away. I don't think why you're a demon. Krona's soft voice gets him to pause. Oh. The raven-haired boy's voice is still dark. Why yeah. Krona's gaze shifts. Why you aren't the nicest, but why you're always there for me when I need you, why you protect me, why you pushed me on the swing and you always come when I cry even though it might just be because I'm annoying, why you at least you see come. Even when you hit me I can't help but to feel like I'm not alone, why your growls and cusses and hits are scary but it lets me know I'm not alone, it reminds me I'm really here. I know you don't care about me but that doesn't make you a demon. A demon wouldn't protect me, a demon wouldn't have pushed me on the swings. Krona takes a deep breath. So no. I don't think you're a demon Ragnarok, you're my guardian. Ragnarok stares at him blankly for a moment. Krona shifts under his gaze, being a bit uncomfortable. That's when the raven-haired boy starts walking towards him. He reaches out his hand, Krona flinching and closes his eyes, thinking he's about to get hit. He feels a gentle hand on the top of his head causing Krona to open his eyes, looking up at Ragnarok who is ruffling his hair. Way to go all gay on me Krona. The older boy grins at the way Krona beams at this his touch. Ragnarok suddenly puts Krona in a headlock, rubbing his knuckles in boy's scalp, getting Krona to whine and struggle. I didn't know you liked my punches Krona, maybe I should give you some more. Oh ow. That's not what I meant Ragnarok. Krona whines, still struggling with him. Fine then, I'll just take my fucking punches and dash. Ragnarok lets go of him only for the small boy to grab a hold of his arm. Don't go. Krona trembles. I need you if why you want to punch me go ahead Jay, just don't leave me. Ragnarok blinks. Stop being a dumbass Krona. Ragnarok knocks the boy on the forehead when his eyes started to water, but it's not that hard. You said it your fucking self. I'm your fucking guardian. So stop worrying. I won't let that fucking Stein guy hurt you. You're my fucking bitch, if anyone tries to hurt you, you know I'll beat the shit out of them. Ragnarok. Krona looks at him with wide eyes. Now don't fucking look at me like that and don't expect me to be all gay with you again. I'm only doing this because you're fucked up. I don't need you fucking losing it and having to deal with more shit. Ragnarok stands up. I can't promise you I'll be a good guy. I can't promise you I'll be what you fucking want. I can't promise I'll be here all the fucking time. He looks over at the little boy. But I can promise that I won't fucking leave you completely. I'm stuck to your bitchy ass. Why you'll never leave me? Krona sniffles. It's not like I have a fucking choice. Ragnarok snaps, getting Krona to tense and look down. But no, I'll never leave you. I'll always fucking be here, whether you like it or not. I like it. Krona gives him a smile when Ragnarok looked over at him. I'll never be alone. You're such a sappy bastard. Ragnarok shakes his head but he turns his body to hide that semi-crooked smile. I'm not, Krona gets up to protest but when he looks up, Ragnarok is gone. Ragnarok. Krona frowns and takes a step forward. He tries calling him again. Ragnarok always comes when he calls. But the raven-haired boy doesn't show up. There's a panic in this small boy as he turns around only to see his shadow staring back at him. There's tears falling down its face and when Krona touches his own cheek, he's crying too. The room is suddenly engulfed in darkness, little Krona sinking into this thick liquid with no one to help him. Ragnarok's still not answering his call. Krona feels nothing as blackness takes over his vision. He falls for some time. This black stuff isn't suffocating him but it's thick and he's sinking deep. The small boy falls onto something hard. A splashing sound is heard. Krona opens his eyes to see he's laying on something wooden. He frowns at the sun beating down on him as he forces himself into a sitting position. He can't help but to gasp. He's surrounded by black water floating on a small piece of wood that seems like it could sink at any moment. He doesn't like it here. Krona looks around this place looking for an island, a place of safety. But there's nothing but black water. Krona hugs his knees to his chest, feeling the panic set in. He's going to die. He's never going to find his way out. His shadow comes out from underneath him, taking up the rest of this small board of wood that's keeping this small Krona afloat. He stares at his shadow as it opens its mouth and it screams, but it's not Krona's scream. It's Ragnarok's. Little Krona's eyes get wide as he stares into this shadow's eyes. He sees it all. He sees the boy in pain, Medusa smirking over the thrashing boy. He hears Ragnarok's words. He sees everything. Krona is consumed in light. The room is silent as Krona twists a little in his bed, turning and whimpering in his sleep till he goes still. His pale blue eyes slowly opened there out of focus and haunted his fingers twitching that mad smile on his face. Suddenly his eyes focus, they get duller but they lose that haunted look. His shoulders slump and his fingers stop twitching, that mad smile has been replaced with a frown, his blue eyes light up in concern. Our Ragnarok. A fire burns lightly a couple feet away, shadows being cast on the polished floors, they're clean, they aren't contaminated, the fire is nice but it's not what's lighting this small room. It's the large gem in the middle of it that's making this room so bright. Maka blinks at this room, this fireplace room, as she sits in that familiar chair. The black liquid is gone. It's not up to her waist anymore, it's just completely gone. The floors look as if there was never that black guck in here. This room still has the spider webs and the fire is still black, but the floors are clean, and when Maka looks at the bright, tear-shaped gem in this room now, she can't help the feeling in her chest, the feeling of familiarness, the feeling of light, of safety. Wow. Maka whistles, still looking around in amazement. The angel's tear really cleaned this place up, dash. The angel's tear didn't do this, dumbass. That voice snarls, getting Maka to look to her left. That other girl is in the cage still. Maka sees the crack has grown, but this girl is no longer mutated. She looks just as Maka does, though her green orbs are full of hate, her hands gripping the bars tightly, her teeth grinding. That little stunt you pulled back on Abiko did this. I mean, look at me. The girl motions to her eyes that are no longer black, to her skin that isn't a sickly green color, to her nose that is wart-free. I look hideous. Hey, I resent that. Maka glares at this girl. You look good, you look just like Dash. You. I know. I hate you so much for this. Why would I want to look like the girl that saved people? This other girl makes a gagging sound. You make me sick. You saved all those people on the ship. And if that wasn't enough, you had to heal that little boy of his cancer. I'd rather have my eyes craved out with a spoon than having to see that shit. We are evil. We do not go around, all willy-nilly and heal people. We fucking kill. Destroy. Kami's soft smile flashes through Maka's mind before she closes her eyes. It doesn't have to be that way. Oh, what? Now you're Ms. Good Guy? Just people you saved those people doesn't mean you're forgiven for all the wrong you have done. All those people from the circus are still dead. Nothing can wash their blood from off your hands. You can't fool me, Maka. I'm you after all, even though it sickens me to no end, I'm you. I know what you want, that you want to destroy Dash. I want to avenge my mother. Maka puts a hand to her heart, Krona's mad smile rearing its ugly head into her mind. Nothing more. Her voice is no more than a whisper. You won't be able to avenge her by saving people. The girl grunts. The more clean you are, the weaker you are. A witch is evil. A good witch is a waste, that is why your mother was so weak, Dash. Don't fucking talk about my mother. Maka snarls, standing up from her seat. I hate you. I hate you so much. This girl screams before hitting her head against the cage. You're a disgrace. Helping people, ugh, and you have me in this fucking cage. Her eyes look over to the teardrop in this room. And you're such a dumbass. You're too trusting. What if this tear had killed you like that witch hunter said? You just swallowed it. What other choice did I have? Maka looks away from her as she looks at the tear. I'm alive now, aren't I? Not for long if you keep being stupid. That girl snarls. You must get rid of that crazy boy. He will end up killing you since you won't release me. He's got his eyes on you, he can't be trusted. The girl looks at her seriously. Neither can that ghost boy. They are Medusa's pawns, being used to bring you down. You can't trust anyone but yourself, you can only trust me. Fuck that. Maka grunts. You just want me to be a psycho bitch and kill everyone. That's because you are a psycho bitch. The girl protests. Maka, I'm all you have, yet you lock me in this cage, don't you know? Don't you know that, Dash? Suddenly there's a crack beside them, getting the other girl to pause as they both look over. The tear is cracking. It lights up brightly, Maka having to cover her eyes as the crack in the tear becomes larger till it just completely falls apart. Something steps out of the broken tear, it crunches under his feet as the light recedes back into this person Maka being able to see again. Only for a face she doesn't recognize to be mere inches from her own. Maka gasps and takes a step back. So we finally meet again. This boy beams, this boy that she's never seen in her life. He's a bit taller than her, his skin soft looking almost like it has its own glow to it. His green eyes are bright yet there's a deep sadness in them that she doesn't understand. His smile is warm, he's dressed in a white robe. Ugh, not this guy. The other girl groans and bangs her head against the cage. You know him. Maka raises an eyebrow, the girl opens her mouth. What a nice little place you got here. The boy chimes, getting both girls to look at him as his bright green eyes look around. His smile falters slightly when he sees the spider webs. Oh my, well, it could use a bit of cleaning but nothing too bad. I can help you get this place sparkling dash. Get out of here, you fucker. That girl growls, hitting her fist against the cage, but the boy ignores her. Yes, this place is the perfect size, I'll fit right in. He beams as he points at the broken glass of the tier on the floor. It makes itself into a chair. He dusted off, humming a tune to himself. Dude. Maka blinks. What are you doing? Getting my stuff set up. I want to be comfortable if I'm going to be staying with you. Ugh, hold up there. Maka puts her hands up. This room is already a bit crowded, 2 of us is enough, I dash. You won't even notice I'm here. He smiles at her as he sits in this glass chair. I promise. The room gets quiet as both of these girls stare at the boy, one with her eyebrow raised, the other with a glare. He just smiles at them, not speaking. It's really awkward. Who the hell are you again? Maka frowns slightly when the boy disappears. Only to reappear right in front of her face, getting her to jump. I've waited so long for this, now that you have found me I can. He reaches out a hand to touch her. Out of reflex she grabs it to stop him, a defense she's gotten, but as soon as she touched his skin it burned her. She cries in pain as she quickly lets go of him, looking down at her hand that's now sticky looking. The skin is peeling. This boy burnt the shit out of her. Her hand is really red. Oh my. You shouldn't have done that. The boy frowns and looks at her hand with a concern. Don't you know what I am? You must never touch me. You can't touch me. It's sad, really. What the fuck did you do? Maka growls, moving away from this boy. Her glare is dark. Who the fuck are you? How the hell did you get in here? This boy beams. He's way too happy. You should know who I am. You drunk my tear after all. Maka blinks as she takes in this boy again with the white robe, a warm smile on his face and his green eyes too bright. He's looking at her expectantly. You're the first guardian angel. Maka blinks when his smile gets bigger. Where's your wings? Wings. The boy looks at her a bit oddly. Why should I have wings? I'm not a bird. I'm an angel. I hate this guy. The other girl bangs her head against the bars with every word. Yeah, I know, but never mind. Maka sighs as she rubs her temples. This is probably just my madness being fucking weird again. Now I'm seeing wingless angels. What's next? Flying pigs. I assure you, I am not a part of madness. I would never be a part of something so sinful and destructful. This boy shakes his head. I really hate this guy. Yeah, whatever. You're just some stupid illusion. You can leave now. Maka turns her back on this boy and closes her eyes. She's tried of things not making sense. She's tried of everything, of not knowing, of something always fucking happening. How can you say that when you have drunken my tear? She can hear the frown in his voice. You should have felt me, you should know me, it is the tear I shed for you after all. What? Maka opens her eyes and turns to look over at this boy, her eyebrow raised. If you're really the guardian angel, then you shed that tear for the lost of immortality, for the curse of the human race. Correct. He nods. I shed it for you. The lost of you. Okay, now you're not making any fucking sense. Maka growls a bit in her irritation. The other girl is silent. I'm making perfect sense. The boy seems confused. No, you're not. You're saying you shed that tear for me, but 1, I wasn't around when Adam and Eve were alive. 2, you said you shed it for the lost of immortality, so why the hell are you saying you shed it for me? Maka blinks at how this boy frowns. Of course you were there when Adam and Eve were. You always have been here. You were what was taken from the human race. I shed that tear for you, and ever since I've been waiting for you to come and collect it, waiting for you to start your destiny. I'm really not following you, dude. Maka rubs her temples. I got that tear to give me more time to live so I could avenge my mother. I have no idea what you're fucking talking about. I still don't know why you're fucking here either. You didn't get the tear to start your destiny. The boy blinks, a frown coming to his face. No? Like I said, you're not making any sense. I am making perfect sense, you are just not listening. The boy sighs. When you saw my tear, didn't you feel me? And when you drunk it, didn't you feel me then? I don't. Maka stops thinking about that familiar feeling she got as she got closer to the tear, how she had a hope in her heart, and when the tear went past her throat the familiar feeling was overbearing. It was warm even when she saw the panic in Ragnarok's eyes. She wasn't afraid. You did, didn't you? The boy smiles a bit at that. But if what you're saying is true, and we don't know each other, how do I feel familiar? Maka whips her head up. Did he just read her mind? Yes. He chuckles. But even if I couldn't, your face is like a book, my dear. I can see what you're thinking through your eyes. Who in the hell are you? Maka looks at this person with wide eyes. It's true she's never seen this boy in her life, but there's a familiarness in her heart that she can't deny. My name is Custos. I am the first guardian angel, for I had a love for Adam and Eve. They are the ones that disobeyed God and they deserved what they got, but I couldn't help but cry when their immortal life was taken away. He locks eyes with her. When you were taken away. Are you trying to say that I'm eternal life? Maka blinks. Yes. You are the life that was taken from the human race. His voice gets serious. Also the death that was given to them. Dude, you talking crazy? Maka crosses her arms. I'm a person. You see this, I'm not anything crazy. Maka looks over at her other self that is banging her head against the cage still and frowns. I may be a witch, but when God took you away, he didn't destroy you completely, for Adam and Eve still lived, they still had life. Our Lord is a merciful God. He knew how the curse of dying would affect the world. He knew the curse of losing immortality would make humans turn hostile and violent just to keep the short life they have. He knew humans would create so many problems on their own that they would destroy themselves, because God is all-powerful and all-knowing. This boy gets really close to her. That is why he made you. I don't know if you heard me, but I'm a witch. I'm not from fucking God. That is your curse. He cuts her off, getting her to look at him. What? Maka, you are life. You have a pure heart just as Adam and Eve were pure and they had immortality, but when they sinned, they lost you and you were cursed. Life would end up killing people now because everyone has to die. His voice is serious. Life has been contaminated, so it took the form of something that also is contaminated. He points at her. A witch. You're freaking me out. I'm not going to lie here. Maka frowns deeply and takes a step back when he took a step forward. Don't you see? You have a dark side. He looks into her eyes and she hears that other girl roar. This side is the witch in you, this side is the witch of death. He points to her heart. You also have this side. A side that heals, cares, and nurtures life. You are the witch of life and the witch of death, because now, because of Adam and Eve's sin, you can't have one without the other. I think I'm just going crazy right now. I'm just a witch with a fucked up other side, but I'm no witch of life and death. I'm just me. Maka looks down at her hands. Her eyes are starting to shake. You're different from the other witches, I'm sure you notice. Custos takes a step forward again. You healed the boy of cancer. How do you suppose you did that? I'm a witch, dumbass. It's called powers. Maka grumbles. You don't know much, do you? This gets her to glare at him, but he doesn't seem affected. You have the ability to heal anything, giving life to both the mind and the spirit. That is why you are able to touch your ghost friend, why you were able to hold that ghost girl. Life gives you strength. Helping that little girl and boy felt good, didn't it? But when you destroyed or killed, that darker side of yours got a bit stronger, didn't she? Don't you see now? Maka isn't listening to him. She won't believe it. You have been seeing memories in your sleep. He speaks quickly. When she almost tuned him out, she tenses. That doesn't happen to any other witches. You can see moments in people's lives easily because you are life. You were always there, both in life and in death. You can see anyone's life. That is why you see the past of people you care about, or people you have come into contact with. You must believe what I say, my dear. Don't try to brush this off, you must listen to me. I've waited a long time to talk with you. I've been watching you since you were born, but I was told I could not speak to you till you drunk my tear. Now I'm here and I'm here to give you a message. Maka takes in all he just said with wide eyes. Could she really be life and death? Is that why in the memories she saw she was always just standing there, just watching? Instead of ever seeing the memory through someone's eyes, she always saw the memory with her own, like she was there but she wasn't. Maka turns to look at this boy, this angel. Her wide eyes tell him all he needs to know. God has great hope for you, Maka, that you will choose life and protect it. Custos takes a deep breath. But in the end the choice is yours. What do you mean? You can either choose life or death. There are two things that you could become. He looks at he seriously. You could be the witch of life, you could heal the sick and bring harmony to this troubled world, or he puts a hand to his heart. You could be the witch of death, and if you chose death you will be the one to wipe the whole human race out. You won't stop till every single one is dead. He walks so he's right in front of her. But the choice is always yours, my dear. It's your choice in the end what you will be. The angel looks away from her. God has blessed you with the ability to choose. Maka can't even wrap her head around this, God choosing her being life and death. How is that even possible? This can't be real, it can't be. But be sure to be careful. His voice gets her out of her thoughts. His green eyes are bearing into hers. Some people are trying to make the choice for you, don't let them. The boy is getting faded. You can either be a blessing to the world. He disappears. Or a curse. Wait. Maka screams and runs to where he was standing. Her mind is throbbing, everything is spinning. I thought we're staying. I need to know more. I can't tell you any more. His voice sounds around but she can't see him. I am staying here but I cannot interfere with you anymore for now. I'm not allowed to push you towards any choice, be it life or death. I am your guardian, I will stay with you to the end as long as you have my tear. After all I shed it for you. She can hear the smile in his voice. The choice is always yours, my dear. Please just explain this to me more. Maka pleads but he doesn't answer her, though she still feels that familiar presence. So you finally know what we are, dumbass. That other girl grunts, getting Maka to look at her. She looks almost bored. Don't listen to that, angels, the choice is yours, bullshit. Death always beats life in the end. Death is the one that consumes life, you don't stand a chance, Maka. I will be the last one standing, but you see I care for the same thing you do, at least when it comes to our mother. I am the one that gives you the power you need to fight. I am the one that has gotten you this far. So let me out. So I can destroy you completely, then you'll be what you were made to be. She crackles madly. Evil. And no. Maka trembles, gripping her hair. How can this be possible? How can she be something as strong as life or death? What if she dies? Does that mean everything just stops? Life and death can never die, even though you can. That boy answers her. You dying won't change anything, things will just go as they have been. You are the only witch that will ever be life and death. If you die, but the world will never change. Just like, for example, if a witch of wind dies, does the wind disappear? No, it doesn't. The witch of death will change it for the worse, while you will make it better, will give the world a break from their curse. Just let me the fuck out. That girl growls as she hits the cage. Hell no. Now that I know what you are, I'm never letting you fucking out. You'll rot in there, you bitch. Maka growls, though she's still not sure how all this shit is really happening. She's hoping it's all a bad dream. She means, God planning this? Her choice? She's the witch of life and death. No, it's fucking insane. Oh really? The girl's voice is smug. I'm sure you'll be letting me out sooner than you think. Someone you care about is about to be gone forever. What are you dash? Maka then feels it, the dread that grips her heart. Her stomach drops to her feet. She feels sick. Something is terribly, terribly wrong. That's when she hears the scream. It's far away, but she knows that voice. Oh, how she knows that voice. It's Ragnarok. He's screaming. Ragnarok never screams. It rings through this small room, hurting her ears, making her heart drop to her feet. Ragnarok. Maka says his name and the room fades away. Maka shoots up in bed, her eyes wide. She's panting, she's sweating, but she quickly gets out of bed and runs out of the room. She forgets about life and death, forgets about the guardian angel and her so-called destiny. Her mind belongs to the raven-haired boy with the crooked smile. Pain. That word cannot describe what Krona is feeling right now. He can barely move, it's like he's been away from his body floating above it only for gravity to be turned back on. He fell, and he fell fast, crashing into himself. Krona was not ready for his body. It feels different, like it isn't his body anymore. His body is slow to respond to his brain's wishes. He tries moving some fingers, a pain shooting up in his head, but he grinds his teeth and bears it. The pain is good, it tells him he's back, that this isn't a dream, he's really back, he's not lost in that god-awful black sea, he's not just a small, scared little boy, not just a shadow that can only watch his deeds and cry. He's Krona and he's back. Oh my, well, this is a surprise. That dark voice coos as Krona forces himself up on the bed. It feels like all his muscles are ripping apart in defiance, as if his body itself is trying to push him away, to get rid of him, send him back to that sea. Krona pants deeply, sweat dripping off his brow, his body is trembling, his bangs covering his eyes. He doesn't want to look at this boy, he doesn't want to look at what he's become, so he doesn't. I thought for sure you were lost forever. Old friend helped me find the way. Krona grips his fist, thinking about the boy with the piercing blue eyes that always met expression. He thinks of the boy that's always been there. And now it's my turn. Krona grinds his teeth as he moves his legs over to the side of the bed. His body is fighting with him, but he won't give up. He's come this far. He can't help but to whimper when his legs touch the floor and he tries to put weight on them to stand. Only for his legs to buckle and for him to fall on his hands and knees before this thing. Now it's your turn to do what? Do you really believe you can help Ragnarok? You saw what the witch did to him, he'll never make it out of it. Even if you somehow do make it to him, you'll be too late. His sanity is thinning, I can feel it. I can't honestly tell you if his mind will give before his spirit. This boy's voice is odd. It will be a close call, I say. I can do something. I have to help him. He's always been the one to save me, to hold me up when I couldn't go on anymore. Krona bites his lip till it bleeds at the pain he feels as he forces himself to stand. His legs wobble and he has to hold onto the bed so he doesn't fall. He's breathing so heavily, his body trembling. And now it's my turn to hold him up when he's down. Now it's my turn to be the strong one, and I will be for him. For my friend, my only friend. You give him too much credit. This boy grunts. He's only been there for you because he had to. He was forced on you by Medusa, remember? He has no choice. He was made her slave. He only protects you because of that fact. The boy coos, but Krona doesn't listen to him. He takes a deep breath as his legs finally steady before he lets go of the bed and starts to walk. Each step sends a jolt of pain through his body, but he'll endure it just like Ragnarok has endured so much for him. He's not your friend, he's only a poor unfortunate soul. This thing growls. He doesn't care for you. Did you forget all the things he did with Maka? Your love? Did you forget so easily that he claimed something that you wanted all to yourself? That doesn't matter now. Krona takes deep breaths as he forces himself to move, his eyes glaring with determination at the door. How doesn't it matter? This boy roars. Krona still won't look at him as he moves closer to the door. He doesn't care for you. He's only be bullshit. Krona stops to catch his breath, his eyes shaking, but he's holding firm. Our Ragnarok stood up for me to Medusa. He even punched her in the mouth. His eyes get wide at that part. And because he stood up for me, Medusa has hurt him. I have to save him. He truly cares for me. It's my turn. Krona reaches a hand out to the doorknob. To be the guardian. You're no guardian. The boy suddenly appears right in front of Krona, blocking the way out, forcing Krona to look at this thing, to look at the boy with the mad smile, with those sharp finger-like nails, with the black blood pouring from him covering wherever he walks. He looks this other boy in his haunting eyes. You're a demon. I know. Krona takes a step towards this boy, but that mad smile doesn't falter. You'll never stay sane long enough to get to him. And even if you did get to him, what would you do? Medusa did this to him. You would never even say anything to her. You can never go against her. No, you will always be her puppet. You're too deep into this mess, and so is Ragnarok. Why even fight me? This is what you are now. This is all that's left. And no. I'm still here. I am in control. Krona pants. He's close enough that he's stepping into the black liquid. Not for long. This boy giggles. He grabs Krona's face, trailing his long finger on his cheek. You can't save Ragnarok. He'll be gone, and all you'll have is me. It will always be only me. Let me consume you completely, Krona. I'll take all the pain away, it will be numbed by madness, and I'll hold you. You will be lost in your own little world and I will love you. This other boy leans in his face mere inches from Krona's. Because I'm the only one who can. I'm not giving in to you. Why you hurt people? Why you hurt Maka? Krona puts a hand to his heart, his whole body trembling. Why you're disgusting. Why you made her bleed. She hates me now and it's because of you. Why you said all those mean things about her mother. Why you made her cry. Krona feels tears of anger at the corner of his eyes. I hate you. I love you. This boy gives him a mad smile. Maka got what was coming to her. You liked the pain she was in. She betrayed you, slept with another man, the man you have never liked, and then had the balls to tell you that other boy can bang better. Krona tenses up badly, only for his gaze to shift away. Because I'm not good enough, she said so herself. If I was better, maybe all this wouldn't be happening. Maybe she would love me, but I am never enough. I am just a failure. I wasn't enough for Medusa. She had to give me Ragnarok so I could be of use. It's my fault. She's the slut. You're just a poor unfortunate soul. This boy sneers as he rubs Krona's cheek, cutting it. You're enough for me. With my help you can make her suffer for her dash. I don't want her to suffer. Krona pushes him away. I love her, dash. But she doesn't love you. This boy cuts him off. Krona tenses. She will continue to hurt you, but we could rip her heart out, take it for our own. I will give you all that you want, just give in to me. And no. Krona swallows before he pushes this boy out of his way. Why you won't touch her? I'm in control now. I am going to save Ragnarok and Maka. She'll never forgive you. This other boy chuckles. No, do you think she'll forgive you for breaking her ribs? And speaking ill of her mother? No, it wouldn't surprise me if she killed you on the spot. Krona pauses. I would deserve it. Krona opens the door. A monster doesn't deserve life. He doesn't deserve Maka. He doesn't deserve anything but hell. You're making a mistake. The boy sighs as Krona forces himself out of the room. If you continue this, you'll see a sight that will break you completely. If you give in to me now, I promise it will be painless, but if you fight me you will be put through hell. Krona thinks about the tears in Maka's eyes, the blood coming out of her mouth as he pressed on her ribs, breaking them, hears her cry of agony, sees the look of fear in her eyes. I'm already in it. Krona shuts the door in that other boy's face. He walks as fast as he can, ignoring his pain as he follows the connection Ragnarok and him share to find him. He just hopes he isn't too late for his old friend. His time is running out. That girl chuckles as Maka busts out of her room. You're not going to make it. Maka isn't listening to this girl anymore. She follows the scream, almost tripping over herself. She's running so fast, her eyes are wide, this fear getting deeper and deeper. Ragnarok. She can't lose him. He's the one that smacks some sense into her. He's the one that understands her. He's the one that protects both her and Krona, holds their heads up high so they don't drown. Without him, Krona and Maka will surely fall. Maka picks up the pace as his screams get louder. She's getting closer. Please, may she not be too late. Please don't be gone, Ragnarok. Maka stops in front of two large doors only for her heart to drop. The screaming has stopped. It's dead quiet. She uses her power and the doors fling open, revealing a sight she will never forget that will always haunt her. The boy Ragnarok possessed is laying in the middle of this dark room full of books. His body is in an odd position as if he's been twisting. His eyes are closed, his brown hair covering his face, his chest barely moving up and down. You would think that not hearing him scream would make her feel better, but it doesn't. No. It makes her feel worse. He looks so dead, so broken. Maka can no longer feel Ragnarok. She can't sense him. You're too late. That voice crackles, getting her heart to plummet, getting her stomach to twist into knots as she stares at this limp boy. Ragnarok. Her voice is soft, too soft, it's shaking, her body is trembling. The boy doesn't respond. It's over. That girl laughs so loud. He's finally completely dead. He's gone. Ragnarok. Maka screams and runs. This boy, no. No, this can't be happening, it can't be. She skids to a stop by his side. She's on her knees. Ragnarok, come on, get up. She shakes him slightly, but he's unresponsive. Hey asshole, stop messing around. Maka snaps, even though she knows he isn't messing around. Her voice cracked. She doesn't feel the boy at all. Ragnarok, please, you can't be gone. How did this happen? You can't leave me. She gently holds the boy in her arms, and when he doesn't respond, a rage overtakes her. Open your eyes, damn it. Come back here and fucking cuss me out. Call me a dumbass. Punch me right in the face. Maka shakes this boy roughly, but his head only moves back and forth limply. She still doesn't feel his soul. Ragnarok is gone. The boy with the crooked smile is gone. The boy that would punch her before he hugged her is gone. The boy that accepts her is gone. The boy that always protected her is gone. Ragnarok, no. Maka trembles. She stops shaking just to hold this boy's limp body closer, but this isn't Ragnarok, it's just a body, and now it doesn't even have his soul. You can't just be gone. After everything we've been through together. After all the shit we've had to take. Don't you know Krona needs you? Don't you know I need you? How can you just leave us? You've always been there. Why are you leaving now? Why are you leaving now when we need you the most? You can't be gone. Maka grips this boy closer to her as if that would bring him back. You're a annoying bitch, you know that. Yes, don't fucking call me that. I don't do nicknames, especially ones that sound so gay. Ah, but Raggy. You like making me feel like shit. You like making me feel. Us. It hurts, doesn't it? Being reminded of the past, of the things you can no longer have. Wipe that goofy ass smile off your face before I do it for you. Thank you. All I know about fucking love is that I feel it for you and you make me feel alive. Times in the past with Ragnarok flash through her mind, thinking of all the times he snapped on her, he hit her, thinking of all the times he gave her that crooked smile, all the times he held her, laughed with her, held her hand, kissed her, all the times he was there. The tears fall freely. She's trembling as she holds this boy close to her. Please don't go. Maka whimpers before she looks up at the ceiling. Ragnarok K. She wails his name in angst, in agony. But he doesn't respond. Maka leans her head against his forehead and cries onto him. Her heart is shattering and the girl is banging on that cage. It won't hold much longer. She feels lost. She feels like she just lost her hope. She just lost her friend. She lost Ragnarok. Her tears fall on this boy's face, drenching him. That's when the body twitches and then she feels it. She feels Ragnarok. It's faint, but she feels it. Ragnarok. Maka lifts her head up to look at the slightly moving boy in hope, her tears ceasing. The boy's eyes shoot open, they're odd looking, out of focus, dilated. His face is so pale, he looks so tired. He grabs onto her suddenly. His grip is painful, but she dare not push him off. One look into those odd eyes and a sharp pain is sent through her head, her vision becoming blurry. Till everything fades away. Maka groans as her eyes open. Her head is still spinning, but it quickly stops as her eyes take in the boy in front of her. Ragnarok stands with his bare back to her. He's naked. Maka getting a glance of his small, muscular butt before he pulls up his boxers. She can't help her eyes that move, taking in everything about him. On his back are bruises, cuts, scars. There's a cut on his lower back that still looks fleshy. It looks new. It looked like it hurts, but as all the other cuts he's gotten, he's taken care of them all himself. Maka frowns as the boy pulls up some black pants before he turns towards her. Ragnarok's chest isn't any better. He has a bandage wrapping around his ribs. His toned stomach is polka-dotted blue from all his bruises. Maka feels her heart ache at seeing this boy that she thought she lost. She knows this is only a memory, but just seeing this boy with the scar on his nose, the boy with that scowl on his face, she almost cries there. She wants to hold him, to heal him of his wounds and just keep him in her arms. She would never let him get even close to fading away. If she could help it, she would protect him just as he has always protected her. Ragnarok. Maka speaks his name even though she knows he can't hear her, as she takes a step closer, wanting to feel him, but when she tries to put a hand on his chest, it goes through. This is finally the fucking day. The raven-haired boy mumbles to himself as he puts on a black shirt covering his bruised-up chest. Maka takes in this outfit and a major red flag is sent up. This is the outfit Ragnarok always has on now. Could this be the day that Ragnarok? Maybe he's worn this outfit plenty of times. She hopes so. She doesn't want this happiness of seeing him again to be destroyed as she watches him getting taken from her again. She doesn't want to see his death, not now, no. She wants him to live. Ragnarok has a blank look on his face as he looks at himself in the mirror. He has no expression. Those piercing blue eyes hold a fire, yet a dullness it's hard to explain. She's never seen him with that look in his eyes. Ragnarok takes a deep breath before he turns and walks right through her, going over to the door in this room with the small bed and torn up pieces of paper. They look like letters. Ragnarok opens the door and walks out, Maka following him, and she can't help the dread in her heart. She can't help to feel she doesn't want to be here, even though seeing this boy has lifted her spirits. She feels a darkness. The raven-haired boy takes a couple steps into this apartment's living room. Where the fuck do you think you're going? A voice growls to the left, getting her and Ragnarok to look over. A younger version of Gurko is sitting on the couch glaring at this boy. His teeth are grit out. Ragnarok responds simply, no emotion in it, as he turns his back on this boy and starts to walk towards the door. Oh no, you fucking don't. Gurko stands up, getting Ragnarok to pause. All this out stuff is bullshit. You have fucking came home, bruised and beaten, too many times to be just some stupid people getting on your nerves. You never fought this much, and you would never let your ass get handed to you. Not to mention the cops have been poking around here, asking about stolen shit. Gurko takes a deep breath. I know exactly where the fuck you're going, and I'm not going to let you do it. A friend of mine saw you go into the warehouse when he was selling some weed. Why in the fuck would you mess with Big L? His gang is the most ruthless motherfuckers there is. What makes you think that they'll actually accept you into their gang? You're just a fucking kid. They're playing with you, man. They're using you. I know what I'm fucking doing. Mind your own damn business, and stop being in my shit. This is the last fucking thing I have to do before I'm in. Ragnarok growls as he turns around. And I need to get in. Mind my own damn business. You are my fucking business, asshole. I'm not just going to stand here and watch you throw your life away. Did you not hear a fucking thing I said? They don't care about you. They won't fucking put you in their gang. It wouldn't surprise me if you did this task for them and they killed you afterwards. Gurko takes steps towards Ragnarok. His eyes are on fire, but Maka sees his concern for this raven-haired boy. They won't. Ragnarok speaks firmly as he turns around and glares at Gurko. They treat me like fucking family. You have nothing to worry about. They won't kill me. Once I'm in, I can do what I was made to do. Avenge and destroy. They will help me do it. They will give me what I need, and be the fucking family I lost. Family. Is that what this is about? They don't give a shit about you. They only care about the money you bring in. If you so much as fail them once, they'll kill you without blinking. That's not a family. Gurko gets so he's right in front of Ragnarok. How could you do this shit without telling me? If you need help with something, with avenging and shit, why didn't you come to me? I can fucking help you. Forget about Al's gang. It's a little too late for that. Ragnarok speaks bluntly. Even if I could leave, I wouldn't. You can't fucking help me with this. Only they can. Ragnarok turns to leave, but Gurko grabs him. I'm not letting you do it. We could fake your death. Get the fuck out of here. Do something. They're going to kill you. This isn't a game, man. Dash. It was never a game to start with. Ragnarok knocks Gurko's hand off of him. I'm going to my family, and today I'm going to be a part of them. If you have a fucking problem with it, I don't have to stay here. They'll give me a fucking place to stay. Dash. I'm your fucking family. Gurko roars and pushes Ragnarok. His face is so red his teeth grit. After all the shit we've been through. After all the shit I've done for you. I've given a lot up to keep you on your feet. How the fuck could you just give all that away? Dash. You're not my family. Ragnarok growls coldly, his piercing blue eyes glaring into this boy. And right now, all you're being is a nuisance. Dash. A nuisance. I'm trying to help you like all the other fucking times. Did you forget about me carrying your ass when you were hurt after all that crazy shit with your aunt? Did you forget it was me that got us a place to stay? Did you forget it's me that's been your fucking friend all this time? Dash. I don't fucking need you, and I never did. Ragnarok grips his fist. Leave me the fuck alone. I'm going, and I'm not fucking coming back. Ragnarok walks only for Gurko to grab him and turn him around again. Maka can see the anger in Gurko's eyes, sees how those sharp teeth are completely showing. You're not fucking going. I don't know what's fucking up with you, but you're acting like a fucking dick. Why the fuck are you talking to me like this? I've been your bro since we were 16, Dash. You were never my bro. I never had a fucking brother and you're sure as hell aren't one. Ragnarok growls, his voice is so dark. Get the fuck off me. I know you just want to piss me off so I'll let you go, but it's not happening. I care about you too much, man. Gurko holds on to him despite how Ragnarok's glare gets darker. I never knew you were such a bitch. Ragnarok snarls. What are you? Fucking gay for me? It wouldn't surprise me after dash. That was fucking one time and I was drunk off my ass. Don't you dare fucking bring that up, you know I'm not fucking gay for you, asshole. And if being gay fucking means that I care enough to stop you from fucking dying, then yeah, I'm a fucking faggot. Gurko roars in his face. The air between these two boys is hostile. You said it, not me. Ragnarok sneers. Let the fuck go of me and go fuck some guy's asshole like I know you want to. Gurko is getting really pissed off. Maka can tell he's gripping his fist, looking like he's holding back from hitting Ragnarok. Those razor-sharp teeth are glistening in the light, his eye twitching. I swear to God dash, Gurko starts off. What do you have to swear? You don't have shit. You make money from drawing little pictures and making shit with clay. You do nothing but fuck around and drink. Ragnarok growls in his face. You're a waste of space just like your father dash. That was it. The last straw. Gurko lets out a roar of fury before he punches Ragnarok right in the face, busting his lip, but the raven-haired boy is quick to recover. He tackles Gurko, starting a fight that Maka never wanted to see. She can't help to feel her heart ache as she watches these two boys roll around on the floor, punching each other, kicking each other, making the other bleed. The glares, the cusses, they don't say anything, they just fight. Gurko and Ragnarok were best friends, and to see this, it hurts her. It hurts seeing that friendship fall apart. Gurko gets the upper hand on Ragnarok and grabs his head, banging it against the wall, making a hole in the cheap material before Ragnarok grabs a hold of him and throws him into a table with a glass vase. The table and vase break under Gurko's weight, the glass sticking into his back, but he's quick to get back up, roaring and yelling as he punches Ragnarok in the gut, which Ragnarok returns with a elbow to the head. These boys are evenly matched and they're destroying their home. They take turns slamming each other into shit, breaking everything. Gurko suddenly gets a good hit to Ragnarok's back, right where Maka knows that fresh wound is. Ragnarok lets out a roar of pain before he grabs a hold of Gurko, and with all his force he punches Gurko in the nose. The force sends Gurko back into the TV, breaking the table it was standing on, sparks flying everywhere as Gurko falls down into the rubble, his arms being held up by pieces of broken wood. Everything gets quiet, except for these boys' uneven breathing. Gurko looks up slowly at Ragnarok. The brown-haired boy's nose is twisted oddly, his lips busted, his back and arms bleeding from being thrown into shit. Something flashes through Ragnarok's eyes as he looks at this boy, only for it to disappear and to be replaced with such a cold look, a look that could freeze over the sun. You're pathetic, Gurko. Ragnarok's voice is ice. No wonder your mother fucking left you. Those words are the cruelest thing Maka has ever heard Ragnarok say. Gurko's glare falls, hurt shining through those eyes, hurt as he stares at his used-to-be best friend, the one that is looking at him so coldly as Gurko bleeds from the wounds he caused, the hurt she sees in Gurko's eyes, the pain. Oh God, her heart aches. She's never seen Gurko look so hurt, so broken. Don't worry. You'll never see me fucking again. Ragnarok turns his back on the boy and he walks out of the apartment, slamming the door shut behind him. Gurko only watches him go before he bows his head. Maka can't see Gurko anymore. She doesn't want to see that face full of pain, so she runs after Ragnarok. The raven-haired boy is just walking calmly as if none of that just happened. His lip is busted, but he just wipes it off. He's used to fighting, used to being beaten by now, it seems. He walks with that cold look even when Maka catches up to him and walks by his side. She can't help to feel all that was uncalled for, that it wasn't like Ragnarok to say anything about Gurko's mother, because he knows just as much as she does how it feels to not have a mother. When Ragnarok is a ways away from the apartment, his face completely falls and he falls to his knees. He holds his head in his hands, his breathing jagged. I'm sorry, Gurko. Ragnarok's voice is soft. Maka barely hears it. But I had to do it. I have to fucking do this, and all you would have done is try to stop me. He forces himself up, his bangs covering his eyes. Now I know you won't try to stop me. Ragnarok starts to walk again. He looks up, his bangs moving from his face. Those piercing blue eyes are watery. Everything fades away. When everything comes back to her, she's in that nasty warehouse again, buff men laughing haughtily as they chug their glasses of beer and fondle the barely dressed women around here. Big Al is sitting in that seat he was last time, counting big wads of cash with a cigar in his mouth. He's smirking, clearly pleased with this large sum of money. Big Al. The kid is here. A man roars over all the noise and everything gets quiet as they look over at their leader. Perfect. Let him in. Big Al's grin grows all the more as he motions the man on to do so. He nods before he opens the doors to this place, light coming in revealing the raven-haired boy standing there. His eyes are hard again, his face a scowl. You can see no weakness even though his lip is busted. It doesn't look like he just lost his friend. Come right in, my boy. Big Al beams loudly as Ragnarok walks in. The raven-haired boy's expression doesn't change as he walks past all these buff men that aren't giving him friendly looks. They make way for Ragnarok so he can walk right up to Big Al, stopping right in front of his desk. You got into a rumble. Big Al raises an eyebrow looking at Ragnarok's busted lip and bruised cheek. Some guy trying to get into my business. Ragnarok growls. I took care of him. That I'm sure you did. Big Al laughs, taking a drag of cigar before blowing it into Ragnarok's face. You never disappoint when it comes to silencing unwanted pest. You've done very good, my boy, pass and done every task I have given you. Now you have your final task to do for me before I can consider you my family. Then you'll tell me where the terror is, right? Ragnarok takes a step closer, those piercing eyes locking with Big Al's. Of course, my boy. My information is your information, that is if you can complete this task. Big Al takes a long drag of his cigar. This one is pretty easy. You see, outside of the town there's this abandoned home. It wouldn't interest me if I didn't hear that our opposing gang is cooking meth in it. Big Al bangs his fist on the table. Do you know how much this pisses me off? How dare they fucking cook meth on my territory? This man roars before he seems to notice how he's losing his cool. He takes a deep breath and leans back in his chair. So I want you to check this place out, my boy, and if it's empty, and you don't find any cooking implements, then good. You can just come back and you will be in my family, but if there is people from the opposing gang. Big Al gives him a dark look. Kill the motherfuckers. Ragnarok speaks bluntly like it's nothing. That's my boy. Big Al places a gun on the table. Take this with you. Be smart about this, boy. If there are people in there making meth, I'm sure they will be armed. Don't be stupid. Give me a crowbar too. Ragnarok takes the gun and puts it into his pocket. Big Al snaps his fingers and a buff man gives Ragnarok a crowbar. He gives it a test swing before nodding to himself. What if I get in there and it's empty but I find cooking supplies? Destroy it all. Big Al blows a puff of smoke out. If you find any half-ready meth, bring it to me. Got it. Ragnarok puts the crowbar into a backpack that one of the buff men gave him. If you mess this up, get captured by the other gang or by the police. Big Al looks at him seriously. I ain't helping you, kid. You're on your own. I got this. Ragnarok puts the backpack on. I'll be back here. Don't you worry about that. Good, call yourself a cab boy and get your ass over there. When you're done, come back. I'll send my boys to check your work, and if you did good, you're officially my brother. I will tell you where the terror is and we will have a new member to our family. He grins at Ragnarok. Just make sure you don't fail me. I won't fail you. Ragnarok turns around and starts walking out of this place. I'll die before I fail you. Everything fades away. When Maka can see again, she's standing in front of a small-looking wooden home. There's vines growing over it. This home looks like it could just crash in on itself at any moment. It's so old-looking. There's a huge red flag being sent up as she looks at this place, something that makes her shiver and hug herself. Ragnarok is standing by her side, taking in this home with a glare on his face. He makes a cautionary look around before he walks slowly towards the house. The windows are boarded up. There's no way to look in. Maka walks with him. The closer she gets, the stronger the feeling of dread gets. This home seems to be away from all civilization. A forest is in back of it and there's no cars on the roads. Ragnarok is truly alone to face whatever the hell is waiting for him in here. Ragnarok moves so he has his back against the wall next to the front door. He puts his ear to the house trying to hear anything. Maka doesn't know if he did hear something, but he gets his gun out. The boy takes a deep breath before, in a swift movement, he gets off the wall and kicks the door in, his gun out and ready to shoot. The dust blocks Maka's vision for a moment, but when it clears, there's no one in here. It's a empty room, it's dark in here even though it's bright outside. Everything looks dusty as if this place hasn't been cleaned in a long time. The wooden walls and floors are infested with mold. It smells like a old person's house. There's a table in this room with vials, beakers, and a pot. Ragnarok's eyes light up when his eyes fall on this. He steps into the house, the wood creaking under his weight as his piercing blue eyes scan the area. But there's no one here. Ragnarok keeps looking out as he takes his backpack off and pulls out his crowbar. He leaves the bag on the floor as he walks over slowly towards the table. Maka follows, but something about this place is familiar. She looks at the molded walls and a jolt of recognition hits her, though she doesn't understand it. It fills her with dread. Maka's eyes fall back on the pot and books. There's a book off to the side. Her eyes get wide with realization as Ragnarok pulls back the crowbar. He thinks this is stuff for making meth when really it's... Ragnarok, no. Maka screams, but it's no use. She's not really here, she's only a watcher. Ragnarok brings the crowbar down in a sideways sweep. It knocks most of the vials off the table, breaking some while the others fall to the floor and shatter. The raven-haired boy doesn't stop there. He breaks all the beakers, breaks any glass he can get his hands on. He breaks the table. He moves over to where the pot is. He sees some white crystals and he grabs them. He walks over to his book bag and puts them into it before putting it on his back. Motherfuckers are fucking making meth in here. Big Al's not going to be happy. Maka is trembling. She's sure what he just grabbed wasn't meth, and she's sure as hell that all the shit he just broke wasn't for meth either. No. She wants to grab Ragnarok and get the fuck out of here. Lady M. Medusa. A soft voice breaks the silence. Small footsteps can be heard, getting Ragnarok to tense up and pull out his gun when he sees someone walk out of a hallway. Neither him nor Maka noticed. Giga. Don't shoot. A kid Krona squeaks when he saw the boy holding the gun. He puts his hands up, his small body trembling in his fear. The hand holding the gun tenses, but when Ragnarok takes in this small child that is looking at him with wide terrified eyes, he slowly puts down the gun, that scowl being replaced with a frown. What the fuck are you doing here, kid? Ragnarok's eyes flicker. He's deep in thought, weighing out his options. Who are you? Krona's trembling dies a little at the gun not pointing at him anymore. That doesn't matter, kid. Fucking answer me, why are you here? Ragnarok snarls, getting Krona to whimper. Ragnarok sighs. Just answer me, kid. I'll live here. Krona mumbles nervously when Ragnarok raises his eyebrow. There's no way you live in this fucking dump. Are you one of the gang members, child? Did they leave you here? G-gang. And no. I don't know what you're talking about. Krona looks at him with wide eyes. Ragnarok stares at Krona a moment before looking away, pinching the bridge of his nose. Maka can see how his eyes flicker. He's torn between considering this child a part of the gang and he's supposed to kill anyone here that he may think are a part of the other gang. Are why you going to hurt me, sir? Krona's shaky voice gets Ragnarok to look over at the small boy that is dirty from head to toe, covered in dust, too small to be healthy, those bags under his eyes, the fear he has in them as he looks up at Ragnarok. No. Ragnarok's hard eyes soften a bit as he puts his gun into his pocket and crouches down to get level with Krona. She sees the way he looks at Krona and she doesn't know what's going on in that head of his. What's your name, kid? Did your mother leave you here? How long have you been here? You're asking too many questions. I don't know how to deal with being asked questions by a stranger. Krona grips his hair, his black eyes trembling as he takes a step back. Don't be fucking afraid, I'm your friend, alright? I'm going to get you out of here, get you a new home and everything. Friend. Krona's eyes get wide at that and he lets go of his hair to look at Ragnarok with awe. You're my friend. Sure, whatever. Now I'm going to ask you again, what's your name, kid? See, Krona. The little boy blushes slightly and messes with his dress. Well, Krona, I'm going to check this place out a bit more, then we're going to leave. Get you all fixed up. Ragnarok holds his hand out to this small boy whose eyes light up at it. Aye. Krona looks the boy in the eyes only to shriek, taking a step back in horror, his teeth chattering. Maka is having the same effect because both her and Krona see who's standing behind Ragnarok now. What's wrong? Ragnarok blinks at this trembling boy, his eyes get wide, Ragnarok's breath being able to be seen as he quickly whips around. His eyes falling on the woman that is causing both Maka and Krona discomfort. Medusa is staring at him blankly, the darkness making her yellow eyes shine with a predatory glint. Who the fuck are you? Medusa looks at the gun before her eyes fall on the small boy that's teeth are chattering. Krona, go to your room and don't come out, Medusa he dash, Krona starts to protest only for Mudsa to give him a dark look. Go. Her voice is venom. Krona squeaks before he runs back into the hallway from where he came from, leaving Ragnarok alone with Medusa. I said, who the fuck are you? Ragnarok snarls, pulling out the gun, pointing it at her. I'll give you 5 seconds to answer me before I blow your head off. Violent, aren't we? Medusa speaks in a cool tone as her eyes shift over to look at her broken beakers and vials. My, you made a mess of my things. Didn't your mother teach you better than to break into other people's homes and break their things? Medusa's voice is smug. Shut the fuck up, bitch, you don't know shit. Ragnarok's scowl deepens. All that shit was yours. Yes, all mine, and you broke all of it. I was working on a new experiment, but it seems you ruined it. Medusa's smirk is evil. No matter, it looks like I'll be starting a new one anyway. You've been making meth on Big Al's territory. Ragnarok puts his finger on the trigger. It pointed at that smirk of hers. Die, bitch. He pulls the trigger. Only for the bullet to stop in midair right in front of her face. Ragnarok's face falls a bit in confusion as the bullet falls limply on the ground by her feet. Oh my, did you just try to kill me? How dreadful. Medusa puts a hand on her cheek, fake gasping. Why are you trying to kill me when you're the one that destroyed my things? You're the one that has intruded my home. You're the one that needs to be punished, not me. Medusa takes a step forward. Ragnarok shoots again, only for the bullet to do the same as the last. It's no use. You cannot kill me, you foolish boy dash. Ragnarok throws the gun to the side and pulls out the crowbar. Medusa pausing as Ragnarok glares at her with hate in those piercing blue eyes. You're not fucking ruining this for me. This is the last fucking thing I have to do before I can avenge my mother. He roars. Revenge. Medusa's eyes flash before Ragnarok takes off running towards her, holding the crowbar up ready to strike her with that fire in his eyes, with that scowl on his face. Vector plate. She speaks the word and an arrow appears under Ragnarok's feet, sending him flying back. He hits the moldy wall with a thump before falling to the floor, but he's quick to get himself back up. My, such hate in your heart, such anger. Medusa smirks again. I was just planning on killing you, but that anger, that brute strength, it's just too perfect. Your will to kill excites me. That hate is burning me with a desire to make that flame brighter. Medusa takes a step closer. You're nothing but a weak human, but once I'm done with you, you'll be so much more. How the fuck did you do that? Ragnarok's eyes get wide as he watches the plate disappear. Magic. Medusa chuckles darkly, her eyes alight in glee. I can do more than that. She takes a step closer. I like you, boy, so I'll make you a deal. Submit to me, give me your name and become my slave, and I will let you live. Fuck that bitch. So what, you can do some fucking magic trick? I'll fucking kill you. Ragnarok grinds his teeth as he runs towards her, moving out the way when a vector plate appears, his eyes set in that fire. You're not getting out here fucking alive. I'm avenging my mother, dash. Ragnarok gets right on her, about to fucking bash her head in with the crowbar. I was hoping you would refuse. Medusa chuckles darkly as that snake on her arm comes off and bites Ragnarok's neck. It sinks its fangs into him, causing Ragnarok to drop the crowbar and to fall on his butt. Maka can see how his piercing blue eyes are out of focus now, his neck bleeding slightly from the wound. He looks dizzy. You see, my boy, I always get what I want. Medusa reaches out to touch him. Only for Ragnarok to punch her hand away. He gets up stumbling a bit, but he's able to run out of the house, Maka following behind him, but she hears Medusa's crackle. Foolish boy. Maka runs with the stumbling Ragnarok. She's not sure he knows where he's going, but he's trying to get away. Maka can't help but to feel in suspense. She's screaming at him, telling him to run faster. This is like a scary movie, you know, when you know what's going to happen to the character but you still yell. You still don't want it to happen. Maka feels like shutting down because we all know how this story ends. Shit. Ragnarok pants out as he holds a hand to his neck. He's limping. What the fuck did she do to me? How the fuck did that tattoo fucking bite me? I must be losing my fucking mind. Ragnarok keeps limping on, looking behind him as he travels farther into this forest. That's when he makes a odd sound. He falls on the ground, his body twitching slightly before it goes still. Ragnarok blinks, his eyes move, but nothing else does. She can see the uncertainty, the fear. He's paralyzed. Someone crackles behind her. There was no point in running, but I do like to see my prey struggle. Medusa coos as she walks closer to this boy that can't even say anything. I guess it's the snake in me. She laughs darkly at that. Ragnarok's eyes get dark. His eyes tell her how pissed he is. What's wrong? Can someone not move? She smirks as she walks up to him. Crouching down, she puts her hand on his cheek. It's okay, it will all be over soon. Her smile is evil. That's a lie. It will never be over. I will torture you for the rest of eternity. You should have took my offer when I gave it. I do like you, boy. Me and you are quite alike. We are driven by hate, by revenge. I want revenge too, you know, and you're what's going to help me get it. You are the beginning of the end. She rubs his cheek. Ragnarok's eyes turn black from his hate. And this is the end for you. Medusa stands up and snaps her fingers. They disappear, and so does Maka. Maka trembles as she takes in this new room filled with jars, scalpels, pins, needles, but most of all she trembles at the fact Ragnarok has been placed on an operating table, Medusa standing over him with a smirk on her face. Ragnarok's eyes are glaring, his hate shining though as if he doesn't know what dire situation he is in. Where to begin, where to begin? Medusa hums as her eyes skim his body. You have so many good parts, I've been running out of body parts, so this is wonderful. She picks up a scalpel before turning back to the boy that hate is shining through, and she smirks. I admire your hate. I admire your killing nature, your violent nature. You are much more impressive than my son, yes, much more greater than my son. You and me are kindred spirits. You are a demon just as I am. This gets Ragnarok's eyes to turn black. Your eye's very nice, I'll start there. She points the scalpel at Ragnarok's left eye. It flashes with fear. No. No, you're not going to dash. Maka starts only to stop when Medusa stabbed down. She moves the scalpel, carving the eye till it pops out of the skull. Maka feels like puking. She covers her mouth in horror as she sees Ragnarok's other eye move frantically. It's dilated. She can see the agony he's in. It makes her stomach drop completely, her body trembling. Beautiful. Medusa looks at the bloody eye she just cut out before putting it into a jar. Now let's see what else I want. She snaps her fingers and the boy becomes naked before her on the operating table. Her eyes skim his body before falling on his feet. She grabs one and slowly starts to cut off each toe. Ragnarok's one eye is wide. He's in pain, he's in agony. Medusa, fucking stop it. Maka roars and goes to punch her to get her away from this boy, but she only goes through the woman as Medusa cuts off all the toes to the other foot. She places them in a jar before looking down at this bare boy. You have been through a lot in your life, faced many trials, dealt with a lot of pain. Medusa laughs darkly as she places the tip of her scalpel on his chest. But nothing like this. She moves it down, cutting a straight line from the top of his chest till his waistline. Medusa, don't. Maka cries out, but she can't do anything. She can only watch as Medusa digs her hands into this cut and slowly starts to rip it open more, exposing Ragnarok's innards. Blood is splatting everywhere. Medusa is getting covered in it. Ragnarok's one eye is still dilated in his agony, but it's getting half-lidded. He's losing consciousness. Oh no, you don't. Medusa snaps her finger and Ragnarok's eye gets wide again, becomes aware. You will feel every little cut, every little rip I do, boy. Hate me. She rips him open, more blood splatting on her face. Hate me with all your being. Hate the world with all your being. The world has been nothing but cruel to you. It took your mother, it made you a demon, so hate it, destroy everything, use your hate and anger as power. Medusa goes to his side and cuts his kidney out, the organ bloody in her hands as she rips it out and puts it in a jar. Once I'm done with you, no one will even remember you. Your memory will be shattered. No one will look for you. No one will miss you. It will be like you never existed. She cuts around the stomach before ripping out the ore and putting it into a jar. Stop it. Fucking stop it. Maka screams as more of Ragnarok's blood gets splattered everywhere, but Medusa doesn't stop. She continues to cut, continues to rip, and when Maka tries to hit her to stop her, she just goes through her because she can't do anything. That's when she sees something that shatters her. A single tear falls down Ragnarok's only eye, his only pained eye. No more please. Maka falls to his side, gripping onto this boy as if she could protect him, but she goes through him still. Her voice cracks, she's trembling so much. Do you know how it feels to watch someone you care about get completely ripped apart in front of your eyes? To see someone that's always been there for you cry in agony. And all you can do is watch. It's hell. This is hell. Ah, don't cry. Medusa smirks. She takes the scalpel and uses it to wipe his tear, cutting his cheek in the process. You're going to be great. You will be greater than my son and you will make him strong. I have great plans for you. Oh, aren't you excited? Medusa sticks the scalpel in his other eye and rips it out, the blood squirting out like when you take a bite of a orange. How the juicy just jumps out at you. It's sickening. Maka's going to be sick. Ragnarok has no eyes now, just bloody eye holes. She can't see his expression anymore, but she knows he's in pain. She can't even image the pain he's in right now, and she doesn't want to know. This is Ragnarok, the boy that she cares about, and this is how he died. Alone on a operating table, bare, degraded, being stripped of everything and not being able to scream or fight. She hates Medusa. She really, really hates her. Medusa goes back to ripping in his stone area, peeling back flesh while Ragnarok's blood drips off the sides of the table. Maka wants to kill her. She wants to. Medusa. Maka hears a shaky voice behind them. She looks to see little Krona looking at the back of his mother with wide, terrified eyes. What is it, Krona? I told you I did not want to see you for the rest of the day. Medusa does another tug, another sickening rip sounds, with blood splattering on the floor. I am sorry, Medusa, I was just. Krona's eyes shifts before he takes a deep breath. What happened to that boy? He's right here. Medusa turns to look at Krona, showing him Ragnarok, showing Krona the boy she completely ripped apart. Medusa doesn't have a expression, her face stained with blood. This bitch, this psycho bitch, this bitch is smiling with that sick smile of hers. Why you killed him? Krona's eyes get wide as he takes in the gruesome sight. He takes a step back. Yes, but don't worry. I'm using every part of him. Medusa turns back around and starts cutting Ragnarok's fingers off the bone, making a cracking sound as she goes through it. He won't go to waste. Why did you? Krona's teeth chatter. Why did I kill him? Medusa turns to glare at Krona with those snake eyes. The answer should be obvious, Krona. He broke into our home. He was an intruder. By law I'm allowed to protect myself. Medusa chuckles darkly at her joke. Because to her this is a joke. This is amusing. She's taking joy out of Ragnarok's pain. She's taking joy out of this. I don't think he wanted to hurt us. He could have just been lost, or maybe he needed help. Krona's eyes get watery looking at Ragnarok. He wasn't lost. He knew exactly where he was and what he was doing. Medusa goes back to cutting Ragnarok's fingers off, then putting them in a jar. He got what he deserved. He didn't deserve this, you fucking bitch. Maka screams, her face is red. This pain she feels is too much. But he. Krona's eyes shake as he looks at the jars at the body Medusa's still cutting on. He could have hurt me, but he didn't. I don't think he wanted to hurt us. Are you doubting me, Krona? Medusa turns on him, her eyes dangerous. And no, I just Be quiet. Medusa growls as she stabs the scalpel in Ragnarok's forehead to hold it there. You should be happy it was him instead of you. If not for this boy, it would be you on this table getting ripped to pieces for my potions. Because of this boy I can finally make you of use to me. Medusa's smirk is evil. I'm glad you like this boy enough to doubt me, Krona. She chuckles darkly. For he will always be with you soon. You won't be able to get rid of him and he won't be able to get away from you. You'll be stuck together. So don't worry about the boy. You'll see him again real soon. That's when Medusa grabs Ragnarok's heart, ripping it out of the boy's body. It does a single beat before it stops. Krona's eyes roll back as he falls to the ground. He fainted. Maka can't blame him. She wishes she could faint right now. Everything hurts. Perfect now to start the ritual. Medusa laughs loudly. She's crackling. Everything fades away. When Maka can see again, she wishes she couldn't. Krona is laying on the ground, still knocked out, his face so pale a circle is made of something black is around him, and right now Medusa is writing something onto Krona's forehead, dipping her fingers into a cup she's holding before going to write on his forehead. There in the forest, the full moon shining eerily down on this scene. There's a jar with a heart in it by her side. Maka is still shivering from seeing what happened to Ragnarok. She still feels like breaking down. Medusa steps out of the circle and grabs the jar, taking out the heart. On this night I wish to bond the soul of the living with the soul of the dead. A bond of a short leash. A bond for eternity. In pain, in joy, the bond stays. Medusa says this in a loud voice before she walks into the circle. She chants lowly under her breath, looking up to the full moon every once in a while. It's creepy, it's dark, a wind picks up her chanting echoes. Bond this soul with this boy. A bond stronger than diamonds. Bond this spirit with this boy so that he may never move on. His afterlife is this boy. Medusa holds the heart above Crona, looking up to the sky. She cries in a loud voice. Bond the living with the dead. Till death do they part. Medusa rips the heart, the blood getting all over Crona. Medusa jumps out of the circle as it lights up Crona, being surrounded by brilliant light. When the light dulls, Maka can see Crona isn't laying alone anymore. Ragnarok lays on his side next to him. His bangs are covering his eyes. He's see-through, he's dead. Maka's eyes tremble as she falls to her knees. The pain in her heart is too much. The raven-haired boy groans. He shifts before he forces himself up. Damn, my fucking head hurts. Ragnarok grips his head. What the fuck dash? He stops when he takes in where he is, when he takes in the odd circle he's in with a pasted out boy as he looks at the forest he's in and Medusa who is smirking at him. Where the fuck am I? Who the fuck are you? Ragnarok gets up only to catch a glance of his see-through self. His face falls. What happened to me? He looks at his hands, seeing the forest floor through them. You're dead. Medusa states matter-o-factory. I killed you. You fucking what? Ragnarok's eyes get wide looking at his see-through hands before he looks up at Medusa. His glare is so dark, so full of hate. He roars before he runs towards her. That's it, let the hate flow. Medusa chuckles darkly as he gets on her, about to punch her, but she grabs his hand. Is that any way to treat your master? You're not my fucking master, bitch. Ragnarok snarls. Oh, but I believe I am. Medusa's power goes out, sending Ragnarok flying back, skidding against the floor. What the fuck are you? Ragnarok growls as he puts a hand over where she touched. She can tell that hurt him. I am Medusa, the snake witch. I am the one that killed you and I'm your master. Medusa smirks. You don't remember anything, do you? Well, you don't need your memories anyway. All you need is your hate, your strength. You're not my fucking master. I don't give a shit what the fuck you are. I answer to no one. Ragnarok snarls. You answer to me now. You are my slave, and you will do as I command. Medusa points at Crona. This is who you will protect. You will always be by his side and help him when he needs it, and he'll need it a lot, I assure you. I'm not doing shit for you. You fucking killed me. What makes you think I'll take care of your son? I'm not a fucking babysitter, and I'm sure as hell not doing anything for you. You can go fuck yourself, bitch. Ragnarok gives her his middle finger before he starts to walk away. You won't make it far. Medusa chuckles when Ragnarok gives her another middle finger. Ragnarok gets halfway out of the forest before he's suddenly yanked all the way back till he's thrown by the side of Crona. His eyes are wide. What the fuck was? You are bonded to this boy. You can't go too far without him. You will stay by him and protect him dash. I'm not doing shit for you, bitch. Ragnarok roars. So what? I'm stuck around him. I won't fucking help him. I won't fucking listen to you dash. Medusa points at him, her power coming out acting like electricity. She shocks Ragnarok. He roars in pain as his body twitches before she stops and his body goes limp for a moment. You will listen to me or you will be punished. I killed you. I made you. I could make you suffer for the rest of your afterlife. Just because you are dead does not mean you can't feel pain. Do you understand me? Shit. Ragnarok forces himself to a sitting position. He glares darkly at Medusa. You are my slave. I own you. Medusa smirks. From this point on, boy, you will be called Ragnarok. Ragnarok? What the fuck is that? Ragnarok coughs. That's not my fucking name dash. Would you like to tell me your name? Medusa's smirk grows when Ragnarok frowns. That's what I thought. You will be called Ragnarok from now on. Your real name doesn't matter anymore. The person you were is dead. Now you are Ragnarok. The beginning of the end. I'm not going by that fucking name. I'm not going by anything you fucking call me, bitch. I don't give a fuck what you do to me. I'm not fucking listening to you. I'm fucking dead. What do I have to fucking lose? Ragnarok's words are bitter. You will listen to me. She smirks and closes her eyes. Why don't you carry Krona to that house over there? That's your first task. She fades away with that evil smirk. Goodbye for now, Ragnarok. Don't fucking call me that. It's not my fucking name. And like hell if I'm carrying your fucking kid anywhere. You can go to hell. Ragnarok roars after her. He falls to his knees, his being is trembling as he looks at his see-through hands. I'm really fucking dead. Ragnarok's vocha is shaky before something flashes through his eyes, a pain, a deep hate, a regret. So many emotions swirl through those eyes before he leans his body back and roars out of hate, of anger, his eyes that black. Ragnarok roars because this was the breath of Ragnarok, the boy she knows, the boy she cares about. Maka puts a hand to her heart as this boy continues to roar. He's in pain, he's alone, he's dead. Maka gets up and walks over to him. She wants to touch him, she wants to take this all away. She reaches her hand out and this time she touches him. There's a cracking sound like something breaking before she's consumed into a bright light. Everything fades away. Maka's eyes slowly open. The first thing she sees is Ragnarok's face up close to hers. Her forehead is laying against his. From being so up close she can see just how tired he looks, how weak. His eyes are closed and he's limp in her arms. The light of the morning comes through the library's stained glass window, casting a red light over Ragnarok. Maka pulls back, noticing his cheeks are wet. When she touched them, more water falls on them as she rubs his cheek, and now she knows she had been crying and she's still crying. All that she just saw, his death, his pain, his slavery. It makes a hole in her heart she can't ignore, a rage in her that makes her want to fucking destroy everything as she holds this limp boy against her, this limp boy that has gone through hell more than once. Our Ragnarok. She speaks his name in a croak, half a sob, half a whimper. But that really isn't his name. Medusa took his real name. Ragnarok is the name that was given to him by her. She can't get that almost inhuman roar out of her head, and it causes her tears to fall, more falling on this boy. His body twitches, his eyes squint before they slowly open. Maka's heart raises just a bit, just to fall when she looks into those piercing blue eyes. They're odd looking, dilated, shaky, and his lips are twitching now. He looks. I told you, you are too late. That other girl crackles. He's lost it. He's lost it. Maka feels her heart, it shatters. He can't be, Ragnarok can't be. The boy's lips twitch up into that unnatural smile. Mad. Ragnarok is mad. Maka feels all hope that she had for the future, the hope of her family, of being happy, of living. It's destroyed in Ragnarok's mad smile. Don't give up. The angel's voice sounds through her head, getting the other girl to growl. If you give up, this boy will surely be lost forever in madness. He's only lost, my dear, you can light his way back. How? Maka speaks out loud as Ragnarok tilts his head at her, those odd eyes bearing into her. It's getting harder to breathe seeing madness in this boy. It breaks her, she feels herself breaking, giving up. Because if Ragnarok fell into madness, the strong boy that didn't take shit from anyone, that fought the demon god of madness himself, if this strong boy has given up, why shouldn't she? The answer is in you don't think, feel. Cousteau's words are soft, soothing, but she can't be soothed. He's telling her to feel, but all she feels is sorrow, rage, devastation. I'm so sorry. Maka trembles as she holds this med boy tighter against her, not caring if he'll try to kill her, not caring about anything but this boy in her arms. I am sorry, I wasn't there, I'm sorry, I'm too late, I have failed you, Ragnarok, you. The words can't come out, they get caught in her throat and come out as pitiful sobs. When Ragnarok's med smile grows, she can't speak anymore, she can only cry, each sob, feeling like glass is being ripped from her chest. Maka wails like a baby. She's cried a lot during the course of her life, during the course of being a witch and all the shit that's happened, but she hasn't wailed like this since she lost her mother. Maka buries her face in his chest, wailing, gripping into his shirt as she cries out in sorrow, cries out in agony. Because she lost her family to maids. Krona is dead and now Ragnarok is lost. She's alone. Why not given then? The girl's voice is sinister. Let me out and I'll take away your pain. Madness is the best numbing agent there is. You'll be numb to everything, this pain, your fear, everything. Give in to me, Maka, let me out. If you set me free, I will set you free from all that hurts you. It's tempting, it's so tempting. Madness sound good right about now. She'll be able to join her family in their med reign. She told them she would follow wherever they went. They're both mad. Why shouldn't she be? That's it, give in. A dark voice coos and she doesn't have to look up to know it's Azura. He's here smirking at her, no doubt. Give in like everyone else. My dear, remember what happens if this girl gets out. Cousteau's voice sounds like he's frowning. Is this really what you want? To be lost in madness while the whole world is destroyed? Yes it is. That other girl giggles. Don't listen to the angel Maka, you are a witch, a part of the darkness. Azura's voice is smug. Give in to me, give in to the madness that will set you free, give in, don't you want to be set free? The three voices go back and forth, both the girl and Azura teaming up against the angel. Their voices are loud, it hurts, and Ragnarok is still smiling at her madly. Shut the fuck up. Maka screams and all the voices hush. I don't fucking care about myself or the fucking world. I only care about Ragnarok. The only thing I want is Ragnarok back. A friend said to me once. Let the fucking world crash and burn around us, but we'll stay together. The world, along with my life, can crash and burn, but now I've lost the two people I said I would stay with. She bows her head, a tear full of her hurt, full of sorrow, falls down her cheek and falls on Ragnarok's. I have finally truly lost everything. The voices don't say any more, everything gets quiet. Maka's eyes are closed, her breathing uneven. It's true. She has lost everything. Her mother is dead. Kid isn't here. Her father is dead. Krona is dead. Ragnarok is gone. Who does she have left? She has no one. They're all gone. It's over, it's finally over for her after all the shit she's been through. It's over. Maka just feels weak, all will, all determination. It's gone with this boy's mad smile. It's over, she's lost everything. Why go on when there's nothing left to go on for? Suddenly she feels a hand on her cheek, it gently wipes the water away, but the water keeps coming. Maka. Her name is barely a whisper, it's weak, but at his voice her eyes shoot open. Ragnarok is looking up at her, his hand on her cheek still slowly wiping the tears, but when she sees his eyes she only cries harder. His eyes are steadied. She can see how weak he is, but they aren't dilated, and the mad smile has fallen. He only looks up at her with tiredness, no madness. Ragnarok. Maka's lip trembles before she throws herself at him again, hugging him so tightly which the boy grunts it. You're back. You're not didn't he lose you? Would you stop fucking crying all over me? I'm fucking fine. Ragnarok growls, but it's weaker than usually, it only gets her to tighten her grip on him. You couldn't get fucking rid of me even if you wanted to, bitch. Call me a bitch again. Maka sighs happily, she chuckles half out of relief and something else, because this is Ragnarok, he's back, he's really back. Why don't you hit me too? Just God, I'm glad you're back, I thought I lost you. You want me to call you a bitch and hit you? You're fucking weird. He grumbles, but there's a hint of a smile in his voice before he frowns. I'll be fucking honest, I thought I was gone too. You don't know how many times I had to fucking see. He trails off, a shiver being sent through his body. I broke like a fucking bitch, I broke, and it seemed like forever that I was just floating in this black nothingness, but then I felt water like I was being rained on, and I heard your voice. He touches her cheek again. You helped me find my way back. I know it sounds fucking gay, but your tears brought me back, it washed the madness away. It's not gay, it's amazing. It's wonderful. Maka holds him tightly. You're back. After seeing all that horrible dash. So you did see it. Ragnarok's odd voice cuts her off, causing her to look down at him. He isn't looking at her. You're the one who set me free, weren't you? You broke the cycle. I guess I was. Maka thinks back to when she touched him, the bright light and the cracking sound. Who did this to you? Ragnarok chuckles at that, it's weak, it's humorless. The fucking bitch that's caused all of this. I made the same fucking mistake I did back then, but at least back then I didn't know what the fuck I was going against. Of all the fucking people I fought, Medusa is the only fucking one I lost to. I'm still losing. I just can't win against that bitch. There's such a deep hate in his eyes, but it dulls with his weakness, a expression that hurts her on his face. She took everything from me. I never got to avenge my mother. I never fucking got to kill my father, he's still alive, running around free. She ripped me to fucking pieces, took any pride I had and cut it in half. I was fucking helpless. I have never, ever felt so fucking helpless. All I could do was lay there in fucking agony as she smirked at me and dug her scalpel into me. I couldn't scream. I couldn't move. I couldn't do shit but watch out of my one eye because she fucking ripped out the other one. She killed me, took my life, but that wasn't fucking enough. No, it wasn't. Ragnarok is trembling, his teeth grinding, he's gripping onto her till it hurts, but she doesn't care. She took my fucking memories. She took the life I had completely away from me and forced me to be her fucking slave. Bonded me to Krona, bonded me to this earth so I could never get away from her. My death was hell, but when I died I wasn't released, no, hell kept on. She forced me to stay with her son, the child of the woman that killed me, that fucking ruined my life, that took everything away from me, even my name. Ragnarok looks down, he closes his eyes, his breathing jagged. Even now I can't remember my real name, and I never will. I fucking know I never will. She took it from me. I'll never get it back. I've gotten most of my memories back because of you, Maka. I know it's because of you, but I still don't know who my fucking father is. I don't know my name. He takes a deep breath. Though I didn't have my fucking memories, just knowing Medusa killed me and I had such a fucking hate for her, I had a fucking hate for Krona too. I blamed him even when it wasn't his fault. For a while I was just a mass of hate, of fury. I wouldn't listen to her. I wouldn't do as she said and I would get punished for it, but I didn't give a shit. I'm fucking dead. But then she started punishing Krona. Ragnarok gets a odd look to his face. I see now, she fucking did this all on purpose. She used me, got me to fucking care for Krona. I hated her more, but I cared for Krona. So I started protecting him, forgetting that's what she wanted all along. After a while it just set in. I had no fucking way out of this. I was in this fucking nightmare and I would never be released. Even if I was released, where would I go? Though I despise Medusa, though I hate her to fucking hell, I ended up being what she wanted all along. A fucking slave. I became fucking Ragnarok, a spirit of a boy I don't even know. A spirit of slavery, a spirit of protection. I forgot all emotions except for hate and anger, so even though I softened just a bit towards Krona, I could never show it. I didn't know how. So I used my fist, I used my growls and my commands. Though I fucking smirked when he would tremble and cry, it left me feeling empty. His voice gets low, soft. She took everything from me. She never took who you are. Maka grips onto him and he looks up at her, her eyes on fire, but her chest hurts. She may have took your memories, she may have took your name, but she never took away who you were, Ragnarok. You never lost that fire, that fighting spirit, and now look at you. You feel. You even feel love. She can't take away who you are. Only because of you. Ragnarok words get her breath to hitch, his lips twitch up into a smirk. Because of your dumb nosy ass you brought back most of my memories back, you broke at my emotions back, you brought everything fucking back to me, Maka. You made this slave, this spirit feel. When you fucking hold me like this, I feel like I'm alive again. I feel all these fucking gay emotions. I'm fucking pissed at how I died, how I'm always a fucking victim to Medusa. I feel fucking sorrow for not avenging my mother, and yet. He looks into her eyes. I feel fucking happy you're here, that you're. He blushes slightly at how Maka's eyes get wider and he glares away. Now I'm getting pissed because you have that fucking stupid look on your face. He grumbles. Maka can't help it, she giggles, it's light and it gets him to look over at her. She never took you, you never lost yourself. She hugs him tighter. You're still the same boy and you don't know how happy that makes me. I know you've been through so much, Ragnarok, I know you have been through hell and back, but you are still here. You're the strongest person I've ever known. You fill me with hope, Ragnarok. Without you I would have fallen. Strongest person. Ragnarok coughs. Did you fucking see me get ripped apart? Get fucking slung around by Medusa like I was nothing? Did you see that fucking tear I shed? His voice is so low, full of hate. Medusa is a witch and back then you were just a human. She paralyzed you, Ragnarok. You couldn't fight back, and who the fuck wouldn't cry? You were. Maka's voice cracks just thinking about it. I wanted to make it stop, I wanted to save you, I wanted it to end, but I couldn't do anything but watch. I hate her, Ragnarok, I fucking hate her. You couldn't do a fucking thing, it was in the past. Ragnarok watches as she trembles and he wipes the tears as they come. Stop fucking crying. There's no point crying over the dead. It don't do anything, it just makes us feel like shit. I can't help it. Her voice is too shaky. I saw everything, Ragnarok, all the words she spoke to you, everything. You don't fucking deserve this. You don't deserve to be her slave, you don't deserve this fate. There has to be some way I can dash. No. He shakes his head. Even if you could break the bond, I wouldn't want you to. 13 years ago if you came to me and told me you could set me free, I would be all fucking for it. I would leave without looking back, but now. His eyes get a faraway look. I can't leave Krona. He's fucking unstable and he needs me. I don't want to fucking leave him. He grips onto her. I don't want to fucking leave you. Back then I didn't have a family, now I do. But Medusa. Maka trembles now just thinking about that woman causes her blood to boil. She wants to kill her, to destroy her for this. I'll kill her for this, Ragnarok. I'll rip her to pieces for what she's done to you. I'll make sure no part of her is spared. I will make her suffer for what she's done to you and Krona both. I don't care if she was my mother's friend. The witch dies. Dash. No. Ragnarok rubs her shoulders when they tense. Fuck, I would love to kill the bitch, but right now it's too much of a risk. We need her if you want to avenge your mother. He takes a shaky breath. I didn't get to avenge mine, but that doesn't mean you have to suffer the same fate as me. Ragnarok dash, she starts his words gripping her heart, but he only shakes his head. You will avenge your mother. I'll fucking make sure of it. Maybe we can still avenge your mother. Maybe we could find your father and dash. Maka starts, but again he only shakes his head. We have more important things to worry about than looking for my father. I don't even know what he fucking looks like. Maka, I don't remember. I have no clue where he is or anything. No. My father got away. I missed my fucking chance. It's over now, but you're still alive and we can still avenge your mother. He looks at her firmly. And that's exactly what the fuck we're going to do. Even if we have to fucking deal with Medusa after we avenge your mother, we can kill her. We'll fucking take Krona, somehow fix him and everything. We will be fucking okay. Maka doesn't want to wait that long. She wants to kill Medusa now, but if she's going to avenge her mother, it's true she needs Medusa. She just hates this so much. Now that I know everything, now that I know your story, your old life. She takes a deep breath. Do you want me to call you something different? You mean call me something other than Ragnarok? He looks up at her, and she nods slowly. He closes his eyes, seeming to be thinking. No. He opens his eyes, a look she doesn't understand. This is who I am now. I am Ragnarok. The boy I was when I was alive was someone else, but now I'm Ragnarok. That is my name. It's who I've been for 14 years. He gives her a small grin. Hey, I wouldn't want to be called anything else anyway. It wouldn't be my real name, and besides, if I was never fucking Ragnarok, I would have never had you. His words are sincere, soft almost. Maka can't help but to blush. I think my head is still fucked up. I'm usually not this fucking gay. He groans at seeing her blush. You fucking gave everything back to me. You were the first to make me feel fucking happiness. You didn't see me as a demon. You didn't fucking push me away. You offered me a place with you and Krona even after all the shit I did to you. You made a ghost feel like he belongs. He gives her this weak smirk. Hell, who would have thought I would fall in love with a fucking witch after all the trouble one fucking caused me? I fell for your dumbass. I guess that makes me a dumbass too. He cups her cheeks, her eyes wide. Only in death did I figure out what fucking love is. Only in death, when you touch me, do I remember what bliss was like. I wish I could love you. Maka speaks softly, her gaze shifting away. I wish I could love you back. That doesn't fucking matter. I don't need your love. He moves her face so it's inches from his own, those piercing eyes looking deep into her. I just need you. I need you too when we're gone. I dash. Maka starts, her eyes getting watery again, only for Ragnarok to cut her off with a kiss. It's soft, the softest she's ever felt from this boy. His lips brush against hers, but she's too stunned to move. The emotion she feels in it, she can't understand it, but when he pulls back she's out of breath. Stop fucking crying. You're starting to piss me off. He growls, but she knows he doesn't mean it. I'm fucking fine now. I'm going to be fine, so there's dash. Maka throws her arms around his neck when he sat up by himself. She grips him so tightly, Ragnarok tensing as she buries her head in his shoulder. You can never fucking scare me like that again, asshole. Oh, like I fucking wanted that. Ragnarok grunts, but he slowly puts his arms around her, hugging her back, and she can't help but to sigh into his shoulder. I really wish I could love you. Maka mumbles quietly. She's not sure if Ragnarok heard her, but he pulls her back so she's looking into those piercing eyes. He doesn't say anything for a moment. I wish I could feel you. He averts his gaze, glaring. But we both won't get what we fucking want. Maybe. Maka grabs his chin and turns his head so he's looking at her. Maybe we could try. Try fucking what dash? Maka cuts off his statement by kissing him. She puts her arms around him and hugs him tightly. She's sitting in his lap, straddling him. Her kiss is deep, her wanting him to know just how much she needs him, just how much she was worried about him. She wants him to feel it. Ragnarok doesn't kiss back for a moment, then his lips start to move against her own. It's a slow kiss at first, but soon Ragnarok is deepening it, biting her lip, being rougher and rougher with it, but that's okay. His hands slide down her back to rest at her waist. Maka runs her hands through his brown hair, fighting this boy's tongue for dominance. Ragnarok, of course, is winning. His grip on her waist is getting tighter. All Maka wants is for Ragnarok to feel this, to feel her. He deserves to have something. At the same time, she's searching herself for love, but she doesn't really care about that right now. She just wants to make Ragnarok feel better. Suddenly Ragnarok tenses, a groan escaping his throat that she doesn't understand. His hands are all over her now, feeling up her back, her shoulders, her neck, her chest, her stomach. They don't stop. He's rubbing her deeply and it hurts, but it's okay. His kiss is forceful now, his tongue not sparing any part of her mouth. His hands make it back around, and he gives her ass a hard squeeze, getting her to squeak into the kiss. He growls in response, gripping her ass harder, her legs wrapping around his waist so he can lift her up by her butt. He stops kissing her just to kiss down her jawline and bite her neck. Her breathing is becoming uneven the more he kisses, sucks, and bites onto her sensitive skin. One hand staying on her ass as the other one rubs up her back, going around her shoulder just to latch onto her beast, giving it a hard grab, causing her to yelp, her body arching into him. Everything he does is rough on her, but she likes it. She likes it a lot. Maka isn't fragile and she doesn't like to be treated like she is. And Ragnarok doesn't. He needs her breast and grabs her ass cheek at the same time while his mouth doesn't spare her neck. She can't help the moan that escapes her throat. Ragnarok tenses. Damn it, Maka. He growls before he pushes her off of him, throwing her down on her back. He crawls on top of her, pinning her arms to the side of her head. He's panting, those piercing eyes hazy as he stares down at the girl that is underneath him, red, her lips swollen from his kisses and her neck bruised with a hickey. You keep fucking looking at me like that and I won't be able to control myself. His voice is husky, darker, and it gets her to shiver underneath him in excitement. Lose it and maybe, just maybe, you could feel me. Her hazy green eyes lock onto his. I want you to feel me. I won't be able to feel it. He growls. And if you get me to that point, I'm not fucking stopping. I'm not the kind of guy who has sweat sex, I'm rough. I have sex just like I fucking fight. No mercy. I want you, Ragnarok. Maka lifts her legs up and warps them around his waist, her eyes never leaving his. I want you to feel you have been there for me, even when I betrayed you with Kid. Even when I hurt you, so hurt me. Show me no mercy and maybe, just maybe. She looks up at him with a hopeful glint in her eyes. I could feel love for you and you could feel me. Maybe it was how soft her words are or the way she's looking up at him, but Ragnarok tightens his grip on her wrists. His breathing is jagged, his bangs cover his eyes so she can't see them anymore. Ragnarok, please, dash. Her plead was all it took. Ragnarok growls it's low before he leans in, his lips clashing hungrily against her own, his body flushed with hers as his tongue is shoved down her throat, making her gag a little, but he doesn't stop. His hands let go of her wrists so they can roam her body again. He presses hard down her chest till he gets to the fabric of the dress. He pulls it down, exposing her small chest to him. He immediately takes a small, pink nipple in his mouth and bites down, getting her to groan and whimper when he pulls back. Get this fucking dress off. He growls in her ear. She can hear his desire, his want. It sends all the heat from her body down to her womanhood, and she can't help but to groan as she snaps her fingers, getting rid of the dress just as he wanted. Ragnarok pulls back, his hazy blue eyes taking in Maka's body. He's not ashamed. His face is a bit red, but then he says something that she'd never thought she'd hear from this boy. You're fucking beautiful, Maka. She opens her mouth, her cheeks tinting a dark shade of pink, the words getting her stomach to do a flip because the way he's looking down at her with that emotion she doesn't understand, how sincere those words are. It makes her body warm, but not in arousal, in something else. It's hard to believe that at one point she was afraid of Ragnarok. She thought he was a demon, even that was possessing Krona. She remembers the times when Ragnarok was her enemy. He didn't want her around Krona, but now he is of her family. And he thinks she's beautiful. Ragnarok doesn't let her respond, he just leans down and takes her hard nipple back into his mouth, licking around it with his tongue and sucking, getting whatever she was about to say to turn into a moan. His hands rub down her bare body, feeling around her waist. He rubs down her thighs. He grips her inner thighs and massages roughly as he bites on her nipple. Her back arches at his touch as she's panting, her eyes half-lidded in that lust. She reaches out and touches his shirt, it disappears, revealing his body's flat stomach. The body he picked isn't as buff as his own, but this is still Ragnarok. She feels down his smooth skin, feels his beating heart against the palm of her hand. That's when Ragnarok grabs her other breast, gripping it tightly as he bites down on the other's nipple. His other hand slips between her thighs. Ragnarok groans slightly when he feels how wet she is, moving his middle and index finger in between her lips, rubbing against the little pink button, causing Maka to moan loudly, her body arching into him. His mouth comes off of her nipple that is completely red now. He bites down her stomach, moving too slow but yet too fast. He puts her legs on his shoulders, lowering his head between her legs. His jagged breathing can be felt on her sensitive area, making her shiver. When he takes his first lick, her vision went a little fuzzy. This is definably not Ragnarok's first time. He licks around her clit before sucking on it. He pushes two of his fingers into her, and he starts pumping rapidly, him going in tune with his rough licking. Maka's body arches painfully off the floor, her mouth frozen in a O of pleasure. Every lick, every thrust makes her head get dizzy, her body being racked with pleasure. She can't stop moaning, but the more he licks, the more he thrusts. The more she wants him. Our Ragnarok, please. She pants, she wants him, she needs him. That's all he needed. Ragnarok rips his fingers out of her, taking her legs off his shoulders. She sees his face and his eyes are nothing but lust, they're dark with it. You fucking asked for it. He snarls as he grabs a hold of her, flipping her over on her stomach, roughly getting her to yelp at the rug burn she's most likely going to have. Get on your fucking hands and knees. His voice is demanding because in this he is the dominant one. He won't let her have control. Maka hesitates, she's never done it like this before, she's not sure she wants. Get on her hands and knees like a dog. Now. He growls darkly and grabs her ass. Maka yelps, but with his voice sounding so sexy with his lust, his want also with her womanhood aching, she really doesn't give a damn about the position. Maka gets on her hands and knees in front of him, her body slightly trembling. She can't see him, but she feels his eyes on her, and she hears the unzipping of pants. That's when he smacks her ass. It's hard and she can't help but to yelp. The force gets her off balance and she falls on her face, her ass in the air. She hears him growl lowly before he slams into her. He doesn't give her a warning. He doesn't give her anything but a hard ram, him going all the way inside her, making her make a sound half out of discomfort, half of pleasure. He holds her head down by her hair as he thrusts into her, pulling all the way out, just to ram it all the way back in. This position is definably different. She trembles under his powerful thrust, moaning loudly into the carpet. This only makes him go faster, Ragnarok panting as his other hand comes up to grab her breast. He's groaning, the low vibration in his throat causing her to moan in response. It's too sexy. Suddenly Ragnarok's breath hitches. He pulls out of her, but before she can ask him what's up, he turns her back around on her back. She can't read the look in his eyes, it's lust but something else, surprise, curiosity. He grabs Maka's legs and pushes them back till her ankles are by her head. It hurts but she won't say anything. He positions himself back at her entrance. She still hasn't seen his dick, but it feels like a decent size. I want to see your face, Ragnarok says in a pant before he rams into her again, Maka arching her back. Ragnarok takes advantage and gets even deeper, ramming so hard into her he's going so fast. Ragnarok's piercing eyes watch with a lustful look as her expressions change to that of pleasure, her face getting red, her chest puffing up and down. It hurts slightly with her legs all the way back, but in this position he's getting so deep it hurts, but she doesn't want to stop this now. That's when he thrust right into a spot she never knew she had. Maka screams out in pleasure. She feels a build-up starting, but Ragnarok doesn't stop there. He positions himself just right and rams right back into that spot. He doesn't stop, he just thrusts harder and harder into this spot, getting her to scream, her back arching so bad, her eyes half-lidded and hazy. Ragnarok is sweating, he's moaning, gripping her waist so tight, watching Maka intently each time he hits her spot, how she withers beneath him, screaming out, her face so red her body is wet in sweat. She's getting close, he can tell. Say my name. He growls as he thrusts even harder, tipping Maka right over the edge. Ragnarok. She screams his name in her ecstasy, her body going limp against his at feeling her insides clench against his member. Ragnarok lets out a moan before he pulls out of her and comes onto the floor. He collapses on top of her, panting. They both stay quiet for a moment, Maka savoring this moment of bliss that was, oh god, if there's one thing Ragnarok knows how to do. The boy moves his head to give her a sloppy kiss, but it's full of that emotion she wishes she could understand. Ragnarok rolls himself off of her so he's laying by her side, and when she looks at him she can't help her breath to hitch. Those piercing eyes are a bit half-lidded, but they're so bright with happiness. It's so pure. Ragnarok hugs her, wrapping his arms around her before giving her forehead a soft peck. I felt it. Those 3 words grip her heart as she looks up at him with wide eyes. That's when he smiles at her. It's not crooked, it's a smile full of love, full of adoration. It's a tired smile, but it gets her heart to skip a beat. He closes his eyes, his body going limp against hers. Thank you. He breathes the words out before she knows he's out. He's asleep, he's out. After all he's been through today, he deserves his rest. Maka smiles as she kisses his nose, kisses where his scar would be as she holds his bare body against her own. You're welcome. She nuzzles her head against his before she closes her eyes, enjoying this boy, the boy she didn't lose. She still didn't feel love. Medusa, your plan has failed. Free growls as he looks into the crystal ball that is sitting in Medusa's lap. Maka hasn't lost it. Erika pulls at her hat nervously. Ragnarok didn't even lose it. Maka brought him back. All this did was get Maka to hate you. This is not good, not at all. All it did was get that fucking douchebag laid. Free grunts. They both look at the snake witch. When she starts to chuckle darkly, it's sinister. It sends chill down their spines. What's so funny? Free tries to hide the fact he gulped when those snake eyes fall on him. You two, you're freaking out when my plan has gone exactly like I wanted it to. Medusa chuckles more at the look of confusion on their faces. But Lady Medusa, I thought the plan was to get Ragnarok to go mad so he would take Maka with him. Erika frowns. My goal is to make Maka lose it. I knew either she could not bring Ragnarok back, and I knew if she could that something like this would happen. She points at the naked teens in her crystal ball. This version of my plan is much more interesting. But how the fuck does them having sex help in making her lose it? Free raises his eyebrow. It won't make her lose it. Medusa's eyes light in dark glee as she moves the crystal ball's prevision. It will make him lose it. Krona. Erika's eyes get wide at the boy standing in the library, stuck at the entrance, looking at both Maka and Ragnarok with an odd expression in his eyes. He saw everything. Yes, he did. Medusa smirks as she looks over at Erika. You see, I sensed when I was hurting Ragnarok that I was being watched by Krona. I knew seeing Ragnarok fall would bring out what's self of Krona, the little part of him that was hiding from the madness, taking the form of a shadow. This shadow has been messing with my plans. He keeps getting in the way, trying to stop his madness from hurting Maka, or pushing her to her limit. I have to get rid of him. She smirks. So I lured him out with Ragnarok's pain, and he came. Now that he's seen this, his madness will swallow what's left of him. There's nowhere to hide. His madness has him now. Krona will be swallowed whole, and Darkseid won't hold anything back. He will be the one to drag Maka to madness. She smirks down at the pink-haired boy. Of course I didn't know if Maka was going to be able to save Ragnarok or not, but even if Krona didn't see them have intercourse, if he came to see a lost Ragnarok, he would have lost it then too. Either way, I get what I want. She chuckles darkly. I always get what I want. You're one sick bitch. Free whistles, shaking his head. Why thank you, Free. She smirks. You really shouldn't doubt me. I know exactly what I'm doing. Now what's left of Krona will be destroyed. He won't be able to stop the madness from getting to Maka, and to make sure Krona is gone for good. She snaps her fingers and this black energy comes out of her lips. It looks like a snake before it shoots into her crystal ball. Sit back and relax. Her smirk is sinister. Things are about to get real interesting. Erika and Free look at each other before looking into the crystal ball. To watch the madness unfold. This is going to be a show you don't want to miss. Chapter 59. Krona is taking too long. He knows this. He knows he's moving too slow, but the pain is so much. His body is fighting with him. Every step he takes, when he breathes in, it feels as if his lungs are closing up, not allowing the air to go through. When he blinks, it's hard to open his eyes again, as if they're trying to be glued shut, trying to keep him in eternal darkness. When he walks, the pain in his muscles makes him wobble and whimper. His body is his enemy. His blood is the enemy. Krona limps, holding onto the wall for support as he finally stops in front of the stairs that will lead him down where Ragnarok is, down to his friend that needs him, but he's taking so damn long. It's like he's walking through thick water, his body moving as if it's been asleep a long time, like it's numb and unable to function. Krona himself wouldn't be able to function if not for the thought of Ragnarok, the remembrance of his screams, of the fading connection he has with the boy. Ragnarok is fading. Krona has to hurry up. Damn his body, and to make matters worse, he isn't alone. No, he's never alone. Suha. That other boy coos beside Krona. He's able to feel the black liquid pooling by his feet. That's a lot of stairs. He gives Krona a mad smirk. You're going to be like Jack. Jack and Jill went up a hill to fetch a pail of water. Jack fell down and broke his crown and dash. Krona takes a deep breath, ignoring the all too familiar, suffocating feeling that is madness. He grips the stairs railings, takes another deep breath before taking his first step down. And it hurts like hell. That one step feels like he just jumped from a 3-story window and landed on his foot. It doesn't feel as if he's just taken a step downwards. No, his body is fucked up just like he is, just like his mind is. The other boy watches with a blank face as Krona slowly makes his way down the stairs, whimpering and cussing at the pain he feels, gripping at the railing till his knuckles turn white through his pain, through the suffocating madness. The crazy boy still sees the determination in Krona's pale blue eyes. What are you doing? He blurts out when Krona finally makes it to the 5th step down. You know this is pointless, don't you? I've seen retarded turtles move faster than you. The crazy boy giggles at that. You'll never make it. Your mind is already shattered. Why are you trying to keep yourself intact when you're already broke? Take a broken mirror, you can glue the pieces back together, but no matter what you do, you can see the cracks. You're cracking, Krona. You're completely shattering. It's hurting you to fight me because you're fighting who you are, you're fighting what runs through your veins. Madness. Madness and more madness. Why are you even worried about Ragnarok? When you have an awesome friend like me. The other boy tilts his head, those haunted eyes lighting up as his smile grows way too large for his face. You're not my friend. Krona grinds his teeth as he walks down 2 more steps. Ragnarok actually cares for me, unlike you. Why, you're the reason I'm a monster. Why, you're the reason I'm a freak. How mean. The other boy puts a hand to his heart, something changing in his eyes. You're a very cruel person, Krona. You're selfish. You say I don't care, but all I've done is look out for you. I punish Maka for making you cry. I punish her for betraying you. I protect you with my blood, with my madness when you are attacked. I give you what you need to complete tasks that you couldn't do by yourself. You hate me for doing justice, for punishing the one that hurts you. I'm the one that turns your tears into giggles. I'm the one that has always been there when you would cry at night, when Ragnarok wouldn't even speak to you at the beginning. Tell me, who did you talk to? This other boy catches how Krona tenses. That's what I thought. You talked to me. I was your company because I was the only one who would accompany you, the only one that would listen to you. You say it's my fault, you're a freak, that you're a monster, yet I have done nothing but protect you. I only respond to your hurt, to your tears. You still feel hurt, you still cry, but if you give in to me, you'll never shed a tear again, I can promise you that. You'll be in your own little med world. I'm never giving in to you. I don't care what you are, all I know is that you hurt people. Why you kill people, why you're a demon, the demon that is me, but why you're the demon that I never wanted to be, but now look. I am you. No more. And no more hurting Maka. And no more making her cry. No more hurting anyone. I am in control. This is my body, not yours. It's our body. The other boy cuts him off. You can't claim it, though I know you want to. You don't like to share. You're selfish. You want to blame everything on me, but I'm only picking up after what you want to do, but are unable to do. I am what you want, I am the release you always craved, but you shun me away. I won't be shunned. You used to call on me to fight your battles and I would answer. I always do, because I love you. You know I do, because you want me to love you. You want love, and I'm the only one who is going to give it to you. A beast can only be loved by a beast. The story, Beauty and the Beast, is a fucking lie. I am the truth. You're a monster, just as I am, but you want to blame it all on me. You don't love me. AA demon doesn't love Dash. Krona takes a step only for his weary legs to give on him. He loses his gripping on the railing and he falls. Krona tumbles down the stairs, the wooden steps hitting his back, chest, and head as he rolls down these many steps. It feels as if his body is falling apart, ripping, tearing, breaking, before he hits the bottom of the stairs, landing in an odd position, laying on his back with his one leg bent behind him. For a normal person this would have surely broke their leg, but Krona is very flexible. It doesn't mean it didn't hurt like hell. Oh my, see, this is what I was talking about. That other boy smirks as he walks down the steps slowly, that black liquid following after him, like the trailing of a dress. His mad smile grows as Krona coughs into his hand, some spots of red coming out, some of his blood coming out, and it's red. See? See? This is what happens when you push me out. You get hurt. This fall would have been nothing for me, you won't have gotten a scratch, but now look at you. You probably broke some ribs, possibly your leg. You're pathetic without me. You can't fix yourself, Krona, you'll just end up destroying everything. This other boy holds out his hand to Krona as he tries to force himself up, but failing. This small boy shaking in his struggle with his body, struggle with his madness. Take my hand, let my blood flow through your veins, let your heart turn black. I will heal you of the pain, the madness will take all that away. There's no reason to be sane, Krona. You can't save Ragnarok. There's nothing you can do for that boy, and with you fighting me all you're doing is destroying yourself. Krona takes deep breaths, blood trailing from the corner of his mouth, but it's red. It's his blood. His eyes shift over weakly to look at this other boy's hand, to look this boy with the mad smirk in the eyes, those haunted eyes that belong to him. The pain is unbearable. It would be nice just for all this pain to go away, to feel nothing anymore. To lose himself completely and just enjoy the crazy ride. But then he thinks of Ragnarok all alone in pain. Krona hits this boy's hand away before he forces himself back up, his legs wobbling, his teeth grit, but he gets himself up. He's almost there, he can do it, he knows he can, he's come this far. For Ragnarok's sake, he can't fail. I'd rather destroy myself than become you. I'll fight you till the very end. I never wanted your help. I never asked for you to be there, for you to protect me. You have hurt the person I hold so dear. Maka's smile flashes through his mind and he grips his fist. She hurts me, but she warned me she would. I know, and you know it's how witches are. I knew just as well as you did, she could never love me. It hurts badly, but not as much as it hurts when I see that fear in her eyes, fear of me because of you and what you have done to her. Krona feels a deep burning in his chest, hearing the scream of agony Maka gave off because of him when he broke her ribs. I hate you. I hate you so much. Why can't you just disappear? Just leave me alone. As long as you are here on this earth, so will I be. I'll never leave you. You're a very sad person if you can't love yourself. How do you expect someone else to? He tilts his head as Krona takes a step away from him. You know I'm what your bitch of a mother wants. The other boy moves his hair, showing off that flower tattoo. We belong to the darkness, you belong to darkness. Krona angers him. He knows what his mother wants, he knows why this is happening to him, why his blood turns black, why it's getting harder to fight, why this other boy has so much strength. He knows, oh, he knows. He knows too much. Krona puts a hand over his tattoo. It's hot to the touch, it feels like he's placing his hand on a stove, but he keeps it there. This is the cause of it all. Because now he is cursed. Not only is he cursed, but he is a slave to madness, a slave to. He feels the madness get thicker around him, yet though it's familiar, it's different, it's not his own. Krona's breath hitches a feeling in his chest. He can't shake off Ragnarok. He feels Ragnarok, but it's weak, and what he feels is mad. That other boy chuckles darkly. He's lost it. We can all be mad together. Together forever. And no. Krona's breathing becomes uneven. He can't be too late. He can't be. He can't lose Ragnarok, but he feels the madness thicken. He feels that all too familiar suffocating feeling. There's so much of it, and Ragnarok's lost just like he has been. You're too late. You're too late. You can't stop madness, you are madness. We are madness. We are heirs to the throne, Krona. Everyone will be mad when I rule. This other boy laughs madly, throwing his head back, dark glee in those haunting eyes. Your friend is mad. Why not join him? Stop hurting yourself, let the insanity flow through your veins and take you away. Krona falls to his knees, his body giving out on him, his legs are shaking too much, he's sweating too much, pale blue eyes starting to tremble, his body twitching, it hurts so much to be sane, to have control. It's obvious to Krona now that this isn't his body anymore. This body belongs to. Krona glances at the other boy's med smirk, the black blood dripping from his fingertips, those black vines by his feet. Him. His body belongs to him. That's why it's fighting him so much. He has pushed out who this body belongs to now. He is only but a shadow after all, a weak small little boy when it comes to the mind somehow. Along the way he lost his body when Maka messed around with Kid. Krona remembers he was running with Ragnarok looking for her, worried about her, when this other boy whispered in his ear. The news made him so upset he let his guard down, and the madness consumed him whole, making him nothing but a shadow, a pathetic shadow that can only watch. Now he's in control again, but his body doesn't want him. No body wants him. It's doing all it can to try to send Krona back to that sea of the damned, trying to get rid of him, to take over. It's tempting to give up. Because he failed Ragnarok. After everything that the other boy has done for him, he couldn't even be there to say goodbye. He couldn't even make it to him in time, but who was he kidding? He's a failure. Of course he couldn't save Ragnarok, of course he couldn't do anything like always. Now Krona is going to drown in his madness, and he has brought down Ragnarok with him. You're still struggling. The other boy smirks as he gets in front of Krona, his black blood dripping on Krona's face. Come now, your body wants me, you want me. You want my blood, you want my bliss. Madness is more addictive than any drug and more deadly. Once you go mad. This other boy lifts up Krona's head by his chin so he has to look at this thing. Those haunting eyes bore into his own as the other boy's lips rip into that smile he knows too well. You can never go back. There is no cure for madness. Look at yourself. You're pale, broken, shaking, and sweating. You can barely stand. You're hurting yourself, destroying yourself. I don't care about myself. Krona averts his gaze, his body trembling all the more. I care about Ragnarok and I've failed him. He's lost, and it's all because of me. He sniffles, his body hurts like hell, but nothing like the pain in his chest. He stood up for me and what did I do? I'll let him down, I'll let everyone down. Now. Don't be sad. This other boy wipes the tear that fell down Krona's face, smearing black blood on his cheek. There's no reason to cry. Ragnarok has been released from all his worry, from all his fears. What's so sad about that? He's free from pain, just like you could be if you would let go. There's no reason to hold on now. The boy you wanted to save is already gone. It's no use. He's lost. I don't want him to be lost. I want him to be right here with me. I want everything to go back to the way it was. Before was this, before my blood was black. I want to go back. There is no going back. Do you have a time machine? I sure as hell don't. You can't go back, and really, were those times any better than now? The only difference is that you have a backbone. I give you a fucking backbone so you can stand up for yourself. My blood protects you and I watch over you. This boy grabs Krona's chin, he leans in and licks the tears as they fall from this boy's face. Krona gasps in alarm, pushing him away. The other boy chuckles darkly and licks his lips. If you let me, I could give you the love you always wanted. Just lose yourself, submit to me, and you'll never feel pain again. I've only been looking out for you, I never want you to hurt. If you give in to me completely, Krona, you won't have to worry about Ragnarok, you won't feel guilty, you won't feel pain, you won't have to worry about not being enough, you won't have to worry about Maka, you will be let free, just as Ragnarok has been set free. Don't you want to join him? Maka will be close to follow, then you all can be together. The other boy cups Krona's cheeks, the boy barely fighting his other half. The pain is too much, his body is starting not to respond to him anymore. What's the point? Let's be honest here, this crazy boy is a lot stronger than Krona. If he really wanted to, he could take his body right back from Krona, but he hasn't. Krona sees it in the way he looks at him, how he holds out his hand as an invitation. He wants Krona to accept him back, and he wants to be invited back, and even when he has the power to just rip Krona's body away from him, why? A even bigger question, why is he even fighting? Ragnarok is gone, Krona can barely move his own body, there's no hope. He will be lost in his madness and this time he won't come back out. It will take a miracle to save Krona now. Krona's lips twitch at what this boy said. Maka, him, and Ragnarok together? Forever. As in forever, ever. That's a dream come true because he always dreamed he would never be apart from Maka, that they would be with each other till the end of time and then so on. But dreams never come true. Maybe, in his madness they will. Maybe he can pretend. Krona always pretends. Pretends he doesn't know the truth. Pretends he can be a savior, that he can be a guardian, that he can be loved. But pretend is make-believe. It's not real. He will never be loved, and because he is sane he feels the pain and guilt of losing Ragnarok. Why be sane when you can be mad? The crazy boy's smile grows as he watches Krona's eyes dance around. That's it, just let it all out. He lets go of Krona's cheeks to hold out his hand, that mad smile never leaving his lips. Let me take you to Ragnarok, let me give you bliss, I will always protect you, just give in. Krona, clarity is for losers, insanity is for winners. He doesn't want to be a loser, does he? That's all he ever is, a loser because he's weak. He doesn't have special abilities like Ragnarok, he isn't a witch like Maka, no, he's just a boy, but this other boy is a different story. He is strong, he kills with his blood. He's destroyed every foe who he's set his sights on. This boy is something else, yet Krona is nothing but a disgrace. This boy is everything he ever wanted, yet everything he hates. Krona doesn't want to be in pain anymore. He reaches out a shaky hand about to put it into this other boy's hand. Crazy Krona's smile goes an inch each time Krona's hand gets closer, his fingertips are almost touching his. That's when Krona feels a weight be taken off his shoulders, he feels the air lose its denseness and he instantly pulls away from crazy Krona, his eyes wide, snapping out of that trance. He feels that chain around his wrist tightening, the chain that belongs to the bond him and Ragnarok share, which can only mean one thing. Ragnarok has been found. The maids has released him. Krona's face gets so bright in hope and happiness, but deep down he's almost jealous being able to be found so easily, but he knows Ragnarok wasn't lost that long, so it was easy to find his way back. Krona on the other hand is in way too deep. Even though he found his way, his body doesn't want him anymore. It's painful to be sane. But now it's worth it. You got to be fucking shitting me. That other boy growls and grips his fist, turning in the direction where Krona feels Ragnarok. You're better than I though, witch. It's going to take more than tears to defeat me though. That sick smirk comes to his face, but it falls when he notices Krona has forced himself back up, breathing heavily. What are you dash? I'm going to Ragnarok. Krona limps past this crazy boy, holding back his whimpers, trying to look as strong as possible. He's still really weak, he could fade away. Why you almost had me, give in to you, but no, I am not. Ragnarok needs me and I need him. Together, maybe I can stay sane. Krona gets a faraway look to his eyes, putting a hand over his heart. Maybe Maka dash. Maka is a bitch, a witch, and a fucking trick. He shakes his head, a rage in those eyes, but Krona keeps limping on, following his connection with Ragnarok. Why are you even still concerned about her? She doesn't give two shits about you. You could die and she would just brush it off, and fuck someone. You are nothing but her toy. Her little Krona stress doll that she squeezes the life out of it to make herself feel better. She holds on to you when she's in need, but when you're in need, what does she do? Tell me what she does for you. She saw the hurt in your eyes when she messed with Ragnarok. She knows how much it must have hurt you to fuck kid, yet what did she do? Oh, I'm sorry, and give you a pat on the back? Maka doesn't care for you at all. She needs to be destroyed. She needs to be killed. She needs to be silenced just like her mother. When Krona ignores him, the other boy's eyes light up in that rage, but he still has a mad smile on his face. Maka is a whore. She's a fucking cunt. She's dash. Don't talk about her like that. Krona screams at him. He turns on his other side and glares darkly, even though it's weak. I know she's made mistakes, I know she's hurt me, but I won't let you talk about her like that. Why, you're not going to fucking talk about her like that. At least she says sorry. I've been hurt a lot, and no one has told me sorry but her. Maybe sorry is just a word, but it's more than I've ever gotten. Maka hurts me but she told me she would. It's my own fault anyway, she went to CK Kid because she wanted information. Krona takes a deep breath. The information I was afraid of her getting. She betrayed me, but I betrayed her. I deserve everything I got. He feels his eyes water but he blinks them away. I love her, I love her so much it hurts so when you hurt her when why you make her cry it's hell. Her messing around with kid was like a bee string compared to the pain of seeing that hate in her eyes, hate for me because of what you said about her mother, about what I said. Why you have gotten her to hate me, why you have hurt her for the last time, why you call her all these bad things, but Maka is the one that truly gave me happiness. She lit up my life, gave me something to look forward to, taught me things. She was the first one to hold me, to kiss me, to call me beautiful, so yeah, she hurts me but she's worth it. That was in the past, Krona. She did all those things for you when it was just you and her, when she wasn't a full witch, but then she got Ragnarok and what happened? Krona tenses up but this boy keeps going. She pushed aside your feelings about it, decided to bring in another boy, the boy that was barely there for you in the asylum, and yet with Maka he was always there. She treated you well in the past but as time went by the more she would spend her attention on Ragnarok than you, and when she saw it was hurting you, did she care? No, she didn't. Back in the past was a different time, she leaned on you then, but now she has Ragnarok. After all the shit you have done for her, she still fucks kid and taunts you for it. You have forced your smile and bared through it, but that's not me. I'll rip that bitch another asshole, I swear. I'll do it. I'll rip her to pieces and take her heart for my own. I'll enjoy her screams, oh how I'll enjoy them. This other boy smirks, wiping the black blood that started to drip from his nose. Why, you're sick. Krona grips his fist and looks away from him. He continues to limp on. You're not going to touch her. I told Maka I would fight for her, and now that I'm here, I'll never let you get the best of me again. You'll never have why your sick fantasies, dash. They're your sick fantasies. The other boy chuckles darkly. I'm just living them. Wouldn't you like to make out WTH her bloody heart, dash. Shut you up. Krona grinds his teeth. You're insane, dash. And so are you. This other boy chimes. So just give in already. It's a party over here. Whoop whoop. He fist pumps, laughing way too loud, throwing his head back. Krona ignores him and takes a deep breath. He's almost there. He can feel Ragnarok. He can make it. Everything is going to be fine. Somehow he's going to overcome this boy. Somehow he's going to help Ragnarok. Somehow everything is going to be okay. Somehow he hopes, he prays he can get forgiveness from Maka dash. Forgiveness from her. The boy stops laughing to scoff. It's her who need forgiveness from you. Why do you even want her, Krona? Did you forget she fucked kid? That she has had kid's dick in her dash. Shut the fuck up. Krona turns around screaming at this boy. His eyes are starting to shake but they're firm with rage. He's fuming. Don't. Why you think I know this? Why can't you just let it go? Just let me forget about it. The whole thing was my damn fault anyway. I'm hurting her, and you know, since you know so much who that letter was from. Maka wanted answers and she got them from kid. It's as simple as that. So fuck off and forget about it. Maka was doing what she needed to do, and if I wasn't such a failure, this would have happened in the first place. Maka went to kid to get information, and that's all that happened. So what? You're just going to deny it happened now? The other boy raises an eyebrow, only for Krona to turn his back to him and start walking. The other boy sighs. You can't just forget about what she's done. I know you're fucking pissed just like I am, dash. I can just forget. I am good at that. Krona's voice is firm. Maka only got information and that was it. The thing with her and kid is nothing but a bad dream, and it will fade away soon. You lie to yourself to stay intact. The other boy hums. I know how close you are to cracking with me just talking about this thing with kid, because it did hurt you when I told you about it. When I showed you through my eyes what was going on, what did you do? You shut down and I took the wheel. It hurt you so fucking much you faded to nothing but a shadow. Don't tell me you can just forget about it, because you can't. It was justified. Krona breathes out. It's getting harder to breathe. Maka needed to find out about her mother. It was for information and nothing more. This is sad. The other boy shakes his head. Come on, really? She didn't have to fuck the guy to get information. She's just a fucking whore, dash. Don't call her that, dash. What? A whore? She is one. Anyone would agree with me. What, are you going to pretend she isn't one? Are you going to lie to yourself yet again about what this girl is? She can't last a day without fucking. Hell, I bet you right now she has her legs spread wide open and the boy suddenly stops following Krona, those haunting eyes wide, something like a shadow pasting through them. Krona doesn't realize the boy has stopped and he could care less. He's just glad he stopped talking about her. Maka doesn't deserve to be called those awful things, not the girl he loves, even if she has made mistakes. Hell, Krona himself is a mistake. If she can accept him, he can deal with the pain, the hurt. He just can't deal with the hate in those beautiful emerald eyes. No, he can't. The fire in her eyes is Krona's own personal hell. After a moment, crazy Krona blinks. His face is blank for only a moment before those haunting eyes are consumed in rage. His teeth are grit. You know, I really hate being so right all the time. He grunts as he holds out his hand. Something appears in it. It's an odd creature. Its body is 3 vertical eyes with dark legs coming out from around it. It looks like a bug. Thank you, my little pet. I love you so much. Who's cute? Who's cute? He crackles before he closes his hand over it, squeezing till he hears the crunching sound of him crushing the thing. Oh, I love that sound. He grins as he opens his hand only for black goo to be in it. The boy's lips go in a tight line. So I say you're cute, then you let it all go to your head, huh? Just look at yourself. You're a mess. He throws the crumbled up 3 eyes on the floor. Get a job, you lazy piece of shit, and buy me jewelry. He stomps down on the 3 eyes, laughing manically till there is nothing left of them but a black stain on the floor. He blinks down at it, his laughter dying till he's just staring at the floor. He slowly brings his palm up with the black stuff on it, puts it by his lips before taking a lick. What was happening again? He blinks before a dark look comes over his eyes. Oh, now I remember. He taps his temple with his finger. Because I remember everything. He fades away into the darkness, that mad smile too large for his face till frozen on his lips. Krona doesn't notice as he grabs onto a wall to catch his breath. He's so close, he's so very close. He pants as he looks down the hall. Just a couple of feet away from him is the library. He feels Ragnarok there. He needs to hurry. Something must be happening to his friend. Their bond is shaking slightly. This happens when Ragnarok is fighting, or struggling. What if Medusa is still there? Krona doesn't have the ability to see everything like that other boy seems to have. He's just a boy, but even if he's just a boy, just a pathetic boy, he has to try to save his friend. Krona takes a deep breath and takes a step closer to the doors to the library. Whoa, there he. That other boy suddenly appears in front of Krona, his arms in front of him in a defensive way and a goofy smile on his face, but the rage can still be seen. Who the hell likes to read? You don't want to go in that stupid old library. There's a bunch of better things to do, like playing the hokey pokey, or jumping on a bed, or eating fucking pancakes. The boy roars this part only to cough into his hand and blush like that actually embarrassed him. Oh, ahem. Excuse me. I just get a little excited when it comes to pancakes, motherfucker, yeah. Krona can only blink at this boy before shaking his head. There's no time to think about what's wrong with this boy, what's wrong with himself, because there's so much. Krona brushes past this odd boy only for him to get right back in front of him, blocking his way yet again. Okay, so you don't want to do any of that stuff, good choice. They all suck ass. So what we should do is play Ring Around the Rosie. I love that song. That shit is my jam. This other boy reaches out to grab his arms, but Krona backs away from him before trying to go around him again. He doesn't have time for this. He has to get to Ragnarok. The chain is shaking even more. He must be fighting something really hard. He needs to get in there and help him. So, this boy appears in front of Krona again. He's shifting with a pout on his face. I guess I'm just not good enough to play Ring Around the Rosie with? Is that it? Is there someone else that plays it better than me? Huh? Is there dash? Get out of my way. Krona snarls, finally having enough. I don't want to play anything with you. All I want to do is help Ragnarok. He needs me. Krona pushes the boy out of his way, marching over to the doors of the library only for that boy to appear once again in front of him, but this time he has a blank face, a serious face that gets Krona to pause. Okay, you got me. I haven't been completely honest with you. I really don't want to play Ring Around the Rosies. Okay, that's a lie. I do, but you see, I'm trying to protect you right now. Trust me when I say Ragnarok doesn't need any help. At all. He's fine, he's way more than fine dash. Be bullshit. Krona snaps out of his phased state and snarls. He grips his fist as he glares at this other boy. Why you just want him to fade away? Why you just want me to go fucking crazy, dash. Though those things are both true, I'm not lying to you. I wasn't lying when I said I loved you, Krona. In this room is something you don't need to see. Usually I would just take hold after something like this shit and go to get revenge, but since you have kicked me out, this is a bit sticky. Forget about Ragnarok. This boy holds out his hand, something in those haunting eyes that Krona doesn't understand. Take my hand and let me consume you. I won't let you get hurt any longer. I won't let that bitch tear your heart apart. Instead I'll rip hers apart and you won't even know about it. Let me take you away from here. And no. Krona growls darkly. See? Why you just want Ragnarok to leave me? Why you just want me to suffer, dash? You don't understand that I'm trying to save you from seeing, dash. That's when Krona hears a scream, but it's not Ragnarok's scream. It's not low and dark, it's high-pitched feminine. He hears Maka's scream. Krona's eyes get wide in horror. Maka, why is she in there? Oh god, no. Is Medusa hurting her too? Is she taking them both away from him? Krona feels his chest tighten in panic when he hears Maka scream again. His teeth chatter, his eyes become dilated. No. Not Maka, no, not his love. No. 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 Without a moment's hesitation he runs towards the door, pushing the protesting other boy out of his way. You're making a mistake, dash. The other boy tries to stop him, but Krona runs in, ready to do something, ready to be there for Maka, ready to protect her and Ragnarok, and somehow save the day. When say my name. Krona stops mid-run. Anything he was about to say dies on his lips as his eyes take in this sight before him. Maka is on the floor of this library. She isn't hurt, she isn't in pain, no. The girl he loves is on her back, naked, with another man on top of her, her face red and her chest puffing in her pleasure, looking at this other man with lustful eyes. Those green orbs he adores light up at this man's voice, lights up in pleasure with every thrust that he gives her. Those sweet moans filing Krona's ears, but they're not for him, they're for this other man. The other man he knows so much. Ragnarok. The girl he loves screams out his only friend's name, her eyes wide. It's such a long scream, her body doing a jerk before it goes limp under the boy. Ragnarok makes a odd sound before he pulls out of the girl he loves and spills his seed all over the floor. He lays limp against her, both of them panting, their faces red from their activity. Krona still can't move, can't speak as he watches Ragnarok kiss her, and he can see it, the love he knows too well in that kiss he's giving the girl he also loves. Ragnarok rolls to the side, Krona being able to see both their faces, being able to see how they look at each other. Ragnarok hugs Maka and gives her a peck on the same forehead that Krona himself has kissed. I felt it. His words are so airy, so full of emotion before he goes limp in her arms with a smile on his face. Thank you. His words are sincere before he goes limp, asleep in the arms of the girl he loves. You're welcome. Maka speaks in that same airy tone, kissing this boy lovingly on the nose before her eyes close, these two falling asleep in each other's arms. Krona can only stand there looking at these two. He doesn't blink. He doesn't move. He can't. He can't do anything. I warned you. That other boy appears next to him, looking at the Maka and Ragnarok with rage filling those haunting eyes. He's shaking, he's so pissed off. I told you, but you didn't listen. Oh, well, now you have to look what this girl does right in the face. You can't just pretend this didn't happen, can you? You're pissed, aren't you, Krona? Let it all out, let me rip them to shreds, or hell, you could even do it if you're that pissed. Let it all out, Krona, it's okay, you see now they both deserve to rot in the pits of hell. The other boy laughs madly before looking over at Krona. The other boy's lips are ripped into that smile, his fingers twitching, the thorns growing longer. He's getting taller, there's nothing but fury in his eyes. He's waiting for Krona to explode, waiting for the maids to swallow him whole. That's when Krona says something that actually shocks this med boy. They look so happy. Krona finally speaks, it's soft, not full of rage, as he stares at the two holding each other. What? The other boy blinks, taken off guard at the fact Krona hasn't broke. I've never seen Ragnarok's smile like that. He looks so at peace, so happy. Krona's voice is no more than a whisper as he stares at the other boy that's holding the girl he loves. Did you see how green her eyes got when he held her? Did you see how much pleasure she was in because of Ragnarok? Do you see the smile on her face? They're both so happy. Who gives a fuck? That boy regains himself and growls, taking a step forward. Ragnarok just fucked your girl. After everything with Kid, after seeing your pain, she went and fucked him dash. Ragnarok is okay. Krona cuts him off, he's still speaking so softly. Maka saved him, she helped him, she got to him when I couldn't. Krona stares sadly at Maka and Ragnarok's hands that are holding each other. They don't need me. Ragnarok doesn't need me, Maka doesn't need me, all they need is each other. They're happy together. Ragnarok can protect Maka and he can be enough for her. He is the man I could never be. Krona takes a long look at Maka, looking at her face, that beautiful face he loves, with the soft smile on those pink, swollen lips. Her expression is so peaceful, she looks so happy. Krona closes his eyes and turns his back on them. He is the man that will bring her true happiness. What the fuck are you doing? The other boy screeches when Krona took a step towards the library's exit. Hello. The girl you love just got fucked again. What the hell is wrong with you? Why are you just going to walk away from this? Why aren't you breaking? Ragnarok has stolen the girl that gave you happiness. They need to be punished, they both need to be punished dash. No. Krona pauses and shakes his head. Punish them for what? Being happy? No. He takes a deep breath. I see now I am not needed anymore. Maka can take care of Ragnarok and Ragnarok can take care of her. I am only getting in the way, hurting her. It was obvious from the very beginning who she belonged to the way she would look at Ragnarok, this connection she had with him, a understanding of him that I don't even have. They're perfect for each other. Ragnarok is the strong, firm man she needs. I can't do anything but hurt her, get in her way. She's yours. Remember? She told you she was yours dash. All I ever wanted was for her to be happy. Krona puts a hand to his heart, he's being so quiet. And if she's happy with another man? He walks out of the room, his bangs covering his eyes. So be it. So be it. The boy roars, walking after him, the black blood is boiling around him. This is the girl you fucking love and you're just giving up on her that easily? You're just going to accept what she did and be okay with it? I'm not giving up, I'm letting her go because I love her, I'm letting her go. Krona's voice cracks. She's not mine anymore. She's his. You're falling apart. You can't lie, I'll soon have control again, and I don't care what the fuck you say, I'm killing this bitch for all she's done to you dash. You'll never hurt her again, I'm going to make sure I'll never hurt her again, I'm going to release them of this burden so they can be happy without worrying about me. Ragnarok deserves to have her, and Maka deserves happiness. Oh yeah? You're not going to be able to hold out much longer. And I promise you, once I get control, that bitch's heart is mine, I'm going to rip her insides out, make her feel the pain she's put you through. This other boy is screaming, the bulk blood boiling around Krona. There's no use fighting me. You know who will win this battle. I am doing something I should have done a long time ago. His voice is firm as he marches down this hallway, a new fire setting into his eyes. You can't see control something that's already dead. Krona reaches into his pants before bringing out a black, shiny gun. You wouldn't. Crazy Krona looks at the gun with wide eyes. Shit, I forgot you grabbed that, you won't do it though. The boy smirks at him. I know you, Krona. You're too afraid of death, you won't take your life. You dash. Watch me. Krona grips the gun in his hand as he takes a step closer to a bathroom. Crazy Krona hears the tone of his voice and his eyes get even wider. You're not going to dash. Before he can say anything, Krona is hit in the head with something. He feels something dark sliver through his skin. Krona pauses in his walking, his mouth open in a silent scream, and he feels a burning pain overcome him. His vision is blurry and all he hears is voices in his ears saying things that don't make sense, things that make him want to hide. He starts to giggle. He feels Crazy Krona getting closer, but he laughs all the more. In the haze of this darkness he sees those bright green eyes. And no. Krona screams in defiance, but the voices are still there, and they're getting louder. His neck is on fire as Krona runs into the bathroom and slams the door shut, hoping it will stop the other boy, stop the voices, stop this dark feeling he doesn't understand. He was doing so well, now he's falling apart. If he lets that other boy take control, Maka will die. He will kill her, and he doesn't want that. He only wants her to be happy, and the only way to make sure she is. Krona lets out another scream of agony, his body twisting a bit, but he forces himself to walk till he's standing in front of a mirror. He sees his eyes flickering from his own to the haunted dilated ones of that boy. He sees how his body is moving oddly, how his lips are twitching. He doesn't have much time. That other boy is trying to force himself back in. Krona lets out another scream as that flower tattoo on his neck gets bigger and bigger. Soon the petals are over his face. Krona is changing. He doesn't have much time. He bites his thumb hard enough to pierce the skin, only whimpering at the pain as he watches his blood well up. It's still red, but it's getting darker. Soon it will be black and Krona will be gone. You're not going to do it. That boy appears behind him with an odd look on his face. You're in agony, just let me take it away. Stop being foolish. This girl has taken everything from you and you're just going to take that? You're just going to destroy yourself so she can be happy? How idiotic is that? No, you're bluffing. You won't do it. Krona doesn't respond to him. He's sweating, those voices getting louder in his ears, but he's trying to think. Don't people leave a note when they kill themselves, explaining why they did it? Or writing something they wanted to say to loved ones? Krona doesn't have time for that, but he has something to say. He places his bloody thumb on the window and starts writing letters. The blood runs a little, and when he runs out he bites more into his thumb till the message is complete. It's only 2 words, and that's it. He looks at his message in the mirror, still twisting, and now roaring in agony. Whatever hit him good, and he's not stupid. He knows this feeling, he knows who's done this to him. He hates how gross he feels, hates everything about himself. He just hates, and hates, and hates, but that doesn't matter now. Seeing his message brings him back to the task at hand. I'm sorry. Is written on the mirror, the blood running. It's only 2 words, but those words explain everything, at least in his eyes. He's sorry that he failed Maka. He's sorry he couldn't be enough for her, couldn't keep her. He's sorry for all the awful things he said. He's sorry for wasting everyone's time. He's sorry for being a disappointment. He's sorry, oh God, he's so sorry. Maka, he couldn't keep his promise with always staying with her, but it's better this way. She will have Ragnarok and Krona won't be able to hurt her anymore. He's still sorry though. He's sorry for everything that has happened to her, because it's his fault. Krona is sorry. The hand with the gun trembles as Krona lifts it up, placing the gun against his temple. His teeth are chattering, his body turning, trying to get him to give in to the madness, but he has to hold out. He has to. Krona puts his finger on the trigger, goes to push it down, only for him to hesitate. Ha! I knew you wouldn't do it. Stop playing around, Krona, and just give in. This spell is going to break some bones soon. It's twisting your body. Let me take you away. I will numb all your pain. Don't fight for her anymore. Fight for yourself. Krona pants, still holding the trembling gun against his head. He's scared. After everything, he's scared. Life has always felt pointless for Krona, and if not for the fear of death he would have killed himself a long time ago. Now it's time to choose. If he doesn't shoot himself, this boy is going to kill Maka. If he shoots himself, she'll be happy, so why is he hesitating? He's running out of time, he's running out of... That's when he hears the door open. Krona whips around, the gun to his head. His face falls as he screams in agony once again as his eyes lock onto her green ones. Maka stares at him. She has no expression on her face before she starts to look around the bathroom, a frown on her face. Krona lets out a breath he had been holding. It's like she can't see him. That's when her eyes light up and she walks over to the corner. Krona blinks as he looks at himself in the corner, hugging himself, offering a smile to the girl that just came in, his cheeks pink, his eyes bright with happiness. Krona is no longer in the bathroom. He's back at the asylum, in his old room. Scenes pasting by him with him and Maka sitting in the corner just talking, laughing, them coloring in coloring books, her kissing him, her holding him. Krona watches as the boy in the corner giggles. It's full of happiness, full of adoration for this girl. His face looks like it's glowing. He looks like he's glowing when she touches him. Krona watches all this, watches all these moments. Maka was there, walking though the door to his room with that sweet smile on her face. His trembling dies down and the gun steadies in his hand as he watches Krona and Maka laugh at something the pig-tailed girl said. This scene seems so far away, so long ago, when Maka wasn't a patient yet. She visited him, gave him her attention, she was there for him, and she made him so happy. Made him feel like he was special, that he wasn't ugly, that maybe, just maybe, he was worth something. Suddenly Maka stops laughing and looks over at him. She's smiling at him, her eyes so bright, and oh how he loves it. He knows what has to be done. This is it. He tightens his grip on the gun, his finger on the trigger. He becomes numb to the pain he's in as he stares into her eyes, into the eyes of the girl he loves, the girl he's about to leave and never see again, the girl that made his life worth living, the girl that called him beautiful, who kissed his tears away, who wiggled her nose against his, the girl he held late at night, the girl with the soft smile and those bright green eyes. He's leaving her so she can be safe. So she can be happy. No one loves him anyway, so it's okay. He knows he won't be missed, and that's okay too. His mother will finally get to feed his body to her snakes like she's been talking about doing since he was 4. Maka can be with Ragnarok, and together they can do anything, they can do everything without him. A happy ending for everyone. This Maka tilts her head at him. Maybe she's confused, maybe she can see him, maybe, just maybe. Krona gives her a sad smile, a single tear falling down his cheek as he takes her in one last time. Gee, goodbye Maka. He closes his eyes, that smile still on his face. When the droplet of water falls off his face and hits the floor, he pulls the trigger. There's nothing but quiet. There's no sound. There's warmth and something blowing lightly on her face. Maka's eyes slowly open. Her vision is a bit blurry at first, her having to blink to get it to focus. She tenses when she realizes she isn't in her room, but completely relaxes when she sees the boy that has his arms wrapped around her snugly, Ragnarok. She can't help but to smile and snuggle into him, letting out a sigh of relief as she feels his breath on her face, feeling his chest move up and down against her own. You don't know how relieved she is, you don't know how scared she was, thinking she lost this boy forever, thinking she lost this boy to the madness just like she lost Krona. Ragnarok is who she leans on, who Krona leans on, he's what's keeping their fucked up family together. She kisses the boy's cheek and can't help but to chuckle when he grumbles in his sleep. Everything is going to be okay. Ragnarok has given her hope, because if she can bring Ragnarok back from the madness, what's stopping her from bring Krona back? Maybe she can reach Krona, pull the boy she cares about out of insanity's hold. Maybe she can save him just as she saved Ragnarok. There's hope. Maka's heart is swelling just thinking about it, thinking about Krona smiling at her again with that sweet smile and the blush on his face. She misses him. She misses him so much. Maka tightens her hold on Ragnarok, burying her head in his chest. She misses her family. The one she used to have, but she destroyed it. She destroyed it by her selfishness, destroyed it by her mistakes. If she wasn't such a dumbass, things would be different. Maybe Krona would be here with her right now. Maybe he wouldn't be just a shadow staring at her with that tear falling down his face. She wants to touch him, feel him, hold him. She wants to hold both these boys close. Because they are her family. The only thing she has left. The only thing keeping her going, the only thing keeping her from just giving in to that girl in the cage. Maka feels a rage overtake her as she thinks about what Medusa did to Ragnarok. She almost made him fade away. She killed him in the most horrible way imaginable, then made him a slave. She hates Medusa. Maka will be the one to end her. She can't just stand back and let this bitch try to take her family, no. But like Ragnarok said, she has to wait, she has to avenge her mother. I'll make her pay. Maka speaks softly as she brushes Ragnarok's brown bangs out of his face. Krona as that little boy in a dress flashes through her mind and she grips her fist. I'll make her pay for everything. Ragnarok doesn't respond. He's still out. Maka can't help but to blush when his manhood rubs against her thigh. When he shifted, it reminds her of what they did, of the pleasure he gave her, of his groans, and that hungry look in those eyes. But most of all, she remembers the love she saw. She could feel it from him. She just couldn't feel it for him. Her blush falls and she frowns. Will she ever love? Probably not. It would be a miracle if Maka could ever understand love. She shakes her head, getting the thought out of her head as she yawns after taking in where they are, laying on the floor of a library, butt naked. Maka decides to snap her fingers. Her dress comes back on her body, and the clothes Ragnarok was wearing come back on him. Maybe it's just her being paranoid, but she feels like she's being watched, a dark feeling making the hairs on her arm stand up. It feels hard to breathe all of a sudden. Maka takes a cautionary look around before she grips onto the still out Ragnarok and snaps her fingers. They both disappear only to reappear back in their room. She uses her powers to gently place Ragnarok in the large red bed and tucks him in. She smiles faintly when he gives a small hum of contentment, but she can't shake this feeling. She should be happy, right? She saved Ragnarok, he's okay, so why does she feel so empty? It feels like something just got ripped from her heart, like something a part of her was taken. But why does she feel like this? She saved Ragnarok, it's okay right? Everything's fine right? Maka paces around the room. Even though she's tired, she can bring herself to sit down, can't bring herself to rest this feeling it's empty yet. Why does she feel like crying? Why does she feel like breaking down? She saved Ragnarok, she didn't lose him, so why does she feel like she lost something? Something really important. Why does she feel like she's failed? Why does she feel so devastated? Well, what do you know? Maka hears a familiar voice behind her, causing her to whip around in alarm. That other girl is standing before her, but there's a hologram of a cage around her. She's smirking at Maka, her eyes bright with dark glee. The bastard finally did it. What dash? Maka starts, only for Custos to appear right next to the caged girl. The evil girl glares at him, but Custos looks like he's about to cry. This is truly a tragedy. He puts a hand to his heart and closes his eyes, shaking his head in distraught. That poor boy, he gave everything he had only to be destroyed in the end. This is why I cried, why I feel like crying, to see something like this, to see what the curse of humanity has caused. Those bright green eyes of this angel get watery. Oh my dear, this is a tragedy. Who are you talking about? Maka frowns deeply. She feels her heart shattering, and she doesn't know why. She doesn't know why that hole in her heart has gotten deeper. She doesn't even know who we're talking about. That other girl crackles madly, slapping her knee. You didn't care for him at all. Good. Neither did I. I say good riddance. He was a bitch anyway dash. You're horrible. Custos glares at this girl. I'm sure Maka is just upset right now. She's not thinking clearly. She would surely know that the boy is gone. Who the fuck are you talking about? Maka looks between them more frantically, getting both that girl and Angel to look at her. They stare at her a moment before looking at each other. A realization in Custos' eyes gets the other girl to crack up, and he bows his head. How do you not know he's gone? Don't you feel it? Don't you care about the lost? Maka frowns deeply, trying to feel whatever he's talking about, but she just feels. I just feel empty. Her words are soft, Custos' eyes lighting up. Because you loved him. The angel tilts his head. That other girl busts out laughing, but Maka gives him an odd look. You still haven't told me who this him is, and I don't love anyone. I can't love. You should know that. Her voice is a bit cold, but she can't help it. This angel should already know how a witch can't love, how she can't understand it. Custos looks confused. But dash. I said what in the butt? That other girl cuts him off, Custos looking over at her, only for her to give him a dark glare. Don't even fill her with your nonsense. Just shut the fuck up and go cry somewhere like a bitch. You're not needed here dash. I'm not going anywhere. Custos doesn't even blink. I am her guardian. She has drunk my tear, and I will protect life. You do not scare me death, nothing scares me anymore. He gets this far away look. My fears have already come true. I'll show you true fear, Angel. The girl gets a sick smirk on her face. I will surely be coming out of this cage soon, and all the world will feel my wrath. I will destroy everything for what this world has done to me. I dash. Custos. Maka interrupts the girl, getting a dark glare from her as she looks at this angel. That dark feeling has grown. Please tell me what boy is gone. Those sad green eyes lock onto her own. He frowns deeply. He looks distraught again. It's dash. Maka. She hears such a soft voice behind her, Custos, and that girl disappearing. When she blinks, Maka's heart feels like it almost stopped. Is that? Maka turns around, her heart lifting only for it to plummet to the ground, her having to hold back her scream. It's her mother, her beautiful mother, staring at her with those green eyes she adores so much. But she isn't alone, no. She's wrapped up in scarves, holding her body up. Her face is crunch up in agony, burn marks all over her body. Maka's eyes dilate. They shake, a hand going over her mouth in horror before she takes off running towards her mother, towards the woman at one point she said she loved. Mom. Maka screams, reaching out for her mother, only to be knocked back by scarves, her falling on her butt a couple of feet away from her mother. Not so hasty. Azura chuckles as he appears next to Kami with that sick smirk. You'll be with her soon enough, but as of right now. Azura grabs her mother's face, smirking at the rage he sees in Maka's eyes. She's mine. Don't worry, you'll be joining her soon. I just wanted you to see this, to see the path you're about to take. Let her go, you sick bastard. Maka roars, getting up and running towards Azura, her power flowing, her eyes burning. Azura appears right in front of her, grabbing her face. She feels a shock go through her body before she's shot back, hitting her back against the wall, knocking the breath right out of her. I think you forget who I am. He chuckles darkly. He snaps his fingers. Maka, seeing the tattoo of the three eyes on the back of his hand before her mother disappears, his scarves come back to him, floating around him like they're in water. Those blood-red eyes are looking at the tears in the corner of her eyes with dark glee, his fingers twitching. Come now, give in to me now, Maka. I promise you your fate will be better than the one you are heading down now. You will be with your mother again and you won't have to deal with the horrors to come. He holds out his hand to her, that sick smirk never leaving his face. Take my hand, Dash. Like hell if I'll take your fucking hand. Let her go. Maka roars as she sends her power out. It comes out as a green ball of energy, but Azura just dodges it, the ball hitting the wall of her room making a large hole, Maka being able to see a deep forest through the hole in her wall. Oh dear, what a mess. Azura chuckles as he appears right back in the same spot he was whistling at the hole in the wall. You should really work on your aim, Dash. Shut the fuck up. I won't miss this time, asshole. She grinds her teeth as that book appears in front of her. Azura only smirks, taking a step forward like he's ready to fight her. That's when his red eyes fall on something behind her and he stops, his face falling to a blank one. Ah, it's you. Azura smirks before fading away. She's all yours. Make me proud. Where'd you go, you motherfucker? Maka screams, about to start breaking shit in her rage when she hears a footstep behind her. It's odd, sounding like someone stepping in a puddle of water. Maka feels a deep, deep darkness. It's suffocating and it's right behind her. Fear strikes her as she feels breathing on the back of her neck. She turns around slowly, her green eyes getting shaky. As soon as her eyes fall on it, she's consumed in darkness. Everything fades away. Nothing. There was just the clicking of the gun and that was it. It falls from his limp fingers, making a clanking sound against the bathroom floor. All is quiet. There's no more screams of agony, no more trashing and struggling, the bloody message on the mirror running too much till it's unreadable, just a splash of red blood on a mirror. It's the last of Krona. The boy turns his head to looks down at the gun blankly. He's still standing, there was no noise. No pain. He's still breathing, and there's no bullet through his head. How is this possible, you ask? The gun was empty. He didn't think this through. There was no bullets in his weapon, they were all used in the fight with the spiders. He stares blankly at the gun a moment longer, his arms hanging limply by his sides, his choppy pink hair in his face as he just stares, and stares, and stares. He doesn't blink. He doesn't move. His face is blank, he's unreadable. The boy slowly looks away from the gun. He keeps his arms limply at his sides, his back slumped as he takes his first step forward. Right foot, left foot, right foot, left foot. He's moving so slowly the door to the bathroom opens by itself. This boy only walks through, not paying any mind to it. The boy knows where he's going. He knows what he's finally going to do. As he walks out of the bathroom and up the stairs, the boy's body gets straight, not slumped, his movements becoming more mechanical then slow. He gets taller, his fingers getting longer and sharper. He keeps stepping forward. The more he walks, the more he changes. When he gets up the stairs, his blood starts to fall out of his mouth. It's a lot, staining the floor as he goes along. It forms covering the boy, but he keeps walking. He's walking so slow, so very slow, not making a sound. He's stalking, he's hunting. He faintly hears yelling, he hears her yelling, but why is she yelling? He hasn't even gotten to her yet, or maybe she isn't yelling. It's hard to tell what's real and what isn't. He follows the girl's shouts of anger and frustration, stopping right in front of a door. He doesn't touch it, it just opens, and like a silent ghost he walks in, without making a sound. Ah, it's you. That demon smirks, his brethren gives him a look with those dark red eyes. She's all yours. Make me proud. That's right. She is all his. He owns her. He owns her sweet blood. He owns her heart. He owns her soul. She is his, she said so herself. Maka starts screaming something as he takes slow strides, creeping up behind her. He towers over her now, his hands twitching, ready to grab a hold of her. That's when his feet make a sound. Right when he makes it behind her, the boy watches intently as she shivers in fear, watches with anticipation as she slowly turns around, those green eyes locking onto his. He lashes out, grabbing a hold of her, giving her one of his charming smiles before he headbutts her. He hears the satisfying crack of her skull as she groans, her body going limp in his gasps, so he lets her go, letting her fall to the floor with a thump. Oh, that sounded like it hurt. This boy chuckles darkly as he wipes her blood from off his forehead and licks it up. But this is only the beginning, oh yes. Maka doesn't respond, blood welling up from that hit, she's out for the count. Ah, she's so cute when she's unconscious. He giggles as a black vine wraps around her ankle, the thorns piercing her flesh as it grips her. Away we go. We have much to do, I have so many activities planned. He starts to walk out of the room, dragging her body behind him. The boy stops, those haunting eyes falling over to the boy laying in the bed. He stares at the other male's peaceful expression. Sweet dreams, pal. This boy crackles as he drags Maka's body out of the room. For when you wake up, you'll wake up to a nightmare. Ragnarok only shifts, he doesn't get up. He stays asleep, he stays obvious to what's going on. Krona can't help but to twirl on his heel and giggle at nothing as he drags Maka's body down the stairs, not caring about the pain this will cause her. No, the thought of her pain only makes him laugh louder. He shouldn't call himself Krona. No, that boy is dead. The bullet wasn't in the gun, but it still killed him. That bullet was his last resort, yet it failed. The bullet that didn't pierce his brain was the death of him. So he doesn't know what to call himself, but who cares about names anyway? Not when he has so many activities planned. He will avenge Krona. He will destroy everything and watch as the Mondas consumes everything, but first, he'll destroy the girl that caused all of this. He drags the girl all the way down the stairs, her body getting bruised up, her ankle bleeding from his thorns, but he doesn't stop there. He keeps pulling her through the mansion, dragging her like how a panther drags its prey up to a tree to feast. She's nothing but a meal. The boy's mad smile never leaves his face. Oh, he knows just the place to take her, a place where it will just be her and him, a place where no one will be able to hear her scream. Oh, how he has so many activities planned. He crackles and it's inhuman, those eyes are nothing but haunted. Krona is gone. The monster has risen. Maka groans as her eyes slowly open. She's in darkness. She can't see anything. Maka frowns, not understanding the throbbing of her head. She's slightly confused, and she tries to touch her eyes to make sure they're open when she realizes she can't move her hands and they hurt. It feels like something is stabbing into her wrist. She tries to struggle only to yelp as whatever it is digs deeper into her. Where the hell is she? What the fuck happened? Why is she here? Why is she? Oh goody. You're awake. A voice chimes before a light comes on. Krona stands before her. No, this isn't Krona. She trembles as he takes in those haunting eyes, takes in that mad smile, those long fingers, his taller body, takes in the crack in his face, takes in the dark clown makeup on one half of his face. He tilts his head at her in amusement. How is my sleeping beauty doing? You look pretty tied up at the moment. He crackles at his joke. Maka's eyes get wide as she looks up at her hands. They're held above her, bound together by a black vine, thorns piercing her skin, getting some blood to drip down on her cheek. She's hanging like an animal on a meat hook, and now that she sees what's holding her up, it hurts like hell. She's only a couple feet off the ground, her back against a cold wall. That's when she realizes that she's naked, bare, exposed, hanging from this vine. She's cold and she shivers, a deep fear making her teeth chatter as she looks over at the boy who is smirking at her. Why? Am I naked? Why did you dash? I thought this suits you better. I know how much you like to get naked and such. You're such a open girl, aren't you? You're pretty open with your legs. He takes in her body with rage-filled eyes, but there's a hunger, and it's animalistic. You don't know how long I've waited for this. You don't even know how many times I fantasied about this moment right now. I'm going to make this perfect, make you suffer and taste your blood, the blood of the girl that has destroyed the boy. I will enjoy your screams as I rip your still beating heart from your chest and take it for my own. He crackles, black blood running down his nose as he takes a odd step towards her, that mad smile growing. Krona. Maka breathes out, wincing at the pain in her head as she stares at this boy. I dash. Don't call me that. He sitches, the vines binding her hands getting painfully tight, Maka crying out a bit. Don't even speak his name, you bitch. He makes strides over to her before he's right in front of her, still towering over her. He takes a deep breath and pulls back his hand. She thinks he's going to strike her, so she flinches. Instead of hitting her, he touches her bare stomach with those claw-like hands. Instead of yelling at her, he lets out a long breath on her face before he gives her a blank look. So this is the body you used to destroy him. He cuts into her stomach. It hurts. He's digging deeper. Get off. Maka kicks out, kicking the boy in the chest. He doesn't move back. He doesn't blink, but he takes that claw hand away from her stomach, a smirk on his face as he watches her blood drip. I'll never get off. It seems you forgot who you belong to here. I'll give her a reminder. He licks the blood off of her stomach, sticking his tongue into the cut and lapping deep into it, getting her to grind her teeth, biting back a whimper of pain and a moan of aerosol. Something is stirring inside her. See Krona, please. She pants out when he pulls away, licking his lips of her blood. I want to make everything better. I don't want to fight you. I don't want this. I know what I did with Kid was a mistake and I'm sorry, but I miss you, Krona. I know I've hurt you and I'm sorry. Oh, you're going to be sorry. He growls when the wound on her stomach heals up from her using her powers. I don't know why you're speaking to Krona. He leans in, his lips right by her ear. When he isn't here anymore. He's dead. He's gone. You're lying. Maka thrashes in her confinement, ignoring the pain as she kicks him away, but she can't ignore the pain her chest at his words. I know he's still here. I felt him back at the cave. I saw him. He may be just a shadow, but he's there and I'm going to pull him back out. He Krona saw what you did with Ragnarok. He saw you get fucked yet again by another boy. He states bluntly, Maka's face completely falling. It's said, really? He fought so hard just to MKE it to Ragnarok because he was in trouble, only to get there, and see that he felt betrayed from Ragnarok and even more hurt because of you. You broke him. This boy is trembling in his rage. He took a gun to his head. If that gun hadn't been empty, he would have killed himself. His body lives on, I live on, but Krona is gone. You truly have killed him. Maka stares at him in horror, her eyes wide, trying to wrap her head around everything he just said. Krona, seeing that Krona putting a gun to his head, trying to kill himself, the boy with the quiet smile trying to silence himself, leave her because of what she's done. No. Say it isn't so. There has to be some part of Krona left. Maka's eyes get wide with a hope. The shadow. Krona Look down, look where my shadow would be. Maka gulps. She doesn't want to look, but she does, and even though this boy is in the light, he has no shadow. Krona is gone. He's gone, he's gone. This boy crackles as Maka's eyes shake, a deep, deep pain in her heart. You killed him, you killed him. She killed him. Oh God. Krona got to the point that he took a gun to his head. Now he's gone and she wasn't there. Maka saved one, only to lose the other. She now knows what that thing was that was missing, the thing that was taken from her. It was Krona. She lost Krona. Ah, don't cry. This boy smirks as she bows her head, her body going limp as those silent tears fall down. She gained hope only to lose it completely. Krona's smile and giggle fades away to nothing but quiet fades away. He's gone. You'll join him soon enough, but first I'm going to make you suffer. Suffer for what you've done to him. He places his knife-like finger against the outside of her thigh. This is for playing with his heart. He carves into her, it's so deep he's almost to the bone. Her blood is falling down her leg and it hurts like hell, but she doesn't move, doesn't do anything. She lost Krona. She lost the cute little boy that held her together, the boy that pouted instead of glared, the boy that clinged to her, looked at her with adoration. This is for all the tears he's shed because of you. The boy carves again into her, it's so deep, it's so painful, her flesh like paper to his sharp fingers. But she lost Krona, she lost him. Maka pictures that boy with the gun to his head, the one she saw in the picture, and her tears fall more. She could have prevented this. She could have done more for Krona, she could have been more considerate of his feelings. But now it's too late. This is for all the fucking lies. This boy carves into her thigh yet again. She's getting lightheaded, but she doesn't heal herself. She can't think of anything right now except for Krona. How did things end up this way? She knew, how she knew this boy would be the death of her, but how after she has just saved Ragnarok, how could she have lost Krona in the process? Maka promised Krona she wouldn't lie to him, but all she's done is lie, try to hide her sins from him, but Krona always knew, he always knew. This is for not loving him. He carves again, her blood making a red pool by his feet. Maka didn't love him. Krona wanted love so much, she could see it in those pale blue eyes, yet she couldn't love him. She's tried to understand it, she's done all she can, asked around, experimented, but they all failed. Maka can't love, she'll never love, she couldn't give it to Krona no matter how much she wanted to share the feeling. This is for fucking killing him. The boy roars as he carves so deep it touches the bone, it scraps the bone, flesh giving way, muscle giving way. Mac killed him. Krona is gone, he's gone. The boy takes a step back to admire his work. He watches as the blood drips from her thigh, making a red puddle under her feet. It's beautiful. He sighs in contentment as Maka glances down at her thigh, looking at the word carved into it. Krona. The boy's name she lost is carved into her. It hurts her, just as it hurts her. He's gone. She don't even move, doesn't do anything. Krona is gone. It's over, it's completely over. Krona was the one to hold her up, the one that brought her back to life when her mother died, the one that played along with her ridiculousness, the one that would always look at her with concern, the one that held on to every word she said, like anything she would say is important, the one that never laughed at her fears, the one that would always try to understand, the one that brought her out of madness. If not for him, this girl inside her wouldn't even be in a cage. By hurting him, she was able to be awakened back up inside. He's kept her going this whole time. She can't go on without him. You told him you were his. The boy's voice is odd as he takes a step forward. He puts his claw-like hand against her chest right above where her heart is. Yet you gave yourself to other men. He watched as you were touched and fondled by others. He gave you his heart. He gave everything to you. He wanted to kill himself just so you would be happy. He loved you, but you wouldn't give him your heart. His voice gets dark as he pulls back his hand, ready to stab her. So I'm taking it. I'll get the heart he wanted more than anything in the world. Maka doesn't move, doesn't even try to stop him. He's going to kill her, but maybe that's okay. What are you doing? That girl screeches. Did you forget about your mother? Are you just going to let this asshole kill you? He isn't Krona. Use your fucking powers and get him away from you. She can't. She really can't. Remember, your mother gave up everything just so you could live. Are you really going to let all that be in vain? You dying here, naked, some crazy boy ripping out your heart. Get a grip over yourself. She hears the panic in her voice as he shoots his hand forward, ready to stab her hard. Think of your mother. Let me out. Let me out, or everything we've worked for is for nothing. I'm Krona. Krona, well, see, now we know each other. Well, I think you're really nice, Maka. And no one has ever wanted to see me. Do you think I'm going to hurt you? Sometimes I think you're not real, Maka. I mean, how could you be? Do you ever think of me when I leave? All the time. What was that? That you just did. That was a kiss. I love you, Maka. All these moments with Krona go through her head, her hearing his soft voice, seeing his smile, his giggle. Maka closes her eyes. She can't go on, she can't know. She lost him. Die. This boy screams, his claws so close to piercing her. Only for him to stop right before the sharp objects touch her. He blinks before he's sent flying away from her. The boy does a flip in the air and lands on his feet, this place shaking from his weight. He watches with his eyebrow raised as his thorns are forced off of her. She falls to the ground, landing on her feet. Her dress comes back on, clothing her. Maka's head is still bowed, covering her face as her wounds stop bleeding. This boy tilts his head, his eyes lighting in realization as Maka looks up. Haunted blue eyes meet dilated green. Med smirk meets mad grin. Maka stands before him, her fingers twitching, her smile too big for her face, and once these two dark beings lock eyes, their smiles get even larger, a wind blowing against them from nowhere. The air is thick with darkness, thick with madness, thick with tension at this showdown. Dark energy surrounds her, her hands lighting up as she looks at this grinning boy whose vines are gathering around him, black blood dripping. She purses her lips. I'm free. Finally free. Mankind is doomed. Chapter 60. The eyes of a little girl shoot open. She's in a cold sweat, gripping on tightly to the teddy bear her mother had gave her before she tucked her in for bed. She's trembling, her mind still reeling from the horrible nightmare she just had. Her small heartbeat is drumming in her ears as she looks around this room frantically, looking for any signs of monsters, any signs of evil creatures that want to hurt her. She looks towards her closet, half expecting a skeleton to come walking out. But there's nothing but darkness, darkness, and the drumming of her heartbeat. The little girl, seeing she's alone lets out a huge sigh of relief. There's no monsters here. She's safe and Fluffy is here, Fluffy her bear is here. He'll keep her safe. The little girl snuggles with the bear, trying to control her breathing. She closes her eyes trying to get back to sleep, but she's still scared. It feels like the darkness around her is creeping up, getting closer, making it harder to breathe. It's only in her imagination. Nothing's wrong. Fluffy is here and Mommy said Fluffy would protect her from all evil. Nothing's wrong, right Fluffy? The little girl looks down at her teddy bear, the stuffed animal looking at her with those black, blank eyes. The bear doesn't say anything, but just by looking at this bear she feels safer. Thinking of her mother's words, this girl hugs the bear back to herself and closes her eyes yet again, willing for sleep to claim her. There's a loud thump. Her eyes shoot open once again. She grips the bear as she hears the thump again. She also hears something muffled. It sounds like talking, no. Yelling. It's her mother. She's yelling, but why is she yelling? The little girl throws the covers off of her, slinging her small legs over the side before hopping down to the floor. She holds the bear close to her chest as she slowly walks in the darkness, following the small light from the creaked door, the door her father left cracked so she wouldn't be so scared. Mommy? Daddy? The little girl asks nervously as she grabs the door handle and opens the door more. She walks out into the hallway, looking around, but no one's here. The hallway is empty except for the large picture of her grandmother at the end of the hallway. Her wrinkled face seems contorted as if she's glaring at his girl. The shadows that are cast over it make her grandmother look like a monster that wants to get her. But her grandmother is dead. Just because someone's dead doesn't make them monsters. Mother told her she shouldn't be afraid of the picture of Grandmom. It's just a remembrance of who she once was. Grandmom was a living person just like her and Mommy and Daddy, but now she isn't. The little girl wasn't aware of the reality of dying till she found her grandmother in that rocking chair she loved so much, just sitting there, unmoving. Her chest didn't move and the look in her eyes so dull. The little girl was the first to find her just because she wanted her grandmother to read her a story. Back then she didn't understand her grandmother was dead. She didn't know what death was. The little girl had gotten into the limp woman's arms asking for her to read her a story. Her grandmother just stared at her unblinking. That's when her mother came in. Her mother was frozen for a moment before she let out a scream. The little girl didn't like her scream. Soon enough she was yanked from her grandmother and soon after the body was taken, though the little girl doesn't know where. She had asked why they were taking Grandmom away and this made her mother cry. The little girl didn't like it when her mother cried, but that's when she explained what death was, that Grandmom was never coming back, that she moved on and was in a better place, heaven. The little girl pressed it. She asked why did Grandmom have to be taken? She liked Grandmom. Her voice was quiet, her hands were soft when she would play with her hair. This made her mother cry even more, but she smiled despite it. It was just her time. Her mother had responded. Will death take me too? She hears herself ask and she remembers the pain in her mother's eyes. The little girl got scared. She doesn't want to be taken away like Grandmom, never to return. She doesn't want to leave her mother or her father. Even if she went to a better place, wouldn't it be lonely without her mother and father? And no. Her mother's voice was choked as she wrapped her arms around the little girl. Death will and never take you. She was sobbing, getting her drenched. But even with her mother's words, the little girl couldn't get those lifeless eyes of her grandmother out of her head, and somehow she knew her mother was lying. The little girl saw many things die after her grandmom. She had her pet bird die and it had the same look in its eyes as Grandmom. The little girl became terrified. What if one day she has the same look in her eyes? What if one day she will disappear like her grandmom and her pet bird? The little girl also noticed that once Grandmom was gone, no one brought her up, like it was wrong to speak about her or to speak about the death that took her. The little girl misses her grandmom, but at the same time she gets a fear inside her when she looks at the picture of her at the end of the hallway, because she remembers those eyes that were lifeless. The little girl blinks, getting her back to the now, when she hears another thump. It's coming from downstairs. She turns her back to the picture of Grandmom and starts walking slowly. The wood flooring is cold on her bare feet and she can't help but to shiver, half out of the cold, and half out of something else. There's a feeling in her chest she can't ignore. It's close to a panic, a dark feeling that's gripping her small being. She wants to run back to her room, hop in bed and hide under her blanket with Fluffy. She wants this darkness to leave, this fear she has to disappear, but instead of running to her room, she starts walking down the stairs. It feels as if something's calling her, a curiosity pushing her forward despite the way her body trembles. Mom. Dad. The little girl asks again as she steps off the last step, her eyes looking around their dark living room, the only light coming from a lamp by the stairs. It's not much and really it casts shadows that look like monsters. The shadows look like they're moving closer, wanting to eat her, wanting to have her. The little girl grips Fluffy and swallows hard. Nothing can hurt her as long as she has Fluffy. Mommy said so. Nothing can hurt her. She takes a step into the living room looking for what could be causing this thumping. That's when she hears a ruffling sound. It's coming from the kitchen. Mom? Is that you? The little girl gathers her courage and walks through the living room, past all the shadow monsters holding Fluffy close. No one responds to her, but she hears footsteps in the kitchen. Someone is in the kitchen. Maybe her mother didn't hear her and that's why she isn't responding to her. It doesn't stop the little girl's teeth to chatter in fear. Her stomach feels clenched and she's sweating. The little girl stops right in front of the door that leads to the kitchen, her heartbeat drumming in her ears. She reaches out for the doorknob, watching as her hand slowly gets closer to it, watching it with wide, terrified eyes. All the shadow monsters are getting closer, but she has Fluffy and nothing can hurt her. The little girl hears sobbing. It's her mother. Her mother is crying. Without hesitation now she opens the door, walking into the kitchen only to step in something wet and thick. Mom. The little girl speaks nervously as rubs her hand on the wall next to the door, looking for the light switch. When she touches it and turns the lights on, she wishes she was back in darkness. Her father lays before her. His throat is cut, his blood leaking like a fountain pooling around him. It's red, it's dark, and she's stepping in it. The little girl screams as she jumps back out of her father's blood, screams at seeing his eyes, the eyes of her father, lifeless just like grandmom. Death has gotten him too. Death has claimed another victim. So much blood, so much blood. A soft voice gets the little girl's terrified eyes to look beside her father. Her mother stands with her head bowed, her hair covering her face. One of her hands are twitching while the other hand holds a butcher knife, still bloody. Her mother is covered in blood, she's drenched in it. Her mother lets out a croaked sob, her tears adding to the blood of her father on the floor. It just never stops, does it? Just a never-ending flow of blood. It was just a quick cut. I didn't like what he was saying. It was just a quick slice. Mommy. The little girl looks at her mother in horror, looks between her dead father, his cut in his throat, before looking at the bloody knife in her mother's hand. Tears well up in her eyes, her body trembling so bad. What have why you done? Why you do this? Mommy, why? Death took my mother. She speaks oddly, slowly lifting her face up to look at her daughter. So I decided to beat it at the race. It won't take anyone from me again. Her mother looks at her, her hair moving out of her face so the little girl can look at her. The little girl falls on her butt in fright, a scream in her chest, but it can't force its way out of her throat. She's so scared, but she's paralyzed in her fear, not able to do anything but look at her mother with wide, terrified eyes. Don't be scared, it's only me. The little girl takes in her mother's dilated eyes, how they shake, how they bounce. She takes in that large smile she's never seen before on her mother's lips. Her face is covered in blood and the look in her eyes is dark. She's never seen her mother like this. Her mother smiled a lot. But it never looked like this. Of course she didn't smile as much when death took grandmom, but this smile makes the little girl close to peeing herself. She's whimpering, wanting to scream. Her father's blood has leaked to her legs. She's sighting in her father's blood, but she can't force herself up. She's so scared. Mommy, what's wrong with you? Why are you smiling like that? Why did you kill Daddy? The little girl's voice breaks. I told you. Death was going to take him away from me, so I killed him myself. I sent him to where grandmom is. She's waiting for us. Her mother still has tears falling down her face, her lips twitching in that smile as she walks slowly towards her daughter, the bloody knife being lifted up. It's time for a family reunion. Grandmom's waiting for all of us. Daddy's waiting for us. The little girl's eyes get wider and wider in horror as her mother gets closer to her with that smile, with that bloody knife in her hand. She still can't scream. The little girl's tears of fright are falling freely now, and when her mother gets right in front of her and lifts up the knife, words finally escape her throat. Mommy, please don't hurt me. The little girl cries out, holding out her stuffed bear for protection because her mother told her Fluffy would protect her as long as she has him. Don't be afraid. She coos as she grabs the teddy bear from her daughter's hands and throws it away, the little girl making a strangled cry as her terrified eyes fall on Fluffy, the bear that was supposed to protect her. I love you. Her mother kisses the little girl's cheek that's drenched in her tears. We'll all be together soon. Only when her mother pulls back and lifts up the knife does the little girl finally scream. She screams her little heart out. Fluffy can only watch discarded across the room, his black eyes watching as the little girl's mother brings down the knife. The little girl's screaming is cut short. You may think this is horrible that someone had to hear the little girl's scream, but you see her scream just added to all the others. All around the world things like this are happening. Madness is spreading like the plague. People who were sane are now crazy, hurting themselves or hurting others. It's like something pushed them over the edge, pushed them all over the edge. People are crashing cars, jumping off buildings, claiming they can fly. The cops can't keep up with it all. Even some of the cops have lost their minds. Seeing little kids cut up from their parents causes them to tip over the edge as well. With death comes madness, and with madness comes death. They go hand in hand. People kill others because they are insane, yet people go insane because of people dying. The world is in turmoil. The insane asylums are roaring, each patient getting violent. They're hard to control. The jails are getting overflowed with people, but it doesn't stop the crazy from spreading. The streets are littered with blood and guts from people jumping to their deaths, laughter and sobbing filling the space around. It smells of rot. The world is falling apart. A dog with its eyes dilated rubs himself against the road, rubbing so hard and long, he's rubbing himself raw, pieces of his flesh coming off. Across the road a woman is rocking a severed arm like a baby, singing it a lullaby as a man jumps from a 4-story building, landing right next to the woman, his blood spattering all over her, but she continues to sing to this bloody arm. No one knows why this is happening, why all this death and madness are suddenly in the air. It's like a switch has been turned on, madness pooling over the world, causing the weak to break, causing the strong to die. It's like something broke and now nothing is holding these deadly forces back. Death is spreading just as madness is. At this rate the world will be destroyed. It's like death and madness are going at it. Death will take someone, then madness will. It's like they're trying to compete. The feeling in the air is so strong. Death, madness, death, madness. No one knows what's going on and they don't understand why this is happening. But far away in a place unknown, death and madness are fighting. A battle brewing between the two that is shifting the world. It's affecting the world with them. Death killing, and madness shattering. No matter which one wins, this fight will destroy the world as we know it. The sources of all this destruction, the sources of all the deaths and the world falling apart, is a boy and a girl. But it's much more than that, isn't it? Maka giggles hysterically as she looks down at her hands with those green orbs shaking. As she touches around herself, she throws her head back in laughter, throwing her hands in the air as she does it, whirl on her toes, the black energy sparking around her, looking like lightning. I'm free. After all this time I'm finally fucking free. No more being held back. The world will be destroyed, and I will rule. Maka finally gave in to me. The girl stops twirling to give the boy in front of her a smirk. The boy that's bleeding black, the boy that's smile is way too large. He's been watching her, just watching with that smile. Hell, I'm so happy I feel like I should fucking thank your ass. Thanks to you I'm free, you crazy motherfucker. She giggles, her fingers twitching so much. But now that thanks are aside, her voice gets dark. There's no more laughter as her eyes lock onto his. It's time to rip you to fucking pieces. You've hurt Maka for the last fucking time. When you hurt her, you hurt me, you son of a bitch. And I'm not going to take that shit, especially from a boy who would lick his own asshole if his mother told him to. I'll kill you first. She chuckles darkly, that smile of madness growing. Then I'll finish off the world. No one will be spared. I will get revenge for what the world has done to me. To what mankind has done to me, dash. Krona yawns, patting a hand over his mouth, dragging it out, cutting Maka off. When the boy catches her pissed off look, he smirks. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know we were here to bore each other to death. I bet you could do it. That's the only way you could kill me, little one. He drags the last two words out, saying them sensual, and his smirk grows when he catches the subtle tensing of her shoulders. All this, I will destroy the world, bullshit as well. Bullshit. He laughs loudly, holding a hand to his stomach. How are you going to destroy it when? His laughter stops. He straightens himself out, his haunted eyes holding nothing but rage as all his vines lift up and point at Maka. She's surrounded. When you're going to be dead in, oh, let's say 2 seconds. That's a pretty good guess if I do say so myself. You always were a dumbass. Maka grunts confidently, despite the sharp vines that are a second from going through her. She stares at this boy blankly. You fucking piss me off, you know? I just got out and the first thing I have to see is your ugly butt face. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Where are my manners? Krona puts a hand to his chest and does a bow that mad smile still on his lips. Congrats on getting out of your cage, monkey. I'm sorry I can't offer you some bananas to shove down your dirty throat. I'm not a fucking monkey, you uncle fucker. Do you like fucking your uncle? I don't have a uncle, thank you very much. Krona huffs. Oh, I'm sorry. What I meant to say is you're a ass kisser. Maka smirks. You lick your mother's asshole, every day, all day. Her ass doesn't have a spot where you haven't kissed. Oh? You want to talk about mothers? Krona's voice gets dark, those vines inching closer towards her. Let's talk about your mother. Like how she was tentacle raped by Azura. Speaking of Azura, why don't you go back to him and get butt fucked? No one wants you here. You should have let that pathetic boy kill himself. She smirks when Krona tenses. I would have danced in his blood, and played baseball with his brains. I would have been so happy. No one gives a fuck about you guys anyway. Mommy doesn't care. I don't care. So why don't you just disappear? It is what Krona would have wanted. She says this last part sweetly like she cares, but she's smirking. You bitch. Krona's voice has completely dropped, it feels like this place is shaking when he speaks. You're not getting out of this alive. I'll rip your heart out and rip it to fucking pieces like you have done with Krona's heart. You never gave two fucks about him, even after all the shit he had to deal with. Now he's gone and you're happy. Everyone's happy. His mother. The girl he loved. Am I the only one that loved him? Say it isn't so. He puts a hand to his heart and shakes his head, closing his eyes for a moment. I know what Krona wants, but... His voice is almost quiet as he looks back up, giving her such a dark look. Krona is gone. I'm what's left, and I want to paint your blood across these walls, maybe draw a pretty picture of a flower with it. I'm just a fucking badass artist like that. The boy gets taller, more vines coming out of him, his blood pouring as he locks eyes with the girl that is still smirking. This is for Krona, you sick bitch. He grins at her, his eyes bouncing. Die in black. Right when those words are spoken, all the vines come down on Maka from behind, from the sides, those sharp thorns ready to grab her and rip her to pieces. Krona laughs madly as the vines cover her, the girl no longer being able to be seen. Krona starts to hop around, jumping and hitting his feet together. Ding dong. The witch is dead. Which old witch? The wicked witch. He sings, giggling to himself as he watches his vines work, baby ripping that girl apart in its circle. Ding dong, the wicked witch is dead. Suddenly the vines are blown away, more like they exploded. Krona makes a shriek sound as his blood comes up off the floor and makes a shield in front of him, protecting him from the flames that are produced from this explosion. His vines curl back to him only for more blood to add to it, restoring them. Did you really think you could get rid of me that easily? Maka coos as Krona's blood shield falls so he can look at her. This room is covered in small flames now. The ground around Maka is cracked, but this girl doesn't have a scratch on her. The flames illuminate that evil smirk on her face, her eyes lighting up in dark glee. I'm not like Maka. I'm not going to fucking take your shit. You're going to die. No. Krona's face falls, his mouth opening in horror as he looks beside him at a slushy machine that is tipped over and black. You monster. You killed the slushy machine. I wanted to try a strawberry slushy, but now that's not going to happen. Krona sniffles. It was so young it didn't even get to make a slushy for my stomach. Oh, woe is me. Don't fucking interrupt me. Maka gets angry only to blink. Wait, did you say slushy machine? Her eyes follow when he points at the burnt thing and her smirk falls. I didn't mean to. It was in the way and I don't care if you meant to. You did it and now it's dead. You slushy murderer. You're going to slushy hell. Krona wails, his eyes getting watery. No. Damn it, this wasn't supposed to happen. Maybe if you told me there was a slushy machine here I wouldn't have blew up the place. But no, you didn't tell me. Now I killed the slushy machine. She frowns deeply. And damn, I like slushies. Well, now you can't have one. I hope you're happy with yourself. Krona huffs, gripping his fist as he glares at her. You big stupid face. Oh, again with the name calling. It was a mistake, haven't you made a mistake before? Maka speaks softly, looking over at the slushy machine before looking over at Krona. That doesn't matter. Krona sighs deeply and looks away from her. We're not talking about my mistakes here, we're talking about yours. Well, what if it was you who killed the slushy machine? Maka catches how he tenses. Wouldn't you want to be forgiven? Krona looks at the broken machine, looks at the picture of the burning strawberry flavor on it. He closes his eyes tightly. I'm not the one that did it. But what if you were? She presses, taking a step closer. Forgiveness can't just be given out, especially with something as horrific as... He opens his eyes to look at the machine before looking away, covering his hand over his mouth like he's about to puke. Then don't give me forgiveness. Maka screeches as she walks closer, grabbing this boy by both his shoulders, shaking him. Just tell me it's okay. But it's not okay. He sighs. Please stop touching me. I don't want to get your slushy killing germs. I don't want to catch your douchebag. You don't understand. I'm not a douchebag. I swear I'm not. Then prove it, damn it. Krona grinds his teeth, looking into her eyes. I want to believe you. Oh, I do. He grips her shoulders. But you have to prove it to me. How? Maka seems desperate. I don't know. Krona lets go of her. If you're not a douchebag, the solution should come to you. Maka takes a shaky breath. A bead of sweat falls down her forehead as she looks around this place. It's more of a storage. She doesn't know where they are, but right now that doesn't matter. Damn it, she killed a slushy machine. And now he thinks she's a douchebag. When her eyes fall on a vase with obviously fake flowers, she perks up, an idea coming to her. Of course. She breathes out as she lets go of Krona to point at the flowers. They float towards her. As she walks over to the broken machine, she snaps her fingers and the fire stops. She places a flower on top of it. I can't change what I did, but I can make it rest in peace. Maybe, just maybe it will see what I've done for it. Maybe I can be forgiven. Maka rubs at her watery eyes. Krona comes up beside her, looking at the flower she put down before a smile comes to his face and he places a hand on her shoulder. You did good, you did good. I did. Maka looks over at him with hope. The boy smiles and nods. Do you think it's in a better place? Of course. Don't you know all slushy machines go to heaven? No. No, I didn't. Maka smiles down at the slushy machine with them standing together. That's good, that's really good. Both of them just smile for a moment, Krona still touching her shoulder gently, his claw-like hand only cutting her slightly. That's when both their eyes flash with realization. Why did we just do that? Maka blinks, but that smile is still on her face. I don't know, I really don't. Krona smiles and shakes his head. I don't even like fucking slushies. Me either. She screeches, her smile falling to a glare. Go to hell, slushy machine. Both Krona and Maka shriek. Maka's dark energy wraps around it and Krona's vines wrap around it and crush it. Soon enough the slushy machine is nothing but ashes. Justice. Maka pumps her fist up. Hell yeah. Krona holds out his claw hand towards her, which Maka eagerly gives him a hard high five. They both smirk at each other before looking at their handiwork, sighing blissfully. That's when Maka's eyes once again light in realization. She slowly looks over at this boy and he slowly looks back at her. They both stare at each other, haunted eyes boring into dilated ones. He blinks before giving her a goofy smile. Come here often. No. And don't fucking touch me. Maka smacks his hand off of her, growling at this boy. Oh, I believe you want me to touch you. He leans in, his voice low, seductive, as he brings his claw hand and rubs her cheek, cutting her slightly. I know you have a boner for me, don't even try to lie, little one. You can go fuck yourself. Maka snaps. She grabs the hand that's touching her and grips it tightly, her hands turning really hot. Steam is coming of Krona's hand, his skin starting to get raw. You're a cocky bastard, aren't you? I don't give two shits about you. And Maka blushes slightly when those met eyes bore into her own. She takes a deep breath before giving him a firm look. I'm not fucking little, so stop calling me that. You're little compared to me. He grins, towering over her as if to prove his point. I'm pretty big, aren't I? Big-headed. Maka grunts. You can say that again. Krona smirks as he makes a trusting motion against her. Ugh, great, now I've lost my appetite. Maka pushes him away from her. Power is sent out to hurt him, but his vines just get in front of him and protect him from the blow. You don't need to eat anyway. His vines move from his face and he smirks at how her eye twitches. What the hell is that supposed to mean? You're slow and sluggish, I mean really you need to lay off the Cheetos and hit the weights. Are you trying to say I'm fat? Well. I'm not saying you're America's next top motel dash. I'm not fat, you son of a bitch. Maka growls. You're the fucking fat ass. Me. He hums as he does a twirl, showing off his stick-like figure, showing off the ribs that are poking out. You're surely mistaken. Unlike you, I'm healthy, dash. You might be a fucking stick. Her eyes fall lower and a perverted smirk comes to her lips. But you're the one with the fat ass. Krona gasps. He stops, turning on his heel to look over at her, his cheeks tinting a slight pink at her smirk. Don't talk about it. It's not even that big, dash. Are you kidding? You could land a plane on that bitch. Maka whistles. Quit it. Krona's blush darkens and he huffs, glaring at her. Oh, what? You don't like me talking about your huge ass? Don't want me talking about the ass that makes up most of your body weight? No, dash. I like big butts and I cannot lie, dot. Maka starts to sing, Krona getting all the more flustered. No. No singing about my butt. You're crossing the line. Krona screeches, but his blush hasn't fallen. I think you like me singing about your butt. Maka twirls so she's right in front of him, that perverted smirk on her face. Me thinks you like it, hell I fucking like it. She pulls her hand back and gives him a good grab on his ass cheek, digging her nails into him. Her perverted smirk grows at how he gasps. Dead ass. She needs his very soft bottom, but her hand is still hot and he winches slightly. Don't touch me there, you pervert. Krona screeches before he punches her right in the face. It feels like a ton of brinks just smashed into her face. The force sends her flying. She skids on the concrete flooring once before she uses her powers to stop herself. She stands back up, her jaw hanging down unhooked. He broke her jaw. Maka only touches it, wincing as the jaw clicks back in place. She lets out a sigh before glaring at this boy. He's still blushing, glaring at her darkly. I am a human being. Don't even try to use those dirty hands to take away my innocence, dash. Innocence. Maka scoffs. You dash. Don't touch my no squares. Krona roars before he clasps his hands together, making one fist with them before he lifts his hands above his head and slams down on the ground. The concrete cracks immediately. It's cracking fast towards her. Maka jumps out of the way. Only for him to hit the concrete again, and this time when she dodges the opening in the ground, vines come out of it. Shit. Maka growls as one wraps around her wrist, digging in deeply before she can get it off her. The other vines come down, but she jumps back, being fast enough to be able to dodge them when they come down on her before she uses her power to send them back, ripping her wrist free of the other one. Maka is taking many steps back, not realizing she just stepped into something wet, thick, and black. Krona's smirk is sinister. Fuck off. Maka's hand twitches as she turns her attention on the chuckling boy. She knows it's no use fighting his vines, they're nothing but hardened blood. When she hurts his vines, she's not really hurting him. What? You just a bitch that uses fucking rose thorns to do your work for you? I hate fuckers like you. Maka snarls when Krona's smirk grows. Maka bends down to place her hands on the ground to cast a spell, but then she sees it. The black blood. She's stepping in. Oh shit, dash. Die. Krona laughs madly and the blood spikes up, Maka barely jumping away from it, but she didn't plan this out. Krona did. While she's in midair, looking at the spikes she just barely dodged, his vines gather up. She sees it, but it's too late. They go through her. About 7 of them pierce through her stomach, Maka letting out a strangled cry, her body twitching against the vines that are holding her in the air. The thorns are piercing her insides, ripping her. Oh, it hurts. Blood wells up in her throat, but the way she's angled she can't even spit it out. She's choking on her blood. Beautiful. Krona whistles as he watches her red blood fall, mixing in with his own black blood on the floor. Red is a nice color on you. I think I've said this before. Maka gurgles in response. Krona snaps his fingers and all the vines rip out of her, taking pieces of her flesh with them before she falls to the ground. She falls with a thump, her red blood pooling around her. She doesn't move, doesn't do anything. There's a hole in her stomach. Actually her stomach is gone. He completely ripped her open. Well, that was easy. Krona appears by her side, stepping in her blood. He has a blank face as he looks down at her limp body. And here I thought you would be more entertainment. What a disappointment, but oh well. He smirks again as he leans down, his claw-like hands reaching towards her chest, reaching where the heart is, to where what he wants is his vines wrap around her arms and legs, just to make sure she doesn't try to heal herself, or try anything. You know he loved you. Krona speaks in an odd voice as he trails one claw down her cheek. Her eyes are closed, her expression blank. He was willing to give everything away for you. If that isn't a selfless act, then I don't know what the fuck is. You were his world, did you know that? He cuts down to her chest. He keeps staring at her. His vines are curling around her as he lowers himself, laying next to her, watching as her blood pools up and runs off her chest, feels her blood pool around him. He wanted to be with you forever, did you know that? Did you know he was content with just being in your arms? Did you know he had dreams with you and him just laying in a field, holding hands? Krona turns her head so her lips are close to his. You were everything to him, but you killed him. You destroyed that boy. His eyes get full of rage again as he gets up, grabbing her neck with one hand and lifting the other one up to stab down into her chest. Krona's dead, and with his death comes consequences. You, along with the whole world, will pay. They will feel my wrath for the loss of this boy. His eyes still hold fury, but they're tearing up. Die. His scream is ear-shattering as he stabs down. Maka's eyes shoot open, their glowing, one look in her eyes. Krona's breath hitches his hand, being stopped before it can touch her. Maka opens her mouth. And she screams. Her power shooting out like a storm, electric shocking everywhere. Krona is shocked badly, her power going through him, inside him. It's hurting him, but he's stuck to her, unable to get away while she shocks the shit out of him. Her eyes nothing but light. That's when they focus. Get away. She roars. Krona is sent flying off of her, her power causing another explosion. Krona is flung across the room, hitting the concrete wall hard. The stone cracks under his weight, causing a crater. Shit. Krona growls as he pats his arm that was on fire out. His clothing is burned, some parts of his smooth skin can be seen. He coughs a little back blood out as he watches with a dark glare as someone raises up in the flames. The flames dance around her, like they are her followers and she is the queen. You motherfucker. Maka's voice is so low as her power wraps around her, that large hole healing itself along with the cuts he caused. Do you know who you're fucking messing with? Did you really think you could kill me that easily? Maka roars. It's inhuman. She throws her head back in her roar, this place shaking as her power builds up. The dark energy is freaking out everywhere coming off of her. There's a strong wind blowing. Darkness is spreading. Krona's blood is stirring as he watches this girl change. Her pale skin turns a sickly green, those bright green orbs turn black. They're nothing but black, no pupils, no anything. Her teeth that were straight, are now jagged sharp. He wipes the black blood from his nose quickly when she looks over at him, her smirk showing him her new sharp teeth, those black eyes boring into his own, those eyes of death. Hair framing her face, the darkness around her suffocating. She's looks like a goddess, a evil one, but a goddess. I'm fucking death, bitch. Maka roars before she jumps towards him, this place shaking in defiance. She's radiating power, a trail of blood coming from the corner of her mouth, but it's not red, it's black. She wipes it off with that smirk. I'll be the end of you. Krona blinks before he forces himself up, his wounds already healing. His vines gather around him and he glances down at the blood pooling down at his feet. He looks up at her and that mad smile rips out on his face. I'm going to kill death itself, this should be interesting. He hums. I'll give you a taste of your own medicine, but I wonder. His smile is sinister as she gets right on him, those evil black eyes staring into his. Will you be able to swallow it? I'm not swallowing anything of yours. Maka crackles as her raw power meets his raw blood. Death vs madness. The ground cracks beneath their very feet. What the hell is he? Erika's eyes shake as she watches that thing hit the ground, cracking the concrete like it's nothing. She watches through the crystal ball as Maka jumps back and dodges it, but her eyes are on Krona, on the vines that seem to come from nowhere, at the black blood that's pouring from him, at that mad smirk that will give her nightmares for weeks. That can't be Krona. God damn. Free whistles, leaning closer to Erika so he can have his face right next to the crystal ball. His eyes are alight with excitement, a grin on his face as he watches Krona hit the concrete again, vines coming out and attacking Maka. He's fucking kicking her ass like it's nothing. Who wants to make bets? I bet $100 on the freaky dude. Erica gives him a look, close to a glare. This is serious free dash. Alright fine. I bet $1,000, dash. That's not what I meant. Erica sighs, hitting her forehead with her hand in her frustration. Erica loosen up. The frog witch looks up at that dark voice. She looks at Medusa, who is still watching the crystal ball. Her yellow eyes have a predatory glint, a smirk on her face. Enjoy yourself, I think a bet is a good idea, of course you know who my money is on. She watches as Maka fights with the vines and her smirk grows. PSSH. I'm sorry to break it to you, but Maka doesn't stand a chance. Free shakes his head. I bet 1,000 on the freaky dude. Do you even have money? Erica gives him a skeptical look that he ignores. I'm not betting money, but if Maka somehow loses, I'll give you a vacation free dash. Go fucked up dude. Go. Free roars at the crystal ball. Fuck her up. Who do you vote for, Erica? Medusa slide glances at her, that smirk on her face. Erica watches the crystal ball and frowns. I'll have to put my money on that thing. It's super freaky and it doesn't look like it's broken a sweat. You're both not giving Maka enough credit. Medusa shakes her head. But you'll see soon enough. But what is that? What happened to Krona? I know you said he would lose it, but he's changed, his body has morphed. Erica shivers slightly when Maka steps in some black blood, not really knowing his abilities but knowing it's gross. You were right when you said this isn't Krona. That pathetic boy is gone. Now in his place is something much more impressive, a ancient being, if you will. A ancient being. Free gives her a odd look. Yes, what you're looking at right now is a demon, no exaggeration, it's a demon. He has many names, but it would easy just to call him a fragment. A fragment? What does that mean? The demon you see before you is only a fragment of the demon god Asura. Erica gasps, but she continues. This demon separated himself from Asura, not wanting to be a part of him, wanting to be his own demon, if you will. You might ask why Asura would let a part of himself roam free, but really he's let parts of himself leave all throughout his lifetime. There's many fragments of the same demon god, but most are in slumber, waiting for the moment that they will raise. They are Asura's children, almost they are heirs to his throne as the demon god of madness. If anything should happen to Asura, one of his fragments would take his place. Medusa's cold eyes look at Krona, both Free and Erica looking at her intently. Each fragment takes its own shape. It chooses the shape it takes by latching onto a human host. Don't ask me why, but for some reason this one decided to latch onto Krona a long time ago. He's been with him since he was 3. Maybe the demon sensed how prone to madness he is, but I couldn't be for sure. If this demon has been with Krona for so long, why is it coming out now? How has it gotten so strong? There's many reasons for that. Medusa hums, a smirk coming on her face. You see, the fragment will protect its host at all cost. It knows all the host's emotions, all their thoughts. This fragment rejoiced in Krona's happy moments because it was like he was happy, but when Krona was upset, it stirred up the demon. Medusa looks over at Maka. Since Krona loved Maka, so did the fragment. He latched onto her and watched her as she went along to keep an eye on her, but Maka kept messing around with other men, breaking my weak son's heart. The demon's rage was activated along with his power. But this seems a little extreme from just a broken heart. Erica frowns. That curse mark also has something to do with it. It's given strength to the demon, and now that Krona is gone, and he knows it's Maka's fault, he will stop at nothing till she's dead. The demon has completely awakened and he will get revenge for anyone that's hurt Krona. Damn, then you better hide. Free grunts. That freaky ass dude is definably coming after you next. I'm surprised he hasn't tried to kill your ass already. He would kill me if he could. Her smirk is sinister. What do you mean? Erica frowns slightly. You see, I noticed that this demon took a liking to Krona quickly. I sensed a difference in the air, and when Krona would cry about not wanting to do something like the pathetic waste he was, I could see his eyes shift, and I knew that if I kept pushing Krona, most likely that demon was going to come out and try to kill me. Even though back then I could kill Krona with the flick of my wrist, even with the demon, but then I would lose my tool, so I decided to take a different route. Medusa chuckles darkly. How do you think I kept the demon at bay all this time? Hell, like I know. Free grunts. It was quite simple actually. You see, this fragment is my slave, just as Ragnarok is. When they give her a odd look she continues. I did not seal Ragnarok for Krona just so he would be of more use. No, that bond one made with Ragnarok and Krona weakened the bond Krona had with the demon. By placing that bond, I not only sealed Ragnarok, but the demon himself. Just like Ragnarok can't fight me, so the demon can't fight me, and it knows this. That is why it hasn't tried. He already knows it would be a lost cause. I could rip him apart with the snap of my finger, just as I could with Ragnarok, but I don't. They are both my pawns, all of them together is what's going to get me my ultimate goal. Medusa smirks. I knew that the demon would go after Maka, that he would mess with her mind because he can hurt Maka unlike me. I knew he would push her to her limit and in the end, lead to the letting out of the Witch of Death. Maka is going to kill him and then dash. He just killed Maka. Free breaks into the conversation. What? Erika freaks out, looking at the crystal ball in horror when she sees all the vines through the girl. No. No. She can't. We need her. Medusa doesn't say anything as the vines rip out of Maka and she falls to the floor, her blood pooling around her as Krona appears next to her. Her face is blank. Medusa, you have to help her. Erika looks at her with panic in her eyes. No. No. But Maka, our plans dash. Just watch. Medusa's voice is firm, her eyes on Maka. Krona grabs her next, about to stab through her heart. At that moment the crystal ball lights up, blocking their view of what's going on. Erika freaks out and Free grumbles about missing the action. Soon the light fades and they can see again. Erika gasps as she takes in Maka, takes in her green skin, those evil black eyes, as she senses the strong magic coming from this girl. It's almost suffocating. Is that the Witch of Death? Medusa says proudly, looking down at this scary-looking girl, as a mother would look at their daughter. One of the witches of legend. The witch that will bring about the end of the world. It's already starting. The world is slowly starting to fall apart. This is what we have been waiting for. Erika puts a hand over her heart. Shouldn't we stop the fight now? We need to start the ritual dash. It's not time yet. Medusa looks over at her. Maka has to be completely evil. Are you saying that? She points at the girl's sharp smirk in the crystal ball. Isn't evil? It's evil but not completely. Medusa looks over at Krona. We need this fight to go on until there's no good left in Maka. After that happens I will step in, end Krona for good, then we can start the ritual. Medusa smirks. And all the madness they are generating will wake up all the other demons. They will wake up some of my old followers, so by the end of this we will have our army for taking down Arachne. Damn. Free blinks. You thought of everything, all of it. You fucking had it plain from the beginning, didn't you? Not at the very beginning. Medusa's eyes get a faraway look, but she quickly shakes it off. Let us enjoy the show, then when I give the signal we will stop the fight, though I really don't think she'll need us dash. What about Ragnarok? Erika's eyes light in realization. He's sure to feel the disturbance with Krona and no doubt he'll try to stop the fight dash. Ragnarok isn't a problem. Medusa waves her off. Have you ever known Ragnarok to sleep? No. That's because he doesn't sleep. I placed a spell on him to keep him where he is, unaware of what's going on with Krona. I gave him a numbing agent on his bond, if you will. You really did think of everything. Naturally. Medusa smirks and looks back down at her crystal ball just as Krona and Maka collide. Make me proud, my child. You will be the end of the world and you will rule all. Medusa touches the crystal ball where Maka's face as her smirk grows. All she has to do now is wait. The woods is silent, it's quiet, no creature stirs, no noise is heard. Except for the painful screaming of a man. It breaks the silence, radiating out of the small wooden cabin, and it goes throughout the forest, ruining the quiet. Justin, wake up. Gurko rushed out of his room, his hair a mess, some drool on the corner of his mouth, his clothes ruffled. The young man's screaming had woke him up. At first he was irritated until he realized who it was that's screaming. Justin lays in his bed thrashing, his eyes shut tightly, sweat beating down his face as he screams. Gurko rushes over, stumbling a little in his doziness, but he gets to Justin and quickly grabs a hold of him, shaking him roughly. It's just a dream. Get up. At his voice and at his touch, Justin's scream dies just a bit, his eyes opening up to lock onto Gurko's, though his eyes are dilated, odd looking, and though Gurko knows what this means, he stands where he is. He's dealt with Justin since he was a kid, he knows how to calm him down when he gets like this. Gee Gurko. Justin breathes out, those odd eyes focusing on him, but he still looks tense, his eyes holding a glint of fear. Yeah, it's me. It's alright, you were just having a nightmare. Gurko's voice is soft, it surprises himself. Only with Justin has he even spoken so gently, only for Justin would he get his ass up in the middle of the night just to comfort him after a nightmare. It pisses him off the power this boy has over him. His body just moves, just reacts because he is Justin's guardian. Why yeah, just a nightmare. Justin breathes out, but really he's not too sure, it felt so real, and this feeling he has, this dark feeling, it's trying to creep up on him, consume him. If not for Gurko, it probably would have. The dream he had wasn't really a dream, just black space and scarves. Justin shudders, his body trembling, more sweat beating down his face. Justin, chill, it's over. Gurko growls slightly. I'm here. The blonde boy can't get those scarves out of his head, and with it comes the smirk of a demon he knows too well. Justin feels like crying, it's too much, his brain is throbbing, it feels as if someone is taking a drill to his skull, trying to get in, trying to break him yet again. Are you sick? Gurko frowns and puts his hand on Justin's flushed forehead, his eyes get a bit wide. Damn, you're burning up. Wait here, I think we have some medicine in the... Justin's eyes follow him up, only for him to go completely pale, a scream in his throat. Azura stands behind Gurko, that large, mad smile on his face. He's standing where Gurko is about to walk. No. Justin lashes out and grabs onto Gurko's hand, stopping him. Don't go. Look, you're fucking burning up, Justin, I'll be right back. Gurko tries to get his hand away from Justin, tries to walk where the demon is waiting patiently for him. And no. Please just stay with me. Justin pleads, he knows what's going to happen if he's left alone. He doesn't know if this is his fragile mind making his fears true, or if the demon is really in his room, but he can't be alone, he needs Gurko. Justin hugs his arm. Please. Gurko stares down at the shaking boy a moment before he sighs. He sits down next to him in his bed and gives Justin's hand a reassuring squeeze. Don't come fucking crying to me when you get worse. I won't. Justin allows a ghost of a smile, his cheeks heating up from Gurko holding his hand. He's pathetic, but any contact with this man gets his stomach to do a pleasant turn, his face heating up in his happiness. How sweet. Azura chuckles darkly and Justin's smile falls because he's talking, and the dark feeling he has is getting stronger. You were always a sap when it came to this man. He is your weakness. He is what makes you pathetic. Justin's breathing becomes uneven and he grips Gurko's hand tightly. He feels that feeling trying to drill in his head, and he knows it's madness. He knows he's close to losing it, but as long as he has his hand in Gurko's, as long as he's with this man, he can't fall. He won't let himself fall. The time has come, Justin. The world is falling apart. It's time for me to reign. Azura's smirk is evil as he brings out that all too familiar chain. But I can't do that without my human host, now can I? Justin can't help it. At seeing that chain, at seeing the chain of sin and confinement that he just got free from, he screams in horror, his body thrashing, trying to get away, trying to stay away from this demon. His mind is throbbing so much his vision is going hazy. The madness is so thick. Justin, fucking stop. What's wrong? Gurko grabs a hold of him, trying to stop his thrashing, trying to calm him down, but Justin keeps screaming. Justin, look at me. The young boy doesn't listen, so Gurko grabs his chin and forces his head towards his. I said fucking look at me. The blonde boy's eyes lock onto Gurko's, his screaming turns into a whimper, his eyes getting watery as he breathes hard, Justin's face red from being so upset. You're okay. Gurko speaks slowly, placing his hand on Justin's cheek to comfort him. The blonde boy gasps slightly, those huge eyes boring into his own. You're fucking fine. Justin wants to melt to his touch, wants to smile for him, wants to believe him, but the demon is still smirking and he's getting closer. Gee Gurko, you don't understand, he's... Justin takes a deep breath. He's come to get me. Who? Gurko's brows furrow, his eyes flashing a bit at that. Justin swallows, he can't even speak his name, he's too afraid. The world is being destroyed and soon that girl will fall. Azura smirks as Justin's eyes light in realization. It's time to come back to me. You had a nice couple of days of freedom, but you know your destiny, you can't fight it, just as Maka can't fight hers. You're both damned. And no. Oh yes, and to make sure you'll be a good boy. Azura's eyes lock on the back of Gurko's head. His smirk is evil as he reaches out towards him. I'll take care of him just as I took care of Maka's father. Don't touch him. Justin screams, getting out of bed, forgetting his fear, ignoring the look Gurko is giving him as he grabs a cross that was laying on his nightstand. Go to hell, demon. You're not going to hurt him. Justin throws the cross, catching Azura off guard, for Justin has never fought him before. The cross hits him and he hisses in pain. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. He makes the sign of a cross on his forehead. Thou believest that there is one God, thou doest well, the devils also believe, and tremble. James 2:19. Get out of this home, demon. Leave us alone. In the name of God Most High, get out. Justin speaks in a loud voice. His fear is gone, his eyes on fire. A exorcism. Azura screeches and takes steps back, his eyes a bit wide. He's fading away, but he gives Justin a smirk. I'll be back, Justin. You can't fight me forever. The madness will get to you. You are my host. The madness of this battle will destroy you. He fades away. What the fuck was that? Gurko stares wide-eyed at where Azura was when Justin started the exorcism. He turned around, realizing Justin wasn't yelling at him, only to see that thing. A demon. Justin breathes hard. He didn't want to tell Gurko, he didn't want to tell this man he adores of his weakness. He's after me. He wants me to lose it again, Gurko. He wants me to go back to madness. That thing is after you. Gurko blinks before rubbing his temples a bit. A demon after Justin? What the hell is this? Some kind of horror movie? Yes. Justin gives Gurko a look that he can't read before he looks away. You don't have to stay with me. You can go. Huh. Gurko stops rubbing his temple to look at this boy. You may leave. Justin doesn't look at him. The demon will keep coming back. He won't stop till I'm mad. He could try to hurt you, Gurko. I can deal with going mad, but I can't deal with you getting hurt. I can't deal with losing you, so go. You have done more than enough for me. It would be selfish of me to keep you now when I must suffer this fate alone. Gurko stares at him, not saying anything. Justin closes his eyes, takes a deep breath before he starts to walk towards the door out of the cabin. If he leaves, Azura will just follow him, so Gurko will be safe here. Where the fuck do you think you're going? Gurko grabs his arm, stopping him. Justin doesn't look at him. I'm leaving. You'll be safe if I leave you. Fuck that. Gurko growls. If you're leaving, I'm fucking coming with you. But the demon. Fuck him to fucking hell. I don't give a shit about a fucking demon. I've been with you this whole time, protecting you, and like hell if I'm going to let some demon take you away from me. Gurko roars, not really thinking about what he's saying. Justin blushes at his words, a shiver being sent down his spine. Gurko, why you don't understand how dangerous this is. I live for danger. And if it's fucking dangerous like hell, I'm going to let you do it alone. I'll pour holy water on his ass and watch him fry. Gurko grips his arm tighter. Some weird shit has been happening lately. I've been reliving memories. I've been seeing things like Maka being there and disappearing, and now there's a fucking demon. I don't understand a lot of things. His voice is firm. But what I do know is that whatever happens, I stay with you. After everything, do you think I would leave your ass now? But Gurko. No buts. Gurko turns Justin around, seeing how his face is flushed. Gurko's eyes bore into those large blue ones. I'm going with you whether you want me to or not. You're not going to push me fucking away. I stay by you, you got that, asshole? Justin blinks, staring at him in surprise before the softest smile comes to his lips, those blue eyes lighting in happiness and something else as he looks up at this man. Thank you. Yeah, whatever. Gurko scratches the back of his neck at the look Justin is giving him. The blonde boy only beams more. So what's the plan? What are we going to do about that asshole? I don't know. Justin frowns at that faraway look to his eyes. But we have a bigger problem right now. A bigger problem? Gurko raises an eyebrow. Justin looks over at him. Maka's in trouble. Maka? His eyes flash a bit. How do you know? Back when the demon had me, he told me all about Medusa's plans. It seems we're running out of time. Justin takes a deep breath. So our first step is to find Maka, and I know exactly where she'll be. Hold up, what the fuck are you talking about? Gurko blinks, but Justin just walks out of the cabin, getting his eye to twitch as he runs after him. Hey, what the fuck are you dash? He starts only to stop completely when his eyes fall on the sky. His face falls, his mouth open. What the fuck is that? What's going on? The end of the world. Justin speaks motor-toned. It's coming and it's coming fast, we need to get to Maka. What the hell does Maka have to do with the fucking end of the world? Gurko can't get his eyes off the sky. She is the end of the world. Justin breathes out, Gurko giving him a crazy look. I know you don't understand, I'll explain later. We need to go. Justin runs over to a car parked in front of the cabin. I have never been so happy about you stealing before. If you didn't, we wouldn't have a ride. See? Stealing's good. Gurko smirks as he gets on the other side, getting in on the driver's side, Justin getting in the passenger seat. So where the hell are we going dash? Just go straight. No turns, just go straight down this path, it will lead out to a road, you go straight, it will take a while but you'll know it when you see it. Justin holds his head in his hands. You alright? Gurko frowns at the other man. You look like fucking shit. But considering the world is apparently ending, it's justified. Thanks. Justin pouts but he winces. The madness is so thick it's buzzing in my ear, it hurts. Justin is starting to freak out. He hears the voices in his head trying to lure him back to darkness, He feels something be pushed into his ear roughly, then in the other one. Soon he doesn't hear the mad voices, he hears music, the song, Guardian Angel, playing in his ears. Justin's eyes shoot open and he looks down at the iPod in his lap now. Better. Gurko touches him so he'll look at him, Justin able to read his lips. Justin smiles brightly and nods. Good, now let's do this shit. Gurko turns his head and starts the car. It rumbles before he pulls off quickly. Justin knows this man is being strong for him. He knows Gurko is nervous. He's sure he feels it, the darkness, the madness, but Gurko is strong, unlike Justin, but maybe, just maybe. He looks down at the iPod. Maybe he could be strong too for him, for the man that's always been there for him. Gurko says something but he can't hear him and his face is turned so he can't read his lips. Yes. Justin takes one headphone out, wincing when he heard the mad voices, but he bears it so he can hear Gurko. You look tired, you said it would take a while. You should get some sleep. Gurko doesn't look at him. I'll wake you if I think I got fucking lost. Justin is tired after all that, his mind is exhausted. He would normally fight wanting to be with Gurko, but exhausting his mind is the worst thing to do if he wants to stay sane. Justin nods weakly before putting back the headphone in his ear. He closes his eyes, listening to the song that always brought him happiness because it is the song Gurko gave to him. The blonde boy's head tilts, a smile on his face as sleep claims him. Gurko lets out a loud sigh. Just what the fuck is going on? The end of the world. Demons. Maka, the end of the world. None of this shit makes sense. He wouldn't be surprised if this is some fucked up dream he's having. And another thing. He grips the wheel as he drives. That boy he's been seeing, who was he? What was his name? He can't remember, but he now remembers his face. Gurko shakes his head thinking about that boy might drive him crazy. He needs to stay focused, but it's fucking hard with so much shit going on. Things have just gone to fucking shit. These past couple of days have been fine. Him and Justin just chilling in the cabin. He was enjoying the quiet with the boy, then all this shit goes down. The man growls. That demon wants to take Justin. Wants to hurt him. He won't let him fucking touch him. Over his dead body. No one hurts Justin. No one. God, this feeling, something's trying to creep up inside him. His head is throbbing and for some fucking odd reason his hands are twitching like he wants to turn the car to crash it. He needs a smoke. He needs. Justin's head falls over in his sleeping, his head leaning against Gurko's shoulder. Now that smile still on his face, Gurko can hear Guardian Angel playing from his ears. The man glances over at the smaller boy, looks at that smile, how his face is lit up. Gurko's breathing steadies, his grip on the wheel does too. He doesn't need anything, just this boy that's laying on him, this boy that leans on him. Maybe this isn't a dream. Maybe the world is really falling to fucking pieces, but who gives a shit? It was going to happen sometime anyway. As long as he's with this boy, he will be strong. The world might be consumed in madness, but together they will keep each other afloat. Gurko leans his head against Justin's to rest it. And that's all that matters to him. Oh yeah. Bite me again, you fucking slut. Krona growls as he sinks his claws into her shoulders as she sinks her sharp teeth into his neck, her power going out, Shocking him, her magic surrounds them both, her magic fighting his vines, but they're both tangled in each other. Some vines are around her legs and her magic is burning him. They're in a standstill, Maka using her power to make sure he can't pour any more of that black blood out, keeping it inside him. They're locked to each other, and when he pushes her away, black eyes meet haunted ones, their bodies pressed together. Med smirk, so close to Med smirk. Make your move. Maka glances over at the other vines that are gathering, ready to grab her, to rip her to pieces. Ladies first. His Med smirk grows as he watches her power gather. This place is a mess, holes in the wall, and in the ground, flames everywhere. This place is barely standing and their battle has only begun. Well, if you insist. Maka's smirk grows, and instead of attacking him with her dark energy, she stomps the ground. It cracks beneath her feet, making a hole that she falls through. Getting out of Krona's hold, she falls into the ground. Hey! Where'd you go? Krona pouts as he leans over the hole trying to find her. You coward! He screeches, but then his eyes light up a bit. Oh, you can't hide forever, my little mole. He chuckles darkly as he gets on his hands and knees over the hole. His body makes a jerk and the seal Maka had on him breaks as he opens his mouth wide. Black blood starts pouring out of his mouth like a fountain into the hole. Maka went down his body, conversing as the thick liquid goes down the hole, filling it up. He pulls back, wiping the black blood off his lip, his eyes dancing. Black-blooded snake. His voice is dark, his thick blood changes shape to that of a snake. It slivers deeper into the hole, spikes coming out of its back. Soon the whole hole will be covered. Maka will either be stabbed to death or she'll be forced out. Come out wherever you are, dash, he taunts. Surprise. Maka suddenly comes out of the ground right in front of his feet, the ground giving way to her, that smirk on her face. Oh shit, dash, he tries to move back, but her fist collides with his jaw, giving him a uppercut right in the jaw. The force is powerful, and despite his weight he's sent flying in the air. Maka takes this opportunity to get another kick to his stomach. The boy is sent flying into the wall. This ends now. No more. Maka screams as her hands twitch. Krona doesn't even try to get up, he just leans in the hole he made with his head bowed. Maka won't let him get up. Die. She screeches as she starts throwing discs of black magic. They're explosive. She throws them right at Krona and she doesn't stop, the boy being covered in smoke from all the impacts. Maka laughs madly as she keeps throwing these discs. Her laughter can be heard over the explosions. How do you fucking like that, bitch? I bet you like it, you sick fuck. Maka growls as she lifts her hands above her head. This is for my mother. Inferno. She cries the spell out before she places her hands on the ground. The place Krona is bust on fire. It burns brightly, adding more smoke to the already cloudy room. Maka grins evilly as she watches the flame burn. Even your special blood couldn't stand that asshole. Good riddance. Say hi to Krona for me. She chuckles darkly, only for it to die on her lips when the smoke clears. Krona stands before her with nothing but some black soot covering him. He's intact, his clothing is ripped a bit and he's burned a little on his hands, but that's it. He tilts his head at her shocked expression, but then she sees the blood fall back to liquid, the blood that was protecting him from the blows. Is that all you got, Death? He locks eyes with her, giving her a almost lazy look, his eyes half-lidded. You cheated. Maka huffs, pointing a finger at him. There are no rules in love and war. Krona smirks at her. Did you really expect me to just take it? I'm not a dumbass. He locks eyes with her. But you are. He purses his lips, his eyes lighting in dark glee. Die in black. Maka tenses, realizing she's in his black blood, but before she can move the black blood hardens around her, making it so she's stuck in it. Let me go, you butt licker. Maka blows holes in the black blood, but more come, keeping her confined. You should watch the name calling, especially with someone who has you trapped. He smirks as he holds out his hand, his black blood makes 3 needle-like spikes between his fingers. I feel like playing a game, how about you? If the game involves ripping your throat out, then yes, I want to play the fucking game. She growls, her black eyes alight in fury. Oh, you're so silly. He giggles, getting Maka's eye to twitch. No. I wanna play a game of darts. He pulls his hand back before throwing it. The needles get close to piercing her, but she stops them with her power and throws them to the side. I don't think so, Dash. Well, fine then, if you want to be a butt-face about it. Krona pouts. But when Maka blinks, he's right in her face, those haunting eyes lighting up in fury. His teeth grit. Then let's play a different game. He makes his hand into a fist. It's called smack a bitch. He roars before he hits her right in the face. She feels her bones crack under his pressure before he uppercuts her in the gut. She chokes out some blood, him knocking the air right out of her. I'm so good looking, it's breathtaking, isn't it? He smirks before he licks up her blood that is trickling down her chin as she pants. Her face gets red, but soon she's shaking with rage, her green skin getting darker. Get away from me! She screams, her power responding in a strong wind. It pushes Krona back, and with enough force Maka breaks the blood's hold on her feet. She jumps back away from it. She's still trembling in her rage. Don't you ever lick me again. She pants, but her face is still red. Why? His mad smirk grows. I know you like it, and you taste so sweet. He licks his lips, licking her blood off of them, his eyes holding a hazy look to them. Stop it. Maka curses herself for her stutter, especially when his smirk keeps getting bigger and bigger. You want this? You want this sexy ass? Krona turns around and smacks his ass, giving her a wink. I do not. Maka whines, her eye twitching but her face is red. Why would I want someone like you? A evil smirk comes to her face. When I could have a ghost or a witch hunter. She drags the last two words out. Oh, you bitch. He snarls, turning around, his vines gathering around him. His eyes light back up in that rage, which gets Maka to smirk more. Ah, what's wrong? Did I hit a soft spot? Tell me. Maka gets a spell on her lips, her fingers twitching. How many tears did he shed when I got fucked by Kid Dash? You're going to die. You're going to fucking die, and I'll feed your body to maggots because that's what you're going to be. You say you're the Witch of Death? No. Krona's face is nothing but rage, his black blood gathering up. You're nothing but a witch of maggots. Krona slides towards her, his black blood trailing, his claws out ready to get her. Call me what you will, but I'm the same as I always was. Maka crackles, her fingers twitching, and when he gets close enough, let's play catch. Maka smirks as she stomps the ground. A huge boulder of cement comes out of the ground and she shoots it at him. He's running full speed. There's no way he's going to be able to block that. Double catch. He roars as his blood squirts out of him, making his own boulder of dark, hardened blood. The two boulders passed each other, Krona getting hit in the stomach with the cement, one grunting in pain as he's sent flying back. Maka is hit with the black blood, one hitting her right in the chest. She falls back with it, skidding across the floor, scrapping herself up. It took the wind right out of her, and again she feels her blood well up in her throat. She only heals herself and pushes this boulder off of her with her powers. She barely does, though that hit hurt her. Krona coughs up some black blood in his hand, panting as the boulder comes off of him. He's sitting on the floor now, opposite of Maka. You're such a dirty whore. He breathes out. That's why no one likes you. Maka pants back, trying to catch her breath. Fuckface. Dickhead. Green ass midget. Fat ass wannabe flower. Tiny titted cocksucker. Any cock but yours. She gives him a smirk and a wink, getting Krona's eyes to light up in fury again. Oh, we'll see about that. A perverted smile comes to his face that gets hers to fall. You're making me feel randy, baby. He chuckles evilly. I might not be able to control myself. Those yellow teeth of yours are making me hot. Dash. They're not yellow. Maka protests but covers her mother in alarm. Someone hasn't been brushing their teeth. Dash. Fuck you. I always brush my teeth. Maka roars, getting up. After breakfast, lunch, and she starts taking off, running towards him, her eyes on fire. Dinner. You know that's a lie. You only brush after. Krona runs towards her, his haunted eyes hold nothing but fury. Breakfast. That's not true. Maka punches only for her fist to be caught. Krona and Maka lock hands, grinding their teeth as they push on each other. The ground is shaking beneath them, this place swaying as her power comes out. Yes, it is. Krona pushes her back, but Maka holds her ground. They bang their heads together, black blood falling from their foreheads and onto their faces. I watched you all the time, so I know. You fucking creep. Maka screeches. You're one to talk. He grips her hands to a bone-crushing level. Why are we yelling? Maka growls against his face. I don't know. But I like it. He roars, his blood is starting to pour and his grip on her is tight. If she doesn't do something, he'll be able to make it spike up on her. I hate you so much. Maka lowers her voice, just the fact he said he liked it made her want to stop yelling. Her black eyes narrow before her power makes another seal, stopping his blood from coming out. She grins at him. Wodka going to do now without your precious blood? Huh? Wodka dash. Krona headbutts her skull cracks against his rock-hard head, her blood trickling down as he headbutts her again and again. He has a hold of her hands, not able to say a strong enough spell with just her mouth. She needs to move her fingers but his grip is tight, he's cutting into her. Wodka going to do now, huh punk? Krona grins at his advantage. Maka heals her head only for him to bust it back up. It's becoming a dance. Back and forth they go. There's going to be no winner at this rate. She needs to get out of this grip. Her eyes fall on that flower tattoo. It's spread to his face but its origins is his neck. You know you're a fool. She growls, stepping on his feet, surly close to crushing them, doing anything she can to hurt him. I'm sure you know what that witch did to us. We are connected. If I die, you die, asshole. And if I die, you die. He speaks against her lips that met smirk coming to his. But you see, I've done my research, little one. This curse isn't a normal bond. I may not be a witch but I know my shit. This bond only bonded our curses, so if your curse claimed you, then yeah, I would die, but if I kill you. His smirk is sinister. I don't die. Aren't you a know-it-all? She growls. Too bad you're not a witch. She chuckles darkly. Maybe if you were, Krona would have been loved by his mother. But he wasn't loved by anyone but a demon who is only a fragment of another demon. She smirks at how his eyes flash. You're not the only one that does their research. He was a pure soul. Krona grinds his teeth. He grips her hands so much that his sharp knife-like fingers go through Maka's hands, but she continues to laugh in his face as his rage builds. He did nothing but give, only wanting love, to be accepted, for someone to hold him. He felt bad for every wrong deed he did, and if something went wrong he would blame himself before he would blame someone else. He didn't know how to deal with anything because he was afraid he would fail or he would be looked down upon like he was every day of his fucking life with his mother. He's roaring in her face, it's ear-shattering and her ears are starting to bleed, but she's still smirking. You had a mother, you bitch. You had love, a warm home, you had a mother and a father. They got taken away from you, but at least you had fucking something to take away. Krona had nothing. He rips his hand out of one of hers and grips her neck, his grip on her strong. My getting so upset over a human. She chokes out, her smirk is still there. I don't know what you saw in him, but he was nothing but a waste of space. Without you he would be nothing but a frail little boy, his tears would be his weapon. She laughs at her joke, his grip tightens on her and it silences her. Krona opens his mouth, his face getting red from his rage. What he forgot about is that he let one of her hands go in his rage. He forgot about that important fact, and when he opened his mouth, Maka shoots out her hand and sticks it inside the boy's eyes, getting wide in surface as she smirks. Your blood can harden but it can't prevent your insides to fry. Her power collects. Winter fire. Maka screeches and fire comes out of her fingers and down his throat, and it's so hot it's white. The fire is white. She's going to melt him inside and out. Krona screams in pain, but somehow he doesn't let her go. His vines start thrashing in a frenzy, and it's soon that one falls down on her, hitting her back, then dragging down, ripping the back of her dress, along with most of her back with it, leaving nothing but red, raw bloody skin. Maka cries in pain, her body shaking as their screams resound. Then another vine comes and sticks into her thigh, before ripping more flesh from her. The boy is pissed and he's still screaming. Maka watches as his eyes roll back, his body twitching as it tries to fight the deadly flames. His black blood comes off of the floor and goes into his mouth, maybe in attempt to stop the damning flames. The black makeup on his face is starting to melt a little, but he won't let her go, no, and his vines are slowly ripping Maka piece by piece. She tries to heal, but his vines are faster. At this rate they're both going to die. Krona's screams suddenly die and he takes a deep breath before a puff of smoke comes out of his mouth. His eyes are still closed and his head lays limp against hers. His vines fall to the floor dead lifeless. His weight is on her, but she's able to hold him up. Maka takes a deep breath out in relief. It's over. That was mean. His lips are right next to her ear, his dark voice causing her to shiver as he wraps his arms around her like he's giving her a lover's embrace. And rude I was talking, did you know? It's rude to cut people off when they're talking. His voice is a bit choky. Maka can still hear the pain in his voice even if he was able to heal himself. His hands touch her raw back and she lets out a whimper trying to get him off. SHH, relax. He coos as he grabs her raw flesh, sticking his claws into her. Maka screams and thrashes in his grip, her mind going a blank at the pain. That's it, let it all out. He smirks against her ear. I very much didn't like that little stunt you pulled. It hurt. A lot. So no, I'm going to make you hurt. He lifts his claw-like hands and sets the knives on her shoulders. Remember when you used to scratch down Krona's back when you two would kiss? He hums. I want to relive that moment. He digs in deep and scratches down her skin, peeling like paper under his knife her already raw, bloody skin. Tears well up in her eyes at the pain. She grinds her teeth, but she can't stop her screaming. She tries to saw a spell, tries to get him off, but his vines come out and wrap around her hands, stopping them. She's screaming too much to speak a spell. She's stuck in his grip. Ah, is death crying. He chuckles darkly when he feels her tears against his face. Where's your confidence now? Where's your magic now, witchy? Fuck you. She screams and trashes, only for him to dig his nails over the same cuts in her back. Once again her eyes water the pain. She can't even explain it and she tries to heal herself, but he's moving his nails fast, so once it's healed he cuts her again. It's hell and he's taunting her. Maka uses all the strength she has to twist her wrist, cutting it in the thorns, but she's able to elbow him in the gut. She feels his lips quiver. She's hitting right where it hurts right now, so she hits him again. He pulls away from her and his pain smoke is still coming out of his mouth. She's quick to lash out at him, but he only grabs her hands, their foreheads being slammed together back in the same position they were in to start with. She takes this time to heal herself, her breathing steadying, and so is his. Let go of me. Maka growls and glares at him with those black eyes. I don't think so, little one. Krona pants, his breath in her face. It's still hot from where she burned him. She got him good that time, but she knows he isn't a dumbass. He won't let her near his mouth again. This is pointless. She growls. We're never going to get anywhere locked like this. Maybe I just want to stand her and stare in those gorgeous black eyes of yours and admire that sickly green skin. He smirks. Those eyes are as black as your heart. Flattery isn't going to work with me. Maka glares. That's not what your blush says. Krona gives her a long sensual lick, lapping up the tears she shed. That's fucking gross. And so is your face. Apparently not, since you're fucking licking all over it. Your tears are delicious. He smirks at how her eye twitches. It's cute seeing death cry dash. They were angry tears. Maka screeches, her face getting redder. I dash. Oh, look at me, I'm the almighty and scary death. Look at my green skin and midget body and fear me. He taunts, laughing. How can anyone take death seriously anymore with a small little girl, looking like Shrek dash. Maka makes a frustrated scream before gripping his hands in a bone-crushing degree, which he returns. She glares darkly, he glares darkly. They start to move in a circle, their hands still together. They go faster, around and around they go, holding on to each other, glaring. Ring around the rosy pocket full of poisons. Krona starts to sing. He smiles like he's enjoying this as they keep going around and around. Ashes, ashes. His voice gets dark. We all fall down. He lets go of her with her struggling against him. She's sent flying back, hitting the ground hard once before she hops back up. Finally, Maka breathes out, hugging herself out in relief from finally being away from him. Krona doesn't say anything, he just gives her a mad smirk. Now you die dash. Maka takes a step forward only to step in something. She looks down, staring into a pool of red blood. This gets her breath to catch. There's so much, but she healed herself. Maka slowly follows the trail of blood and her expression completely falls. Her mother is pinned up against the wall, his vines going through her wrists, going through her stomach. She's still alive, tears falling down her face. Her flesh is raw, she's suffering. No. Maka screams and rushes over, dodging any vine that comes her way, something overcoming her. But when she touches her mother, ready to heal her, her mother disappears. She's touching nothing but the cool concrete. What? Dine black, dine black. She hears dark chanting behind her and her eyes get wide in realization, but before she can move, black blood missile. The black blood she just stepped in comes up, wrapping around her like a cocoon, crushing her before Maka, with the blood, are lift up. They launch like a missile and she's sent flying out of this place, going out of the ceiling, all the while the black blood is crushing her. Look at her go. Krona whistles, putting a hand on his forehead so he can look up, watching with dark glee as the missile starts to come back down. What's that? It's a big. It's a plane. No. It's Shrek. The missile comes down and falling full force it hits the concrete ground. The missile shatters Mako bouncing on the hard ground doing 3 full rolls before she skids to a stop. Her body lightly twitches. She's groaning. With a hit like that he wouldn't be surprised if she's knocked out. Krona smirks as the 3 red eyes on his wrist stop lighting up. He takes slow steps towards her, his haunted eyes locked on her. His blood is swarming around her. It's over. Come on, Sarah. We can make it. A boy shouts over at the girl he's holding hands with. His grip is tight on her hand. He's pulling her along. She's almost dragging her feet. I am getting tried. She wheezes out between breaths. I don't know if I can dash. You can. He cuts her off in a roar and pulls her faster with him. You can't give up on me now. If we stop they're going to get to us. Even if they don't get us. This girl wheezes out, her red bangs getting in her face. She's drenched in sweat, some blood on her face. Someone else will. The world's going to shit, babe. I can't. My sister's dead. Sam, dash. But you're still alive. He keeps pulling her along, weaving his way through buildings. Your sister wouldn't want you to just give up, damn it. Sarah, I lost people too. You saw what happened to my father. He shudders. But I'm still going, and damn it, you are too. You can't give up on me. He looks over at her, his brown eyes pleading, Sarah being able to see how his shirt is stained with blood. Please, I need you. This girl looks into those eyes, the eyes she's looked into for years, and despite the pain in her chest, despite the pain in her heart, despite her fear, Sarah nods her head and holds his hand back, her fingers wrapping around his. The boy gives her a small smile. She sees the relief before he turns his attention back to where they're running, a new fire in his eyes as they jump over the rumble in the roads and the bloody limbs as they run down this road that just yesterday they walked on, holding hands, laughing as they passed the stores. People were around them, each doing their own thing. Some offered a smile. But now there's nothing but destruction and blood. The world they knew was destroyed in a day. We're close to the bomb shelter, we just have to dash, the boy starts. Sam. They're here. Sarah cries, sobbing in her fright as her eyes fall on the large crowd of people ahead of them blocking their way. They're all shouting, all have those same dilated eyes. They're fighting each other. 2 of them are fighting over a bloody leg. Shit. He curses, his eyes scanning for a solution. They fall on a opening to a alleyway. His eyes light up in hope. We can use this to get around them. Come on, Sarah. He grips her hand tightly and makes a sharp turn left-right in the shelter of the alleyway before any of those people see them. Do you really think people made it to the bomb shelter? The girl's eyes shake. And where's the damn military? We give them so much money and this is what they do? Sit on their asses while we die. Home of the brave, my ass. She speaks sarcastically, her voice cracking in her exhaustion. No reason getting upset over that now. Thinking like that will drive you mad. Sam's voice is steady as he runs with her. We can think and ask questions as much as we want to at the bomb shelter. We're almost there, babe, we're almost there. Sarah nods, biting her lip to hold back her whimper, her eyes getting watery, but she shakes it off. She'll have plenty of time to cry later if they make it out of this alive. Sam takes another turn, determined, ready to run out this alleyway and to the bomb shelter. Only to meet Wall. It's a dead end. And no. Sarah's eyes get wide, she's trembling against him. Sam, it's a dead end, dash. It's okay. We'll just go around and find another way. I promise you, Sarah, you're going to be okay. He keeps his voice calm even though he's freaking out on the inside. He has to be strong for her. If he isn't, they will fall for sure. Sam turns around about to run out of this dead end only to come face to face with a pair of dilated eyes and a mad smile. Sam. Sarah screams in alarm when that man with the dilated eyes grabbed onto her love. Shit. Sam growls, pushing this man off before elbowing him in the face, getting him to stumble back. Come on, Sarah, we can run past him, dash. Sam starts only for his face to fall completely. There isn't just one of them. There's 6 of them and they're blocking the way out. One has a knife, another one has what looks to be a piece of a mailbox, all the rest just have their hands, but they're just as dangerous. Sam. Sarah trembles as she takes in their state. Sam backs up with her, he's in front of her protectively. His teeth start to chatter, but he grinds them every time these people take a step closer. He takes a step back with Sarah, but soon her back hits the brick wall and they can't back up anymore. You're trapped. Trapped. A woman in the group giggles around, her mouth is bloody when she smiles. Sam can see the pieces of flesh between her teeth. Just like little mice. And oh, I like mouse. She licks her lips. Look at the pretty dolly. A man slurs, staring at Sarah with a smirk growing. I just want to squeeze you and squeeze you till your eyes pop out. He walks closer, his hand reaching for her. Sarah screams. You're not going to touch her, you fucker. Sam growls and hits the man right in the face, using as much force as possible. The man falls back and blinks before he gets back up. Sarah, listen to me. Sam watches as all the crazy people start to walk towards them. Med smiles all around, their dilated eyes lighting in dark glee. I'm going to distract them when all eyes are on me. Get on that garbage tin, run across and jump off, run and don't look back. I'll meet you at the bomb shelter dash. You know that's a fucking lie. Sarah sobs, trembling. You'll die if you stay here. I won't let you dash. You'll die with me. Sam takes a deep breath before giving her the most reassuring smile he can muster. Don't count me out just yet. Hey, I've gotten myself out some pretty bad situations dash. Nothing like this, Sam. Sarah screams. I'm not leaving without you. If you die, I'm dying with you. I lost my sister. I am not going on in this fucked up world alone. I stand by you. Sam can see how scared she is, her tears are falling. I wouldn't make it past them anyway, and you know it, Sam. You know. He bows his head. It is very unlikely that she would actually make it to the bomb shelter, but he had to try. Damn it, he doesn't want her to die. He doesn't want to watch her get hurt. No dash. I stay by you. She says a bit firmly and grips his shoulder, but she's still trembling. Sam turns around and holds her, placing his forehead on hers. He wipes her tears and he can see she's looking behind him with her eyes shaking. She's so afraid. Sarah, look at me. Sam speaks firmly and she does. She's sniffling, her eyes so terrified. It's okay. He soothes as he rubs her hair. Everything is going to be fine. Him and her know it's a lie, but he still speaks it as a comfort. Heh, remember our dreams. Don't you forget them. He holds up her hand, the hand that has an engagement ring on her ring finger, and he kisses it. We never got married. She sobs. She keeps eye contact with him, not wanting to look at the approaching death of them. We didn't make it, Sam. My heart is yours and yours is mine. He speaks softly against her lips. We don't need papers to be married. You are already my everything. Sarah whimpers when she hears the crazed laughter get closer. They will be on them at any second. I love you, Sarah. Sam's voice cracks, but he kisses her quickly so she won't see the tears he'll shed. I love you too. She trembles in his hold, kissing him desperately. They both know it's their last. Now I got you, mice. That woman screeches right behind Sam. Time to dash. The woman stops talking, a straggled cry emitting from her throat before there's a thump. All the crazies have stopped laughing. There's ruffling behind them. Confused, Sam breaks the kiss and looks behind him, his eyes wide at what he sees. The crazy people are getting defeated. A boy in a suit is fighting them. The boy kicks one right in the temple. The woman falls out cold. Another crazy charges for him with the knife. He does a turn on his heel and grabs the person's wrist. He squeezes hard and the crazy screams, letting go of the knife, which this raven-haired boy takes this time to punch him in the temple. The crazy falling down. 3 down. 3 to go. Sarah has stopped crying as she holds on to Sam, watching in awe as this boy easily takes down these crazy people. His moves so precise, his piercing yellow eyes alight in fire as he kicks one of the crazies in the thigh. It sends them back, giving him the chance to do a side kick in his chest. The crazy goes flying and hits his head against the wall. A girl crazy jumps on this boy's back, sinking her teeth into his shoulder. The boy makes a grunt of pain before he shakes her off and elbows her in the face in a roundhouse kick to the temple. She's out, only one left. The crazy man blinks at his fallen comrades with those dilated eyes before he locks eyes with this raven-haired boy. The man shrugs before he punches himself in the head. His skull cracks, his eyes rolling back before he falls to the ground. Out for the count. Well, that one was easy. This boy speaks before turning his attention on Sam and Sarah, who are looking at him with awe. His piercing eyes soften a bit. Are you two okay? I've been better. Sam blinks, but his shoulders ease up. Thanks, man, you saved us. Who are you? Not to be rude, but this is not the time nor place for introductions. He gives him a firm look. Take her and get out of here. We have a straight shot made for you to head right for the bomb shelter. There you will be safe. Thank you, sir. Sarah looks at him with wide eyes. She grips Sam's hand tightly. This boy gives her a soft smile before he turns around. Come with me. I'll stick by you till we've out of here to make sure there isn't any more of them. See. Sam starts to follow after this raven-haired boy. He gives Sarah a smile. Told you everything was going to be okay. You really shouldn't doubt me. Oh, shut up. She jokes, laughing out in relief. She hugs his arm, taking deep breaths to think she almost died, to think she was almost taken away from Sam. All in a day. Hey dude, do you know that's going on? Why this is happening? Sam looks at the back of this boy as he leads them through the alleyway. I'm just as clueless as you. He takes a deep breath. I'm only doing what I can to maintain balance, but everything is going crazy. You can say that again. Sam glances over at Sarah before giving her a reassuring squeeze. This is where we part. The raven-haired boy speaks when they come out of the alleyway, the smell of rotting quick to fill their noses. He points where that large crowd of crazy people were, and now they're gone. Sam sees that they have moved over to across the street. Go to the bomb shelter, it's a straight shot, you'll be safe. Aren't you coming? Sarah looks at him in concern. No. He shakes his head. People like you guys are still out there, I'll be fine. He gives them a reassuring smile. Go now. Sam nods at him. Tell me your name, you saved us. My name is Kid, please go now. I don't want any more coming for you. Kid. Sam speaks before nodding. He grips Sarah's hand. Good luck. He runs off in the direction of the bomb shelter, Sarah running with him. Kid watches them go, his piercing eyes looking out for any crazies. When he doesn't see any, he sighs and turns to take in the situation. When he first got off the boat, when he first set his eyes on this place, it was perfect. It was balanced. Now only in a couple of hours it has been completely destroyed. This outbreak came suddenly. It was so sudden he didn't expect it. No one did. It came in the middle of the night like a thief they weren't prepared for. This town is falling apart and he doesn't even know why. Kid. He blinks out of his thoughts as he looks over. Liz and Patty are heading his way. They're on motorcycles. Some people are on the back of them that they must have saved. They come to a stop in front of him. Liz looks back at the other people. Go straight to the bomb shelter, you'll be safe. They all sob a thank you before getting off the motorcycles and running for their lives to the bomb shelter. Liz, Patty. Kid takes a step closer. Looking between them, he checks for any wounds. Liz looks like her stomach is a bit bruised and Patty has a cut on her cheek, but that's it, thank God. Were you able to contact the other witch hunters for backup? Liz's face drops and so does Patty's. They look at each other before Liz takes a deep breath. I reached them. And? Kid takes a step closer. None of them can help us. What? Did you tell them how dire this situation is? Kid feels anger burn his chest. Yes. Patty's voice is very soft. And they told us they are going through the same thing. What? Kid's face falls. All of them said they were having the same troubles all around the world. All the witch hunters have their own problems to deal with. Liz grabs her sister's hand, locking eyes with Kid. We're alone on this one. The whole world. Kid's eyes shake slightly, a deep dread gripping his heart. Liz nods gravely. Patty is looking down. I saw a little girl. Patty's voice is too soft. She was holding a knife in one hand and the severed head of a small boy in the other. She was drenched in blood with those dilated eyes. Don't think about it. Liz hugs her sister tightly, but Patty's starting to shake. What's happening to everyone, Liz? I don't know. Liz frowns deeply and looks over at Kid, who has a faraway look to his eyes, stroking her sister's hair. Do you think this has anything to do with Maka? Kid tenses his eyes wide. No. No, it can't be, after all that hope he had for her, for saving her. Is he already too late? Kid. Liz frown deepens at how his eyes shake. Kid takes a deep breath, gathering himself before locking eyes with Liz. I don't know what's going on, but I do know people are still out there that need help. We deal with this first, getting as many as we can off the streets, then we'll think of a game plan. Right. Patty seems to have regained herself. She pulls back from Liz and gives him a nod. Then we'll go for Maka. She locks eyes with him. Those bright blue eyes know what this raven-haired boy is thinking about. He gives her a weak nod before they get back on the motorcycles, Patty getting on one with Liz and Kid taking the other one. They all give each other a look, they nod before they take off. Kid looks up for guidance, about to ask his father what he should do, how can he fix this? But when his eyes fall on the sky his breath hitches. It's nothing but darkness, the clouds are dark with red spiraled into it, it looks like a hurricane, it's unnatural, it's not supposed to be there. Kid feels the madness, he also feels the dread. Maka. The small room rumbles every once in a while, it shakes and dust scatters, the floors are covered in black liquid but she doesn't care. Little Maka sits on the floor hugging her knees to her chest, watching as this liquid fills up this fireplace room with blank eyes. There's no expression. No fear. No anything. Just emptiness. How could this have happened? Custos covers his mouth as he takes in her small room, takes in the cage that has been destroyed. You let her out. Maka doesn't respond to him. Custos frowns deeply as he floats over to the cage, not stepping in the black stuff. As he touches the cage it restores, looking good as new, but that girl is no longer in it, she's out, she's free. My dear, you can't just give up. You must fight her. You must gain control back. Custos looks back at the little girl, she's unblinking. She's broken. The world is falling apart, she's destroying the world. Maka. Custos floats over to her, he holds out a ball of light in front of Maka's face. Maka, seeing the ruined buildings, the people killing themselves, the med smiles all around, the blood, the guts. The Witch of Death, along with that demon, are destroying the world, it's already begun. Custos shakes his head, his eyes getting watery just looking at this troubling scene. If you don't fight her she'll destroy everything. Maka, please, I know you don't want this. You don't want to be the end of the world, please, you have to fight. What's the point? Her voice is soft as she stares at the blood and guts, unblinking. The point is all these innocent people are going to die if you don't something. You are the Witch of Life, you are the hope of the world. Maka, you can't give up, if you fade away so does the world's hope. Custos is close to pleading, his sad green eyes looking down at the little girl that is just letting the black liquid raise on her. I lost Krona. Her voice is so quiet, her still staring blankly down at the black liquid. He's gone and it's all my fault, I've pushed him too far, hurt him, now he's gone and I'll never see him again. The little girl places her head down on her knees, her small body shaking. I'm a horrible, horrible person, I can't be good, I'm no hope of the world if I can't treat the people I care about well, if I can't save them, what makes you think I can save the world? Custos frowns deeply, he reaches out to touch her to offer her comfort, but then he remembers what he is and what she is. He pulls his hand back and takes a deep breath before leaning down so he's closer to her, but still not in the black liquid. If you lose hope, then all is lost. How are you so sure he's completely gone? No matter how dark it gets, there's always a light even in the deepest of darkness. Maka doesn't respond. She doesn't move. Custos frowns as he looks up, the room is shaking, starting to fall apart. She's losing. He has a conflicted look on his face. Even if I fought back for control. Maka breathes out and Custos looks over at her. Crazy Krona would just kill me, there's no way I can face something like that. My dear, you need to have confidence. You are life dash. And death destroys life. Maka speaks bitterly, it sounded odd coming from such a young voice. What's the point in fighting it? Everyone dies in the end, I'm going to die, Krona's going to die, the whole world is going to die anyway. Have you really lost all hope? Custos puts a hand to his heart and frowns deeply. You really cared about this boy, didn't you? Maka doesn't respond. He gave you strength. Custos' eyes light up. He made fighting worth it, you held on to him, he was your hope, he made you strong, he filled you with power. Maka looks over at him and raises her eyebrow at his rant. He's had this effect on you. The angel's eyes light up. Maybe there's still hope, you dash. That's when the whole room shakes again, the walls cracking and starting to fall apart, the liquid is starting to raise higher, she's in waist deep. You must think of Krona. Think of the boy and nothing else. Custos gets in front of her, light surrounding him, he holds back more of the liquid so she doesn't drown. It hurts. Maka frowns, she doesn't want to think of the boy with the soft smile, it brings her pain of what she lost, the pain of knowing what she had and knowing she lost it because of her own selfishness. She never just stopped what she was doing and thought about Krona, she knew he was in pain, she saw it in his eyes, but she never stopped. In her own selfishness it didn't matter. She ignored all the warnings, she got the warnings of the future because of her actions, and because of that she lost the boy. When she saw that Beast didn't have a shadow, didn't have Krona, it finally hit her. He's gone, and the pain she felt herself shatter, felt herself break. Somehow she must have forgotten that Krona was the one keeping her together all this time. He was the glue to her fragile hope, her fragile heart after what happened with her mother, for he brought her back. He's the one that pieced her back together, and yet she forgot about that. She hurt him and did as she pleased. Now look at her and look at him. She lost her glue. She lost her reason. She lost her hope. She lost Krona. Her small eyes suddenly fall on something that wasn't there a second ago. A door in this room. It has a picture of a flower on it. That flower looks so familiar. Krona. Little Maka stands up, staring at the door with wide eyes. That's the flower he has on his neck. Could this really lead to him? Go, my dear, but please keep in mind that the world is suffering. Custos frowns as he continues to hold the liquid back. They need you to fight Maka dash. She isn't listening. Maka runs over to the door, fighting her way through the liquid in this room. She takes a deep breath before grabbing the door and opening it. Maka blinks when she sees a dark sky, no flooring. She looks down only to gasp. It looks like a black sea. It's nothing but blackness, no boat, no land, just a sea of black liquid. Maka is about to back up when her eyes fall on something floating in the water. It's so far down it's hard to see, but she squints, her eyes zooming in only for her heart to shake both in hope and fear. She sees Krona, she sees the small boy, the boy she cares so much for. But he's face down, floating in this sea. He doesn't have a boat, he's just floating with his face down in this stuff. Maka grips her little hand, a fear at looking at this black sea, but when she looks at Krona, all of that doesn't matter. She feels the small room rumble once again before she jumps out of it, falling down to the black sea. It's a long drop, at least 20 feet. Maka's eyes are trained on the boy that is still floating lifelessly in this water. She doesn't know what she's getting into, doesn't know what's going to happen to her, but that doesn't matter. Krona is what matters. Maka closes her eyes, bracing herself as she hits the water hard, right next to Krona. Going deep into the water because of the height. She's in the dark water with him now. It's quiet but for his slow footsteps, his breathing getting jagged in his excitement as he stops right beside the girl on the ground. She only twitches in response. Her black eyes shut tightly, his haunted eyes take her in, and he notices how her arm is twisted backwards, how her back is twisted in an odd angle also, and it makes him chuckle. You don't know how long I've waited for this. I've wanted to do this since I first heard your cocky little voice. Oh yes. His eyes tremble in excitement as he turns her over on her back, her bones cracking and his mad smile growing. Black blood starts to fall from his nose as he looks at her chest, but really he's more excited about what's inside her chest. Krona reaches out his claw hand, he runs his knives up and down her stomach as a lover would do to comfort their love, but this isn't like that. He's cutting her dress getting more ruin, peeling under his knives just like her skin. The boy leans down and starts licking up the blood as it comes, his tongue digging deep into her wounds, but all the girl does is twitch in response. I'm sure I've told you that you taste good. He pulls away her blood all over his face. But this is impure. How much better will the blood from your heart be? I wonder if it's as black as your soul. He places his knife right on her chest, the tips piercing her flesh slightly. It's time for you to disappear. I won't miss you. The world won't miss you, death. I'm going to eat your heart and enjoy every moment of it. Krona wouldn't have wanted this, but he's gone. You destroyed him. At least I know Krona will go to heaven. He gets close, his voice so low. Me and you are going to hell, bitch. He lifts up his claw-like hand to rip out her still beating heart, to finally end this girl. Maka's hand suddenly shoots out, grabbing his hand, stopping him. Her eyes open, her black eyes are light up, something in them that Krona hasn't seen before, but his face falls in realization. Mordem omnibus. Her voice is dark and he couldn't stop it. Krona lets out a cry of shock as he's thrown away from her. He's being held in the air. He tries to get his vines to grip something, to pull him back down, but he can't. After a while of struggling he's able to get down, only for a black spike of magic to go through him. It's true, his black blood would protect him from something like this if it were a solid object, but it's magic. It goes right through him, pinning him to the ground. It goes through his chest, out his back, pinning him to the ground with his back slightly tilted. Krona's mouth is open. He looks more in shock than in pain, some black blood welling up in his throat. Maka stands up, her bones cracking back in place, her hair moving around as her body trembles in rage. I'm death, you fucking bastard. I'm not going to stand here and let you taunt me. This is the end for you. Maka's hands light up. She starts moving them in an odd fashion, her eyes getting blacker, her skin getting greener, her fingers getting longer. I'm a being of ancient times. A being that has made even the strongest of leaders, the greatest of people fall. I am the one that takes the babies before they even make it outside the wombs. I am the one that everyone is afraid of, yet no matter what they do they can't get away. Death is everyone's fate. I'm everyone's fate. I have watched even the greatest nations fall beneath my feet. I rip families apart, bring terror, bring sorrow. I'm death, the end of all things. Maka is roaring this. More of those magic spikes pierce through Krona, one going through his shoulder, one going through his side, another one going through his back. He's holding in his scream. She can tell he must know what happens next. Her smirk is great. Forces of nature come and bow before my feet. I declare this life is not worth its living. Rip out his soul and leave his body for the maggots. I declare this boy dead. She lifts up her hand, the boy looking at her with those eyes. She smirks all the more. Grim Reapers dash. Right when she's about to say the last words that will kill this boy, he smirks. Maka sees those 3 red eyes light up on his wrist, and before she can speak the last words, something shoots out of him. It hits her mouth, stopping the words and breaking her concentration. Maka screams as the spell falls apart. To have such a powerful spell almost completed, then for it just to fail, she's lucky it didn't give her a rebound. She falls to her knees in her exhaustion. She tries to get whatever this is off her face, but her hands get wrapped up by his vines, the thorns piercing in her as she struggles with them. Maka is tired. That spell took most of what she had. Surprised. Krona chuckles, but she can hear it's weak. As the spikes disappear, he stumbles forward and falls to one knee. Maka can tell he's just as tired as her and he's hurt. He gives her a smirk when she glares. You see, I've lived with a witch for many years. I know all the tricks of the trade. He forces himself up and starts walking towards her, a confident grin on his lips. You see, witches are very powerful, but they all have the same weakness. He points to his lips. If a witch cannot say a spell, he points at her bonded hands, or move her hands, then she can't use her magic. A witch is defenseless. His smirk is sinister as her face falls and she struggles with her binds. How do you think humans are able to kill witches? It's because of this weakness. They cut off their hands and gag their mouths. If you do that to a witch, they're no more than a human, trapped at your feet. No matter what witch it is, witch of sea, witch of snake, witch of death. You all have the same weakness. He holds out his hands and all his vines gather around him. But you see, I don't have this weakness. Look, no hands. He crackles at his joke as his vines move by themselves. I have you right where I want you, little one. Maka tries to use her powers, tries to get her hands out. She bites at this thing on her mouth. She squirms, but no matter what she does, her magic won't come out. She stops when she sees Krona looking at her oddly, his eyes getting hazy before a lazy smirk rips those lips. You know. He walks over to her so he's standing right in front of her on her knees before him. You shoved something down my mouth that hurt me. He points to inside his mouth. It still looks sore. You were very mean. He reaches out and brushes her cheek with his claw hand, cutting her slightly. But seeing little death all helpless gets me excited. He snaps his fingers. His pants that were covered in black blood just fall off his large member, pointing right at her, inches from her face. Maka feels her blood stir. She tries to act like this doesn't affect her at all. She tries to squirm away from him, but she feels vines come and wrap around her legs, keeping her there. You shoved something into my mouth. His smile is perverted. Let me return the favor. Maka gives him a skeptical look, but when he snaps his fingers and that thing comes off of her mouth, her eyes light up in hope and she opens her mouth, about to speak a spell, about to rip this asshole apart with the small amount of power she has left. As soon as she opened her mouth, Krona took this chance to shove his dick into it, going as deep as his whole length. He groans at the feeling of her tight and wet throat as Maka chokes on him, squirming. She opened her mouth a bit more. Before you bite me. His voice is husky and Maka hates how she shivers. It would be in your best interest not to get my black blood in your mouth, don't you agree? Maka's eyes light in realization that is the last thing she wants right now. That doesn't stop her from struggling, trying to pull away from his member, get her mouth free so she can speak a spell, but Krona grabs her by the hair and starts pushing her forward and back on his hard erection. Roughly, she can't get away. Her hands are tied and her mouth occupied. Krona's thrusts are rough, the boy groaning as he goes down her throat, making Maka gag, but at the sound of his moans at how rough he's being at his hard dick in her mouth, Maka's face turns red, her stomach turning in arousal. She closes her eyes to hide how they're getting hazy with lust. Death's giving me a blowjob. His dark chuckle makes her eyes shoot open, her body trembling with anger as he keeps thrusting into her. I'm making you my bitch and you can't do anything about it. Krona's face is a gray, those haunted eyes hazy. Maka growls and tries to get away from him, but the more she struggles the harder he thrusts, his moans vibrating in his throat, watching her struggle with dark glee. Then it hits her, maybe she's going about this all wrong. Instead of pulling away, instead of struggling, she leans into him, she tightens her lips around his member and gives him a suck. Instead of hiding her lust, she opens her eyes and looks up at him with her hazy eyes, as she gives his length a lick and suck. Krona's smirk flaunters, and if possible his face gets grayer. He looks at her in surprise when she starts bobbing her head against him on her own free will. He groans as she sucks and licks, going as fast as he had been. She lets herself moan, it vibrates in her mouth against his dick, getting him to shiver. Maka looks up at him with pleading eyes as her tongue wets over his dick, she's practically drooling over it. His breathing is jagged, he closes his eyes, those low moans escaping his throat. Then Maka feels it, it's subtle, but the vines on her wrist loosen. She has to suppress her smirk. The more she makes him into his ecstasy, maybe he'll loosen his hold just enough so she can get her hands free. With this in mind, Maka moves her head as deep as it can go, her lips tight around him as she sucks, pulling at his sensitive skin, her tongue lapping anywhere it can. She makes sure to keep her eyes open so she can watch him. There's sweat falling down his brow, his mouth open in his pleasure, his eyes are closed, and by how he's tensing she knows he's close. Maka purrs, getting her throat to vibrate as she gives his throbbing length one last suck. Krona throws his head back and lets out a squeaking sound. He spills his seed in her mouth, and in his ecstasy Maka feels the vines loosen on her wrist. This is her chance. Despite the pain, she rips her hands out of the vines' binds, and with all her strength she uses her power to send this guy flying away from her, his dick coming out of her mouth as he hits the wall opposite of her. Maka swallows and licks the cum off her lips before she points at this boy, about to end him for making a fool out of her. That's when her hand catches on fire. Maka's eyes get wide in horror as she quickly puts it out, looking over at Krona to see if he saw, but he's just laying against the wall, his head bowed. Maka looks at her burnt up hand, her stomach twisting. She's out of power. Maka was a fool. She used one of her strongest spells, but she was so sure she was going to kill him. She let her anger get the best of her, and now she's doomed. Maka starts to look around for a way out of this place. That was. Krona speaks, so Maka looks over at him. His eyes are still covered, but she sees his lazy smile. Nice. Maka rolls her eyes and looks around this place again. There has to be a way out, but all the holes they made are covered in black blood, making a barrier sealing her in. Krona thought about this. He has her trapped. There's no way out, and she can't use her powers to make one. Krona forces himself up his bangs, moving out the way, and when she sees his eyes she can't help but to pause. They're half-lidded with lust, the madness deep, but so is the lust. His hair is a bit messed up, choppy in his face, his body is relaxed, and that lazy smile on his face. It gets her to shiver, a blush coming to her face as she hides her burnt hand behind her back. This isn't the time to be aroused. If he sees she doesn't have any more power, she's done for. If only you would have used that mouth only for Krona, then things would be different. He still has the lust, but there's rage with it now. But you're a whore, just like your mother. Get her out of your mouth. Maka's voice is dark, something stirring inside her, and she feels her fingers twitch. If Krona knew how to fuck, things would have been different. A ghost can fuck better than him. Ragnarok was amazing. Best ever. She smirks at how he's trembling in rage. Kid was good too. When was the last time Krona got laid? Maka laughs in his face. She's been too busy getting fucked by real men. Krona is suddenly right in front of her, his teeth grinding, and before she can do anything, he punches her right in the face. The force sends her flying back, hitting her back against the wall, but before she can even catch the breath she lost, he has her pinned to it, holding both her hands above her head, those rage-filled eyes inches from her own. Real men, huh? His voice is venom. Krona was real to you, bitch. You took away his innocence, lifted his heart with the hope of love to only crush him slowly. You don't know what a real man is. He's growling in her face, digging his knives into her wrists. Maybe not, but I do know that you aren't one. She spits in his face, some of her blood getting mixed in it, her eyes nothing but hate. For a demon, you're a fucking bitch. You actually care for your host, Are you saying you don't care for yours? He doesn't wipe the spit off, he doesn't seem affected by it. You know she's dying. Maka gets a odd look to her eyes but she just glares at him. Why should I care if she gets lost? She's my enemy. She's life. She's kept me in a damn cage. Treated me like an animal. Why should I give a fuck what happens to her? Maka's voice is low. No. I don't care about anyone, I could give two shits about the world, I don't care for anyone but myself. Death doesn't have friends. Something shifts in her voice. Death ends up killing them all in the end. When the world is destroyed, when all life is gone. He locks eyes with her. What then, death? What is your purpose? There will be no more life for you to take. There will be no more death. When all life is gone, then I have done my job. Her eyes get hard. Even if you kill me, death will live on, everyone will die, no one will be spared. You'll end up destroying yourself by following your so-called job. His eyes look up and sees her burnt hand, his smirk is sinister. Oh, looky what we have here. He leans over and licks her burnt hand, getting her to whimper, her face dropping in fear. It looks like the little witchy is out of powers. He chuckled darkly as he pulls away to look her in the eyes with that grin. You see, this is another weakness you have, you run out of power and then you're helpless. His vines gather around him. I don't have this weakness, and you know why, little one. He leans close, his eyes so dark. I'm a fucking god. You're no god. She wheezes out, her face getting pink from how low his voice is, how his eyes bounce with madness. You're just a pathetic piece of one. You're nothing but a cheap knockoff. Now. He moves his knife-like finger in front of her face in a scolding way, making a tisk-tisk sound. I am my own demon. I'm nothing like my father, I'll have you know. I'm much more awesome, dash. If your father wanted to, he could destroy you with the flick of the wrist. Maka pants. You're nothing. You're no god, asshole. That's where you're wrong. His lips go in a tight line and something flashes through his eyes. You'll see, the world will see, well actually you won't see because you're going to be dead, but everyone else will see. I will rule. The pure one is gone, he's lost, so I'll bring everyone else down with him. Krona wasn't pure, he was a demon just like you, dash. In a quick movement he cuts her lip in the corner, making it look like she's smiling on one side. She whimpers at the pain and at how dark his face is. Watch your mouth, you might just lose it, little one. Maka can't help her groan at how he says that. Krona wasn't a demon. He was pure, dash. Sin stains. Maka glares at him. You know this demon. The sins of his body stay on his body, his soul isn't innocent, he knows of what he's done, he's killed countless people. She locks eyes with him. Sin stains, and you're going to bring him down to hell right with you. Krona bangs her against the wall, getting the breath right out of her as he digs his knives into her. They go through her wrist and she cries out. I won't listen to your lies. He screams at her but his eyes are shaking, he's upset, but soon that look turns to rage. I hate you. I hate you so fucking much. Right back at you, you piece of shit. She snarls. I hate everything about you. Why don't you just go? You're nothing but a bitch. You're Medusa's bitch, dash. Fuck, you're not much better. Krona growls. You think you're free because you got out of that fucking cage? Oh, you're wrong, so wrong. If anything, you're more in confinement now. You are nothing but Medusa's fucking toy, dash. You're just mad because she sees me as her child. Maka screams over him. She's proud of me. She hugs me while you're nothing but a eyesore in her sight, dash. Her child. Krona coughs loudly. She doesn't see you as her child. You're a bird to a snake. She only wants to consume you. And she'll surely leave nothing of you left. If Medusa thinks you're her child, then tell me, where the fuck is she now? Maka's face falls a bit at that, but she gathers that glare back up and doesn't say anything. That's what I thought. She's most likely watching this, seeing you get the shit beat out of you, but is she doing anything? No, and you know why. He points to her heart. She's waiting for her to die, so here you are, suffering, and she won't do anything about it. She really thinks of you as a child. Fuck you. Maka snarls, but her voice cracks. She bites her lip and gives him the deadliest looks she can muster. Let me go, you fucking demon. I don't think so, bitch. He moves his fingers that are in her wrist and she cries out. I hate you. I hate you, I hate you. Maka starts screaming in his face. He's getting closer, those vines coming, she's glaring at him so darkly. I hate you, dick face. I hate you, piece of shit. I hate you, dash. Krona cuts off her screaming by clashing his lips against hers. It's hungry, not soft, body being flushed against hers. He bites her lips, causing her to bleed, but instead of fighting him, Maka's kissing him back. Their kiss is a frenzy, both biting and pulling, the taste of metallic in their mouths as he rips his knives out of her wrist, about to make the vines take their place when Maka pushes her back against the wall, giving her enough force to tackle Krona. He stumbles back, not expecting it. He falls on his back with Maka on top, but her lips never leave his as she knees him in the gut and digs her nails into his chest. Krona gasps out before he rolls on top of her. Soon they're just rolling around the room, their kiss is heated, blood dripping at the corner of their mouths, Krona's hands cutting into her back, his tongue getting shoved down her throat, Maka kicking and hitting him as much as she can, the blunt hits doing damage to his already messed up insides. The rolling finally stops with Maka being on top. She pins the boy's arms by his head, a hungry look in her eyes, a smirk on her face. I'm on top. She laughs as if this is a game. Krona smirks and her laughter dies when the vines shoot out, grabbing her by the arms and pulling her off of him before flipping her on her back. Krona quickly gets on top of her, his vines pinning her arms above her head. Who's on top now? He chuckles darkly, getting her to shiver in excitement. His face is gray, his eyes hold that lust. Fuck you. She struggles, this gets him only to chuckle more. Yes. He purrs before he takes his knife and cuts down her dress. It peels under it, revealing all of her green skin to him. He rips the dress off. The dress is gone, destroyed, and she's exposed to him, out of power. His eyes look down at her, getting hazier, but when he gets to her chest he smirks. Ah, you're barely there, tits are so cute, dash. Shut the hell up. Maka squirms, her face getting hot with anger. At least I look like my gender, dash. Oh, you want to go there? He growls before he leans down, taking her nipple in his mouth and biting down hard. Maka screams and thrashes beneath him, but he continues to suck and bite at her sensitive skin. She groans as he moves his fingers down her stomach, cutting her, leaving a trail of blood. He continues to bite at her one nipple, one of his vines coming out to grope the other one, its thorns sticking into her. Maka is between whimpering and moaning, her eyes half-lidded, her mind getting fuzzy. This is madness, yet his cuts and his darkness is causing her to cry out in pleasure. What can she say? The guy know how to get her going. That's when she feels his knife-like hand go lower, about to go between her legs. Maka's eyes shoot open in alarm. Wait, he's not going to. She feels the knife on her inner thigh, being too close for comfort. No. She screams, and with her legs being free she's able to kick him right where it hurts. Krona makes a gasping sound, the vines above her head loosening so she can rip them out. She gives another kick to his area and he gets off of her. Maka takes this time to tackle him, the boy on his stomach and her on his back. His breathing is uneven, and she smirks knowing she hurt him, but soon her attention is on something else. With his pants being off she can see his glorious ass. It's so large and round it looks soft, nice pale, smooth skin. Damn boy. Maka grunts before she gives him a shameless smack on his cheek, getting him to make a squeaking sound. You have a ass that could put Kim Kardashian to shame. Don't touch me there. Krona huffs out, but Maka starts to knead him, grabbing his ass, and smirking at how soft he feels. She gropes him shamelessly, Krona making little sounds, out of protest, or pleasure she couldn't tell you. I said get off. He grows, but his body is so hot as the vines gather, all pointing to her. I don't like this game anymore, dash. He's sensitive on his ass, no doubt. Maka likes how he's painting, how hot he's getting. Maka remembers something she said to him once, and a smirk comes to her face despite the vines that are about to rip her apart. She remembers how flustered he got from her just talking about it. It's worth a shot. She wants to get him back for shoving his dick into her mouth. Just as the vines are about to grab her, she grabs his ass, spreading his cheeks. Leaning down, she sticks her tongue inside him. The vines tremble and shrink away as she moves her tongue around him shamelessly, not at all affected by how gross this is. Krona is making odd sounds trying to get away from her, but she can tell he's holding back his noises. He's moaning and his body is getting so hot. He's trembling breath her as she sticks her tongue in and out roughly, the boy's breathing coming out as pants. Maka knows he doesn't know how to react, he's in shock. She pulls her tongue out and gives his ass cheek a bite before licking it. What? Krona's voice is a bit high-pitched. What the hell did you just do? I just tongue-fucked your asshole, god. She chuckles. And it seems you liked it dash. I did not. He whines like a little kid. You're gross, dash. That's why you're so warm. She licks his ass again and he shudders. I bet you would like it in your ass, you're so sensitive. She moves her fingers, about to raid his butt's personal space again, too caught up in her lust to think straight. No. Krona does a jerk, knocking her off him. The boy is quick to tackle her, getting on top of her. His face is so gray, black blood dripping from his nose. Ah, what's wrong? She chuckles darkly. You liked it in your ass dash. Krona, without warning, slams his dick into her. His long, hard member going all the way inside her, making her words get caught in her throat, turning them to a scream of surprise as he pulls all the way out just to slam in again. His hips are strong and wide. With every thrust she feels her body breaking. Her hips aren't as strong as his. You said I didn't know how to fuck. He breathes out, his eyes dark with hate and lust as he continues to slam into her, Maka screaming out in pain and pleasure. I'll show you, I'll fucking kill you by fucking you, a whore's dream, huh? Maka's eyes get wide at this and she reaches up to stop him, but his vines come out and pin her hands down. Krona groans at the look of helplessness on her face, his thrusting fast and out of control. Her bones are cracking. I bet you would be tighter. He breathes out in a moan as he leans his body against hers, his face getting closer to hers. If you didn't fuck so many people. He snarls as he rolls his hips, her feeling him like he's in her stomach. He's so deep she bites her lip, struggling with him, but it's no use. She has no powers, she's weak, she's aroused, everything is against her in this moment. It seems I'm tight enough for you. She grunts when he moans. The only thing that's pleasing me is knowing you're going to die. He smirks at her. And I'm going to be the one to do it with my dick inside you. I will put you to shame, death. You don't stick your tongue in the ass of a god and not pay for it. You liked it. Maka smirks and sticks her tongue out, imitating what she did with him. Krona's face gets darker, but he growls at her and goes faster, his knife nails going down her stomach over her previous cuts before he stabs down into her stomach. Maka screams, her blood starting to come out of her throat. To her surprise, he pulls the knife out of her stomach, instead wrapping a hand around her neck. I'm going to come when your last breath leaves those lips. Krona moans as he picks up the past. He tightens his grip on her throat. She can't breathe, her bones are cracking at how forceful his thrusting is. She feels her hip bone starting to shift, it hurts like hell. The boy's moans are getting louder, his thrusting is rapid, out of control like him. He's staring her in the eyes, looking at her with dark glee. He's drooling and it falls on her face. Maka is trembling underneath him, cries of pleasure and pain getting forced out of her, her blood pooling around her. She can tell Krona is getting close. And she's running out of air. Little Maka comes up out of the black water, taking a greedy breath of air. She kicks her legs and moves her arms frantically, trying to keep her head above water. This water, it's like it's trying to suck her deep, and it's thick, almost like sludge. She pants as she looks around for the little boy she jumped in here for. Krona still floats face down in this water, not moving, not doing anything. Krona! Little Maka cries as she swims towards him, fighting the water that seems to only want to bring her down. Her green orbs are dilated from fear that he's already gone, fear because she doesn't know how long he's been like this. Little Maka gets to the boy. She kicks her legs more frantically to keep her head above water as she uses her arms to turn this boy around so his face is out of the water. She ends up going under in the process, but she comes right back up and takes a deep breath. The little boy still hasn't moved and he's starting to sink. Krona! She yells his name as she holds the boy up with the palm of her hands on his back while she kicks her little feet as hard as she can. Maka keeps going under, though it's hard to hold them both up and it feels like the water is starting to stir. Little Maka comes back up and looks around desperately for land or for something at least to put Krona on. That's when her eyes fall on a wooden board in the water. It looks old and moldy. It's cracked, and some of it looks like it's disintegrating. The board doesn't look sturdy at all, but it's all she has right now. She sees no land, nothing but this small board afloat in this black sea. You're going to be okay, Krona. Little Maka reassures as she starts to propel them forward towards the board to their only salvation. Krona doesn't respond, his eyes shut, black water running out of his mouth from the corner. Little Maka uses all the strength she has left to swim through this sludge, even when she's tired, even when it would be so much easier to just let her and him sink. But she has to save him, she at least has to try. Maka has let him down so many times, he deserves her to at least try. Little Maka keeps going under the water, but she makes sure to keep the boy up. She keeps doing this, bobbing up and down as she continues to swim forward. Krona's chest isn't moving, that she knows, but she can't give up. She's found him, she has him, there has to be hope. Right? She finally gets to this small piece of wood. She has to tilt it, praying that it doesn't sink. As she goes under, using her shoulders, she lifts Krona up and onto the piece of tilted wood. When she knows he's on, she lets go of it and comes back to the surface, praying, yes, praying that it doesn't sink. The piece of wood makes a creaking sound, swaying a little at the new weight, but it steadies. It's not going to sink. Little Maka takes a deep breath as she swims to the opposite side of the piece of wood. She ever so carefully tilts it and climbs on. Once she moves in the middle, the wood sways again before it steadies. Little Maka letting out a sigh of relief. But it's short-lived when she sees Krona's chest still isn't moving. The little boy is lifeless. Krona. She speaks softly as she crawls slowly across the wood towards the boy that hasn't taken a breath. She sits next to him, a deep frown on her face as she touches his pale cheek. She feels like crying, like breaking down, but then she sees the water running out of his mouth. Her eyes get wide in realization, a hope sparking in them. "You're going to be okay," she whispers as she puts the boy's head in her lap with her fingers. She opens his mouth, black water pours out, but he's still lifeless. Maka's seen CPR on TV all the time. How hard can it be? Little Maka leans in, about to place her lips on his like she's done so many times. And for the first time, Maka hopes to God those fairy tale kisses are true. She trembles in fright. What if this doesn't work? What if Krona's really gone? But she can't think about that now. She's holding the boy in her arms. She has to try. Little Maka's lips get an inch from little Krona's. His hand suddenly shoots out and puts a hand over her mouth, stopping her. The little boy's eyes shoot open before his body jerks. He turns his head away from her before he starts coughing all the black water out of his lungs, the boy shaking as he takes greedy breaths of air. Krona. Maka's heart lifts up and she almost feels like crying in happiness. She moves in to hold him to. Stay away from me. Little Krona pushes her away from him. It's not rough, but it was still a push. He crawls back on the board as much as he can away from her, hugging his knees to his chest, his wet bangs covering his eyes. Little Maka can't ignore the pang of hurt from his action, but she knows it's justified. Krona, I know you're mad at me. I just don't think I've suffered enough. Little Krona's voice is no more than a whisper. He won't look at her. I know I failed her, but why do you have to remind me? Why did you have to save me? I wanted to drown. I wanted to be in nothingness. I wanted to just disappear. And now because I failed to kill myself, Maka's going to die. I am going to kill her. And why you came here to remind me about that, didn't you? You came to save me so I could suffer more. I know I deserve it, but please, whatever you are, go away. Can't see her face now, not when I know she's going to die. Krona, I am Maka. She looks down at her small body and frowns slightly. Or what's left of her. She looks up at him. I'm real, Krona, it's really me. I'm not here to make you suffer, I'm here to. What is she here for? To say sorry for something she can't change? She wants to say sorry, but for some reason she feels it isn't the right thing to say, that there's something else, but whatever it is just gets caught up in her throat. Even if you are really Maka. Krona takes a deep breath. We are just stuck in this place and now there's no way out, and I know I'm killing her right now. I am killing Maka. His voice cracks into a sob, his small boy shaking. Why did that gun have to be empty? I could have prevented this. But I fail everything. That's why I'm never enough, and because of that Maka's going to die. Krona, now you know I would never want you to kill yourself. Maka cuts him off, crawling slowly towards the boy. Krona, just the fact that I thought you were gone for good broke me. That evil girl got out because I couldn't fight without you. You're what holds me together. You always were. I see that now. I took you for granted. I used you, I hurt you, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry for all that I've done to you. I'm sorry I caused you to come to this point, but I need you, Krona. Little Maka feels her eyes water as she gets closer to him. You promised you would never leave me. I know. His voice is shaky and he hugs his knees tighter to himself. I know I promised I would stay with you, but Maka, I knew why you would be happy without me, why you could be with Ragnarok and not have to worry about me getting in the way or losing my mind. I wanted you to be happy. I wanted you to be safe. I'm happy with you. Did you not hear a word I said? I'm like this because I couldn't go on without you. Krona, look at me. The little boy shakes his head so Maka's voice softens. Please. He tenses, he stays still for a moment like he's holding his breath before he peeks up at her from his knees. Once he takes her in, his eyes widen and he lifts his head up completely. You. I came here for you. Little Maka crawls so she's right in front of Krona looking into his watery eyes. I told you, Krona, wherever you go, I go. If you're lost, I'm lost with you. I can't go on without you. Maka reaches her hand out to touch him, but he flinches away from her and shakes his head, the tears falling more. I didn't want you to be lost. I wanted you to be happy. I wanted you to live. He wipes the tears as rapidly as they come. I can't go on without you with me dash. Why? He breathes out the word bitter. Little Maka tenses, something stirring inside her, but she tries to think what is the reason. Why would she give everything up, avenging her mother, everything for Krona? Because I care about you. Little Maka frowns slightly, the words not sounding right even to her. But why you care about our Ragnarok too? You care about him a lot. He mumbles that last part. He could have protected you, been all you needed. You guys have a connection. He knows how to keep you satisfied. He's strong, and why you wouldn't have to worry about him all the time like you do with me. Yes, so tell me. His voice is so sad, so quiet. Why can't you just live without me? Little Maka opens her mouth. She sees his point, but she doesn't understand. Something is just on the surface, so close yet so far. Why? Why did she give up? Why did she throw everything away for this boy? Why did she jump into the black water, knowing there was no hope on getting back to the room from where she came? Why, the answer is there, but she can't grasp it. She looks down, feeling almost depressed when she sees her body. It's see-through. What? Maka looks at her body in a panic. Krona must catch it in her voice because he looks over at her. He frowns deeply, his eyes dropping in sadness. Why, you're dying. I am killing you. He puts a hand over his heart, and it's like she can hear his heart shattering in those words. Why, you should have killed me when you had the chance. Why, you should have let your dark side kill me back at the asylum. Things would have been better for you. You and Ragnarok could have been together. This wouldn't be happening. I wouldn't be killing you, destroying you. I hate myself. I hate myself. Dash. It wasn't you fault. Little Maka screams. The piece of wood is starting to shake. The ocean is starting to stir. The sky is getting darker as she grabs a hold of him. I'm the one who hurt you. I'm the one that pushed you, hurt you. I deserved all I got. Krona, you're the one that deserves to be happy. Not me dash. My happiness isn't possible. He shakes his head, trembling in her grip. But yours was. Why can't you be happy? Maka demands. The piece of wood is starting to get tossed around by waves, the wind blowing badly. Maka getting more faded. Krona doesn't respond. Krona dash. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. He sniffles, looking into her eyes with those pools of water. I never wanted this. I don't want you to die. I don't want you to disappear. All I've wanted to do since I've known you is stay by you, hold you, keep you safe, but I failed. I wanted to take myself out of the picture so that you could be safe, so that you could be held, so that someone could stay by you, and now you're going to die because I once again failed. He closes his eyes. Please just be drowned dash. No. Little Maka hears her voice crack when the boy goes limp in her hold. He's on his knees, his head bowed so she can't see his eyes. You can't give up on my Krona. I need you dash. And need me to do what? Krona's voice is bitter. I can't he save us? I can't do anything like I always can't. He looks over and notices water is starting to get on the board. Throw me off, let me drown. There's too much weight on the wood. It's going to sink dash. You can't he just give up? Maka shakes him, her lower lip quivering. The sea is getting more violent and she's getting more faded. I gave up when I pulled that trigger. His voice is soft. Why would I want to stay alive? When your blood is going to be on my hands? When right now I'm hurting you? Why, you're dying, Maka. I'm killing you. How can you look at me like that? Like you don't care I'm killing you. You should hate me. You should want to push me off. I could never hate you dash. Why? He looks at her with those pale blue eyes, the eyes that started this all. Little Maka's throat goes dry. There it is again, that word why. Why can't she hate him? While she's thinking, Krona gets out of her grip and walks over to the end of the wood, looking down at the violent black sea. Right when he's about to jump back in, Maka grabs him and turns him around, but when she sees the look in his eyes she cries. There's no light in them, no soul, he's weak, she can see he's given up all hope. There's nothing, those eyes that started it all are dull, his body slumped in his sadness. Krona. She trembles, her small body wheezing. It's over. Little Krona looks over at the large wave that is coming their way, about to crash on them. It's a 20-foot wave. For the both of us, I am sorry this happened to you, Maka. I only wanted. He shakes his head, that pain in them so deep. Little Maka isn't looking at the wave, she isn't looking at how faded her body is, she's just looking at Krona's empty eyes. See Krona, you see, can't he just. She shakes more when he looks at her with those soulless eyes. You can't disappear. You can't just give up on everything. Why? He speaks motor-toned, no emotion, no expression. Because. Little Maka feels those tears fall. She's so faded and she can see the wave coming, about to destroy this board. Maka is going to die, and when she dies she knows Krona will be lost forever. This wave will come and drag him to the bottom of this sea. She feels a feeling burn her chest, it's so strong like a flame as she looks at this boy that has lost all hope, looks at the boy that's been with her through everything, who held her when her mother died, who brought her back, who got her to smile again, who gave her a reason to go on, the boy that would give her kisses goodnight and weep when she would cry, the boy that eyes always held concern, the boy that never judged her. The feeling in her chest grows, her body trembling in it. She doesn't understand it, not at all, but her whole body is getting warm. She feels tingly inside, her heart beats speeding. But when she sees the boy's empty eyes and huge wave that is about to engulf him, the feeling spills out in her fear. Whatever barrier there was being broken as the wave crashes over them, the barrier being destroyed with these three words. I love you. Little Krona's eyes get wide before the wave crashes on the both of them. Both of them getting lost in the dark water. The sound of growling and screams fill this storage room, this broken storage room. Everything is destroyed, holes in the walls and flooring, everything in here has caught on fire. There's nothing left of this place. It has become a storage of blood and hate, of death and madness. It's hot in here, the boy's inhuman howls of pleasure filling up this place, the place that's shaking from this boy's strength. Maka's face is turning blue, it's no longer green, it's blue. She has no air, she's dying and she can't even fight him. His sweaty body is against hers, those haunted eyes watching every wince of pain she makes with lust and hate as he thrust into her. Her body breaking down, she has no air to scream anymore, her black eyes are fluttering. Death is more than pissed after everything. She's going to fucking die at the hands of this asshole while being fucked for that matter. This thought makes Maka grind her teeth, but she's too weak to push him off. He has her hands tied, she's out of power. She lost and now she's dying. Maka feels her consciousness slipping as he grips her neck so tight he's stabbing into her. Her vision is getting hazy. Instead of seeing one mad smirk, she sees the boy having 5 of them. Her body is twitching. It's over. When Maka is about to pass out, about to die by this boy's hands, she feels a crashing inside her. It feels like her body, no, her soul has just been ripped apart. She feels something fill her chest and she hates it. Krona's breath hitches. The boy suddenly stops thrusting, his hand loosen enough that she can take a greedy breath of air. He looks down at her confused, his haunted eyes huge. What did you just say? Maka's eyes are huge, something shifting inside her. Those black eyes suddenly focus. Krona watches as those black eyes slowly turn back to that emerald green. Her skin faded back to a pale color. Her green eyes are dilated, a tear falling down her face. This feeling is so odd, this feeling that has saved her, that has let her find her way back, the feeling she thought she would never feel. Can she say it again? Is it possible? Or was that all fake? Maka feels this burning in her chest as she looks up at this beast that is Krona. He has his eyes. I love you. The words come out, that tear falling off her face. After all this time she finally feels it, for him. She understands now. Krona's eyes get wide before he lets out a loud moan, her words sending him over the edge. Maka feels this boy fill her up with his demonic seed. Before the boy's body goes limp, he falls off of her, landing next to her with his bangs covering his eyes. The vines holding her wrists shatter, turning into black ashes. Maka watches as this boy gets shorter, his knife-like fingers turning back to small hands, small, soft hands of the boy she loves. His skin gets lighter, and his lips hold no mad smile. Maka is fucked up, she's cut so deep her wrists have holes in them, and on Krona she can see the bruises on his bare body, especially on his stomach where she had burned him. She's hurt but right now she doesn't care about that. Maka holds her breath as Krona moves his head a bit, his bangs moving so she can see his face, and it's beautiful. Krona, not that monster. Krona is looking at her, his pale blue eyes wide with shock and confusion, they're watery, his body trembling in uncertainty as he looks at her. His lips move a little, he bites them, then he parts them, speaking. Maka. That's all it took. Maka's eyes well up with tears, her body shaking in this new feeling that's so overwhelming. Krona. She cries as she throws herself at him, wrapping her arms around him, pulling his bare body against hers, her forehead against his so she can see that beautiful face, those beautiful eyes. He's still looking at her in shock, she can't believe it herself. Maka smiles and she knows it shows how happy she is. Krona's eyes get wider. I understand it now, Krona. Maka almost yells in her excitement, getting the nervous boy to tense. Why you do? Krona still looks uncertain, but the hope in his eyes makes her heart ache. Yes. She smiles at him again and he blushes, goddamn he blushes. And it's red. His face is red. Maka can't control herself, she immediately kisses him, getting the boy to squeak. Oh, how she missed that. She kisses him so deeply, this kiss is different, she's pouring all she has into it, her tongue brushing against his timid one. Maka feels the boy melt into her, him letting out a of approval. She almost dies when he grabs her shoulders and starts to make a circle with his finger, a loving circle, something Krona has done since they have been together. She can't help but to cry, she really can't help it, the way he clings to her, like if he didn't she would just disappear. She has her Krona back. Maka, you're crying. He pulls away from the kiss, his face so dark as he wipes her tears, gently looking at her with concern and guilt, but doesn't he know he's crying too? I am sorry. His eyes fall on her fucked up body and he starts to tremble, his eyes shaking, so she quickly grabs his face so he's looking her in the eyes, only looking at her in the eyes, his tears are falling rapidly. I hurt you bad dash. That doesn't matter. I hurt you too. She grips him tightly, licking his tears up, making his face get redder, but his guilt is still deep. All that matters is that you're back, Krona, you're back, and I love you. Krona tenses up, looking at her with wide eyes, his mouth open as if he's hearing it for the first time. He's still shocked, he isn't blinking. Maka's smile is too large, but it isn't a med smile. She's never been this happy. You wanted to leave me to give me happiness. She nuzzles his head. But you're who makes me happy, Krona, you're the one that gives me the strength to fight when all seems lost. You're the one that brought me back, you're the one that I can't go on without. Her voice is airy as she locks eyes with his. And I finally know why I can answer you now, I know why I would give up everything, give up on avenging my mother, give up on the whole world for you. Krona's eyes keep getting wider and wider. Maka slightly wonders if they'll just pop. And the reason is because I love you. She puts a hand to his heart when his breath hitches. I understand now, it's not something that can be understood, it's something that can only be felt, it's a fire in your chest, a fear, a need. All this time I've been pushing this aside, telling myself it was impossible to love you because I'm a witch, but here I am and I'll tell you, Krona Gorgon, I love you. Krona doesn't say anything for a moment, his eyes staring into her as he seems to take all that in. Suddenly his eyes light in realization, they grow in hope, his tears staring to fall again as he searches her eyes desperately. He holds on to every word she said, yet she still sees a doubt, she can almost see his negative side just bring him down. Is this real? Krona frowns. Did I compel Telly G go mad? And this is my mind making this up. This is real. Maka puts his hand on her chest so he can feel her heartbeat. And so is this feeling. You really love me? He squeaks the last two words nervously, his face getting so red that hope growing these next words could make him or break him. Maka sees it in those eyes that are so frail, this boy that is so frail. Yes, I do, Krona. Maka give him a smile, and again it's too large, but she doesn't care. Maybe he sees the honesty in her face, maybe he feels she's telling the truth, but the boy lets out a loud gasp as if he was holding his breath before he pulls her into him, holding her so tightly. Why, you really love you, really? His voice is cracking till he's sobbing, his body shaking, but it's not sad, she knows he isn't sad. I really do, I love you, Krona. Maka smiles as the words she's wanted to say for so long flow easily from her lips. She loves Krona, she loves this boy. She rubs his hair as he sobs into her shoulder, whispering reassuring words in his ear, telling him she loves him, that it's going to be okay. Because she loves him, she has done the impossible a witch loves. Kami's smile flashes through her head and she tightens her grip on Krona. Or maybe it always was possible. Maka can't be sure, but she knows one thing. She loves this boy. Why you love me, why you really love me? Krona's shoulders shake. Even after every thing I've done, why you give me love, Maka, why you're too kind, why you're too kind to me dash. Too kind. Maka scoffs. You're the kind one, Krona, you're the one who loved me first even with all this shit I did. I've been a bitch to you and you still loved me, you're the kind one, Krona, you're the beautiful one, and though I'm a witch I will proudly say God blessed me the day I bumped into you at the asylum. Krona gasps, she feels her shoulder getting all the more soaked, but that's okay. You opened my eyes, Krona, you unhardened my heart. When I first met you I didn't care about anyone but my mother, I was withdrawn, but you brought out feelings, you made me laugh, you made me giggle, you kept softening my heart till this point, till the point that I can actually say I love you, love, the thing I didn't believe in at first, but you made me believe and then you made me feel it, you made me into a better person, you're the one that made a witch love. She grips onto him tighter. You used to call me a angel, Krona, back the asylum. Her words are soft against his ear. But you're the true angel and I'm lucky to have you. I am the one that's lucky to have you, I am dash. No. She pulls him away to look him in those watery eyes, he tenses. And no. You're not going to belittle yourself now. I just got you back and you're beautiful, Krona. I wouldn't have you any other way, I don't want to hear anything negative come from those sweet lips. When he looks at her in awe she can't help herself, she kisses his forehead. I love you. She kisses his cheek. I love you. She kisses his lips. I love you. She speaks these words as much as she can because for once she feels it and she wants Krona to know. The boy's breath catches each time she says it like he's never heard it before. He looks at her with large eyes, he's still crying, but then he does something that makes her heart ache. He smiles. It's so large and the look in his eyes, the look of utter happiness, his eyes are so bright, brighter than the sun. His shoulders relaxing like all his worries were wiped off the face of the earth in this moment. His eyes have never looked so beautiful. Why you don't know how long I've waited for you to say that, why you don't know how I prayed for it, how I dreamed about it, love, you have given me love, something I thought I would never get, of course why you would be the one to give it to me. He chuckles and it's light. You saved me from the darkness. Why you are really. He takes a deep breath so he doesn't break off into a happy sob. He gives her another smile before he leans in and wiggles his nose against hers. I love you too, Maka, so much. Maka cups his cheeks, closing her eyes, letting those happy tears fall as she wiggles her nose against his. It bring back good memories and sealing the deal. She loves him, she really loves him. Do why you feel any different? Krona tilts his head before he gets a panic look. I mean. Do you feel anything different loving from being a witch? He seems a bit nervous. A bit. Maka blinks before she puts a hand to her chest. It feels funny, I'm not going to lie, like a humming in my heart, but it's pleasant, I can't explain it, I feel different, well, not really different. She locks eyes with him. I feel stronger, like I could do anything as long as I have you. Krona blushes darkly, but there's a wobbly smile on his face, he looks like he's about to faint. You all right there, Krona? She raises an eyebrow at how his pupils go in and out. This eye is really real, and why you love me, and you're holding me and kissing me, and... His chest is puffing up, his voice getting more excited. Why you really love me? Krona admits the cutest squeal she's ever heard before he goes limp in her arms, his eyes rolling back with that wobbly smile frozen on his face. Maka blinks a moment, trying to register what happened. He fainted out of happiness. Maka chuckles, only Krona. She smiles brightly, this feeling growing so deep at seeing his smile. Suddenly the power she didn't have comes back to her, its white energy, and it wraps around her and Krona like a blanket. Her wrists heal up, her body heals up, and all of Krona's wounds heal. Because this boy gives her strength, the love she has for him gives her strength, it always has. Maka kisses him, tightening her grip on this boy, the boy she got back, the boy she loves. A tiredness settles over her from everything that's happened. She falls asleep with her forehead against his, their arms around each other, matching smiles on their faces, that feeling still burning her chest. As everything fades away they fall asleep in this ruined place, this place with their blood is this place of such a awesome battle. Now they hold each other lovingly, happily. Maka fell in love in a hopeless place. There's too many of them. Liz screams over at Kid as she elbows a woman with dilated eyes. She looks over at the raven-haired boy that is surrounded. They all jump on him. Kid with his abilities is able to throw them off, giving a kick here, a punch here, and they all fall to his feet. We just have to hold them off a bit longer. Kid looks over at Patty, who is directing people with normal eyes to the way of the bomb shelter. Then what? Liz jumps back from a crazy man about to grab her. She brings out her gun and gives him a nice hit in the head, getting him to fall by her feet. Kid doesn't answer because he doesn't know they have been at this for hours saving as many people as they can, but it seems people keep turning crazy, left and right. The madness is so thick now Kid can almost feel it getting to him. If he wasn't so strong, if he wasn't a witch hunter, he would have fallen a long time ago. So would have Liz and Patty. Witch hunters are trained to be strong both physically and mentally. You can't be unstable when you're killing witches, burning something that looks human alive. No, you have to have a stable mind. Thinking of witches makes him think of Maka. His chest grips as he does a flipping kick on a crazy heckin' T. Think of her now. No. He has a job to do. But he's worried, he's really worried about her. If she's turned evil, then not only is the world doomed, but so is Maka if Medusa's able to. Kid's face gets red with rage and he punches a crazy in the jaw extra hard because of it. Medusa, that snake witch. She's the one who killed his father. She's the one that's causing all this. Medusa will fry. He'll make sure of that. For his father, for Maka. He will not fail in that. I got them away. Patty yells over at them. Come on sis, come on kid. Get out of there. Coming Patty. Come on kid. Liz punches another crazy before turning and running towards her sister. If Medusa has turned Maka evil, they only have a short amount of time to stop Medusa from completing the ritual. Kid. Liz cries in alarm. Behind you. What? Kid turns only to be hit in the head with a stop sign. The force is strong and he's sent stumbling back, falling to the ground. He feels his blood trickle off his forehead, his vision blurry for a moment. A man with a knife stands in front of him, holding a knife above his head, a smirk on his face. Kid, no. Liz and Patty scream as they run towards him, their eyes noting but panic. I got you, Stripey. He roars before stabs the knife down. Kid is still disoriented, but when his vision focuses and he sees the danger he's in, it's too late. Kid. They scream his name, yet his yellow eyes are hooked on the knife as it comes down on his death. You know that saying? I've seen my life flashed before my eyes. Well, Kid knows the meaning of it now. He sees his father's goofy smile, he sees them out in the woods hunting like they used to, he sees his father ruffle his hair, and he sees himself get angry over the fact he ruined its symmetry. He sees himself at school, then he sees Maka the girl alone on the steps of the courthouse, then he sees her smile, and then he sees her with him in his room, his father with cookies, smiling at her. His life really flashes through his eyes, and despite all that has happened to him, he can't help but to smile ever so slightly as the knife closes in on him. Right when he thinks it's over, the knife suddenly stops right in front of his eye. Kid blinks in surprise before he looks up at the man. The man gets a odd look to his face before his eyes they refocus. They're no longer dilated. He trembles as he drops the knife and looks at his hands. What? What happened? Kid blinks again as he looks around. All the crazies are dropping their weapons, all their eyes refocusing. They all seem confused or upset. What? Kid. They're all changing back. Patty runs over to him, and with Liz's help they lift this boy up and they help him stay up even with such a bad hit to the head. What the hell is going on? What do you think snapped them out of it? Liz watches as all the used to be crazy people shift around awkwardly, seemingly trying to figure out where they are and why they are covered in blood. The cops suddenly come out because a kid didn't see one cop while he was saving those people. They come out of their cop cars and start to take all the people away, probably going to ask them some questions, or decided if they have to go to the crazy ward. Kid looks up at the sky and can't help to gasp at what he sees. The black and red clouds are parting, making way for the sun to shine through. Maka. He breathes out and Liz looks at him. What? He looks at her and gives her a big smile. Despite all that has happened, there's still hope. Call all the witch hunters. Explain our situation with Maka. After something like this happening, they will surely see why we have to put a stop to it. We're going to gather our army. Yeah. We're going to save the world in Maka. Patty cheers back to her normal self. Shouldn't we help out with cleaning this place up though? Liz frowns at all the rubble, at all the blood. Let the cops do it. He grips his fist. I have a feeling they didn't do much work today anyway, they only came out at the end of it. He takes a deep breath. No. We have to get to work now to prevent this happening again. It stopped this time, but next time we might not be so lucky. Right. Liz nods before looking over at Patty. Come on, we got a lot of calls to make. Okays. Patty grabs her sister's hand. Yay, war. War isn't a good thing, Patty. Liz sighs. It is when it's protecting the world. Patty says a bit quieter, Liz giving her a surprised look. Patty smiles sheepishly. That's what I think anyway. No. No, you're right. Liz gives her a smile before she looks forward with determination. Kid watches them a moment before he looks up at the sky, his eyes far away in thought. There's always hope, even after a storm the clouds part and the sun shines once more. War is in the air, it's about to start. Kid sighs deeply before he pulls out the new cell phone he bought before all this. He really didn't want to do this, he really didn't want to call him to ask him for help, but desperate times call for desperate measures. Kid types a number in before putting the phone to his ear. It rings about 7 times, but Kid expected as much. He's probably running around his home to find his phone. He's so sloppy and disorganized it makes his eye twitch, and oh, his head feels itchy just thinking about it. Hello. A gruff voice answers. He sounds like he just woke up, and Kid wouldn't doubt that he did. He's the only person he knows that could sleep through the end of the world. He's just that good at being him. Who's this? If this is about that cat I ran over, I said I was sorry, man. The thing jumped out right in front of my car, I swear. Yeah, I know I drove into that woman's yard, but I swear, dude, that was a spitty monkey cat or some shit dash. I'm not calling about the cat. Kid's eye twitches more. Is he really doing this? He takes a deep breath. It's me, Kid. Kid. The boy's voice completely changes. He doesn't sound goofy anymore. He sounds serious. What's up? Kid takes a deep breath. Oh, how this boy gets under his skin, but I need your help. No. That other girl screams out as loud as she can as she loses her hold on Maka's body and is sent flying back into that room. She keeps screaming, trying to stop herself, trying to go back, but soon her back hits something. She hits the inside of the cage, and before she can try to get out, the cage door closes on her, locking her in once again. No. She growls and grabs the bars, pulling on them with all her might, but they useless. She screams more when she sees her green skin turn back normal. She knows she looks like Maka again. Are you serious? After all that, I'm fucking back in here. How in the hell is this possible? Anything's possible. Custos suddenly appears by the cage, a smile on his face as he takes in this room. It has no black liquid, it's been completely cleaned out, and the room has been restored. With love. His smile beams so brightly, saying it in a blissful sigh. Shut the hell up, Custos. Fucking prick. That girl snarls like an animal and fights with the bars. Let me out. This can't be happening. A witch can't love. Has the world gone crazy? Who are you to say who can love and who can't? Custos puts a hand to his heart, speaking in a way that gets that girl's eye to twitch. Love is what saved your life, dash. I didn't need any help. That girl growls, her eye twitches more when Custos gives her a skeptical look. Oh. Don't fucking look at me like that, you stupid angel. When I get out of here, I'm going to fucking kill you. Then you can cry about that, you bitch. The other girl thrashes against the bars. Oh my, someone's cranky. A dark voice chuckles, getting the girl's face to completely fall. You got to be fucking shitting me. The girl and Custos look over as someone new walks into this room. Howdy. Krona walks in. He looks like the normal Krona, but his eyes are still haunted and he has that mad smirk as he waves at her awkwardly. Long time no see. He purrs. 2's a party. 3's a crowd. Get the fuck out of here. This girl snarls as she bangs against the bars. Oh, how rude. Krona puts a hand over his mouth in mock offense before he smirks. Now, is that any way to speak to your man? Especially when he came all the way to see you in your cute little cage. Man. Maka scoffs. You're not my fucking man, and hey. This cage isn't cute. This is fucking cruelty. Ah, does someone not like their litty Kagi? Krona suddenly appears right in front of her, the bars the only thing between them. He smirks at her and tilts his head. I'm going to kill you. Maka's face gets red as she lashes out, sticking her arm as fall out the cage as she can between the bars to grab him, but Krona only moves back so she can't get him, chuckling. Ah, can someone not reach? I really hate you, you dirty little butthole. Her hand thrashes, trying to grab him. Only for the boy to grab her hand holding it in a tight grip that hurts. She returns the grip and he smirks. Isn't this nice? He sighs in contentment. It's just me and you and this cage and that guy. He points at Custos who gives a friendly wave. So romantic, you see this, you feel this. He rubs his arm against her hand. That's chills, I just got chills from this. He gives her a goofy smile. Get the hell off me. Maka grunts and tries to get her hand away from him, but he holds on to her tightly. Let go. Oh my. Custos covers his mouth to hide his chuckle, seeing how irritated the Witch of Death is getting. You two make a cute couple. Thanks. Krona looks over at him and beams. I know I'm the main source of the cuteness, but she has her moments when she isn't a butt face. We're not a couple. Maka screams and punches the bars to the cage. 1. I would never be with this dumbass. 2. I don't settle for anyone. I will not be confined dash. Says the girl in the cage. Krona grunts, getting Maka to make a frustrated scream, which he smirks at. Get off me. Maka thrashes in his hold. Someone get me the hell away from these two, dash. Chill your tits. There's nothing to be cranky about no more. Krona gives her a goofy smile as he pokes her cheek with the hand that isn't holding her other hand. I'm here. And I know how much you love me, dash. Maka bites his finger, snapping on it like a alligator. Oh, it bit me. Krona gasps as he pulls his finger. He looks at the black blood that wells up before he sucks on it. I don't know what you got, you could have given me a disease. I hope I gave you AIDS so you die a slow, painful death. Maka grunts before she rips her hand from his, sinking back in her cage. Krona blinks before he gives her a goofy smile. Don't worry, if I had AIDS I would make sure to give it to you, then we could both have AIDS and die, then we could share the same coffin, so I would always be right in your face. He leans in against the bars. Sounds good, right? Ugh, back away, you're crowding my personal space. She growls. Don't you mean personal cage? Krona laughs like that was funny, which gets him a kick against the cage, the bars hitting his face. Oh, you keep hurting me. He smirks at her. But don't worry, I still love you, my little monkey. Don't call me a monkey, asshole. I'll rip that smirk off your face and shove it up your ass. You seem to like to shove things up my ass. Krona blushes slightly. That's not the point. The point is you need to get your ass out of here. I'm tired of seeing your ugly face. Don't try to hide it. He grabs her bars, smirking. I know you love me. PSSHHH. Love you. Maka laughs. A witch can't love, and I would never love you. Maka loves Krona now. His smirk grows. So dash. And you're Maka. He rubs the bars, seeing how she tenses. So you love too. Don't even try to deny it now. Fuck you. Maka screams out in frustration, her body shaking in anger but her cheeks are tinting. Yes. Maka blinks as she looks over. Krona is in her cage now, hugging his knees to his chest, looking over at her with a derpy smile. She blinks again, haunted eyes staring into dilated green. His perverted smile grows. I are ready for the sex now. Custos frowns slightly. Not in here, have some decency. Maka blinks as it finally dawns on her. Her face scrunches up. Get out of here, you prevent. She starts to hit him rapidly. Wah. Krona covers his head before he disappears, reappearing outside of her cage. Geez, way to put me in the doghouse. He blinks before smirking. Oh wait, you're the one in the doghouse dash. When I get out of here I'm going to sell you to pirates and you're going to be their ass slave. You know you hurt me. Krona's eyes water as he rubs his head. Maka, don't hurt me no more. Please stop singing. Music is the language of the heart. Krona speaks airy, getting her eye to twitch as he grabs her bars and hangs on them, looking at her like a kicked puppy. What happened to us? Remember when we would just sit around and talk about our feelings? And we would take walks while the sun sets, and we would eat spaghetti with the last noodle making us kiss. We have literally never done any of those things. Maka grunts. And see. That's the problem. He growls at her. You don't care about my feelings. You would think with how long we have been together. We're not even together, dash. That you would listen to me, hell, maybe even get me a ring or buy me flowers. But you don't, do you? You don't buy me jewelry. Tears well up in Krona's eyes that Maka rolls her eyes at. Please go off and die in a hole somewhere. I am a human being and I have needs. He hits her cage, he cries for a moment whining. So suck my dick. He stops crying and his voice goes dark. Hell no. That was a one-time thing. Maka growls but her face gets red. You know you liked it. He grins at her. Come on, you love me, just say it, dash. I don't love you, dash. If you say it I will go easy on you. He chuckles darkly. If you don't I'm going to annoy the hell out of you. I'm not saying it so you can go fuck off and die. This reminds me of the time you forgot our 5th year anniversary. Krona suddenly sobs again. And you didn't buy me jewelry. You're a horrible husband. I'm not a wait, did you say husband? Maka starts only to blink at that. Yes, husband. You're the one with the mustache. Custos can't help himself when he hears that. He lets out a chuckle at reaching Maka's ears. Oh yeah, it's real fucking funny, Custos. Laugh it up, you prick. I'm sorry, truly I am. He wipes a tear from his eye. Hey Custos. Krona suddenly cheers, getting the angel to look over at him. He smirks and nods his head over at Maka. When he looks he can't help to laugh again but he covers his mouth. What? Maka's eye twitches, not noticing the black mustache on her face Krona had made with his black blood. What the fuck is wrong with your face, Custos? What's wrong with yours? He chuckles again but it's light. Excuse me. Angel, you want to go, dash? What's wrong, Maka? Forgot to shave. Krona smirks at her. Is that hair bringing you down, dot? What, dash? Maka starts but then she sees her reflection on the bars, seeing the mustache there, and she blinks. Krona and Custos laugh. Krona's loud, Custos is quiet. Oh yeah, this is really fucking funny. Maka growls and rips the mustache off. You're both assholes. I am sorry, I don't know what's come over me. Custos covers his mouth again but Maka can tell by his eyes he's still laughing. It's her face. Krona roars in laughter before giving her a derpy smile again. I love you so much, even if you have a mustache I'll still love you, I'll even help you shave it, we can shave together forever. Maka lets out a frustrated scream as she bangs her head against the cage. How? She was out, she was free. Now she's here with a fucking prick angel and this asshole demon. She's in hell. Erika and Free watch wide-eyed as Krona and Maka fall asleep in each other's arms, sweet smiles on their faces. The room has gotten tense to say the least. Erika can't even look at Medusa right now. Truth be told, she's scared out of her mind of how Medusa is going to react to this. Sue. Free breaks the silence, looking over at Medusa whose hair is blocking those snake eyes. Either Free doesn't sense the tension or maybe he just doesn't care. Do I still get that vacation? Yes? No. Medusa's head whips over at him, her snake eyes darker than usual, her expression deadly. Free gulps and Erika whimpers. When Medusa gets up, they hug each other out of fright. That face still hasn't left Medusa. The snake witch just glares at them a moment before she snaps her fingers and she's gone. How could this have happened? Medusa reappears in a narrow, concrete hallway, her yellow eyes on fire as she starts to march down. After all that, how? How could both Krona and Maka be restored? She had a set plan. Now it's ruined, but that's not why she's so pissed. Yes, Medusa, the snake witch, is pissed. Usually she doesn't let anything get to her, but she saw the look in Maka's eyes, and there's no sound through the crystal ball. Medusa could read her lips. She told Krona she loved him. A growl admits from her throat and she grips her fist. After all her hard work, Maka is falling down the same path as her mother, giving into something that started it all. It brings back unwanted memories. She swallows them down. No reason to think of that now. It's over. It's done. Medusa marches past all the cages here, claw hands and tentacles trying to reach out and grab her through the bars. No doubt they want to kill her. She is the reason for their mutation, their suffering. Medusa smirks, the screams of these monsters lighting her mood. Before she gets to the end of the hallway, the green door opens and Medusa walks in. There must be something I can do to change these odds to my favor. Medusa mumbles as she stops by a desk in this room. With her powers, she brings out a lot of books from the bookshelf, looking through each of them, looking for the information she needs. It seems your plan has failed. A dark voice coos behind her. Another one of your failed experiments, eh? Medusa stops looking through the books for a moment as she takes a deep breath, not turning around to look at this person. Now, I wouldn't say that. Her voice changes and she smirks. Because of this, the cage inside Maka is much weaker. It won't take as much for it to just be destroyed. Not only that, but with how long the fight lasted. She laughs evilly. I'm sure to have an army in a couple of days. All my little pets that have been asleep will awaken. You were pretty risky this time though. The voice states almost boredly. Maka almost died a couple of times and you in no way, shape, or form, helped her. I was surprised, Medusa. I thought you needed her alive. I don't care. I can use her body dead or alive. It's just much funnier alive. He chuckles darkly. I had to make sure the Witch of Life was completely fated. Of course it was a risk. Krona would have killed Maka in the process, but it wasn't a threat to me. You see, as long as the Witch of Death is free, then Maka can't truly die. She looked like she was dying to me. Medusa can hear the smirk in his voice. A moment longer in that boy's hold and she would have been dead. Yes, Maka would have died. Medusa nods. But she would have came back. She keeps looking through books. You see, the Witch of Death can't die though her body can. Her body would be lifeless for only a moment before Maka would be back. Her body and power completely restored. Then why did she have that delicious fear in her eyes? If she cannot die. I do not know. Medusa keeps going through. I found that very odd as well. The girl should have been smirking about dying. She knows she would come back and have full power. It would hurt her, but she can take pain. Medusa stops going through things for a moment. You see, I wanted Krona to kill her because then the Witch of Life would be no more. You see, life can die, the Witch of Life can die, but death cannot. Death will take life, but death doesn't take death. Do you understand what I'm saying? When the Witch of Death has control, death cancels death out, so she just comes back to life. But with the Witch of Life, her body dying would have killed her. The Witch of Life can die because death takes life. Medusa's voice gets dark. Life is fragile. It's weak and useless. In the end, death consumes all. Death is the ultimate being. Living things only move around for a moment, they stay dead for all eternity. The man doesn't say anything. But now I have to be careful again. If she were to die with the Witch of Death caged, then everything would be ruined. They would both die for good. Medusa sighs. In order to get what I truly want, the Witch of Life must be gone or trapped in that cage herself, then I can finally end all of this. Okay. He states boredly again. I'm surprised you seem stable even after a madness attack like that. Medusa starts looking through books again. Oh, I wouldn't say that. He sneakers. I've just been holding myself off. You see, I'm waiting for what you promised me, Medusa. I've been able to control myself, but I don't know how long I can hold out. Medusa stops what she's doing, her eyes lighting in realization, an evil smirk coming to her face. Of course. I'm sorry about the wait. She doesn't look at him. I have some things to take care of, so. She looks behind her. She's all yours. The man doesn't say anything, he just turns and walks out of the room, dropping a burnt-out cigarette on the floor. Medusa will make up for this failure. She will get she wants, no matter the costs. Check the description for the links to the author.